It was another day at the Gordon's clan compound, and my name is Alec. I'll give you a quick explanation. I was reincarnated after a nasty motor accident while trying to save an old lady. The gods granted me another chance by reincarnating me into another world about 14 years ago. Later, I discovered that I was the young master and the only remaining heir of the Gordon family. However, my bloodline actually comes from the prestigious ancient Blaze clan. Despite this, the Blaze clan, one of the top families in the capital, never acknowledged me as part of their own. From what I heard, my father never officially married my mother. He was just a young master out for training who fell for my mother's beauty, used sweet words to win her over, and ended up impregnating her before returning to his family without informing her. When my mother discovered she was pregnant, it was too late as my father had already gone. She tried to reach out to him by sending messages to his family, but none of them ever replied. In desperation, she traveled to the capital herself to personally deliver the message, only to be humiliated and rejected by the man she claimed to love. Heartbroken, she returned to the Gordon family feeling dejected. Thankfully, my loving grandfather, the patriarch of the Gordon family, took care of me after my mother died during childbirth. Since then, I have been raised by my grandfather in a small city near the capital. Our relationship feels more like brothers than a traditional grandfather and grandson bond. I truly appreciate the immense love he shows me. Alec, how are you doing today? An aged voice asked from the courtyard door. I already knew who it was, but I turned around to face him while smirking. You know I'm good, old man. I won't die before you after all, I replied playfully. You forget it, you seem to be getting really cheeky these days, little boy, the old man initially retorted and pointed his finger at me. However, he soon sighed in relief and burst into laughter. We engaged in conversation and shared stories, appearing more like brothers than a grandfather and grandchild do. But I could tell by the way he grabbed my shoulders and sighed that he was about to embark on one of his important speeches again. You do know you're about to turn 15, right? He asked, his eyes filled with seriousness. Yes, old man, I replied, already aware of what he was about to say. In this world, once you turn 15, you awaken to your magical abilities and can finally be called a mage. You do know what comes next, right? He continued, looking into my eyes. I nodded in response. I do, I replied confidently, excited for what lay ahead. After you awaken, come meet me. I have something important to pass on to you, he said, his tone full of anticipation. Oh, what is it? I asked eagerly, my eyes shining with curiosity. Now, if I told you that, it would spoil the surprise, wouldn't it? He teased, a mischievous twinkle in his eye. He wanted me to be even more curious and beg for the answer, and I couldn't help but give in. Just a hint, please. I pleaded, my excitement growing. Well, let's just say it's the one thing that has enabled the Gordon family to survive during the blood moons and establish a reputation for themselves. Even if it's just at the bottom, he started, his chest puffing up with pride. The Gordon family, known for their alchemy creations and reliance on golems, were often seen as weak by other mage families, but I can't believe you're embarrassed about it. The Golem manual is unique and has served us well. I have no doubt you can revitalize the glory days when golems were revered, I interrupted, trying to reassure him. It was common knowledge that the Gordon family's survival during the blood moons, when demons and undead attacked settlements, was an extraordinary feat. Despite being underestimated, the family's ability to protect themselves and survive the blood moons was a testament to their strength. The blood moons occurred once every month, during which the 72 monarchs of the purgatory sent their generals and commanders to attack the surface, unleashing hordes of demons and undead upon the world. My grandfather chuckled, clearly relieved by my words. I can't believe you're feeling embarrassed about this. Is it because you think I would follow the same path as the others in our family and study a different form of magic? I inquired. Yes, I'm pretty nervous. The Golem manual is not being practiced like before, and I don't want it to disappear while I'm in possession of it. You're a smart boy, and I'm sure you can bring back the glorious days when golems were worshipped. He began his pointless boasting. Enough with your bragging, old man, I interrupted, pouring cold water on his ego. Don't worry, I'll definitely come for it. After all, it's my inheritance. If I don't claim it, I might not receive any property from you when you're gone, I teased him once. You brat, you're finished, just wait for me, he shouted, running around the courtyard in an attempt to catch me. I smiled, knowing all of this was just a charade. He was concerned about the upcoming wave of the red moon, trying to prepare me to acquire strength so that I could survive in this merciless world. Finally, it is the day of awakening again for the Gordon clan. Once every year, children who are 15 years old and above are allowed to use the Orb of Awakening to awaken their magic powers. Only after the awakening, the mana joints in the body can they connect with the help of the Orb of Awakening, enabling anyone to dream of becoming a mage. Luckily for Alec, he just turned 15 a few days ago, right before the Gordon family awakening day. If he had turned 15 after, he would have had to wait another year before being able to awaken the mana joints in his body. Very soon, noise was suddenly heard from the front of the crowd. the commotion was so intense that even Alec, who was hiding in one corner, could not help but notice it. He looked over and saw his grandfather, the Gordon family patriarch, and his brother, the grand elder of the Gordon family, coming down from where they sat in the high seat. The look of excitement and surprise was evident on their faces as they made their way to the spot where the Orb of Awakening was standing. Did you see that just now? The light of awakening shone so brightly with a yellow color and a slight blue color. One person from the younger generation said, "Yes, I saw it." "I'm sure someone has awakened the earth element and water elements," another replied. "It is the daughter of the first elder who awakened the power of earth elements, and she has a high affinity for it. I'm sure after this, we will have another tier 1 mage in our family soon." They overlooked the water element affinity as they felt it was too low compared to the earth element. Alec overheard most of the younger generation gossiping about who could have caused such a big reaction that even his grandfather and his brother came down from the high seat. But when I heard that it was the first elder's daughter, all my laziness disappeared, and I grunted in displeasure. The name of the girl in question was Agnes. She was the second daughter of the first elder and was brought up with so much love. Since the first elder never had a son, he devoted all his attention and resources to raising his daughters. She had always been a pain in the neck for Alec, constantly comparing herself to him at every opportunity. She was among the group within the Gordon family's younger generation who believed that he should not be their leader. She went against him because she believed she was much stronger than him, based on the fact that he was always protected by the patriarch and was never involved in the younger generation training before. Others believed he should not be the leader because he was considered a Blaze family bastard by outsiders, with his mixed blood of Blaze clan red flaming colored hair and Gordon clan yellow iris. Many of them believed that if he wasn't there, someone else from the younger generation would have had the chance to be the next family head of the Gordon family. As Agnes turned around, her eyes happened to glance at Alec, and she sent him a smug smile as if to tell him, "I'm better than you now." Alec knew that the family would give full priority to raising anyone with a high affinity for any element. Even though the family specialized in raising those with earth elements, they still tried their best to provide the best resources for those born with high affinities in other elements. The Gordon family had always been blessed with the earth element, so it was no surprise when Agnes awakened with an affinity for earth. After all, only a few unique cases had emerged where people from the Gordon clan failed to awaken earth element and awoken other elements. Most of the time, it was due to being dual element mages, awakening a secondary element alongside earth. Soon, the commotion was resolved, and the awakening ground became alive with movement as each person began testing their affinities. Despite the excitement, no one else was able to awaken a high affinity this time. There were cases of dual elements awakening, though, such as a boy who awakened both earth and metal elements. While the earth element had a mid-level affinity, the metal element had a lower affinity. This boy caused another commotion as people realized that the metal element came from a branch of the earth element. If he was able to combine both elements in the future, his firepower would be on par with someone with a high element affinity. Not long after the boy, another person awakened a dual element. The awakening ground erupted in commotion again, this time as a girl awakened both earth and water elements. Just like Agnes, it was noticed since her water affinity was quite high. The patriarch and the grand elder had to come down once more to escort them away and restore order for the second time that day. It was evident that this generation of the Gordon family had a lot of talent, bringing joy to the faces of the elders and the patriarch. It seems this generation will produce double the number of young mages compared to previous generations. As they say, the young are meant to take over from the old, the first elder said with a sigh as he sat. It seems this time the number of young mages born into our family will be double that of the previous generations, the first elder shared, his voice tinged with a mix of wonder and anticipation. Seated at the high table with their fellow elders, they eagerly discussed the future of the Gordon family. As a Tier 3 clan, the Gordons were renowned for their prowess in Golem. However, the recent influx of talented individuals within their ranks promised to propel them to even greater heights. With their patriarch having recently advanced to the Tier 7 mage realm, the Gordons commanded respect and admiration from other families in the city. The younger generation brings not only greater numbers, but exceptional talent, another elder chimed in, a proud smile illuminating their face. Our family's strength will skyrocket with their abilities. It's as if the Gordon family is destined for greatness. Amidst the crackling excitement in the courtyard, the focus shifted to Alec, who was now preparing to awaken. Every eye turned towards him, filled with curiosity and eager anticipation. The moment held significance not just for Alec, the heir of the patriarch, but also for the entire clan. It was a time of hope and possibility, where the future of the Gordon family seemed brighter than ever. so they were incredibly curious to find out what he shall awaken. The moment he was called, Alec walked up to the platform where the Orb of Awakening was placed and looked straight at the orb. But the more he looked, the more he felt lost as he was mesmerized by the dazzling sight of the orb. Place your hand on the orb and concentrate on it. The orb will do the rest, the instructor standing there said. Alec followed the instructor's instructions and placed his hands on the Orb of Awakening. Before he knew it, he felt a cool flow of energy entering his body through his palm. It was at that moment he knew the awakening had begun. The energy spread to every spot, joint, and place in his body, cleansing him. He even felt a great desire to moan in satisfaction, but managed to mumble out a groan instead. The effect of the energy made him feel as if he had used an elixir to cleanse all the impurities his body had accumulated over the years. The energy then traveled back to his palm and passed back into the Orb of Awakening. Immediately, the flow of energy passed through his arms and went back into the orb, which immediately shone brightly with two different elemental attributes, a bright yellow color and a bright red color, both showing a high element affinity. Another commotion broke out again, but this time it seemed that the fact that Alec awakened two elemental attributes of high affinity caused an even bigger surprise. Screams and gasps of astonishment could be heard all around. Everyone was shocked and flabbergasted. After all, they never thought much of the young master of the Gordon family, who was rumored to be a bastard, but now, Alec had just silenced all his haters with this display. Just like other times when the Grand Elder and the Patriarch came over to restore order whenever a commotion happened, they moved to calm the crowd again. This time, even the parents of the younger ones waiting in line and other members of the family who were watching joined in the chatter because of the huge shock. The family is on the rise was the topic of conversation as they all talked about the abundance of talent they had this year, and the fact that someone they had low expectations for like Alec could be counted become a dual affinity mage, with both of them being high affinity, while most of the mages in the clan were mid-level earth affinity. This time, the Patriarch reached Alec first and opened his mouth wide with a smile on his face, clearly proud of Alec's achievement. "You did well, little boy," said the Grand Elder, joining in the praise. "Your potential is truly remarkable." Their belief in him bolstered his own confidence and determination to become a powerful mage. As the commotion continued to settle, the Patriarch, still beaming with pride, turned to his brother, the Grand Elder. "Help me out of this one, brother. I have to go," he said, urgency evident in his voice. The Grand Elder nodded understanding. He knew that his brother was eager to pass on his knowledge and guidance to Alec now that he had awakened his mana joint. Before parting ways, the Patriarch affectionately patted Alec's back. The Patriarch summoned one of his special golems, a sight Alec had seen many times before. The Patriarch had 3 special golems, and he just summoned one of his 3 prized golems. The golem stood at an imposing 6 feet tall, emanating a powerful aura. Its eyes glowed with a bright red light, and its body, crafted from reinforced clay infused with mana, exuded strength. Gasps could be heard from the crowd as they set their sights on the golem. Reverence filled their eyes as many of them witnessed one of the unique golems that protected the Gordon family. The Patriarch's big 3 golems were renowned and revered. The golem extended its long arms and gently embraced both Alec and the Patriarch. It then bent slightly, assuming a posture resembling a 90-degree angle, before launching itself into the air with a remarkable force. Alec was taken aback as he realized they were heading towards his grandfather's backyard. It seemed the unique golem had picked up a limited sense of intelligence, or was simply following the old man's commands without question. Expecting a rough landing due to the golem's speed and power, Alec chuckled to himself, relishing the thought of a playful retribution against his grandfather's showmanship. However, to his surprise, a spiral force of energy was released from the golem's feet as it descended, gradually slowing down its momentum. It glided gracefully to the ground, its landing soft and controlled. It seemed as though some form of shock absorber was installed under its feet. "Alex Pav, show off," I said to the old man the moment the golem put me down from his arms. "Whatever," he replied, not wanting to be outdone by his grandkids. It was clear that he wasn't the least bit ashamed of the display he had put on at the Awakening Hall. The summoning of the golem was just to show off. "Well, you certainly surprised me. I never expected you to have a dual element, let alone both with such high affinities," he added. "Is that supposed to be a big deal?" I asked. "Well, in high-tier clan, not really, but in a mid-tier clans like ours, it definitely gives you the right to solidify your position as the young master of the Gordon family. From now on, they will all follow you. In this world, which seems to be losing its heavenly laws, we are better off united than apart," my grandfather explained. "I'm glad if it helps change their opinion of me. I was starting to think they hated me," I admitted. "Nonsense." "Well, aside from that, let bygones be bygones. After today, you would be groomed to be the leader of the next generation. That's how the Gordon family works. Oops, by the way, I have a present for you based on your earlier promises to me," he said, running off before I could argue. I waited for him to come back, taking the time to observe the golem standing before me, though it appeared blank at the moment. My instincts told me otherwise. I was certain that it was truly intelligent and seemed to recognize me. It also seemed to be connected to the old man telepathically. Unlike other ordinary golems in the courtyard, this one looked different. Its body was incredibly smooth and lacked the patches and roughness typically associated with earth elements golems or clay golems. Its entire surface had a pure brown color. The smoothness indicated that it had been refined countless times over the years. It had been with the old man for a very long time. With its air of dominance and the imposing aura it emitted, it felt like looking at a general who had been through countless wars. Ahem, hope you're ready, boy, because here is the treasure I hold dearest, the old man said as he came back with 2 books, interrupting my observations. Leave us alone first, Harold, the old man said to the golem, and it nodded before walking away. I was shocked once again by this new discovery. The golem's level of intelligence had definitely developed to a high degree. My grandfather turned to me and passed me the 2 books. This is a copy of all the knowledge of the previous patriarchs of the Gordon family, including mine, concerning everything you need to know about golem creation, he explained, placing the book labeled Gordon's Golem's Knowledge in my hands. As he was about to give me the 2nd book, he started explaining further. You see, this one page is so big that it looks like complete book. It's said to be from a skill book that the Gordon family's golem arts were derived from. Based on our limited understanding, we have been passing it down through the generations to each young master of the clan. But it seems that the book only reveals and unlocks more of its secrets to the one it has chosen. The Gordon family hasn't made much progress in golem creations because it's not our uniquely created path. However, it's intertwined with our earth elements, and during the apocalypse, when the gods seemed to favor us, it was a path we Gordon's mages walked on. But looking back now, each family that created their own skill has evolved it to their own unique perfection. The golem techniques remained as an inheritance and couldn't be evolved further without someone accessing it. We still don't know the full capacity of it, but as the young master of this generation, it is now your time to carry it and pass it on to your own heir, my grandfather explained with a tinge of sadness in his eyes. It became clear to me that those who chose to pursue other mage paths within the family were seen as betraying the family. Those who started with the golem path but weren't talented enough to excel in it turned to other paths to find their own success. There were 3 main mage paths: Battle Mage, Wizard Witch Mage, and Summoning Mage. Those who deviated from Golem path all chose from one of these paths or practiced with both, as the other paths were more widely known and easier to teach to future generations. Here, take it, the old man said, placing the Golem's skill book in my hand. The moment the book landed in my palm, a panel resembling a screen appeared in front of my eyes. Congrats to finally finding a source to awaken the system. Do you want to consume the God skill scroll to reform the system? YN. I couldn't help but feel perplexed as I saw the system type panel pop out before me. In the countless comics I had read about reincarnation and transmigration, the main characters always seemed to possess a system. However, since I crossed over into this body, I had never received one. I had never held much hope of being some chosen one or a main character, but who would have thought that after 14 years, I would finally stumble upon a source that could activate this long-awaited system. I was quite certain that if I chose to reform the system with the Golem God Scroll, my skills would likely be tied to golems or have a branch of golem-related abilities. While I had never given much thought to becoming a golem mage, it seemed that this path was the only option available to me. After all, finding another God skill scroll was highly unlikely, and I couldn't simply rely on other families to offer me copies of their unique mage arts. With a sense of determination, I quickly clicked on why yes. Assimilating, 30, assimilating, 45, assimilating, 80, assimilating, 100. Welcome, online host. Please wait for 1 hour for the system to reboot and adjust itself according to the newly downloaded information. As my eyes shifted away from the system, I noticed my grandfather holding my shoulders with both hands, a worried expression etched across his face. What's wrong with you? You just blanked out on me and started waving your hands in the air. Did you notice anything unusual when I gave you the skill passed down from our ancestors? He asked, his face filled with concern. I need to rest now. I'll see you later, I replied, finding an excuse to escape from his presence. After all, once the system came online properly in an hour, I planned to thoroughly explore its functions properly. I didn't want to be seen as weird again, clicking on my system while others could only see me clicking on thin air, as it just occurred to me that I was the only one able to see and receive the system notifications. Alec waited for 1 hour for the system to open, and he was certainly not disappointed, because after 1 hour later the system came back online, showing a status panel with a picture of Alec at the side of it like all those game system he had always played in his past world. Status tab. Name Alec Gordons. Race human. Level 0. Tier 0. Exp till next level 0 100. Attributes. Strength 5+. Agility 5+. Endurance 4+. Mana 0+. Affinity Earth High+, Fire High+, available points 5 bonus. System points 0. Job. Weapons Rare materials. Crystal refinements. The rest options are still locked based on user low level. Alec quickly understand the system because of its game-like features. Alec the Grand Elder asked for you to be called to the training hall. Alec heard someone talking to him from outside his door. I will be right there very soon, he replied back to whoever has been sent to deliver the message. He could hear the footsteps of the boy retreating, so he got up and tidied up. The system was still showing his status tab, which was clearly distracting him and obstructing his view. How I wish it would just close for a while, Alec thought, and then realized it really went off. He was surprised and tried to bring it back with his mind, and it came back. Fuck, it could be controlled with the mind, and I was just clicking in the air when I was with Gramps. Alec face palmed himself with his hands when he realized that he could have just tried controlling it with his mind from the start. What really made him embarrassed was the fact that it took him quite long to realize. When he got to the gathering, he noticed that all members of the younger generation were invited. Alec could see that most of them have already formed some type of clique, so he just went and sit in one corner. As always, after all, he was not really interested in talking with any of them, but he noticed someone sit next to him. I don't really think I'm the type of person you want to sit with right now, 'cause I'm pretty much the one everyone avoids, Alec said. Who cares, I'm someone like you anyways. I'm not really accepted among the family. Like you also am someone called a bastard. My name is Arthur. He stretched his hand towards Alec for a handshake, which Alec gladly took. My name is Alec. Who does not know Alec, the next prince of the Gordon family? Well, you already know my name. I'm blessed with the affinity for earth and metal, Arthur said. Whoa, that's great, but I can't remember seeing anyone with that type of double affinity. When I was in the assessment grounds, Alec said back, well, that's because I awaken after you left, man. My 2 elements could be traced back to my father, and my mother's secondary elements, oh no wonder. I don't really care though, I think you gonna do great, thinks Alec encouraged him. So which path are you going to choose? There had been rumors going around that you might take over for your grandfather and become a golem, Mage, Arthur said. Yes, of course, I'm following his footsteps. Someone has to show that our unique golem path ain't lost even if other don't take it seriously like it used to. Again, Alec replied, well, then you gonna need a bodyguard. How about I be your partner, Arthur offered. And they shook hands again with smiles on their face. It was clear that they agree a lot on many things. The Grand Elder walked in with a long staff with his hat. He sat at the middle of the hall, where a small platform was arranged. First of all, I want to congratulate all of you who has awakened and would soon embark on their journey of being great mages. Secondly, I want to tell you all not to get cocky, because you feel you are better than the rest of your colleagues in this room, because you think you have a more high affinity than them. What really matters is the effort you put into your training. I will also like to inform you that you have not yet stepped into the realms of Mage, so for now forget anything like being a mage of Gordon's family. Well, the main reason why I called you all for this meeting, so that I can impact and transfer the mana circulation techniques of Gordon's family to you. All. The Grand Elder paused his explanation as he stuck his big staff on the floor, and 5 big stones emerged from the ground, with the Gordon's family techniques written in them. You are allowed to pick one you, and learn only when you have been able to accumulate more mana in your body. That's when you will breach the lower tier 1 realm. Only then could you be called mages of the Gordon's family, the Grand Elder concluded. The moment the Grand Elder finished explaining, the younger generation of the Gordon's family quickly started moving closer toward the technique stones. They found out the techniques was easy to memorize it, but the moment they moved to memorize another one, they forgot about the last technique they just learnt. But unlike them, every time Alec read a technique, he got a notification from the system. Learnt basic mana circulation technique, spiral force. Learnt basic mana circulation technique, mini hole. Alec quickly realized he could learn this techniques easily, so he stopped willing after reading 2. After all, the Grand Elder have specifically told them only to learn 1 mana circulation technique. The Grand Order saw the look of confusions in the faces of the younger generation and laughed. I know what you all try to do, There is a reason why I said you are allowed to pick one mana circulation technique, and there was a reason when I never stopped you, because it is close to impossible to learn more than one mana technique. But if you actually were able to, you would be classified as a monster class genius, because those that do are able to develop twice as much for every time they cultivate. Hearing this, most of the younger generation went back to read properly and find the one that suited them the most. But when Alec heard this, he blinked, realizing he just did learn too. He decided to keep this a secret and maybe use it to his advantage. When Alec returned home, he settled himself into a meditative position, his eagerness palpable as he prepared to test the mana circulation technique he had just learned. The Grand Elder had emphasized the importance of accumulating mana quickly, as it would expedite their promotion to becoming Tier 1 mages. Spiral Force Basic Mana Circulation activated LV1. Mini Hole Basic Mana Circulation activated LV1. As Alec began utilizing the mana circulation techniques, he noticed two distinct colors swirling towards him. Curiosity getting the best of him, he couldn't resist reaching out and extending his hand towards the colors. The moment his hand made contact with the vibrant hues, a refreshing sensation washed over him. Mana increased by 1. Exp increased by 1. A smile blossomed on Alex's face as he realized he was on the right path. However, the realization that he still had to accumulate 99 more experiences before reaching level 1 reminded him that he had only just begun his journey. He assumed that once he reached the next level, he would become a lower-tier mage. The colors of the lights moving toward him were classified in his mind as the elemental energies he had an affinity for, as they were both red and brown in color, which represents both fire and earth. Remaining in the meditative position, Alec continued to cultivate the mana circulation technique, eagerly hoping to break through to the next level and see what would happen. If the younger generation of the Gordons family were to hear that Alec was attempting to achieve a breakthrough in just one night, they would undoubtedly be surprised. Becoming a IO Tier 1 mage in one day after coming in contact with mana was no easy feat. However, Alec was unfazed by all of this. He gradually noticed that the amount of mana he was accumulating per minute was steadily increasing, even if he wasn't fully aware of it. The power of the two basic mana techniques working together was beginning to showcase its true strength. Ding gain 100 exp, leveled up to level 2. Alec eagerly opened his status tab, eager to compare his new stats to what they were before. Status tab. Name Alec Gordons. Race human. Level 1. Tier 1 low. Exp till next level 0 200. Attributes. Strength 7+. Agility 6+. Endurance 5+. Mana 100+. Affinity Earth High+, Fire High+. Available points 7 bonus. System points 0. He noticed that aside from his abnormal mana stats due to cultivating with two techniques, all of his attributes had been significantly increased. His stats had increased by 5 attribute points, and he was also given a 2-point bonus to allocate himself. After careful consideration, he decided to invest 2 points in strength, 2 points in agility, and the remaining 3 points into endurance. He wasn't particularly interested in using the points to boost his mana stats. He could achieve that by successfully cultivating the mana circulation techniques he had received from his clan. After allocating the points, his new status looked like this. Status tab. Name Alec Gordons. Race human. Level 1. Tier 1 low. Exp till next level 0 200. Attributes. Strength 9+2. Agility 8+2. Endurance 8+3. Mana 100+. Affinity Earth High+, Fire High+. Available points 0 bonus. System points 0. He could feel an incredible surge of strength pulsing through his body, a sensation he had never experienced before. The sheer power coursing through his veins left him feeling invincible, as if he could effortlessly shatter a stone with his bare hands. Deep down, he couldn't help but wonder what he could have accomplished if he had possessed such strength in his previous world. Perhaps he could have become a superhero, even if his abilities didn't quite reach the level of Superman. With his newfound power, dealing with robbers would be a piece of cake. With the knowledge that the system had truly enhanced his physical capabilities, he decided it was time to create his first golem. Having reached the Tier 1 mage realm, he knew he finally had enough mana to sustain the golem's mana consumption, just like his grandfather had advised. He eagerly turned to the ancient book of techniques, passed down through generations in the Gordon family. As he delved into the text, he quickly absorbed the ideas and concepts behind crafting a basic golem. After around 10 minutes of dedicated reading, he knew exactly what he wanted to create. Channeling his mana in accordance with the book's instructions, he began the process of shaping his first golem, connecting his mana with the earth elements present in the air and guiding them downward. It was like witnessing magic in action. As the elements responded, the ground itself began to react, and several clumps of clay started rising, gradually forming the golem. At first it appeared small, almost resembling a puppy, but Alec persisted, infusing more mana to gradually increase its height and strength. Even when it reached the stature of a regular human, he didn't stop. He realized that it still had the potential to absorb more mana, so he continued to shape the golem, making it more robust and muscular, just as he had envisioned. Without hesitation, he poured all his remaining mana into perfecting his creation. As he stepped back to admire his handiwork, he couldn't help but feel proud. The golem already resembled a miniature giant, its imposing figure reminiscent of Japanese sumo fighters. However, it stood taller than any of them. He kept sensing that something was missing, a gut feeling that nagged at him until it finally clicked in his head. Haha, why not give it a weapon or something? It looks so perfect now, but wouldn't it be nice to have it as a brawler with its big body? I'm sure it would have a slightly slower speed, he chuckled to himself. The idea of his magnificent golem wielding a weapon filled him with excitement, so he decided to use his remaining mana to craft a weapon that would seamlessly integrate with the golem's body. He wanted to create a weapon that would become a permanent part of the golem. He started by crafting a large shield to be placed on the golem's left hand. It was challenging at first, but he persevered and poured more mana into the creation of the shield. Gradually, it began to take shape and fit naturally onto the golem's left arm, much to Alec's delight. Encouraged by his progress, he envisioned giving the golem an attacking weapon for its right hand. He pictured a mace with numerous spikes, and to his surprise, it proved to be a much easier task than crafting the shield. In no time, the mace was complete. Exhausted from the crafting process, Alec collapsed onto his bed. As he looked at the system, he noticed a new notification, further adding to his anticipation. Congrats on learning skill. Golem creation legendary. There is no limit to how many you can make. Only your mana determines your limit. A puzzled expression crossed his face as he muttered to himself. What a weird explanation. Realizing that he had exhausted all the mana he had just accumulated, which was already abnormal for a regular Tier 1 mage attempting to create a golem, he became even more certain that his golem was special. He decided to consult his system to assess its strength. Recalling the introduction in the golem technique book he had acquired, he knew that even ordinary golems typically required only 10 mana to bring them to life. Earth Golem. Level 1 can be upgraded. Realm Tier 1 low. Rank rare. Strength 15. Agility 6. Endurance 20. A rare golem crafted with clumsiness, but turned out to be a masterpiece, one that has the potential to evolve. Alec's eyes widened with surprise as he compared the stats of his creation to his own. The numbers indicated that this golem was far stronger than even advanced mages. Despite its drawback of being slow, the golem compensated with its large shield, ready to defend at any moment. Looking at his first golem, Alec couldn't help but smirk in satisfaction. It stood tall, bulky, and intimidating, with piercing red eyes. It was the perfect partner that Alec had envisioned in his mind. Seating himself in a meditative position, Alec focused on replenishing the mana he had used in creating his masterpiece. As he observed the golem taking a defensive stance in front of him, Alec couldn't help but feel a mix of surprise and confusion. He recalled that the golem had been classified as a rare rank, and in the golem techniques passed down by the patriarch of the Gordon's family, it was mentioned that higher-ranked golems tended to possess greater intelligence. Some golems required no orders before protectively defending their masters. In his recollection, golem ranks started from common to uncommon before reaching the rare rank. Realizing that he had just jumped 2 ranks to produce his first official golem left him shocked. I might just be a genius, he said to himself smugly, his confidence growing. Next day, Alec woke up feeling incredibly refreshed, more than he had ever felt before. As he looked down, he was surprised to see himself still in a meditative position. He must have fallen asleep while practicing his double mana circulation techniques, and it seemed to have a positive effect on him. Stretching his body and letting out a big yawn, he noticed that the golem he had created the day before was still standing in a defensive position, ready to protect him from any potential danger. Alec admired the intelligence of his newly crafted golem, impressed by its ability to stay vigilant even without his command. With a nod of approval, he stood up and began making his way towards the Gordon family training ground. He had heard that all the younger generations of the family were going to be taught basic combat techniques, regardless of their interest in the mage path they decided to follow. The Gordon clan believed in giving everyone a chance to protect themselves, especially with the top academy recruitment approaching. Noticing the golem following him without any instruction, Alec turned back and said, "Wait for me here." To his surprise, the golem actually obeyed and stayed in place. Smirking at this detail, he gestured for it to follow him and continued on his way to the training ground. As Alec and his golem passed, they attracted attention from everyone they passed. People couldn't help but be amazed. Seeing Alec with a golem by his side was surprising enough, but the constant release of aura from his body, indicating his recent breakthrough to becoming a Tier 1 mage, and this left people in awe. "Isn't that the grandson of the patriarch?" "Yes, it is. It seems he has finally been promoted to the Tier 1 mage realm. What were you expecting? Becoming the family heir is no easy task." "Absolutely, our young master is a true genius." Various comments and discussion erupted as others talked about Alec's excellence. Despite having been scorned in the past, being seen as illegitimate by many, Alec knew that strength was what truly mattered. His two high affinities, and being the first among the younger generations to break through to the Tier 1 mage realm, only served to highlight his remarkable talents even more. As Alec entered the training hall, he noticed that many Gordon family members had already begun their training. He blamed himself for meditating so late, resulting in him waking up later than usual. However, he wasn't bothered by it. Even if the situation were to repeat itself, he would still choose to prioritize training over sleep. His excitement and thirst to learn more about mana had led him to meditate overnight and conduct numerous experiments with golems. The exhaustion from depleting his mana only to start meditating again was the reason he had fallen asleep in a meditative position. Alec had been an amateur in golem making just last night, but now after a lot of trials and error, he could be said to have progressed to the level of a beginner golem master. As he entered the training ground, all eyes turned to him, wide with surprise and disbelief at the aura he was emitting. The sheer amount of energy waves he was releasing made it evident to everyone present that he had become a Tier 1 mage. And with the golem standing behind him, exuding the same aura, it only solidified their belief that he had truly entered the realm of mages. It was common knowledge that one could not maintain a summoned golem for long without a Tier 1 mage's mana pool. This display of power further cemented Alec's newfound status. "How did he become a Tier 1 mage overnight?" exclaimed one onlooker. "See, only the strongest among the younger generations can be the leader," remarked another. "I knew it. The moment he was chosen, I could tell he was special," added someone else. "I feel like that golem could crush me. It looks much sturdier than the golem. A first-timer should be able to craft." One of the children from the younger generation voiced their thoughts. Even Arthur, who had initially claimed that he would protect Alec before he could obtain a powerful golem, was taken aback when he saw the golem standing behind Alec. He laughed at his past self for underestimating Alec's abilities. Looking at Alec's golem, he was certain that he wouldn't stand a chance against that massive mound of clay. Even the golem's intimidating red eyes sent shivers down Arthur's spine. Arthur walked up to Alec and placed a hand on his shoulder, and the golem raised its mace in a threatening position, ready to strike at any moment. But Alec simply waved his hand, and the golem seemed to understand his intentions. It lowered its mace back down. Arthur's lips trembled and he felt cold shivers running down his neck. All this was a testament to the fear he felt when the bulky yet sturdy golem raised its hand. He felt helpless against the impending strike, even before the strike was made. "Wow, you've gotten much stronger, brother. You have to take care of me in the future," Arthur mumbled, while comically clinging onto Alec's legs. The golem scratched its head, finding Arthur's behavior rather peculiar despite its intelligence. Meanwhile, the 7 enforcers from the Gordon family, responsible for combat training, were astounded by Alec's first golem. I believe that golem is of uncommon rank. What a genuise. To be able to craft an uncommon rank golem so fast, this boy must be a golem genius," one of the elders remarked to himself, unaware of his mistake. If he had known that it was the same rank as the patriarch's boss golems, he might have referred to Alec as a monster rather than a genius. The entire younger generation gathered around Alec, accepting him as one of their own. They bombarded him with questions about cultivation, recognizing his knowledge and expertise. Inside, Alec grinned, knowing that this was what his grandfather had always wanted for him to connect with the younger generations at an early stage. After all, if he was going to lead them in the future, it was better to establish a friendship now while they were still young. Alec did his best to answer every question thrown at him, despite considering himself a novice in cultivation. After dismissing the other kids to continue their training, only Arthur remained by Alec's side. Curiously, Arthur asked, "So, what's this behemoth's name?" hoping for a cool and impressive answer. However, he could practically see question marks hovering over Alec's head, indicating his lack of a name for the golem. Arthur couldn't help but express his disbelief, saying, "Wait, don't tell me you haven't named this incredible golem yet. It's obvious that it holds a special significance since it's your very first one." Alec admitted with a sheepish smile, "Oh, I never really thought that far ahead." As he stared at the towering golem, he pondered what to call it. Suddenly, with a bright look on his face, Alec turned to Arthur and exclaimed, "What about Fatty?" Arthur's expression clearly reflected his confusion, as if to say, "What on earth is wrong with your sense of naming?" Trying to offer an alternative, Arthur suggested, "How about Titan? It perfectly suits its size and significance as your first creation. A name like that has a certain dominant appeal, don't you think?" Arthur turned towards his friend, seeking his approval for the name he proposed. After a moment of contemplation, Alex sighed and conceded, "I think I'll go with Titan, the name you chose. I can't deny that it sounds better and feels right." Upon hearing their combat instructor's voice, Arthur chimed in, saying, "Well, let's not waste any more time. We should head in and get to practicing." The instructor had called the young boys to participate in combat drills. Alec and Arthur swiftly returned to the training ground. Alec took on a round of basic boxing and hand-to-hand combat with one of the instructors in the corner, ready to improve his skills. Learnt basic combat skills, LVL 1050. Alec couldn't help but notice that a myriad of ideas and techniques for hand-to-hand combat filled his mind. It felt as though he had become a seasoned veteran, someone who had been practicing for years. However, he humbly chose to follow the instructions given by the instructor, diligently executing each skill one by one. Even though Alec felt he already possessed a deeper understanding of the techniques than the instructor himself, he remained focused and committed to perfecting his execution. Learnt basic combat skills, LVL 12050. However, Alec couldn't help but notice that his proficiency continued to increase with each practice session. It was apparent that practice truly made perfect in this world. Alec smirked at his own progress, recognizing the improvement he was making. As he continued to practice the combat techniques, Alec's movements became even more fluid and graceful. The instructor couldn't help but stop and watch in awe as Alec flawlessly demonstrated his fist styles. The instructor couldn't help but feel a sense of inferiority as Alec seemed to have reached his level of mastery. Word began to spread among the other kids, fueling their admiration for Alec. They saw him as a monster in human form, and this only solidified his position as their revered leader. The instructor, realizing Alec's remarkable talent, contemplated switching him to a more advanced instructor, feeling that Alec was wasting his time with basic teachings. Unbeknownst to the instructor, Alec had completely grasped the technique within a matter of minutes. A new instructor, surprised to see Alec, approached him. "Attack me with what you have learned. Let me see your progress," the new instructor challenged, assuming a defensive stance. "All right," Alec responded, rushing towards the man. He initiated a punch with his right hand, but the instructor quickly realized it was a feint as Alec swiftly withdrew his right hand and delivered a punch with his left hand instead. The instructor managed to calmly redirect his hand to protect his exposed ribs, showcasing his skill. Undeterred by the instructor's defense, Alec decided to continue with the punch. He wanted to test his strength since acquiring this new system, and he intended to use this instructor as a benchmark. With a resounding bam, Alec's punch landed squarely on the man, causing him to take a few steps back as he tried to steady himself. Alec observed the reaction and noticed a system panel sign appear before him. Insight skill activated status. Name unknown Gordon's instructor. Level Tier 2 Mage low. Progress to next level, 10 mid Tier 2 Mage. Affinity Earth medium affinity. Alec was taken aback by the astonishing new option presented by the system. He had never imagined that such heaven-defying skills existed, allowing him to peer into and assess his opponent's realm of strength. "Oh, it seems you're quite formidable," the instructor commented nonchalantly, his previous underestimation of Alec forgotten. "I shouldn't hold back since you're also a Tier 1 mage." Alec observed his opponent, a growing sense of danger tugging at his instincts as a brown glow enveloped the instructor's body. The instructor assumed a fighting stance and swiftly dashed towards Alec, who had raised his hands in a defensive position, signaling he wasn't ready to engage in combat. The instructor threw a punch directly at Alec's face, aiming to inflict some bruises and redeem himself from his prior humiliation. The perilous sensation intensified, and Alec realized he couldn't halt the impending attack. Thoughts raced through his mind at lightning speed, desperately wishing his golem was by his side. Miraculously, as if jolted by his unspoken wish, the golem sprang into action. It swiftly positioned itself in front of Alec, shield raised protectively. With a loud bang, the instructor's hands collided with the golem's sturdy shield, causing it to crack slightly under the impact of a strike from a Tier 2 mage. However, the shield had served its purpose, absorbing the full force of the punch and shielding Alec from harm. Alec's eyes trembled with awe at the golem's remarkable battle awareness, which had successfully thwarted the imminent danger. "All right, that's enough," a voice intervened. Alec turned his gaze to find one of the senior instructors approaching them. Recognizing the elder, the instructor quickly lowered his head, respectfully extending both fists in greeting. "Senior," the instructor acknowledged, "I can see that not only are you talented in your elemental affinity, but you also possess considerable combat skills. To be able to endure and exchange blows with a Tier 2 mage shortly after becoming a mage even if he was holding back, but it still shows you're remarkable, young master," the elderly man praised. "What, young master? I can't believe I was just attempting to bully the next heir of the Gordons family," the instructor thought inwardly, his forehead now damp with nervous perspiration. He anxiously pondered the possibility of facing punishment from the senior instructor himself. To his relief, the instructor quickly realized that the elder displayed no interest in engaging with him. The elder's focus was solely on the young master. Seizing the opportunity, the instructor made his exit silently, careful not to draw attention to himself. Following their conversation, the senior instructor and Alec conversed for a while longer before Alec resumed his training. This time, he directed his efforts towards honing his combat abilities, using a wooden puppet as his practice partner. By the end of the day, as Alec left the training area accompanied by his golem, he had successfully elevated his combat skills to level 3. Filled with newfound confidence, Alec now felt ready to face any opponent in a one-on-one confrontation. Learnt basic combat skills. LVL 345-200. Alec returned home exhausted and overwhelmed from the intense training he had undergone that day. Determined and focused, he decided to take a relaxing bath before diving back into his cultivation practice. Despite achieving the impressive feat of becoming the first mage in the younger generation, Alec knew he couldn't afford to slack off or become complacent. Within the younger generation, Alec had come across several incredibly talented individuals. One of them was Arthur, who seemed to possess immense potential. Utilizing his insight skills with the system, Alec discovered that Arthur was already on the brink of reaching Tier 1 mage status. This realization only fueled Alec's determination to keep pushing himself, knowing he had worthy competitors standing beside him. Status. Name: Arthur Gordon. Level: undecided. Progress to next level, 67 Tier 1 mage. Affinity: Earth medium affinity, metal high affinity. He was well aware that others with dual affinities wouldn't be too far behind him, so Alec was determined to create a significant gap between them. It was crucial for him to maintain his status as the leading mage among the younger generation in order to protect his reputation and prestige as the young master. "Hey, come out, smelly boy." Alec heard his grandfather's voice from outside, prompting him to make his way towards the old man. "What's up, old man?" Alec responded nonchalantly, fully aware that if others witnessed his relaxed demeanor towards the patriarch of the Gordon family, they might be angered. However, in that moment, it was just him and his grandfather, allowing him to feel slightly more at ease. "You cheeky brat, come here and let me have a good look at you. You didn't even bother to inform me when you became a mage, you little rascal." The old man wrapped his hand around Alec's head and delivered a solid knock. No matter how much Alec struggled, he couldn't even budge the old man. "Old man, you're choking me, stop it." Alec tapped out, a signal of surrender. However, the old man seemed to still hold some resentment. Still, he eventually let go, saying, "How dare you not tell me you've advanced to become a Tier 1 mage? I should have been the first person to hear such good news. But no, you kept me in the dark. Do you know how embarrassing it was for me to find out from others that my own grandson has become a mage?" He said this while tightening his grip on Alec's ears. "Ouch, spare me, please. It was a mistake," Alec pleaded, desperately trying to appease his grandfather, who had paid him quite the visit with such a temper. 2 weeks had passed since Alec's grandfather discovered his mage abilities. He was now hailed as the prodigy of the Gordon family, surpassing the other dual-element kids who had taken a whole week to reach Tier 1 mage status. The younger generation of the family was showing promise, with numerous young mages emerging. While some of the new mages grew complacent, taking a break from their training, Alec remained diligent. Not a single day went by where he did not dedicate himself to his combat training during the day and honing his golem-making skills at night. To acknowledge his achievements, his grandfather bestowed upon him a space pouch as a gift, though Alec suspected it was just another indulgence from the old man. Alec's hard work and dedication during training paid off handsomely. His basic combat skills soared to level 5, a remarkable accomplishment in such a short span of time. Basic combat skills LVL 545-500. He also improved his golem creation skill and was now able to create 7 other golems apart from Titan. Even though there wasn't a level indicator to showcase his progress, he could feel a significant improvement in his ability to craft sturdy golems compared to when he first started as a mage. Furthermore, he discovered that the system had the capacity to communicate, but it seemed reluctant to reach out due to the energy it consumed. The system informed him that every question he asked would cost him 20 mana, regardless of whether or not it could provide an answer. This revelation left Alec feeling uncertain about trusting the system, but he ultimately decided to take advantage of the system's rapid power growth and asked a few questions that had been lingering in his mind. With a determined mind, he opened his status tab and began to inquire about his burning questions. Status tab. Name Alec Gordons. Race human. Level 2. Tier 1 low tier. Exp till next level 0300. Attributes. Strength 9 plus. Agility 8 plus. Endurance 8 plus. Mana 100. Affinity Earth High plus, Fire High plus. Available points 3. System points 0. What is your purpose? Alec asked, curiosity filling his voice. X, to make the host the strongest mage alive, that's my main purpose. The system responded, its words resonating in Alec's mind. Status tab. Name Alec Gordons. Race human. Level 2. Tier 1 low tier. Exp till next level 0300. Attributes. Strength 9 plus. Agility 8 plus. Endurance 8 plus. Mana 100. Affinity Earth High plus, Fire High plus. Available points 3. System points 0. Alec checked his mana, only to realize that it had reduced by 20. It seems the system wasn't lying about the 20 mana per question, Alec thought to himself. Who created you? Alec asked the question that had been bothering him. He believed that he might be a plaything of some god, someone who was just watching him like an experiment. Question invalid. All you need to know is that I have transferred with you to help you become the strongest mage. Another waste of 20 mana, Alec said to himself when he realized that his mana had reduced to 60 from 80, as the system still failed to answer his question. Well, I guess that solves all I need to know about the system. I'll have to level up quickly and see if it finally answers my questions, Alec said to himself. It's an attack. All mages, report for duty at the gates. A middle-aged man shouted as he rushed towards the family gates. It seems my first battle is about to start, Alec said to himself. He quickly allocated his available points into agility to improve his running speed. Status tab. Name Alec Gordons. Race human. Level 2. Tier 1 low tier. Exp till next level 0300. Attributes. Strength 9 plus. Agility 11 plus. Endurance 8 plus. Mana 100. Affinity Earth High plus, Fire High plus. Available points 0. System points 0. Moment he started running straight towards the gates, he noticed that he was much faster than normal. He caught up with the rest of the family members who were also making their way to the city gates. Alec, he turned back to see Arthur and the rest of the younger generations lagging behind. He slowed down a little so they could catch up. What is it? Alec asked immediately. Have you heard any information about the attack? Arthur asked, but Alec shook his head to indicate that he had no idea about the attack. Even better, I have some information, Arthur said with a smirk. Just spill it, dumbass, Alec said impatiently. Okay, I got a little info from an older guard passing by. It was said that a level 5 zombie horde is heading straight for our city, Arthur explained. But how is that possible? I thought zombie hordes only occurred during a blood moon, and it's definitely not nighttime, let alone a blood moon, Alec questioned. Now that's where you're mistaken, man. Not all zombies are able to return to their dimensions after an attack, so those who are left gather around the highest level zombie, waiting for the next blood moon to join the next attacking force, Arthur clarified. However, occurrences like this are very rare since most high-level zombies escape quickly when they realize the portal is closing. But this time, a level 5 zombie wasn't able to escape when the city lord cut off its right arm, leaving it lagging behind. Now that it has recovered its strength, it's seeking revenge. Arthur explained all the details to Alec. So we're up against a tier 5 zombie commander, Alec asked. No, it's not a zombie commander. It's a tier 5 zombie brain monster, a mental type, Arthur clarified with a laugh. Ha ha ha, what did you think? That a zombie commander can lead a horde that would make the city lord call on the family clan mages. Don't make me laugh, Arthur said. Move to the south gate quickly. the patriarch instructed as the clan members closed in on the central gate. The Gordons' clan members made a slight turn and hurried over. Even Alec was surprised to see his grandfather waiting there for them. Up until now, Alec hadn't realized that he wasn't the one leading the charge when they left the family compound. But now, as he calmed down and thought about it, he realized that the old man must have been in a meeting with the city lord and other powerful family leaders in the city, and it seems they must have agreed upon having the Gordon family protecting the weaker south gate. The Gordon family members arrived at the gate swiftly, climbing up and spreading around the walls to cover any gaps, ensuring that the zombies wouldn't exploit any openings. They allowed the younger generation of the Gordon family to stay behind, watching their backs as they fought off the zombies. The patriarch levitated in the air, observing, as some of the higher-ranking family members gave orders. He wasn't ready to interfere just yet. As Alec looked ahead, he noticed a cloud of dust obscuring his vision. After a few minutes, the dust cleared, revealing a massive horde of zombies running toward the city gates. A wave of fear washed over Alec as he had never seen so many zombies gathered in one place before. This was his first encounter with a zombie attack on a city. Until now, their family had always been protected, shielded from such threats. But now, as they stepped onto the path of the Mage, the responsibility of protecting the clan fell on their shoulders too. When Alec glanced around, he saw that most of the younger generation children were trembling in fear. It was also their first time witnessing the horrifying faces of the zombies. No matter how much they had been taught, it was still not enough to prepare them for the sight of these slow yet dreadfully menacing creatures, tainted by another dimension. Alec steeled his resolve, reminding himself that as the leader of the younger generation, he couldn't afford to cower in fear when they were at war. He pondered on how to motivate the younger generation and boost their decreasing morale. Then he recalled that acting like a showman and showcasing his strength would do the trick. After all, strength was highly respected in this world. Tapping on his space pouch, he summoned his 8 golems, with Titan standing proudly in the front. There's no need to despair. All we have to do is keep crushing their heads, just as we've been taught in our lessons, Alec declared. We are warriors of the Gordons' clan. These puny zombies won't be able to stop our attack. He shouted at the top of his lungs, igniting a surge of enthusiasm among the members of the Gordons' clan as he realized that the zombies were already close to reaching their line of defense. Even the older generation was impressed by his passionate speech. For the clan, Alec exclaimed. For the clan, echoed the rest of the clan members around him. It didn't take long for the zombies to reach the walls. Climbing through the cracks, however, the Gordons' family wasn't just there to watch them climb without taking any action. Those skilled in archery started raining down arrows on the zombies, not concerning themselves too much with precise aim. There were too many zombies to completely intimidate them, as they knew no fear, pain, or fatigue. Here they come. Archers, fall back and assist the warriors. The patriarch commanded, acting as the commander from where he stood. The archers quickly moved back, allowing those armed with weapons and trained in battle mage path to step forward. Tier spell magic rock gloves. One of the clan members shouted as he activated a magic spell with his Tier 1 mana, causing particles of earth elements to form gloves on his hands. With a powerful punch, he obliterated the head of an unlucky zombie attempting to climb up. Similar scenes unfolded all along the walls. Even those wielding weapons had Tier 1 magic rock armor protecting their bodies, allowing them to attack without hesitation while shielding themselves from any zombie strikes. Things were going well for them, until a Tier 1 zombie managed to burst out and leap over the other unclassified zombies that were being slaughtered. Using its fallen comrades as a makeshift ladder, it jumped high enough to evade the warriors and headed straight for the archers at the back, who were assisting the younger generations of the Gordons' family. The Tier 1 zombie, known as a speed demon, had blue skin and sharp fangs. With long claws, its red eyes glowed, and drool fell from its mouth. It possessed a special trait of incredible speed, catching the warriors off guard with its timely jump. Shit, that's a Tier 1 zombie speed demon. How the hell did they let it slip through? It's a known assassin of the zombie race, one of the archers exclaimed. As soon as Alec heard this, he sent a command to Titan to intercept the zombie and protect the archers. He realized that none of the archers were as strong as the battle path mages, leaving the 7-level 0 golems around him as additional defense. As the claws of the Tier 1 speed demon aimed to strike the nearest archer, it was met with the presence of a sturdy stone shield. The shield, provided by Titan, clashed with the speed demon's claws, sending tremors back to the zombie's hands. The shield was thick, as Alec had been tempering the rare golem with earth elements while practicing his golem's experiment. The zombie took 2 steps back, acknowledging its defeat in the strength battle against Titan. However, that was its fatal mistake. What happened next not only surprised the zombie, but everyone on the south wall. A spiky mace descended on the head of the speed demon zombie, crushing its brain and splattering its juices everywhere. Ding, 50x points gained, 10 system points gained. Even Alec was surprised by the quick battle reaction of his rare golem. He had created other level 0 golems and had them fight, but their performance had never been up to par. He couldn't help but feel that Titan possessed a higher level of intelligence. Being a rare golem, he now realized how wrong he had been. Not only were the clan members shocked, but they became even more astonished as they witnessed Titan throw its spiky mace immediately after killing the first speed demon, deeply embedding it in the neck of another speed demon. This particular speed demon had been on the verge of clawing at the neck of a member of the Gordon's clan who had looked shocked. 54 experience point gained, 10 system point gained. Now the family could rest assured that this golem could be compared to the battle prowess of the clan's veteran Tier 1 mages. With just 2 simple strikes, it had successfully eliminated significant threats that could have resulted in the loss of lives. Status tab. Name Alec Gordons. Race human. Level 2. Tier 1 low tier. Exp till next level, 104 300. Attributes. Strength 9+. Agility 11+. Endurance 8+. Mana 6100. Affinity Earth High Plus, Fire High Plus. Available points 0. System points 20. Alex soon came to the realization that the most efficient way to rapidly enhance his power was by eliminating zombies. However, he soon discovered that he wasn't the only one experiencing growth. Titan 2 was evolving alongside him. Earth Golem. Name Titan. Level 1 can be upgraded 4100. Realm lower tier 1. Rank rare. Strength 15. Agility 6. Endurance 20. Alec couldn't help but gasp as he came to the unsettling realization of how severely compromised his system was. After witnessing the impressive display of strength by Titan, he saw him move swiftly to retrieve his trusted weapon, a spiky mace that seemingly materialized from the very earth itself. It appeared to be far sturdier than any steel weapons employed by the Gordons family, indicating that Alec had taken great care in imbuing it with an abundance of mana during its creation. This, coupled with the equally formidable shield he had fashioned, made them the ultimate tools for warfare. It was no wonder the mace effortlessly decimated the zombie's head. Pleased with his handiwork, Alec nodded approvingly, his gaze fixed once again on the magnificent weapon. Wrath Spike Mace. Weapon LVL, 5 upgrade golem rank to upgrade +9 strength +5 speed +1 endurance. A sudden realization dawned on him. He possessed the ability to enhance Titan's mace with his own mana. It was an extraordinary feat, one that seemed exclusive to him, as he had never witnessed anyone else perform such a task. If others knew about this power, they would have saved themselves the trip to the blacksmith, opting instead to create their weapons using their own mana. Empowered by this newfound knowledge, Alec not only upgraded Titan's mace, but also seized the opportunity to enhance his shield, elevating it to level 5. Such advancements brought a surge of excitement and satisfaction, knowing that he had strengthened both his and Titan's defenses to an impressive degree. Guard Shield. Weapon LVL, 5 upgrade golem rank to upgrade +3 strength +12 endurance. As the mace priorities the strength stats, the shield priorities endurance, and Alec didn't take it too seriously. It was all just for fun, an experiment using his mana, however. He ended up creating something that made Titan overpower a zombie in the same realm as him. It seems to have the power of a mid-tier 1 mage, everyone thought, impressed with Alec's ability to have a mid-tier 1 golem while still being in the low-tier 1 rank. Only Alec knew that they were mistaken. It was the reinforced weapons that gave Titan the strength to reach that level, but it still couldn't defeat an opponent in a direct confrontation. Its strength relied on the items, so if Titan were to drop either the shield or the mace, it would lose its advantage. "Wow, that's so cool," Arthur exclaimed, looking at Alec with star-struck eyes. "We're still on the battlefield, idiot, get off me," Alec said, trying to push Arthur away while bypassing the 7 level 0 golems that surrounded him. "You're strong, I'll train harder to catch up to you," Alec heard someone say. He turned and saw Agnes, another dual elementalist like him and Arthur. Standing beside her was someone with a cloak and a masked face that reminded him of the ninjas from his previous world movies. "Who is that?" Alec asked Arthur, realizing he had no memory or idea of him since they had never met before. "Well, that's Gordon Knight. I guess you don't talk much with the family members. Even though you're the young master and leader of the Gordon family's younger generation, he's like us, awakened with dual elements. It seems to be earth and darkness," Arthur explained. It seems the family will have another strong member in the future if he trains diligently, Alec mused. You never said that to me, Arthur complained, pouting. Alec, though tired of Arthur's acting, ignored him. He had just used his inspection skills on Arthur and was shocked by his abilities. Gordon Arthur. Elements Earth mid, Metal high. Level Tier 1 Mage low. Battle Power 70. Meanwhile, Agnes only had 60% in her battle power, indicating that if she were to clash with Arthur, she would have a higher chance of losing. The 10% difference would not be easily bridged. By the time Alec finished analyzing their battle power, Titan had returned and taken his place by his side. It had a dangerously shining red eyes, yet appeared calm as if it hadn't just slaughtered 2 dangerous zombies. The archers from the family were intimidated by the blood still on Titan's mace, gulping down nervously as they looked at him. Good job, Alec praised Titan, even though he knew it was just a golem. It was his first intelligent and rare golem. To his surprise, the golem nodded back at him, showing its high level of intelligence and ability to understand him easily. Alec glanced at the guys holding the front line and noticed most of them were slowing down, their fatigue accumulating. Due to the incredibly high number of zombies attacking the south gate, Alec was certain that if they continued like this, casualties would soon start to pile up. Rock Golem. Level 0 Unclassified. Rank Normal. Battle Power 10. He surveyed the 7 Level 0 golems he had created, contemplating the idea of replacing some of his clan members with his team of clay constructs. After all, the golems didn't have to worry about stamina, since they were practically made with mana and only fed off Alec's mana to repair their damaged bodies. System, is there a way to ensure that these normal rank golems level up to level 1 and gain the same powers as a lower tier mage? Alec asked, his voice laced with curiosity. Yes, there is. They have to kill 100 level 0 life forms, like those weak zombies your family members are currently fighting, or they can kill 10 level 1 life forms instead. The choice is yours. As the system finished explaining, Alec realized that his mana had decreased by another 20, leaving him with around 70 mana. He had been meditating, attempting to recover the lost mana that the system had taken from him, and thankfully, the process was going smoothly and quickly. Perhaps it was because of the numerous zombies that had been slain, making the mana in the air more concentrated. It had created an environment where it was easier for someone to have a smooth breakthrough. However, Alec knew that no one would be foolish enough to attempt a breakthrough in the middle of a war-like environment like this. Everyone was on edge and focused on defending themselves. Looking around, Alec noticed that only the Tier 1 mages from his clan had joined the defense. Not a single Tier 2 mage had come to lend a hand. Arthur, sensing Alec's realization, asked, "Seems like you noticed." Alec simply nodded, realizing that the weaker zombies were being used as a training tool for the Tier 1 mages to gain battle experience. This small part of the army that had been left out of the portal was obviously expendable. They were being used by the higher-tier zombies to drain the strength of their opponents. "I will take care of this," Alec muttered to himself, his resolve evident in his firm eyes. Arthur couldn't help but smile, proud to follow such a cool boss. Alec poured all his mana into creating spears with earth magic, despite the lack of sand or ground nearby. He manipulated his mana, altering the earth elements in the atmosphere to assist in forming the weapons. This act caught the attention of his grandfather, who observed Alec's improved control over mana in real time. Even after finishing the creation of the spears, Alec wasn't done. He continued to transfer more mana into each spear, ensuring the compression of earth elements on them, effectively leveling them up. Each stone spear now possessed significant power. Stone spear. Weapon levels 5s. +7 strength, +7 agility, +1 endurance. However, this effort took a toll on Alec, costing him 10 mana for each spear. He panted in exhaustion and felt dizzy from the aftereffects of depleting all his mana for this singular goal. Yet when he saw the golems each grab a spear, he knew it was all worth it. He fantasized about the massacre they were about to commit, knowing these spears would make them as strong as a semi-Tier 1 mage, someone on the cusp of breaking through to Tier 1 rank. Though they may not have the same strength as Tier 1 mages, there were more than enough golems to sweep through the unclassified zombies with ease. The spears had boosted their battle power by 30 each. Attack! Alec commanded the 7 golems, with Titan remaining behind as his trusty shield. The golems charged forward, swiftly overtaking the fatigued warriors in front of Alec. Make way for the golems. Fall back and recover your mana, Alec ordered the Gordon family members, surprising them with his leadership. Though taken aback, they obeyed and retreated, while the zombies attempted to exploit this opening and attack the zombies. Stab. Without hesitation, they wasted no time in thrusting their spears clumsily towards the heads of the zombies. The weapons penetrated the zombies' heads with a single thrust, and then they quickly withdrew their weapons to repeat the process on the other zombies, attempting to climb over their fallen comrade. The satisfying sound of victory echoed, ding. Plus 10 experience gained from killing 5 level 0 zombie. Ding, 2 EXP gained from defeating the level 0 zombie. Learned basic spear techniques. Alec's panel displayed a series of notifications as the golems grew more adept at killing zombies with their stone spears. It was clear that the introduction of the basic spearmanship skill had greatly improved their abilities. Basic spearmanship level 1. Enhances your ability to wield the spear with speed and strength, increasing the likelihood of delivering a fatal strike. It also accelerates your understanding of spear techniques, depending on the skill level. Oh, so that's what's been helping them. I can't help but think they've become as skilled as ancient Chinese spearmen soldiers, Alec remarked, a sense of awe in his voice. Curiously, Alec turned to Titan and asked, "Can you use a spear like them too?" He immediately face-palmed himself for asking such an obvious question. After all, Titan was a golem who could wield anything Alec asked him to. To his surprise, Titan nodded in response. Whoa, Alec muttered as his attention was drawn to another extraordinary sight of intellectual shown by Titan. The level 0 golems continued to slaughter the zombies atop the wall, appearing as agents of death. The zombies barely had a chance to approach before they were impaled by the golem's spears. The golems aimed for the head or chest, ensuring deep penetration and finishing the attack in a single swift motion. Any zombies foolish enough to attempt biting or clawing at the golems quickly regretted their decision. The golems lacked flesh or blood, preventing any possibility of reanimation. Skill level up, basic spearmanship level 2. As the skill leveled up, Alec noticed a change in the golem's attack method. Previously, they had only been stabbing, but now they were capable of performing sweeping attacks with the spearhead. It was for those zombies they had missed the first time, and attempting to close the gap between them, then the golem would swiftly perform a swipe, uprooting the entire head of the zombie. This ensured that those stubborn undead creatures wouldn't rise again to pester them. Witnessing the golems employ the spear in such a manner sent shockwaves through the Gordon clan watching. To see one person's summon performing the work of 7 individuals so flawlessly left everyone wondering what Alec must have done for his golem to possess such expertise in spear usage. Many believed that this knowledge had been imparted, similar to how renowned golem masters passed down their weapon techniques to their specialized golems, granting them increased battle power. No one had anticipated Alec reaching this level of golem creation, especially considering he had only recently become a mage. Genius, some exclaimed, admiring Alec's abilities. Agnes snorted at the shocked expression of the other young Gordon clan member beside her. What do you all expect? He's the leader of the younger generation of the Gordons. He undoubtedly possesses the power and talent to back it up, or else he wouldn't have been chosen. The fact that Alec could participate in such a high-level battle, while they, the other new mages, were merely there to spectate, amazed and invigorated the younger generations. Alec's remarkable performance ignited their passion. Alec could feel the gaze of the younger generation fixated on him, filled with fanatical worship. He sighed, knowing that in this world, strength was the ruling factor. He knew from now on that his presence in the clan would bring immense joy to these aspiring mages, who admired, were curious about him. It was evident that they adored him. As Alec noticed his grandfather nodding toward him, appearing relaxed but unable to hide the shock on his face, Alec felt an urge to craft another spear and observe if Titan could truly wield it as skillfully as the level 0 golems. But Alec had exhausted his mana while creating those mana spears for the golems. He had been trying to recover his mana, which was why he had kept Titan close, knowing it was his strongest golem. Suddenly, a scream echoed through the air as the line was breached from another angle. Alec turned to see another Tier 1 zombie, but this one seemed different from the speed demons. It had red skin, and its well-defined muscles made it resemble a bodybuilder. Alec activated his inspect ability to gather information on the new zombie. Inspect. Claw-type strength zombie. Level low Tier 1. Battle power 57. As Alec assessed the battle power of the formidable claw-type zombie, he realized that it could potentially cause significant losses to the clan members before they could handle it. Losing a family member was something he wasn't prepared to witness at the moment. Stop him, Titan, Alec instructed his most trusted golem. Titan turned towards the new target, emitting a slight mechanical sound as its red eyes gleamed brighter. With slow speed, Titan charged forward, appearing almost indistinguishable from a real being. With concern in his voice, Alec turned to Arthur. I hope you can deliver on your words as my new guard, Arthur. Of course, I am strong enough to protect you, Arthur replied, thumping his chest with confidence as he activated his Tier 1 mana pool and casted a rock armor spell upon himself. Whoa, yours looks even shinier. What did you do to the spell model to modify your rock armor like this? Alec asked, intrigued by the enhanced appearance. Well, that's simply because I have the metal element as well. It makes it easier for me to integrate some of my metal elements into the Tier 1 spell rock armor, Arthur explained. It makes the spell stronger and more aligned with my personality, somewhat of a mutated type of spell. However, I can only combine my two elements for this specific spell, and it's still not a complete integration of both elements. With his attention fixed on Titan, Arthur didn't bother to divert his gaze towards Alec. He was wholly focused on observing how Titan would handle this new challenge. They finally came face to face. The powerful swing of Titan's mace met with the ferocious swipe of the new Tier 1 zombie's claws, creating a clash of sound. Despite being pushed back, Titan stood his ground, his trusty shield protecting him from any frontal attacks. The zombie appeared confused for a moment before succumbing to its feral instincts, recklessly swiping its claws in a fit of rage. Clang! Each of the zombie's claw attacks were skillfully intercepted by Titan's shield, as if he could predict its every move. A new skill has been learned, Block Mastery. Block Mastery Level 1. Alec noticed the message, but chose to ignore it for now, his focus solely on watching Titan's impressive fight. He couldn't help but wonder if his own golems had awakened similar skills. Perhaps it had something to do with how often they had used their respective weapons in battle. The thought was giving him a headache, as he had never encountered anything like Titan's mastery of the mace before. Lost in his thoughts, Alec watched as Titan finally brought down the Tier 1 zombie, smashing its head and causing blood to splatter all over its smooth brown body. It gave off an aura of a war god, looking incredibly threatening. 59 experience points earned, 10 system points earned. Level up plus 3 attribute points. Status tab. Name Alec Gordons. Race human. Level 3. Tier 1 low tier. Experience until next level, 500. Attributes. Strength 9+. Agility +. Endurance 8+. Mana 35 100. Affinity Earth High+, Fire High+. Available attribute points 3. System points 40. Basic Spearmanship leveled up. Basic Spearmanship LVL 3. Mace Mastery learnt LVL 1. After seeing the series of messages on his screen, Alec felt a surge of happiness, and he saw Titan blasting the head of the Tier 1 zombie away. Finally, he understood how they could awaken their mastery of weapons. All it took was continuous usage of the weapon in battle, eventually leading to the awakening of the weapon mastery. In the case of spearmanship, Alec attributed their quick progress to the fact that many golems were already using it. This gave them an advantage over Titan, who had previously used a different weapon. However, this didn't matter much since Titan had already learned the skill. As long as he continued using his mace, he would keep improving himself. Alec decided to test his theory. With a mana pool of around 40 points, he created 2 new spears and focused on improving their strength and agility. As he prepared to upgrade the level of the spears, Arthur approached him, asking if he could have one since he didn't have a weapon yet. Alec replied ruthlessly, without holding back any words. He stated that Arthur would have to either craft one himself or remember to buy a weapon of his choice next time. Alec didn't want his crafted stone weapons to fall into the wrong hands and reveal their quality. He even thought of saying that only he and his golems could use them, just in case his family asked him to craft weapons and put him in an awkward position. Arthur, understanding Alec's point, replied, "Well, not everybody can craft weapons with earth elements like you. Our control is lacking. Well, it takes a toll on me to keep using my mana to craft weapons, so don't ask me for one again and remember to get yourself a weapon. After all, you were told we were coming to a battlefield. I don't know how you can be comfortable leaving your life in the hands of others," Alec said firmly. After that harsh talk down that Arthur received, Titan returned. Arthur backed off, feeling a lot of pressure just by looking into Titan's eyes. He didn't want to test Titan's resolve to protect Alec now that they were in a battlefield. However, he couldn't help but feel jealous when he saw Alec giving the other spear to Titan to wield. God, he already has that scary weapon, Arthur thought to himself, unable to comprehend why Alec was changing Titan's weapon in the middle of the fight. But when he thought about it, nobody in the family really understood the way Alec thinks. They just loved him because he had shown his talent. As soon as Titan saw Alec offering him the spear, he put his mace on his back. The mace seemed to assimilate with his back as if it was returning to its scabbard, resembling a sword. The younger generation watched in amazement as Titan skillfully brandished the spear. It quickly caught their attention that he was much better with the spear. "Can you see that? It's like Alec is incredibly skilled with the spear," Knight said to Agnes. "And how can you be sure about that?" Agnes asked. It's extremely hard to transfer a technique you don't know to a golem. Considering Alec's level, he must have imparted his own knowledge of spear to his golems, Knight explained. Why do you seem to know a lot about golems? Agnes asked. My sister is majorly following the golem mage path, so I have some insight into how things work, Knight explained. Look, it's like he's about to join his golem in the fun, Agnes exclaimed, playfully nudging Knight with her elbow before giving him a nod of approval. Finally securing the last spear, Alec could feel his mind being flooded with knowledge about spear techniques he had never practiced before in his life. Simply by holding the spear, it felt as if he had been training with it for an eternity. He was overcome with the urge to shout in exhilaration. But his mental strength was so high that he swiftly calmed himself down and cast a Tier 1 spell on himself. Tier 1 spell, Rock Armor. Alec said, and a spell circle formed around him in an instant. A rugged stone armor materialized, giving him a slightly more robust appearance. Using his mana, Alec began to refine the armor, shaping it to his desired form until it fit him perfectly, covering every part of his body except for his head and hands. He was only able to do this due to his increased mana control. Rock Armor. Level 5. Plus 10 endurance, plus 4 speed, plus 1 strength. Durability 25-25. Alec wasn't particularly surprised by this, as he had been diligently practicing all the Tier 1 spells he could get his hands on. He would spend hours perfecting each spell, only stopping when his mana ran out, and then meditating to recover before continuing. It was a grueling training regimen that would make most lazy members of the younger generation pull their hair out, but Alec persevered because he could see the progress he was making, as evidenced by his growing experience. Damn it, why did I have to boast about my achievement in rock armor to this guy, when his own easily overshadowed mine, Arthur muttered to himself, filled with regret. He couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy as he remembered bragging to Alec about his rock armor. After all, it wasn't every day they came across someone who could shrink their armor to their size. Only the experts who had reached Tier 2 Mage Realm and with better control of their mana were able to master that skill, and now, Alec had once again surprised them all. Clear a path, Alec shouted to the 7 Tier 0 zombies who were diligently carrying out their job of killing other zombies like machines. They obediently moved aside to allow one zombie to pass through, which lunged for Alec, drawn in by the scent of his blood. But before it could get any closer, Alec's body moved on instinct. He swiftly stabbed forward, easily piercing the zombie's head in a fluid motion that seemed almost effortless. Despite it being his first time taking a life, Alec remained calm and composed, not even flinching. The archers watched Alec, concerned that something might be wrong with him as he stood there, momentarily dazed. Little did they know, his excitement was just beginning to kick in. He relished in the satisfaction of using the spear to pierce through the zombie's head with such precision, a feeling that sent shivers of exhilaration down his spine. Spearmanship level up, LVL4. Gain 10 experience point. Gain 5 system point, status tab. Name Alec Gordons. Race human. Level 3. Tier 1 low tier. Exp till next level, 328,500. Attributes. Strength 9+. Agility 11+. Endurance 8+. Mana 19,100. Affinity Earth High Plus, Fire High Plus available points 3. System points 86. This battlefield shall become my stepping stone, Alec declared, a newfound sense of strength coursing through his veins. He couldn't help but notice that he was growing stronger from the intense battles he faced here, much more so than from his 2 weeks of meditation alone. Alec got so lost in the fight that he started getting closer to the front line, bypassing the line of protection his golems were giving him. As his face became battle-crazy, even if his face held the expression of a berserker, each hit and strike of his was delivered with careful calculations as his spear skills were becoming more fluent the more he used a spear. Even if the system uploaded the skills in his head, he would have to use it to become extremely good with them. Kill. Alec shouted as he charged towards the zombie instead with his spear, instead of waiting for them to come into his piercing range. He took the fight to them as he swiped, cut, and even used the bottom of the spear to knock back any zombies who came close to him back to give him enough space to pierce them. Even Titan joined in this massacre. Don't let Alec get all the glory. Let's all kill a few zombies, Agnes shouted to rally up some of the younger generation's morale. In this battle, after all, they were from the same generation. She was not ready to be left behind only to see the dust of someone she called her rival. She planned to at least rally the younger generations to make some notable achievements, like killing zombies, also like Alec. But fantasy was a different thing from reality. They found out while the zombies were slower, they were a lot more stronger than a regular human. Even a Tier 1 mage would be killed if he was assaulted by multiple unclassified zombies, talk less of facing a Tier 1 zombie. The younger Gordon clan's men were shocked to find out they were being pushed back, even when faced with the ordinary zombies that breached the line of defense the warriors of the clan made. Some broke down with a little shriek from the zombies. As even the facial expressions of the zombies scares them silly to the extent they try not to look at their face, while fighting them leading to even more mistakes. But before any zombies tries to kill any of them, an arrow always found a way into their head as the archers started assisting the younger generations in the fight. Displaying better result as they used the younger generation as bait to kill the zombies. While most of the younger generations could not hold their own against the zombies, there were certain exceptions like Arthur, Knight, Agnes, and a certain short boy using a great sword molded using earth elements. He was crazily wild in his fighting style, as he never defended, he only attacked. It was weird seeing a short guy like that using a weapon as tall as him. Alec turned towards the crowd of younger generations, who reinforcement another position, and smirked as they later join in on the fun. He was wondering why they allowed them to watch the fight. He could not put his hand on it until the clan member protecting them started losing stamina. That's when he realized they were not the even elites of the Gordons family. As most of them were Tier 1 high-stage mage, there was no peak Tier 1 stage among them. There were even few mid-Tier 1 mage among the guys defending the wall. Alec felt it had to be a test to see if they help or just stand and watch. And from his grandfather nonchalantly attitude, he felt they were just using them to bait the Tier 5 zombie and let them experience war with zombie firsthand. After all, they might not being in such a peaceful battlefield again, where most of the enemies consist of Tier 1 and unclassified zombies. It was common knowledge that when the blood moon ended, those higher-ranking invaders always returned fast, and when the Tier 1 zombies loses those from the higher rank that could command them. They turned back to mindless zombies who just wanted to eat the flesh of the living, so the clans and city guard always wiped out any remnant zombies after the blood moon went down. But this attack was different since a Tier 5 zombie was still in command, so there were more focus on retreating when the blood moon finished. And the Tier 5 hiding to recover its wound, and it had finally returned for revenge, as it was still a mount blending and waiting for the right moment to strike. Is that guy a monster? We have been assisting each other, but we can't seem to meet up with his hunting speed. It's like, he is the bane of those zombies, Arthur said, as after he just finished killing a zombie by slashing his head. I thought you said you had no weapons, Alec, questioned Arthur. I am using my mana to keep it up. It's a Tier 1 metal element spell I learned. It consumes mana to stay on, and that's why I hesitated to use it, Arthur replied. Oh, Alec exclaimed in surprise, since he never bothered reading about any metal spells, so he was shocked when he heard the Shining Blade was a metal element spell. I guess I still have a lot to learn then. What do you think? Is the Tier 5 zombie going to attack, or are they going to retreat? We have almost wiped out most of the zombies here, Alec said, while facing Arthur, who was still struggling with one zombie. You know, you're actually the only one who can act so carefree in a battlefield like this, Arthur said, as he finally finished slaying the zombie he was tackling with he-eyed Alec, secured number 1 guard tighten. The situation here is almost over. Even if we did nothing, the remaining zombies won't be able to create much. Waves, Agnes said as she finally stopped fighting. It's good all of us are here together supporting each other. After all, we might all grow up to be the pillar of the family, while supporting, Alec, Knight said. The short Gordon's clan man who fought with an earth great sword nodded, also not saying anything. Why has that old man not resolved the problem by himself? The Gordon family patriarch asked. Well, from what I heard, the zombie in lead of the horde has been promoted to Tier 6 brain commander, making most of his zombies upgrade to Tier 2. As we are speaking now, only the Zordon family already has their wall in control. We are even surprised at the fast rate you guys killed the zombies, since your spot had a lot of amount of Tier unclassified zombies. Send a message to the city lord. I would be taking care of the zombie commander in return. He would owe me a favor, Alec grandfather said with absolute confidence. I shall relay your message to the city lord, the city guard said as he bowed in respect. Alec, Brandon, Arthur, Agnes, and Knight, I want you to go over to the North Wall at this instance and assist the Lanks family in killing the unclassified and Tier 1 zombies. Can I trust you to lead them, Alec? The patriarch asked Alec, as even his statement could be interpreted as him making Alec the leader of this group. Patriarch, but we can still fight. I don't think there is any reason to send the boys to take care. If this, me and my squad, can quickly go sort things out, one of Gordon's family members, who fought alongside Alec, said. As they knew how much pressure Alec Golem had to face, and wished they could assist in any way possible, you still fight. Don, make me laugh, the patriarch snorted. I will take care of it, but what about the Tier 2 zombies? And Upper Alec asked. Good question. Well, don't worry, just as I am sending you now, I have people already in waiting to take care of the higher rank zombies under the Brain Commander Zombie, so that they won't disturb or interfere in you fights. You are free to go all out, so use this chance to increase your strength, or even gain better battle experience. The patriarch explained. Don't worry, I won't disappoint, Alec said. Before they left, Alec finally noticed some notifications on the screen that he had previously ignored due to being engrossed in a heated battle. However, now that he was no longer clashing with zombies, he had more time to properly examine them. Basic Spearmanship leveled up. Basic Spearmanship LVL 5 Max. To evolve the skill from Basic Spearmanship to Intermediate Spearmanship, you would have to kill 100 life forms higher than your level. When Alec laid his eyes on the mission once more, he couldn't help but feel a sense of dread wash over him. The system seemed determined to throw him into the jaws of death once again. It was like asking a low Tier 1 mage to take down a mid-Tier 1 mage, a task deemed almost impossible. And to make matters worse, the system was demanding that he eliminate 100 Tier 2 lifeform while still being in Tier 1 mage realm. It was a daunting challenge, to say the least. Although Alec felt the weight of the mission press upon him, he forced himself not to dwell on it for the time being. There was no use worrying about his impending doom in that very moment. His attention shifted to the second notification that the system had presented him with, and to his surprise, it held some unexpected information. One of Alec's golems had reached its maximum potential and was ready to evolve into a powerful Tier 1 golem. Choose its path. Ordinary Tier 1 golem cost 25 mana. Spearman Tier 1 golem cost 50 mana. Defensive Spearman Tier 1 golem cost 100 mana. When Alec saw the different choices for his golem's evolution, he immediately recognized that each path had been shaped by the golem's fighting style thus far, except for the first choice, which seemed rather ordinary. Alec hesitated when considering this option since he had a limit on the number of golems he could create. He already had a clear preference in mind, the defensive spearman. He believed that since it required more mana, it was bound to be more impressive than the others. As Agnes asked about their plan, Alec snapped back to reality. He realized he didn't have enough mana at the moment to upgrade his golem, let alone reach the necessary 100 mana for the mission. He decided to put those thoughts aside for now. All his golems, except for Titan, were safely stored inside his space pouch. Titan, with his massive shield and mace strapped to his back, he continued to protect Alec as they made their way towards the north gates. Alec addressed the group, instructing those with long-range spells to conserve their mana until he requested it, as Titan would ensure their defense. Arthur raised a valid concern about Titan's duties to guard anyone other than Alec, given his intelligence. Knight also questioned how Alec would protect himself if Titan was assigned to defend them. Alec reassured them, stating that he wasn't defenseless and had other golems at his disposal. Knight nodded in understanding, while Agnes snorted, expressing her skepticism. Still, I'm pretty sure none of your golems are as good as Titan, she remarked. From what I can see, it's like you have put all your wealth into raising him to this level. This means you're going to be in big trouble without your trusty shield. Agnes tried to analyze his powers, thinking that he was trying to show off. Well, I might not have my trusty shield, Titan, but I have my fierce spear, Alec responded, thinking about the golem he was about to evolve. Unfortunately, his clansmen misunderstood him, thinking he was referring to himself fighting with his spear. Upon arriving at the battlefield, they were met with a gruesome sight. Zombies had breached the walls and were biting and clawing at anyone in their path. While the core members of the Lanced family seemed to be holding their own, but they were quickly running out of mana, as they had no chance to regenerate their mana. The Lanced family had retainers who acted as shields for each of them, firing off one wind blade after another. They were skilled at taking out the zombie horde, but Alec's clansmen realized that this tactic would only deplete their mana faster, leaving them defenseless against the remaining wave of zombies. Alec surveyed the area and noticed that there were no Tier 2 zombies among the horde, just like his grandfather insisted. It seemed they had taken the same approach as the Gordon clan, using this battle to train their younger generation and gain battle experience. It was an opportunity they couldn't waste. especially considering the constant threat of higher-ranking members assassinating the weaker ones. Follow behind me and my golems. Save your mana for now. I and my golems have to sharpen our earth spears with zombie blood. I'll definitely need all of you when I run out of stamina, Alec said, feeling a heat spreading throughout his body. With determination, Alec dashed towards the zombies that were attempting to circle around the Lanced family. He quickly released his golems from the space pouch to act as the vanguard, while he instructed his clan members to stay behind for safety. Walking alongside Titan, he noticed another golem with the highest battle power among his group. Even though it had not evolved yet, it was already displaying signs of intelligence, and he became aware that it might be the golem that has reached maximum value. This is going to be fun, Alec whispered to himself as his golems crashed into the zombie encirclement. With their impressive spear skills, Alec and his golems easily pierced through, leaving the members of the Gordon's family amazed. They had witnessed Alec's mastery of the spear before, but now it seemed even more lethal and beautiful. Is it just me, or does Alec's spear skill look more impressive than before? Agnes asked, marveling at the display. There is nothing beautiful about this kind of art. It's bloody and deadly, Arthur replied, unable to shake off the feeling of his first kill. Alec held onto his spear with a firm grip, fighting like a valiant general of China. He utilized all the knowledge of spear skills that the system had imparted to him when he gained the spearmanship skill. Determined to practice all the basic skills the system had given him, he thrust his spear into the body of every zombie as he moved forward. With his spearmanship reaching level 5, executing skills with the spear seemed effortless, causing minimal strain on his wrist. It was as if he had trained with a spear for over 10 years, however. Titan fought using a different style, swiftly decapitating any zombie that crossed its path. With one powerful swing of his mace, Alec ensured that any zombie who survived the initial blow would face a hellish second move. He would roll his spiky mace like a drill while it remained embedded in the zombie's body, grinding their heads to a pulp. None of the zombies' attacks were able to bypass his large shield, which he held steadfastly in front of him. Continuously swinging his right hand, Alec took lives in the name of the Gordon clan. If you know the spell for Stone Bullet, now is the time to use it. Aim for the head, don't worry about missing. Just practice your accuracy on their bodies, we'll clean up the rest, Alec instructed. As the zombies started to pay attention to them, both the zombies and members of the Lanced family noticed a decrease in pressure from their left side. They turned to see 5 kids wearing clothes that belonged to the Gordon clan, tearing apart the zombies from the back of the encirclement that had trapped them. Those clothes belong to the Gordon clan. It means they've sent their younger generation to save us, a boy with white hair among the Lanced younger generation said. Are they trying to show off that their younger generation can handle a crisis while we can't? Another Lanced child sneered angrily, his mana running low. No, I don't think that's the case. Look at them, especially the guy at the front. He's been fighting solely with his physical powers, along with those 9 golems by his side, the white-haired boy replied. It's clear he's their leader. The boy's statement silenced the arrogant younger generation members of the Lanced family. Seeing how Alec and his golems fearlessly hunted the zombies, with no fear in their eyes, while the other 4 kids supported from behind, those watching nervously imagined themselves in Alec's shoes. The Gordon squad followed closely behind Alec, spraying earth bullets all over the zombie. Alec made sure to finish off any remaining zombies, and they repeated this process until they became adept at handling the undead with their stone bullets. The combination of Alec's golem squad and the stone bullet squad formed a perfect shield and spear formation as they fought their way towards the Lanced family, eliminating every zombie in their path. Alec quickly checked his status tab. Status tab. Name Alec Gordons. Race human. Level 3. Tier 1 low tier. Exp till next level, 489 500. Attributes. Strength 9 plus. Agility 11 plus. Endurance 8 plus. Mana 100 100. Affinity Earth High plus, Fire High plus available points 3. System points 259. He realized that he was not far from level 4, and he was going to have an extra 3 attribute point. He has been contemplating on where to put his free attribute point in. He had left his attribute point untouched, hoping there would come a time where he would need it, because ever since his agility passed the 10 mark, he has found out that not even the zombies could scratch him. As he was basically untouchable by this unclassified and low tier 1 zombies, as the agility stats did not only improve his foot speed, but also his battle awareness and reaction speed, making him realize things much easier. Now he was sure on how to improve his next stats. He planned to make both his strength and endurance stats. reach the 10 mark and see what might just happen, but before that he had something much better to do, and that was evolving one of his level 0 golems. To official enter the low tier 1 realm, giving it the same power as a low tier 1 mage, and with the equipments Alec would give the new golem, it won't even have a hard time. Exchanging blows with a mid-tier 1 mage, Alec made his golems spread out in a semi-circle as they kept on killing zombies and acting as vanguards while he turned and faced the Lance Clan's members. You all are required to shoot at least one wind blade every minute so as to relieve the stress on my golems. And also you would be able to recover your mana much faster. That way, after all, someone is helping you keep them at distance, Alex said. And why should we listen to a Gordon family member on what to do? One of the arrogant Lanced family shouted out from the back, not brave enough to show his face. The white-haired boy lips tremble as he cursed the person who talked in his mind. Well, I don't mind breaking through out of here again and wait for your men to run out of mana, and this zombies make you their meal. After all, our mission was just to kill all the zombies in this area to the level. They are no longer a threat. We never received any orders to protect some arrogant second-generation children who can't handle their own battles. Alex said in a very harsh way, as he looked at the zombies that was almost overwhelming his golems with their sheer numbers. Hey, assist the golems with your stone bullets, don't just stand here and look like an observer. If I lose even one of those stone golem, you would have a handful from me. After all, I spent a lot to raise them to this level, Alex said while facing his clan members who broke through the zombie encirclement with him. Agnes' lips trembles, but she listened to his orders just like the rest and started releasing stone bullet. Most of them might think Alec was talking about the materials and techniques he used in cultivating them, but they were dead wrong, because Alec could just make another golem to replace anyone that's spoiled, but they won't have the same battle awareness these ones who learnt the spear techniques had. And definitely they won't be close to killing a 100 zombies and eligible for evolution, so Alec made sure he does not lose any of his golems, as they are close to tier 1-2, add the other level 0. Golem who is ready for evolution. Stone Bullet was one of Earth Element's most valuable spell, as it required less mana, and the casting was almost instantly, making it easy to learn and use. As long as you kept your circulation technique on while using stone bullets, you might never run out of mana, but it was only useful against unclassified zombies, as higher-level zombies had harder skin, and the stone bullet of Agnes and the rest won't be able to penetrate its muscles' armor talkless of even hurting it. But if anybody who has cultivated the stone bullet magic skill to a high level, then it might pose some threat to some tier 2 life forms. Can I talk to you for a moment? Bradon asked Alec as he moved closer to him nervously. Alec wrapped his hands around Brandon's shoulders and looked at him in the eyes. We are family. I don't think you should have any problems telling me what you want to talk about, Alec reassured him as he drew him closer for a brotherly hug. I'm not good with the stone bullet spell. Even my casting time takes time. I'm more of a vanguard type of mage, just like your golems, Bradon said. Well, you are one of the few mage I know who is interested in wanting to throw his life away, instead of just raining down spell at a distance, another Lanced family member said. But Alec looked at him with such cold eyes that he shut up that instance in defeat, not daring to say any more, as he waited to hear what Alec wanted from their group. Alec used his inspection skills on Bradon after hearing what he said. Gordon Bradon. Level low tier 170-100 till next realm. Race human. Battle power 75. Affinity Earth Peak specialized skills. Earth Spear LVL 4. Earth Compression LVL 2. Alec was surprised when he saw its affinity, which was a peak affinity for the Earth element. It was an eye-opener for Alec, who knew nothing about the fact that there was a level for affinity after high, but he just learnt it today that clearly there would be others too with peak affinity in the outside world. Heck, even those family in the capital could have geniuses with peak affinity. If not, they would not have been able to rise so far in the family rankings. You are a talented kid. You can stand at the front with the golems. I would make sure they give you space, so you can join up near Titan. That way you can be protected. I don't want to lose a golem, but I will hate myself if I lose a family member more, Alec said. Brandon's eyes was teary as Alec's words touched him deep down. Don't hesitate to use your Earth Spear spell. After all, it's the spell you are best in, Alec blurted out. How did you know? Bradon was trying to ask how Alec knew about his best spell, but the guy never gave him any reason to talk, as he cut him off the moment he realized he had blurted out one of the things the system showed him. I am meant to be the leader, so definitely, I must know about all my future partners, Alec said hurriedly, using his lying skills. Now go demonstrate the power of the Gordon's younger generation. Alec patted his back as he sent him away. He looked at the others and saw that despite the big number disadvantage on their side, his guys were still able to hold their own against the zombies, and with Bradon joining them with his big sword made from earth elements, it increased their killing rate. Meanwhile, most of the zombies were slaughtered by Titan. It could not even be called killing, as he was able to kill multiple zombies just by swinging his mace or dashing forward with his shield. Earth Golem. Name Titan level 5 can be upgraded 741,000. Realm lower tier 1 rank, rare strength 25. Agility 14. Endurance 22. Skills: Mace Mastery LVL 3. Blocking Mastery LVL 4. Spearmanship Mastery LVL 5 does not belong to Titan, must use a spear constantly to assimilate properly with this skill. This kind of improvement that Titan had witnessed was just shocking, as he was even much more strong than Alec now. Leaving his own master in the dust, even though Alec didn't know how the level system was, he was sure Titan was close to being a mid-tier 1 golem. That type of golem with the attributes, his crafted earth weapon, gave plus it might even be able to go head-to-head against a peak tier 1 zombie. It was at this moment Alec finally witnessed the power of having a higher-ranking golem. It was like the Genuese among other golems, as it could jump realms to fight those stronger than it. He was not too worried about the spearmanship. After all, even him witnessed it too, as he became more fluent with the spear when he used it, since Titan already had the mace mastery and blocking mastery. He was not planning to make Titan drop his mace for spearmanship after all, but before any of the Lanced family younger generation could show their ugly attitude again, the guy at the front walked out and stretched his hand out for an handshake. "Hi, my name Brian Lance, the white-hair boy," said Alec Gordon. "Are you sure your guys are ready to cooperate?" Alec shaked his hands. "Yes, after all we can only survive this by working together," Brian said. "Don't be too sure of that," Alec said with a smirk on his face, which gave Brian a feeling that he wasn't bluffing. Brian scrutinized Alec, trying to figure out why he was so confident. However, no matter how hard he tried to calculate Alec's actions, it became clear that Alec had a clear head and couldn't be manipulated. "I don't know what you're placing your faith in, but I can assure you that if you don't have another golem as big as that guy here, you'll lose terribly," Brian Lance said, pointing at Titan. Alec was taken aback. He was certain that there was nothing that could match Titan's strength. "Oh, and why is that?" Alec asked, genuinely surprised. "There's a peak tier 1 speed demon zombie," Brian replied. Alec furrowed his brows as he learned that there was a peak tier 1 zombie silently lurking among the horde he was defending against. The fact that it hadn't attacked yet meant it was intelligent enough to hide from their views, waiting to ambush his siblings. After all, it specialized in speed. "Closing in on my siblings won't be difficult for the zombie," Alec stated coldly. "This is another reason why I need you guys to cooperate with me. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to leave you all here." The members of the Lanced clan shivered, feeling like they were being stared at by a dangerous beast rather than a human. "I can assure you that my clansmen will cooperate with you," Brian reassured Alec, hoping to ease the tension. "Good, you can all stay here and blast your spells into the crowd of zombies, reducing our workload. At least show your strengths as mages." Alec scowled as he walked away from them. Brian was shocked by Alec's demeanor. It was clear that Alec held the Lanced younger generation in disdain, especially since they were quite arrogant towards him and the Gordons' family despite them coming to their rescue. Brian couldn't entirely blame them, as most of them had never left the family grounds, so they still believed the brainwashing that was done on them that they were the strongest family. Today was their first time being let out to defend the city, and their egos were shattered in the face of those horrifying zombies. They soon realized that the genius title they had been given meant nothing on the battlefield. If it weren't for the old retainers hired by their clan to serve as meat shields, they could have been killed multiple times. While they cast their spells, they would have likely been the first to fall when the zombies breached the walls. Thankfully, their retainers sacrificed their lives to ensure their escape, and that was the reason they were still alive when Alec arrived. They only had a few retainers left standing by their side now. Upon meeting with the Gordons' family, Alec noticed that their stone bullet skill had reached level 3 while Agnes was at level 4. She could unleash more stone bullets towards the zombies, and her accuracy was awe-inspiring. Every time she cast the spell, she could conjure up to 10 earth element bullets, leaving the others pale in comparison. Even she could recognize how much she had improved, despite hating that she had sought guidance from her supposed rival. The thought of becoming stronger outweighed everything else. Hey, have you come to an agreement with them? Arthur asked as he sent approximately 5 earth bullets straight into the horde. Out of the 5 bullets, 3 found their target. Yes, I did, just wait for it, Alec reassured them. It didn't take long before the Gordon's clan members witnessed a series of wind blades being launched at the zombies from behind. It was like a reaper's scythe, claiming the lives of countless unclassified zombies before losing its power. Who would have thought those seemingly frail children had such immense firepower? Arthur remarked. I feel like I might just die if one of those wind blades was aimed at me, Agnes admitted. Shut the fuck up. If a wind blade is aimed at you, slash back at it. And if that doesn't work, raise an earth wall while evading, Alec advised. Even if they are skilled with their spells, it doesn't matter once we close the distance. The Lanced family is nothing more than a sitting duck waiting to be killed, Alec declared confidently. The eyes of the children sparkled with determination. Even the usually quiet Brandon seemed to roar louder than ever before after Alec's motivating words. Alec gazed at them and sighed inwardly. His family members were so young and easily influenced. But as their leader, it was crucial that they followed his commands. However, it was his own strength that had truly earned their respect. In just a few hours of being with Alec, they could feel themselves improving more than they had in weeks of solitary cultivation and meditation. His words of encouragement had almost addicted them to fighting recklessly, much like him. Brandon in particular had started taking the initiative to counterattack instead of just defending and killing the zombies who got too close with a quick slash. Arthur, your mana is running low. Don't waste it on stone bullet. Condense a metal sword like before and take over for Brandon. His reckless fighting style is making him lose stamina, Alec advised. Yes, boss, Arthur responded promptly. He swiftly used his metal element to create a sharp, compressed metallic sword, sustaining it with mana as he walked over to Brandon and instructed him to switch. Boss, I can still fight, Brandon tried to assure Alec as he approached. Alec's eyebrows raised as he realized that even Brandon had started referring to him as boss. He felt like scolding Arthur later, once this was all over. I know, but you're running low on stamina. I don't want you to get injured, even if it can be cured with purification water. It's better to avoid unnecessary risks since we're aiming for an overwhelming victory, Alec explained. Another set of wind blades was unleashed, reducing the horde. Alec knew his job was almost done, as he had prevented the zombies from the north gate from attacking the civilians in the city. All that was left was to either bait out the peak Tier 1 zombie or eliminate all the unclassified zombies until it became visible. Join up with the rest and give Stone Bullet a try. Before you say you're not good at it, just know that practice makes perfect. Keep attacking until you get the hang of it. We've got your back, Brandon. We Gordons don't leave a genius behind, Alec encouraged, patting Brandon on the back as he came to the rear lineup. Alec was convinced that with Brandon's peak affinity, he would excel at using Stone Bullet once he grasped the spell properly. By Alec's observations, Brandon had never attempted to use the spell, likely due to his fighting style. Otherwise, it would have been evident in his skill set, even if it was at a level 1 range. This was why Alec used his role as their leader to encourage Brandon to use it. They needed every able hand on deck, and even Alec himself was on guard. Ever since he had learned about the existence of a peak Tier 1 undead entity, he had refrained from informing his clan members, not wanting to instill panic among them. He couldn't help but think of the chaos that panic had caused for the Lanced family. Alec remembered the level 0 golem that prompted a notification when they left the south gates. It had been on the verge of evolving into a Tier 1 golem, with sufficient mana to reach that realm. The golem stood before Alec, appearing no different from the others, but he knew it was the strongest, besides Titan. Here goes nothing, Alec whispered as he reluctantly embraced the final option. In that instant, it was as if a never-before-seen magic unfolded before his eyes, his mana flowing through his hands and into the golem's body. The mana coiled around the level 0 golem's body, reinforcing it with earth elements in the surrounding. It was the perfect definition of magic for Alec as he watched the process happening in his face. The people from the Lanced family were looking at him, expecting him to explain what was happening. But he just gave them a blank stare back, as even he was confused, since that was the first time he tried evolving his golem's rank. The blinding light created by the excess mana he sent finally started reducing, as he was now able to see the outline of the golem properly. But still yet the earth elements around it still kept on swirling around it, as the body frame of the golem changed drastically, even taking a muscular and tall human frame. It was 3 feet tall with a humanoid body. The earth elements quickly form an armor on its body, using earth elements. The spear it was holding before seems to have gotten longer, as its color was already turning to a much more dark color. It was like a mixture of brown and black color. on the weapon, and when Alec thought that was all the surprise he was getting, he started feeling the remaining mana going straight for the golem heads as it started creating an helmet made of earth element, covering all of the golem's face in a T format, but just enough to leave its red eyes visible. The remaining mana in the air stopped swirling the earth elements around no more, but it started entering into the body of the level golem. It was like it was trying to explode the golem. But a scene like that never happened, as the golem took in all that mana into its body, like a sponge's absorbing water. Alec could tell that it was getting stronger, but he could not even interrupted the process. Alec, whatever you're doing, it seems to be attracting the zombies' attention, Agnes said to Alec, which made him turn sideways only to find out that the zombies were attacking more enraged now, like some type of deranged dogs. They are attracted to the mana around the golem's body, Alec thought inwardly. After all, this type of mana that was compressed enough to help a golem advance will definitely help the zombies also promote in rank, but unfortunately for them, it seems the evolution of the golem was coming to an end as it stopped levitating and dropped down. Bang! The sound of the collision was so much that it shook the grounds. Alec took his time to admire the body of his new Tier 1 golem and found out it now had a circular shield on its left hands. Looking at the golem reminded Alec of the Spartan soldiers who fought with shield and spears. It seems you have just finished your evolution. Let's check out this badass defensive spearman golem. Level 1 can be upgraded. Realm lower tier 1 rank, elite strength 15. Agility 16. Endurance 10. A rare golem crafted from pure mana and have shed its ordinary form through gruesome battles and had turned out to be a masterpiece, one that has the potential to evolve. Just by looking at the golem, Alec just felt satisfied. He finally found out how to create golems like Titan. He knows he can only have 10 primary golems attached to him, so he was planning on making each of them go through different paths, but for now, he planned to enjoy the feeling of creating a new life form. He can worry about his secondary golem later, when he gets to the tier 4 rank. He put his hands on his chin, observing the golem, forgetting the fact that he was still in a dangerous battlefield. The 3-feet golem looked more human than the bulky and fat Titan, who was much taller and looked like a mini giant. The muscle outline on its body looked too good to be true. He also noticed that this golem seems to have almost balanced stats. Much more different from Titan, which strength and endurance was abnormal. This golem was much faster than Titan when it was first created by far, and was still a little bit faster than Titan now, according to the system stats rating. Alec looked at the skills set and was pleased when he saw it still had its spearmanship mastery, but he got more surprised at the armor, or should he say armament and weapon, the mana created for the golem. Gladiator helmet. Level 6. Plus power 10 plus agility 8. Part of a set. When complete set is worn, another bonus stat is given, plus power 5, plus agility 5, plus endurance 5. Durability 30-30. Gladiator armors. Level 6. Plus endurance 12 plus agility 6. Part of a set. When complete set is worn, another bonus stat is given, plus power 5, plus agility 5, plus endurance 5. Durability 30-30. Gladiator boots. Level 6. Plus agility 15 plus power 3. Part of a set. When complete set is worn, another bonus stat is given, plus power 5, plus agility 5, plus endurance 5. Durability 30-30. Gladiator Punisher Spear. Level 6. Plus power 6 plus agility 6 plus endurance 6. Part of a set. When complete set is worn, another bonus stat is given, plus power 5, plus agility 5, plus endurance 5. Durability 30-30. Full Gladiator Punisher, set worn, plus power 5, plus agility 5, plus endurance 5. Alec's mouth was wide open when he saw all this bonus stats and equipment. He was fucking sure this golem would be much stronger than Titan. Is it because its rank is elite or what? It seems just so fucking strong. I'm out of mana. So many questions I want to ask the system, Alec said as he dragged his hair while looking at this new golem, which was shining bright like perfection. You have reached level 5. In order to upgrade to the next level, you would have to kill 10 mid-tier 1 life forms or amass 1000 exp. When did I get to level 5? Alec blurted out in surprise, as he remembered he has not been doing any fighting, and he was sure he could not have just gotten those amount of point easily cause he was sure he needed to amass 750 exp to go to level 5. Status tab. Name Alec Gordons. Race human. Level 5. Tier 1 low tier. Exp till next level 7 1000. Attributes. Strength 9 plus. Agility 11 plus. Endurance 8 plus. Mana 7 100. Affinity Earth High plus, Fire High plus. Available points 9. System points 429. Alec could only wait for his mana to reach the 20 range before he could ask the system another question. He was truly curious about what was happening because he had advanced to level 5 rapidly. He was aware that he received a bonus X point from every enemy his golems killed, but the rate of improvement seemed unusually fast, as if there was some additional assistance involved. Except for Titan, who was capable of killing multiple zombies at once, the other golems didn't quite measure up. This fact left Alec lost in thought. Alec's head shot up, surprised by a voice that seemed to speak to him. He knew he wasn't hallucinating, and it definitely wasn't the voice of the system he was familiar with. The gender of the voice left him puzzled, unsure if it belonged to a male or a female. After a few seconds of waiting, Alec was on the verge of giving up until he heard the voice again, this time clearer. He observed the mouth of the golem in front of him moving beneath its T-shaped helmet. "Master, my name. What is my name?" The newly upgraded Tier 1 golem began talking, and Alec's curiosity piqued even further. "Damn, I'll just wait until after this battle. For now, I'll call you Legion, since you resemble those foot soldiers from ancient Rome." Despite having gladiator weapons, Alec mused, scratching his head. He couldn't satisfy the itch of his curiosity, as more questions continued to fill his mind. "I hope you can grow with me and become as strong as a Legion commander." Alec rambled on, treating this whole situation like a game. The gleam in his eyes betrayed his eagerness to test the battle prowess of his new golem. It had already surpassed Titan in both strength and speed just from the stats he was seeing, making it his new trump card. Well, Titan was supposed to excel in defense. We'll see if I have time to upgrade its rank later, Alec muttered to himself. Unable to contain his excitement, the star symbol in his eyes revealed his anticipation to communicate with his first special partner, since on this elite rank golem had shown the ability to speak. The Lant family, who had witnessed everything, felt a sense of unease. Something just didn't sit right with them, especially considering the guy who had slaughtered. The zombies were acting strangely cozy with the golem, but what shocked the Lance family even more was the overwhelming aura emanating from the golem. Even from a distance, the aura instilled fear in them. "It's just been promoted to the low tier 1 realm. How could I be afraid of a mere golem?" a girl among the Lanced family exclaimed. "SHHH, don't make unnecessary noise, you idiot. Have you ever heard of Mage upgrading their golem's ranks like that? It didn't even consume any materials for it to evolve. That guy was able to upgrade his golem with just his mana. He must be special," one of them replied. "Plus, if you pay attention, the golem's aura is even stronger than that big guy over there wielding a mace. Fighting that golem would be like going against 3 top tier 1 cultivators. No matter what, we must not make an enemy out of that guy. He's incredibly strong." Brian Lance advised his clansmen, preparing a spell for a new wind blade. Although he could probably shoot more than 1 wind blade per minute, he refrained from doing that and focused on swiftly recovering his spent mana. He was nearing his peak after reducing his mana abuse due to Alec's orders. Brian planned to take advantage of this and reach full power so that he could attack the peak tier 1 zombie when it inevitably made a move. Defensive Spearman Golem. Name Legion. Level 1 upgradable 0-500. Realm lower tier 1. Rank elite. Strength 15. Agility 16. Endurance 10. Alec noticed a new addition to his status tab after he gave it the name Legion. His curiosity piqued. He decided to test the intelligence of his elite golem, which had the ability to speak. "Legion, I want you to hunt down the strongest zombie in the crowd and make sure you eliminate it," Alec ordered, pointing towards the small horde. "Is he mad? Now he's talking to his golem," the girl from the Lanced family whispered. Although they couldn't hear their conversation, they could see how Alec's mouth moved as he explained something to his golem, rather than just giving a command. "Sheila, please refrain from speaking about them in that manner. I understand that the leader of the Gordons group is acting differently, but look at the other members. They have all followed his commands without hesitation, even though they possess impressive magical abilities," another member of the Lanced family reprimanded. "Have you all not noticed yet? Even though our wind blades may be more powerful, if we were to go up against any of those 4, it would be instant death. Their casting time for their stone bullets is quick and deadly, Brian scolded his clansmen, sharing the knowledge he had gained from observing the younger generations of the Gordon family's fights. After finishing reprimanding them, Brian turned his attention to Alec, only to be left in complete shock. His eyes bulged out as if they were about to burst. He witnessed the new Golem, under Alec's orders, confidently jogging into the zombie horde. Ignoring all other zombies, it effortlessly flicked its spear, instantly bursting the heads of any zombie that came too close. It moved through the horde with ease, leaving the Gordon family in awe as they realized it must belong to Alec. The shockwaves from its attacks killed those around it or blasted pieces of their bodies away, yet it continued to jog, clearly having a specific purpose. Its strength was unmatched, preventing any zombie from approaching. A loud roar echoed as it neared its intended destination, continuously swinging its spear, ensuring no zombie came within 5 meters of it. It seemed to have created its own domain, where any zombie that entered had their head obliterated with a flick from the bottom of the spear, without even utilizing its sharp edge. Unbelievable. When did Alec obtain another Tier 1 Golem? This is so unfair. I couldn't even defeat Titan, and now there's a Golem even more terrifying, Arthur exclaimed. Look at the way it wields its spear, so fluid and graceful. It's on a whole different level, Agnes marveled. No doubt about that, Alec constantly surprises us, just when we think he's reached his limit, Knight remarked. The younger generation of the Gordon family spoke amongst themselves, feeling relieved as the pressure on them diminished with Legion joining the battle. It was as if something or someone was commanding the horde towards Legion with a determination to eliminate Legion. Wow, no wonder we never got attacked by Tier 1 zombies. It must have been because they were protecting something or someone, Arthur exclaimed, pointing out to the 7 approaching zombies. As the mixed group of strength type, agility type, and defense type zombies ran towards Legion, they tried to intercept his charge towards whatever it was they were protecting. Alec pondered to himself, it seems this peak Tier 1 zombie can control those weaker than itself. It looks like that old man wasn't lying when he said hierarchy is strictly followed among zombies. The Lanced family watched in awe as Legion finally dashed forward to face the 7 Tier 1 zombies that were rushing towards him. How can it be so strong? Am I hallucinating? Please, guys, tell me I'm the only one seeing what's happening at the moment, Sheila Lanced asked in disbelief. Unfortunately, I can see it too. This is one of the reasons I never wanted to be enemies with that guy. I still feel like he's hiding something. His golems are incredibly unusual. Golems usually have restrictions when it comes to zombies, since they don't have flesh and blood for the zombies to feast on and recover, explained Brian. But that still doesn't explain why they have such an overwhelming advantage against zombies. His golems are like geniuses among golems, especially when comparing them to others we've seen so far. Just look at how that new golem maneuver his spears. It's not just about physical power, but also precise techniques that give them an edge against zombies, Brian whispered, feeling frustrated that he had caused this mess. It became clear to them why they were so scared of the golem's aura. It was because its strength was far beyond their comprehension. Scary, one of the Lanced family members muttered in awe. As the 7 Tier 1 zombies entered Legion's 5-meter range, he changed his grip on the spear and started rotating it with one hand while keeping his shield in front of him. He looked increasingly serious as the 7 zombies formed a semicircle around him. He discarded the nonchalant attitude he had displayed against the unclassified zombies and assumed a determined stance. Watching is so much better than having to get my own hands dirty, Alec exclaimed to himself, enjoying witnessing the new abilities his golem had to offer as he stayed behind and gave out commands. The first zombie to charge at Legion was a low-tier, strength-type zombie. It couldn't wait any longer and roared as it attacked Legion with its claws. However, before it could even enter the 5-meter death zone, its head exploded like a smashed watermelon on the floor. Isn't that the same technique Titan uses? Arthur questioned, not directing his question to anyone in particular, as he saw Alec confidently stepping back into the front line with his stone spear. Yeah, it is, but don't ask me how to perform it with a sword too, because I can't, Alec responded. He was certain that Legion had incorporated Titan's mace techniques into his attack, causing his spear to function like a mace, instead of the spiky mace, though Legion used the sharp part of his spear. This was only possible because Legion and his golems could share each other's skills, but needed to practice to truly master them. Legion swiftly slashed straight through the middle of the zombie's head, splitting it into 2 halves. However, it seemed that Legion had underestimated his own strength, as both parts of the head were blasted away after the attack was completed. Legion still held his hand outstretched, gripping his Punisher spear at the very end. Alec couldn't help but shake his head. Get rid of the remaining zombies wandering around here. The leader of this horde will soon be taken care of. This hunt is almost over, Alec commanded. Yes, boss, the 4 Gordon family members replied in unison. At that moment, the shade of Alec's eyes darkened, and he felt an urge to throw up. Why the hell are you calling me boss? I should let Titan take care of Arthur's ass for this, Alec muttered in his mind, already planning the intense training he would subject Arthur to with Titan. But it would be under the disguise of Titan brutal beating Arthur for making everyone call him boss. Each time he was called boss, it made him feel like some kind of underground leader. But his clan members didn't see it that way. They wanted to show Alec respect for his strength. Seeing Arthur call him boss made them think it was appropriate. And calling him boss sounded more than fine to them. The only one they accepted as their leader was the patriarch. And Alec was merely the leader of the younger generation, not a legitimate leader. And since most of them, like Agnes, was still not willing to accept him as leader, they left it at boss. Arthur could feel someone's intense gaze on him. When he searched for the source with his heightened sensitivity, he found Alex staring at him with malicious intent. A chill ran down his spine as he could already envision the trouble he would soon be in. What the fuck did I do to offend this devil? I'm still trying to catch up to Titan, and now there's another golem even stronger than me. I'm just an insignificant person. How the hell did I catch the attention of such an evil boss? Arthur lamented internally. He could already picture himself being mercilessly trashed around by that new powerful golem. Just as he was consumed by these thoughts, he heard a gasp from the Lanced family behind him. Fueled by his anger, Arthur unleashed his fury on the Lanced family. Why the fuck are you all down here? The boss clearly told you to stay up there and obediently shoot wind blades. However, they didn't even spare him a glance. They kept staring straight ahead. Curiosity getting the best of him, Arthur turned to see what had captivated their attention, only to witness an incredibly shocking scene. All 7 Tier 1 zombies surrounding Legion were dead, their heads split apart in the middle. Only the first one had its head completely blasted away, the others still had their heads intact. That thing is way stronger than a newly promoted Tier 1 lifeform. It's an absolute monster. As long as it's still around, I don't even think you qualify to be Alec's rival, Knight said to Agnes beside him, voicing everyone's amazement and disbelief. You think I don't see all this? I will train even harder and try my best to catch up to him, Agnes told Knight as she gritted her teeth in determination. Well, that's why he is our boss. He is meant to be someone we look up to, Bradon said, shocking both Agnes and Knight since he rarely spoke to anyone. They looked at the guy standing at the front with Arthur, who seemed to embody strength. As the other golems and Titan cleared any zombies that came closer to him, the scene was both impressive and awe-inspiring. Yeah, he is the boss, Knight said, finding the sight cool. If only Alec heard this, he would surely increase the intensity of Arthur's training. Roar! A long roar resonated as a massive zombie got out from its hiding spot. It stood imposing tall, easily surpassing Legion in height. Its body looked incredibly hideous, with long claws and sharp teeth that sent shivers down the spines of the Lanced family members. Even Brian, who had previously been confident enough to kill the zombie, felt uncertain after seeing it in its full length for the first time. Rumors circulated among the retainers who protected them, mentioning a peak Tier 1 among the attacking force, explaining why the wall was breached so easily. The zombie's chest muscles almost resembled armor, catching Alec's attention. He quickly used his system to check its stats. Inspect Speed Demon Zombie. Specialty Speed and Claw. Level Peak Tier 1. Battle Power 200. Seems the Inspect skill has leveled up again. Maybe I should use it a couple more times to make sure it levels up faster. After all, it has helped me reach this level, Alec mused to himself. Now for the final fight, Arthur said, running his hand in ecstasy. No one even paid attention to the unclassified zombies as they would soon be wiped out by the efforts of Alec's level 0 golems. 21 Assimilation of Shield Mastery Carry. RKKKK, the peak Tier 1 zombie shriek, as its eyes turned red showing his enraged status as it dashed towards Legion. The fuck, Alec exclaimed the moment the zombie dashed towards Legion. It was at this moment Alec realized he had been playing with his life when he thought he could be safe when attacked by a Tier 1 zombie. Because he just realized how foolish he was when he thought he could at least survive an attack from a peak Tier 1, but he could not even keep up with the movements of the peak Tier 1 speed demon zombie, but Legion still seems unfazed, as it placed its circular shield his front and the spear by the side. Waiting patiently for the zombie to collide against its spear and shield, but things don't always go the same way we predict, as the zombie quickly changed his movement mid-run and attacked from the side. Instead, this Fuseeker is too intelligent for my liking. How the Fuke is a monster-like that left for us kids to take care of it. It's clear it's almost in the Tier 2 realm, Arthur said to Alec, as he could feel his scalp tingling just watching Legion and the zombie clash for the first time. Legion effortlessly blocked the sneak attack the zombie aimed at his waist as it swung his spear to clash with the claws of the zombie, knocking it back. Yes bro. Trash that bitchy zombie ass, Arthur said while pumping his fist. with a very rare childlike expression on his face, as he cheered for Legion the moment he noticed. Legion was winning with a strength advantage it had over the speed demon zombie, which helped Arthur in shaking of his fear of the zombie a little whack. Ouch, who did that? Arthur asked, as he turned back only to find Alec looking at him with evil eyes again. Boss, whatever I have done, forgive me in advance, Arthur quickly apologized, as he felt he already had enough on his plate. Don't call my golem your bro before you start putting ideas into the head of the other clansmen, Arthur said as he looked back at the fight. He really wanted to ask Titan to join in on the fight, but Titan was not fast enough to catch up to the speed of the zombie who was in the verge of breaking through. Fuck, what am I supposed to do in a time like this? Alec kept thinking before Legion robotic voice sounded. Is that all you have, GOT? If yes, I would be really disappointed, Legion said. The fuck? I am sure now that I am in a dream. I fucking need to wake up. Both Arthur and that girl from the Lanced family practically exclaimed at the same time. Am I the only one, or did that golem just speak? Arthur asked Alec while looking at him in shock. We don't have time to speak about that at the moment. Right now we have to focus on this fight. Because if Legion is not able to defeat the zombie, then we can be sure of one thing. What's that, boss? Arthur asked back. We would all be wiped out by that zombie cause. I'm sure not even one of us can catch up to its speed, Alec explained. Oh, wait, how can you name you Golem? Legion, what kind of bad naming sense were you born with, boss? Please leave all the naming of all your super cool golems to me, Arthur said. Whack, shut up and focus on the fight, Alex said as he knocked Arthur's head again. The zombie seemed more enraged at Legion's taunting and dashed towards him, this time more faster than before. That it almost seems like a blur to Alec and the rest of the Gordon's gang. They could no longer keep up with the zombie's speed as it left after faint after images just by running towards Legion. He tried to confuse Legion with the multiple after images as it circled around Legion, trying to use his multiple after images to confuse Legion's senses as it struck at Legion every time it saw an opening. But Legion was always quick to block each attack with its shield. And it seems with each blocking he did, he got more confident and left less weak spots to be attacked. I see, Legion is assimilating much better with Titan's block mastery, and that's why he seems to be getting better at using the shield more to cover up his mistakes, Alec thought, when he realized that Legion was using the zombie to grind his skills. Alec, I think your golem might need some help, Agnes said, after she found out all Legion has been doing is blocking the zombie attack for a while without counter-attacking back. No, it's perfectly fine. In the contrary, I think you all need to take note of things more. I say, at the least 5 minutes from now, and my golem would start its attacking, Alex said with a confident expression on his face. After all, he already figured out what his golem was trying to do, and even if he could stop it by sending a mind message or a normal command, he felt no reason to absolutely do so, as he wanted to see what this his new intelligent golem's mission was after all. Everything it has showed up till now can testify that it was much stronger and more intelligent than Titan, so Alec was intrigued to find out more of what his golem could do. How can you be so sure of that? Agnes questioned with an angry expression already on her face, as she held her hand in fist shape ready to knock Alec back to sense, since he never listened or took any of her suggestions seriously. But she felt a hand on her shoulder, and when she looked back, she saw Knight shaking his head to her silently. If you watch closely, you would find out that it has been defending, since without moving from that spot, it stood on one spot, since which required a strength much more greater than the one delivering the attacks. I don't know why it is getting itself hit by that zombie, but it is clear that the zombie is not a match for the Golem, Knight explained to Agnes. Blocking Mastery leveled up. Blocking Mastery LVL 5. To upgrade the Blocking Mastery to LVL 6, block 20 attacks from Tier 2 lifeforms while still being a Tier 1 mage. 22. Power Throw. My turn. Legion broke his stance and thrust his spear towards one of the afterimages circling around him, resulting in a loud metallic clash. The exchange between Legion's spear and the zombie's claws revealed the clear victor as the zombie's body was sent flying, and shocking the mages on how he had been quick to find the zombie. Without hesitation, Legion chased after the zombie that was still flying and unleashed a series of fast spear thrusts. Though the zombie attempted to block some of the strikes, it couldn't defend against them all, leading to bloody spots appearing on its body as all of Legion's strike had landed. During each attack, Legion used his left arm to push the shield closer, causing the zombie's own attacks to rebound and forcing it to take several steps back. Before the zombie could recover, Legion swiftly slashed towards its head with the spear tip horizontally. It seems Legion has incorporated Titan's mace techniques into his fighting style again. This golem is truly a martial fanatic, Alec pondered. Sensing the imminent danger to its life, the zombie raised its hand to block Legion's strike. But with a hoarse voice, Legion proclaimed, "Big mistake." His slash possessed even greater strength, completely severing the zombie's hand. The zombie shrieked in pain as Legion followed up with another upward slash, grazing its face and cutting deep into its right eye. The bloody scene was both intimidating and awe-inspiring as Legion's body became coated in the blood of the peak Tier 1 zombie. With unwavering confidence, he aimed his spear at the zombie. "This match is over," Agnes sighed, acknowledging her own short-sightedness. The peak Tier 1 speed demon zombie attempted to flee, but Legion swiftly rotated his spear and hurled it towards the zombie, as if performing a javelin throw. The spear soared through the air at an astonishing speed, propelled by an unseen force. It flew straight, piercing the zombie's head and embedding itself into the ground below. The zombie's body trembled continuously until it finally lost all strength and died. Legion cautiously approached the fallen zombie and removed his Punisher spear, which was still embedded in its head. With the extraction of the spear, a notification appeared before Alec's eyes. New skill created, Power Throw. Power Throw, Level 1, exclusive to spear weapons only. "This just adds to the questions I have to ask the system," Alec muttered to himself, contemplating the mysterious development. He called all his golems closer, taking them into his space pouch, except for Titan and Legion. "That was so cool, boss. How did you manage to acquire a golem this strong?" Arthur exclaimed, gathering with the rest of the family around Alec. Alec was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. He remained quiet until the Lanced family caught up with them. Brian extended his hand for a handshake. "No biggie, it was what we were ordered to do after all," Alec replied, shaking Brian's hand and shrugging off his gratitude. "I guess we owe you one," Brian said appreciatively. "Not actually, see you later, we have to go," Alec remarked, turning back to continue on with the Gordon family. Attacker from the Big Three Golem that the Gordons' patriarch was known for, 1718. "Wait," Alec heard a voice calling out. When he turned around, he saw an old man staring at him, stroking his long beard. "Patriarch," the Lanced family exclaimed, quickly cupping their hands and bowing to greet their family leader. Alec was surprised to see the man, feeling a powerful aura press down on him, attempting to make him bow. Gritting his teeth, he resisted the pressure, ensuring he didn't bow. In a defensive response, both Legion and Titan stepped forward, shielding Alec from the aura emanating from the old man. "Weird, what's your name, boy?" the Lanced family patriarch inquired. Before Alec could answer, his grandfather's voice intervened. "Are you not ashamed of bullying my grandson so much? Who do you think you are?" Alec's grandfather suddenly appeared by his side, shocking all the members of the Gordon family. "It seems the patriarch has been watching over us all this time, restraining themselves from helping the younger generation," all of the Gordon's younger members thought, except for Alec. He was certain that someone had been protecting them. After all, this exercise was meant to train them, not kill them. He just hadn't expected his grandfather to be the one watching over them. "I mean no harm, George, I'm just curious about his identity," the Lanced patriarch said. "HMPH, curious indeed. My grandson saved your kids and spared you from embarrassment in front of the city council. Instead of repaying them, you unleashed your aura on them," Alec's grandfather retorted, refusing to back down. As one of his golem rose from the ground, the Gordon family gasped in awe. "It's one of the Big Three," Agnes whispered, her eyes fixed on the three golems that was just summoned, with the one in the middle appearing particularly intimidating. With its long sword pierced into the ground, it resembled an elite knight, covered in silver stones that seemed to act as armor. It emitted a constant aura of killing intent, strong enough to choke the kids to death if not for the patriarch's shielding. "This hasn't gone too far, George," the Lanced family patriarch shivered, feeling the aura of the main attacker from the Big Three golem that the Gordon's patriarch was known for. It was a Tier 7, just like the old man. No one was aware that the Gordon's patriarch now possessed a Tier 7 golem. Even the Lanced patriarch, a Tier 5 mage, knew that going against the Gordon family patriarch would be suicide. He couldn't help but scold himself inwardly now. "Whoa, the patriarch is so badass. No wonder you're his grandson. The genes really flowed into you," Arthur remarked, only to receive another knock on his head. 23 Power Stones, Power Crystals. The patriarch of the Lanced family was already sweating so hard. It was clear that he had genuine fear for the new golem that just showed up. Most people tend to look down on golem path mages, since they felt their battle powers were below a normal mage if there is no golem to match their. That's why even if the Gordon's family entered the same realm as the city lord, no one really fear him, since they still believe none of his Big Three golems have upgraded to Tier 7. Cause it was one of the most difficult things to do, since promotion for a golem takes a lot of special treasures, and could empty a family treasury if care was not taken. Tier 7 was the beginning of the high-level mages, and the Gordon's family had only a few patriarchs who had been able to nurture a Tier 7 golem in history, but George Gordon Rise has been different, making the other families secretly scared of his power, but they never admitted it. But the person facing George now was one of the weakest patriarch of the city, the Lanced family patriarch. He could feel dread just from looking at the golem. The intense killing intent being released by the golem was clearly visible as his aura was pure red, making the golem's eyes blood red as it looked at the Lanced patriarch. I'm really sorry, George. I will compensate your family for whatever happened, but please stop this madness fast. I can feel the creeps all over my body. Recall your golem back, the Lanced patriarch said. Let him go, old man, Alec whispered to his grandfather, since he didn't want the old man to enter any conflict because of him. Alec grandfather just snorted in annoyance. Because of the kids I would let this slide, but the power stones goes to us what? That is daylight robbery. My family younger generation defended this gate, and a lot of the family retainers were killed in this brutal exercise. The Lanced patriarch complained with a twisted expression on his face. You are such a hypocritical person. You just said now that you wanted to compensate my family for the crime you just committed, but now you are very reluctant to part ways with even an insignificant power stone. Maybe I should just beat you up for it too, the Gordon's family patriarch said as he cracked his knuckles. The Lanced patriarch gulped down a spit that got stuck in his throat when he saw the Gordon patriarch acting like an hooligan. He had wanted to scold the old man not to act that way in the face of his clan kids. But he shivered after the thought crossed his mind, as he felt his punishment might just increase if he said any unnecessary words at the moment. Kai. LLLL, the patriarch golem said in a humming tone as its blood-red eyes flashed. Its ability to speak just made the Lanced family shivered more. You can have the power stones. With this I have cleared all my debts with your family. How can you be so shameless? You even dare speak like that. When in the first place the Tier 1 zombies were all killed by my clan, are you trying to claim the credits of my boy? George asked with his white mustache, rising up along with his anger, as he was really pissed at the Lanced family's shameless attitude. But the power stones are really valuable, especially for the younger generation of our family too, the Lanced patriarch argued back, angry at Gordon's patriarch's shameless attitude. Watch how you talk to me. I am taking this, and I want to see a compensation gift at my clan before tomorrow. Failure to do so would only make me visit you instead. Alec grandfather smiled evilly like a bandit. Alec, are you sure you are not the younger version of the patriarch? Why do your expression even seem the same? Arthur whispered into Alec's ear. Do you want another knock on your head? Alec replied, making Arthur quickly kept his distance. You are no different from the patriarch. You bully. Arthur pouted. What are this power stones you keep mentioning, Gramps? Alec finally couldn't hold it in and asked his old man. Oh, it's the core all this creatures from the other dimension form when they advance to Tier 1. So technically all creatures from Tier 1 to Tier 9 all have a power crystal, which can be used to help in cultivating, making mages have an easier time breaking through. If not, I would still be stuck as a peak Tier 6 mage. While the creatures from the second dimension have power stones, the magic beasts which have mutated in our world have power crystals, which can be used to craft weapons and armor by sending these crystals to a master blacksmith. The Lanced patriarch watches George gave his grandson and all the Gordon's younger generations a lesson about the power stones and power crystals. He felt angry for the fact that George never took him really serious and later decided to give up fighting a losing battle, as he could see he was not going anywhere arguing with him. After all, it was no lie that all the Tier 1 zombies was killed by Alec Golem, which could also be counted as Alec's kill. I would be taking my leave now, the Lanced patriarch informed, and used the wind to levitate himself and the rest of the Lanced family members as he disappeared, not wanting to embarrass himself further. What a shameless and spineless man, running away so fast when things doesn't go his way. Well, never mind that. Let's get our spoil of war, Alec's grandfather said while facing Alec and the gang that was so cool. Patriarch Arthur said with his hands pumped with his eyes looking like he had stars inside them. The other kids also nodded their head to show their acceptance about Arthur's claims, making the patriarch laugh out loud. The scene was so peaceful that anybody who passed and saw the crowd of dead bodies around them might misunderstood that place and not even believe a battle just happened. The patriarch stretched his hand out, and a wave of transparent energy passed out from his hand and entered the body of all the Tier 1 zombies, including the peak Tier 1 zombie. An 8 sky blue gem came out not too long after looking different from each other and flew straight into the patriarch's hands. Clearly the peak Tier 1 zombie power stone light was brightest, as it was giving out a lot of mana fluctuations that Alec received a system message. Power Stone detected. Do you want to consume the Power Stone for 200 exp, YN? Alec decided to ignore the message for now, as he was not even thinking of using the power of the system in front of his family. He even considered the evolution of his remaining golems should be done in private and hide them as trump cards. All his golem were already due for evolution since they have all killed over 100 zombies, and he has been using his mana to repair their body, as he was not ready to lose any of this golems he considered as his personal elite force. The Patriarch looked at Legion, and his eyes almost bulge out. How the fuck did you craft an elite golem? You are just a tier 1 mage, he complained, as tears was almost coming out from his eyes. It was kinda simple, actually, Alex said, while scratching his head. The Patriarch could feel his heart breaking in tiny pieces as he heard what his grandchild said. I guess I made the right choice making you become a golem mage. You are a talented golem mage, and I think you might surpass me one day, the Patriarch said. Oh. The other kids were surprised at the Patriarch comment, as they could tell he was being serious, and was not just commenting on Alec, since he was his grandson, no more playing old man. I remember I killed some other tier 1 zombies at the North Gate, Alec said, but was cut off. Oh, don't worry, we have harvested them at the end of the battle, and they would be deposited into the clan's treasury for safekeeping, and could be earned for those under peak tier 1 realm with enough merit points to redeem them, the Patriarch said with an innocent smile. Bullshit. Those are my loot of war. I killed those zombies, so I earned them. Why do I feel like you're scamming me? Alec asked while feigning anger. Don't worry, you would receive some power stones as reward, but the rest goes to the clan. Learn not to be selfish, Alec, and don't worry, I would also reward your team who fought with you too with 1 power stone, each, the Patriarch said, while making Alec surprised at how much of an hoarder his grandfather turned out to be. It seems those power stones are really good, and that's why you embarrassed that lanced Patriarch. You old man are really shrewd, Alec compliment. Well, you're my blood also, don't tell me you are not shrewd also. Now enough chit-chatting, let's go back to the clan. The city lord soldier would take care of the zombie's body. The whole clan is waiting for your return, the Patriarch said. It has been 5 days since the small horde attack at the city gate occurred, and the whole city has returned to a state of peace, as if the attack never happened in the first place. However, the families and clan of the mages in the city can't stop talking about the details of the attack. Everyone were well aware that the Gordon's clan outperformed the other clans, and was rewarded the highest prize for their participation in the hunt. The hunt was initially organized as an exercise for the younger generations of the families and clans, as they believed the horde posed no significant threat. But now, due to entrusting the younger generations with this task, 2 big secrets have been revealed. First, it is widely gossiped that the Gordon's family's young master is a rare genius, a talent not seen in 1,000 years. People talk about how he was able to kill a peak tier 1 zombie without even a scratch, and how he already possesses 2 well-known tier 1 golems, making him one of the most formidable junior mage in the city. Rumors spread that no one can defeat him in the same realm, as his spear techniques are exceptional. While many people remain skeptical, some of the younger generations from prominent clans still pay visits to the Lanced family to gauge just how strong the Gordon's family's younger generation truly is. However, they were all taken aback when Brian Lanced, the supposed leader of the Lanced younger generation, warned them, saying, "Do not mess with the Gordon's younger generation, they have a monster in human skin." Despite this warning, many young masters from different families and clans still pushed the cautionary words to the back of their minds. They were genuinely curious to gauge Alec's strength. Some even sent challenge invitations, only to be rejected by the Gordon's clan, stating that Alec was in seclusion and would not be disturbed for trivial fights. This rejection infuriated the group of young masters who sought to defeat Alec in order to gain fame and honor as the ones who took down the city's young hero. But the second secret was an even more shocking revelation. When they heard that the Patriarch of the Gordon's clan now possessed a tier 7 golem, it attracted the attention of all the jealous and plotting families in the city, as their evil intentions grew stronger. Even those who competed with them before all went low-key, as they were not interested in attracting the attention of the Gordon's clan at the moment. It seems like the Gordon's clan is on the rise now. We must be careful not to offend them, whispered one person. Definitely Alec is someone that assassins would have been sent after by now considering his talent, but the fact that his grandfather is a tier 7 has made all the assassins afraid to even make a move against Alec, another person remarked. Right now, I guess we'll never know the truth about his powers until the next blood moon, which is coming in the next few weeks, someone pondered. The people in the streets gossiped fervently about the Gordon's clan's increasing power, while others decided to wait until the next blood moon to witness their true abilities. Meanwhile, the whole Gordon's clan was on lockdown, refusing to respond to the countless questions from the curious city inhabitants. "Hey boss, I've come just as I promised," Arthur said, stepping into Alec's courtyard. He was taken aback to find Alec meditating near the pond in the middle of the courtyard, with Titan and Legion standing on his right and left side, respectively. A wave of excitement rushed over Arthur as he wanted to express his gratitude to Alec for being such a valuable investment. However, the intense gaze from Titan and Legion served as a reminder that any unnecessary movements would not be beneficial, so he sat down and crossed his legs, patiently awaiting Alec's return from his trance. Also sitting down and crossing his legs into a meditative state. Finally, Alec opened his eyes, revealing a small smile that appeared at the corners of his lips. Without holding back a beat, he released his full aura, screaming towards the sky. As he sat there, someone else entered the courtyard. Arthur turned to see the unexpected guest, Brandon. "What the hell are you doing here?" Arthur exclaimed. "The same reason you're here as well," Brandon replied calmly, also sitting down and crossing his legs into a meditative state. Finally, Alec opened his eyes, revealing a small smile that appeared at the corners of his lips. Without holding back a beat, he released his full aura, screaming towards the sky. Erg, feeling the overwhelming aura, Arthur and Brandon quickly stood up, startled by its suppressing power. "I can't believe it, he has already advanced to the mid-tier 1 mage realm," Arthur blurted out in shock. "I always had a feeling that he was close to reaching the mid-tier 1 realm already. It's no surprise that he advanced so easily, considering his impressive martial prowess," Brandon commented, seeking affirmation from Arthur, who was still mesmerized by the scene unfolding before him. Arthur could only nod in agreement. "I can't wait for the banquet. This time we can exude our arrogance, while those mage clans with other path and battle mage clans watch in awe," Arthur exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Eager to assess his newfound strength, Alec quickly summoned the system to display his updated status. Status tab. Name: Alec Gordons. Race: human. Level: 6. Tier 1 mid. Exp till next level: 0-1000. Attributes: Strength 14+. Agility 16+. Endurance 13+. Mana 500. Affinity Earth High+, Fire High+. Available points 12. System points 689. The fact that all his basic attributes had increased by 5 points without using his attribute points surprised Alec. It felt like the equivalent of 5 normal level-ups. He could feel the raw power coursing through his veins as he clenched his fist, fantasizing about testing his newfound strength. "Congratulations on your successful breakthrough, boss," Arthur eagerly congratulated, positioning himself as a loyal supporter. Realizing he was a step behind, Brandon quickly joined in, saying, "Congratulations, boss." Although he had noticed Arthur's promptness, it was already too late, as Arthur had been the first to extend his congratulations. Alec's eyes widened in astonishment when he saw the significant increase in his mana pool. "Why do I have such a large mana pool?" Alec questioned the system in his mind. "X for starters, as the system's host and the heir to a legacy, your mana has slightly improved above the normal range. However, what truly caused your abnormal mana levels is your excessive abuse of mana for experimenting on your golems." Alec couldn't help but laugh at the system's sarcastic voice. Status tab. Endurance 13+. Mana 465. Affinity Earth High+, Fire High+. System points 689. "I guess some things just don't change," Alex said when he realized the system was deducting mana from him. His eyes squinted when he noticed it was 20 mana more than the last time, and when did answering questions cost 40 mana? Alec questioned the system in annoyance, momentarily forgetting that he had 2 people still waiting for him. "Simple, you advance, so the system advances with you. This means it can provide more proper answers and talk for a few more seconds, but at a price O," the system replied. Status tab. Name: Alec Gordons. Race: human. Level: 6. Tier 1 mid-tier. Exp till next level: 0-1000. Attributes: Strength 14+. Agility 16+. Endurance 13+. Mana 425. Affinity Earth High+, Fire High+. Available points 12. Available points 12. System points 689. What the fouquet? Alec was about to question the system again when he realized he was being played into a trap by the deceitful system. HMMP, you're not getting what you want, Alex snorted, deciding to ignore the system for now. He had many questions, but wasn't ready to give the smug system the satisfaction it wanted. Alec turned his head and looked at Arthur and Brandon, who were waiting for him. However, the same couldn't be said for his two clansmen, who felt as though they were being watched by a beast that could devour them at any moment. Their conviction of coming there more was resolved. What do both of you want? Alec asked them. To become stronger. They both blurted out at the same time. The power stones that were given to us after the last battle have been used up for cultivation, and we can already feel that we are close to the mid-tier 1 mage realm, Arthur was quick to explain. But we actually want something more. We want to be strong enough to follow behind you, not just behind you and your golems, Arthur said, sounding a bit confused about what he really wanted. Alec couldn't help but laugh out loud. I understand what you're trying to say. It must have been pretty embarrassing for both of you to be weaker than my main golems, but I think you'll have to bury those feelings. I'm glad you came to meet me. I'm sure you and Brandon came after hearing that Agnes and Knight were undergoing special training, but mind you, I have no special training to offer. I only have a hellish training plan. Are you ready for it? Alec asked with a smile on his face, though it didn't quite look like a smile at that moment. Yes, we would gladly train under you, they replied. Try to survive 1 minute with Titan. I'll be back. Alec snickered when he realized they were underestimating Titan. He checked Titan's stats again before shaking his head. They are screwed if they have to fight that monster I created as he had leveled up. Earth Golem. Name Titan. Level 6 can be upgraded, 62 1000. Realm mid-tier 1. Rank rare. Strength 30. Agility 17. Endurance 27. Even though Titan was not an elite golem with teenage intelligence, it was now as strong as Legion when it broke through to the mid-tier 1 realm with its various skills. It could probably wipe the floor with that peak tier 1 zombie Alec had Legion face when it was just level 1. Alec decided to take a shower, as he noticed a lingering, unpleasant odor emanating from his body after the recent breakthrough, and that was the only reason why he had left his Arthur and Brandon with the golems. Even though there was no visible residue, he could still sense the impurities that had been expelled. I hope they're holding up well against Titan, Alec murmured to himself while cleaning his body. As he did so, he couldn't help but notice the incredible development of his abs and muscles, making him appear more attractive and confident with his exposed upper body. I bet I could turn some heads just by flaunting this sexy physique, Alec thought to himself, giving a playful wink at his reflection before making his way back to the courtyard. He was eager to witness Brandon's and Arthur's progress. However, as he stepped into the courtyard, his mouth hung open in shock. It was a sight that shook him to the core as bodies of his siblings lay on the ground, groaning in pain, while Legion's laughter echoed through the air. Legion's menacing presence, combined with his helmet and body armor, made him resemble an undead creature instead of a golem. If not for his smooth, rocky body, Alec might really be curious if truly he was developing an undead instead. Hey system, why does it feel like Legion's armor is made of real steel instead of stone? Alec inquired. Simple. I used the mana you provided to create them. Firstly, I compressed the earth elements into the desired shape, then I used the remaining mana to infuse the fire and metal elements from the atmosphere, effectively burning the compressed earth and giving it a metal-like quality. After adding a little earth essence, the system replied. Oh, Alec responded, contemplating the system's explanation. Another thing, I've noticed you've never utilized your fire elements when creating a golem. You should try it sometime. Golems can be made from anything, which is what makes them special, the system advised. Wow, that's actually quite helpful. You're talking to me on your own, Alec remarked to the system. Well, if you recall, I deducted 50 mana for that advice, the system reminded him. The Alec groaned, feeling like pulling his hair out. Despite his initial frustration, he couldn't deny that the system's guidance had opened up new possibilities regarding his golem experimentation. The cost of an additional 50 mana seemed reasonable to him, considering the benefits it offered. Alec couldn't believe the sight before him. Titan's mace and shield were still strapped to its back, while his siblings was on the ground. This meant that Titan had defeated both Arthur and Brandon without even using any weapons. Man, he's a complete beast, nothing like what we saw before, right, Brandon? Arthur commented, lifting himself up from the ground. Alec turned his gaze towards Brandon, seeking confirmation. All he received was a silent nod from him. Don't mind him, bro. Brandon's just not much of a talker, you know, Arthur explained. Enough with the laughing, Alec said sternly, directing his glare towards Legion, who quickly became silent as a statue. This made Brandon and Arthur feel less embarrassed, now that Legion's unsettling laughter had ceased. Alec realized that he may have pushed them too far by challenging Titan to train with them. He had wanted to train them ever since he noticed their immense improvement in combat when their lives were on the line, like during the zombie encounters. However, Titan was on a whole other level, capable of killing them instantly. That's why they had made no progress and suffered defeat. Well, since you guys can't handle Titan, I suppose you'll just have to fight 2 level 0 golems instead, Alex said. What's a level 0 golem? Brandon asked. It's like saying unclassified zombies, Alec replied. Oh, so you want us to face your spear-wielding golems? Arthur questioned. Oh, laughs out loud. If you think of them as just spear-wielding golems, get ready to be surprised because the experiments I've conducted on them will shock you, Alec said. Now I feel uneasy just hearing you say that, Arthur muttered as Alec released 4 level 0 golems from the space pouch his grandfather, the patriarch, had gifted him. As soon as the 4 golems appeared, the atmosphere in the courtyard changed. Arthur's jaw dropped in disbelief as he struggled to comprehend what he was seeing. What have you done to these seemingly harmless golems? They're like monsters now, Arthur exclaimed, pointing at the newly released creations. Even though their aura hasn't reached tier 1 yet, these golems are clearly almost at that level. How the hell did you manage to do this? Brandon exclaimed, his mana starting to flow around him as he took a battle stance, drawing out a long blade that he always kept with him. What happened to those cute spear-wielding golems? Arthur asked, clearly freaked out by the drastic changes in the golems. The 4 golems looked drastically different from before, as Alec had been experimenting on them and making various changes to their body structures and weapons. With his increased experience in crafting golems, Alec had been able to achieve significant improvements. One of the golems had a shorter stature, but wielded a massive sword that was embedded in the ground, its length matching its peculiar height. The golem stood with crossed arms, exuding a cool and confident aura as it stood slightly apart from the other golems. Why do I feel like that golem resembles you, Brandon? Arthur questioned, pointing towards the golem that shared the same height and weapon as Brandon. That's because I designed that golem with Brandon in mind. I really admired his fighting style, so I wanted to create another golem that could mimic at least 50% of his characteristics, Alec explained, making sure not to hurt Brandon's feelings by implying that the golem could replace him. The rest of the golems looked pretty intimidating too, Arthur said, trying to overcome his sense of unease. Alec observed what he had created, reflecting on his journey of combining ideas from the old world and techniques from the journal of golem making that he had inherited from the patriarch. It was a sacred tradition passed down to future leaders of the family. One of the golems stood as tall as Titan, boasting 6 arms that gave it an imposing appearance. It had 2 longer arms at its back and 4 facing the front, equipped with a variety of blades. Despite its blank face, Arthur and Brandon couldn't shake the feeling that there was a twisted expression hidden behind its flickering red eyes. Let me introduce you to Usura, the 6-armed maniac. After I changed its body structure, I could have promoted it to tier 1, but I wanted to test something out first, and that's why you guys are the perfect test subjects, Alec explained. Moving on to the 3rd golem, I call this one Butcher, Alec said, pointing to another golem that appeared to be normal without any additional modifications. However, its darker shade of brown and choice of weaponry made it clear why Alec named it Butcher. It had 2 small axes strapped to its back with earth elements, while a large twop-handed axe rested on its shoulders, supported by its left hand. Arthur and Brandon couldn't help but feel like they were looking at a war god. The 4th golem appeared relatively normal, with the only noticeable difference being the big golden core on its chest that flickered like a beating heart. But based on their previous experiences with the golems, they knew better than to underestimate this seemingly simple-looking golem. I call the last golem Magneto, as I fused it with the metal core my grandfather gave me. To be honest, I haven't really tested their powers after remodeling them, Alec explained. Just as you need training partners, they also need someone to test their battle powers against, so I think you guys are the perfect opponents. Now all you have to do is pick which 2 you'll be facing and start your hellish training. I'll start supervising now, Alec said with an eerie smile. You know, I'm sure you're like the younger version of the patriarch. Even both of your evil smiles are strikingly similar, Arthur commented, almost crying at the idea of the challenging training session ahead. 26. Brandon's lost. I choose the golem that resembles me and the one wielding an axe, Brandon eagerly declared, seizing the opportunity to be the first to make his selection. The sight of the 6-armed golem and the crystal golem sent shivers down his spine. He preferred facing opponents who used conventional weapons, which had prompted him to hastily choose those 2 golems before Arthur could even realize his intentions. Oh, look at you suddenly becoming articulate and expressing your desires, you cheeky bastard. You picked the ones that seem easier to fight, Arthur grumbled after realizing he lost to Brandon in this round. No need to complain now, after all. They aren't even tier 1 golems yet. Come, Arthur. You should watch Brandon take on the golems and see if you can learn anything, Alec interjected, beckoning Arthur to join him in watching from a distance. Go. Alec commanded his golems to attack independently, curious to witness if these new variants he had crafted possessed any distinct qualities compared to other golems. As soon as the golems received Alec's order, they immediately rushed toward Brandon, the golem wielding the two-handed sword leading the charge as he clashed against Brandon with reckless abandon. A small shockwave erupted as Brandon clashed his great sword against the golem's weapon, sending it flying backward. However, before he could regain his composure, he found himself facing a colossal axe descending straight toward his head. "FCK this," Brandon blurted out after being caught off guard by the surprise attack. Arthur stood with his mouth agape, while Alec was taken aback at the sneak attack of the axe golem. Nonetheless, he found himself admiring the intensity of the unfolding battle. Although the axe golem's strike had caught Brandon off guard, he quickly reacted by using his large sword as a shield, hoping to endure the blow and retaliate. However, Brandon soon realized the grave mistake he made by underestimating the strength of this particular golem compared to the one with the great sword. After the impact, Brandon was forced back a few steps, his hand trembling from the sheer force of the axe golem's strike. Realizing his error, Alec chimed in, "Even if you enjoy combat, for God's sake, you're a mage. Try countering their attack with earth, magic spell at least. You have mana, don't be stingy with it." In an unexpectedly unconventional manner, Alec offered his advice to Brandon. He cursed himself for not realizing sooner that someone with such incredible affinity like Brandon only have low level in his elemental spells cause he never embraced his true potential as a mage, but rather he had been relying solely on physical combat strength. Brandon finally acknowledged that he would need to be more versatile if he wanted to come out victorious against these formidable golems. "Stone bullet," Brandon exclaimed, diverting a barrage of stone projectiles toward the axe-wielding golem, aiming to disrupt its combo attack as it was planning on striking him again. The axe golem tried evading, however. He was abruptly halted by the rain of bullets that punctured its body, causing it to momentarily freeze in its tracks. Just as Brandon's attention was fixed on the axe golem, he sensed a tingling sensation running down his spine. Ever since the encounter with the zombies that fateful day, he had developed heightened sensitivity to his surroundings, always feeling a subtle connection with the earth elements swirling around him like an invisible force field, aiding in threat detection. It was one of his advantages as someone with a peak affinity. Without even turning back, he instinctively moved his left hand backward and silently chanted a spell, preparing to face the approaching second golem, Earth Wall. Brandon commanded, sending his mana into the ground. In an instant, a small but sturdy wall shot up from the earth, serving as an obstacle to momentarily halt the golem's advance. Brandon smirked, pleased that his plan had worked. The purpose of the wall was not to completely stop the golem, but to buy him a precious few moments to gather momentum for a well-executed strike. To his surprise, Brandon heard the sound of something shattering the stones, causing him to quickly duck. The tingling feeling returned, and he could hardly believe his luck as he realized he had narrowly escaped certain death. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, a testament to the close call. Legion's eerie laughter echoed in the air, while Titan continued to stare at Brandon with an unsettling indifference as they watched the battle from the sidelines too. The sight sent shivers down his spine, but Brandon knew he couldn't let his focus waver. As the axe golem witnessed its target evading its attack, it released its grip on the axe, allowing it to crash to the ground. In a swift motion, the golem withdrew a small axe from its back and slashed at Brandon, catching him off guard. The golem fought relentlessly, following its designated role perfectly without the need for any commands from Alec. Wasting no time, Brandon quickly chanted another spell to turn the tides. Low-tier spell Earth Spear Thrust. Brandon unleashed a tier spell for his realm, pouring all of his remaining mana into it, and a massive spear composed of earth elements soared through the air, striking the golem square in the chest. The impact was powerful, but Brandon's triumph was short-lived. In the blink of an eye, a chilling sensation engulfed Brandon as he felt the cold blade of the second golem's stone weapon pressed against his neck. Panic filled his eyes as he quickly realized that it was the golem that seems to possess the same characteristics as him that got him. He had totally forgotten about him and focused on the axe golem instead. I surrender," Brandon admitted, his embarrassment evident. He couldn't believe he had been bested by two unclassified golems. It was a defeat that stung worse than fighting Tier 1 zombies. Alec's applause filled the air as a satisfied smile formed on his lips. He observed with great interest how Brandon's status he was looking at had visibly changed after the intense battle. Merely a few minutes of struggle against his golems had brought about slight improvements in Brandon's abilities. "I knew it," Alec exclaimed, his voice filled with excitement. By pushing them to experience near-death moments, they grow rapidly and tap into their untapped potentials much quicker. He placed his hands on his chin, deep in thought as he considered how much more pressure to add to their fights. "Why are you smiling so mischievously again?" Arthur questioned, his curiosity piqued. "No, I'm not," Alec denied, trying to hide his wicked grin. You know, you don't have a lot of expressions, so I can always tell when you're plotting something evil. I just hope whatever you're thinking about, you won't include me in it, Arthur pleaded, a hint of fear in his voice. Well, I feel like you're just scared to face the challenge instead of trying to talk your way out of it. Why don't you go down there and stop wasting time? Alec responded, his tone filled with a mix of annoyance and determination. Arthur let out a resigned sigh as he reluctantly made his way towards the center of the courtyard, where the remaining two imposing golems awaited him, ready for their upcoming spar. Meanwhile, Alec took a moment to check his notifications, hoping to see the progress of his golems. Axe-wielding golem. Skills learned, Axe Mastery Level 1. Dash Level 1. Destroyer Golem. Skills learned, Dash Level 1. Alec couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction as he saw that the axe golem had successfully learned its main weapon mastery. However, the sword-wielding golem, which had been given the name Destroyer Golem by the system, had yet to acquire its own weapon mastery. But Alec believed that it was close to achieving it, and with a few more fights, it might finally unlock its weapon mastery. 27. Crystal Golem Uniqueness. Brandon retreated to a quiet corner in the courtyard, finding solace in meditation as he sought to replenish his depleted mana. He knew that he needed to regain his strength for the upcoming round, since Alec made it clear that they would be sparring continuously. Observing Brandon's behavior, Alec nodded in approval. However, Arthur couldn't help but feel an urge to throw up as it was disconcerting to see Alec exuding such maturity and composure, especially considering they were of the same age. Begin, Alec commanded, and the golems moved forward surprisingly. The six-armed zombies hesitated and backed away. However, the other golem, adorned with a power crystal on its chest, continued to advance gracefully towards Arthur. Oh great, I only have to face one of these guys. Easy peasy, Arthur said confidently. Summoning his familiar stone bullet spell, Arthur created 10 sharp stones that swiftly spiraled upward. He planned to disrupt the golem's movement with this attack. To Arthur's dismay, the golem simply raised its hand, conjuring a golden shield that effortlessly blocked all of the stone bullets. Damn it, how is that fair? This is clearly cheating, Arthur protested, frustration coursing through him. The resounding clank of the stones hitting the shield echoed in the air, leaving visible dents. However, it did nothing to impede the golem's relentless march. The golem's chest emitted a brilliant golden glow, and even Arthur could perceive the crystal's color dimming. He knew that an attack was imminent, but he was uncertain about the nature of the next attack. Reacting swiftly, he emulated the golem's earlier move, creating a metal shield. Usually he would have used an earth wall or earth shield, but witnessing the golem's mastery of the metal shield technique made him realize he had been neglecting the use of his other element skill. Earth wall consumed more mana, and the earth shield was cumbersome in comparison. However, Arthur's awe quickly turned to shock as he saw 5 metal blades materializing in the air, pointing directly at him with precision. Are you kidding me? How is this a freaking unclassified golem? It's already using a Tier 1 magical spell, Arthur exclaimed, frustration laced in his voice as he futilely attempted to dodge. However, his efforts were in vain as the gleaming golden blade pierced his skin, or so he thought. To his surprise, nothing happened as the blades disintegrated upon contact with Arthur's skin. Don't worry, I made sure they wouldn't harm you. The moment it believed it had won, it ceased its attack, Alec reassured, explaining the situation. What the hell was that? It just used a Tier 1 spell, Arthur grumbled, feeling a mix of confusion and annoyance. Well, that's because I infused the golem with a power crystal acquired from a Tier 1 beast that had metal elemental properties. It was a gift from the old man, Alec clarified. You do realize that old man happens to be your grandfather and also the patriarch of this family, right? Arthur pointed out, raising an eyebrow. Well, he certainly has his ways, Alec chuckled. Before Arthur's fight could be considered over, Alec's attention was caught by the 6-handed golem. It drew out the blades hidden within its back, passing them to the 4 hands at its forefront. Pointing its 4 blades towards Arthur, the golem unleashed a deafening roar, its red eyes flickering with anticipation. Oh, I am so screwed, Arthur muttered to himself, bracing for what was to come. Earth spear, earth spear, earth spear, earth spear. Arthur unleashed his full strength, flinging his arms forward and sending a barrage of earth spears hurtling towards the advancing golem. Yet the golem effortlessly swatted away the spears with its immense strength. Using a single sword slash from each hand, it swiftly deflected the 4 earth spears as if they were mere miniature missiles. Gah, I'm not giving up yet, Arthur yelled, infused with determination. He channeled his mana, condensing it into his hands to create metal gloves. With a burst of speed, he lunged towards the golem, throwing the first punch. Unfortunately, the golem easily evaded his attack and retaliated by slashing at Arthur with one of its rear hands. Damn you, Arthur exclaimed, swiftly using his left hand to block the golem's sword and holding it firmly in place. With all his might, he punched the arm wielding the sword, successfully disarming the golems. However, before he could make a move, 5 other swords were already placed menacingly against his neck. You. Lowe's Legion said, no longer laughing eerily, his voice filled with malice. Are you the one who made them attack him one by one? Alec questioned Legion, seeking an explanation. Yes, see, Ray, I noticed that they were stronger in him and wouldn't awaken their potential just by ganging up on him, Legion replied, bowing in apology. Alec felt a sense of gratitude that they hadn't attacked together. If they had, it would have completely shattered Arthur's confidence, considering how easily each golem overpowered him alone. Joining forces would have been overkill. Why don't you go over there and meditate with Brandon? Once your mana pool is full again, you can engage in another battle, Alex suggested, offering a solution. What? Arthur protested, desperate to have a moment of respite. Practice makes perfect. You've made small improvements, even if you can't see it. I'm just here to help push you towards your goals, Alec explained, his intentions masked by his outward sincerity. Why do I feel like I'm being scammed? Arthur grumbled inwardly, his intuition on high alert. The truth was that Alec did have ulterior motives. Arthur and Brandon were being manipulated, pawns in a larger scheme. Even the 6-armed golem failed to awaken anything within them. The fight was simply not challenging enough. Despite Alec's hidden agenda, his words held some truth. Arthur was on the cusp of reaching the mid-tier 1 mage realm, making progress. Gordon Arthur. Level low tier 185-100 until next realm. Race human. Battle power ADs. Affinity earth mid metal high. Specialized skills. Stone bullet level 5. Earth compression level 2. Earth spear level 2. Metal manipulation level 2. Metal sword level 1. Metal gloves level 1. Alec felt a mix of surprise and pride as he observed the new skills that had suddenly appeared in his repertoire, including the metal glove skill. It was evident that he had learned and developed these abilities on his own, without relying on skill books or seeking guidance from the elders of the family. Just a little push, and you'll have a breakthrough into a new realm, Alec whispered to himself, feeling hopeful for his 2 siblings who were currently meditating under the comforting shade of a nearby tree. With a determined stride, Alec approached his newly created golems, eager to re-examine their stats and gather more information. 28 about to build a small golem army. Alec was lying down on top of one of the tall trees in his courtyard as he read about the golem making from the book his grandfather gave him. He raised his head and saw both Arthur and Brandon still fighting and sigh. It had already been 2 weeks since both Brandon and Arthur came to him begging him to train them, and clearly they have improved leaps and bounds. As both Arthur and Brandon have both promoted from low tier 1 mage to mid-tier 1 mage, making them handle the golems more easily, and were able to gain some victories after a lot of practice. But that was not their biggest gain. As they kept on fighting, they also accumulated a lot of battle experiences, as they shed their form of amateur fighting that was showing all over them before. But not only them improved, as the whole 4 special golems have all gained new skills, and had their weapon mastery upgraded to level 5, upgrading the difficulties for both Arthur and Brandon. But still yet they didn't lose. They even took initiative to counterattack now. A lot of bangs and sound of fighting could be heard in the courtyard, as all they do was fight and meditate until they were out of mana. Alec made sure they only ate at night. He looked at his future partners proud of his handiwork, as he has finally shaped them into battle-ready comrades, as their changes was so visible. Arthur was now able to use both metal and earth magic together, without no restraint, and Brandon was clearly the biggest winner of all, as he had practically become a monster with his earth manipulation skill. And as long he had mana, he was a dangerous opponent to be fighting with, but that does not make him any more less dangerous without mana, as Alec discovered the skill sword mastery showed up among his list of skills, after fighting countless fights for 14 days. Even though it took long for him to level up his skill level, Alec understood not everyone could be as unusual as his golems, as his system told him the only reason they were advancing this fast was because he was training them with the golems, making them awaken skills and improve fast naturally, just like the golems, but it would take longer time. Which Alec was not really bothered by, as he have seen how skillful Brandon became with the sword after he learnt the sword mastery skill. He became a changed man, not just swinging the sword around aimlessly. Now his every move holds a technique to it, a technique he was creating himself. And it has quite level up since he had been fighting all this time against golems, that just seems to improve with every single fight. That's enough for now, Alex said, as he jumped down from the tree. Brandon blew a sigh of relief, as he was drained from fighting for countless hours, only stopping to replenish his mana just to fight again. Arthur gripped his fist together as he screamed, "Finally, even I have stepped into the mid-tier 1 realm and have consolidated my powers. I can't wait to see the look on the faces of Agnes and Knight when they see our new cultivation realm," Arthur said, while facing Alec and Brandon. Alec ignored him. After all, he was used to the guy always ranting like this all the time. "Why did we stop?" Brandon asked. "Well, the golems don't seem to be putting pressure on you that much again, and I can't really have you fight against Titan, so I will just have to upgrade them to tier 1. After all, I have gotten all I want for their evolution," Aless said. "Evolution? Wait, don't tell me you are about to promote all 4 golems to tier 1, Arthur asked in a pitched tone. "Of course I am. I should have done this earlier, but you guys were such a drag that if they got promoted to tier 1 realm, they would kick your asses, easily disrupting the training plans I have for you guys. Thankfully, you guys broke from your shells and became mid-tier 1 mages. No one who looks at you guys now won't know you have gone through a transformation," Alec said as he stared at the perfect tone abs. "They have both developed a bit jealous, as he have not even developed any packs. His body just seems slim and normal with no packs." Arthur laughed cheeky as he put his hands over Alec's shoulders, only for Alec to place his left hands on Arthur's face and release a short burst of flames, burning Arthur's face. "Ah, why did you do that? You just ruined my beautiful face now. How are the girls going to admire this, Daddy?" Arthur complained as he stared at himself in the lake with his face charred a pure black color. Alec just decided to ignore him, since arguing would not settle anything now. "It's time I finally have my own golem army," have been dreaming of, Alec said to himself, as he looked at all the options laid out in front of him. "You do know you are the first person in the Gordon's family to have more than one tier 1 golem. If anyone realize you are trying to raise that number to 6, they might go crazy. A genius like you is going to make others' cultivation seem useless, as that would mean having up to 7 tier 1 mage before they can confront you," Arthur said. "Mind you, those 7 tier 1 mages must be high or peak tier 1 mages, or they would only be courting with death," Brandon said, as his body trembled when he looked at the golems, which had a ridiculous battle power above their normal realm. But what made him more afraid was his young master. Alec was what he called a monster. He had watched as Alec started practicing with the fire element more, since he wanted to create a golem with both earth and fire element. Alec had started training 4 hours per day to become familiar with fire elements that it seemed harmless, and Arthur decided to challenge him to a fight after he promoted to mid-tier 1 realm. The feedback of power he got managed to get into his head, making him feel he was at his strongest, and he challenged Alec as he felt he followed the battle mage path, while Alec followed the golem path. He believed he would win the fight easily, but he was burnt black in that fight, with Alec using him to test how he could use his fire skills. After that, he decided to fight Titan again, but Titan still wiped his ass with just its mace, as it did not even bother to use its shield in the fight. Bursting Arthur inflated ego, making him take the training seriously, and ever since then they could all feel the improvement they have made, even if they have never left the courtyard. Brandon even believed if he met the old him, he won't have any problems beating himself to a pulp with just his fist, as fighting against the ever-leveling up golems have made them adapt to fighting in different conditions, sneak attack, and fighting skills. "Well, forget whatever you're thinking, because right now you're about to see my babies grow. And that is a privilege," Alec said as he opened the status tab of the axe-wielding golem. "First, one of your golems has reached maximum value and can evolve into a tier 1 golem. Choose its path. Ordinary tier 1 golem cost 25 mana. Axeman golem tier 1 golem cost 50 mana. Berserk Axeman golem tier 1 golem cost 100 mana." Alec didn't even hesitate at all as he chose the Berserk Axeman golem. "Now it's time for magic to happen," Alec said as he felt 1/5 of his mana pool being reduced, as his mana was being moved into the body of the golem. "Who weird axe, let's see how you would look like," Alec said to himself, as both Arthur and Brandon couldn't afford to take their eyes of the transformation the golem was going through. 29 different paths among golems. Alec gasped as he watched all that was happening. He was really curious to see what the new golem would turn out to look like. Even though he had watched Legion go through this process of evolution before, he was still extremely curious to see how this new golem would look. The mana started transforming the golem as it grew taller all of a sudden. Oh, both Arthur and Brandon could not keep their mouths closed as they watched the golem grow tall to the same height as Legion. "Why do I feel like I am witnessing the birth of another monster like Legion?" Arthur questioned. "Nobody in particular. Definitely because the aura it's releasing is almost as suffocating as the one Legion released the moment he became a tier 1 golem." Brandon replied to Arthur's question in a very detailed way that it gave even him cringes just thinking of fighting another monster on the level of Legion. Just as they were making suggestions, the transformation of the axe-wielding golem had ended. It was as tall as Legion and had the same look as Legion. It was as if they were looking at a gladiator wielding an axe. The only difference was that his shoulder pads had spikes on the right side. Its stone armor looked lighter than the one Legion had. The axe it wielded had the greatest transformation of all. It no longer had its brown color, it now had two colors, black and red. Alec never realized that the weapons his golem used could have another color apart from brown and black. The red color gave the axe a new aura of fierceness, while the two small axes at his back were pure black and curved. It seems those are for throwing, Alec thought to himself. The golem was really intimidating, as it was releasing a faint killing intent even though it had never killed any human before. I guess this is one of the attributes that comes with the fact that it's a berserk golem, Alec said to himself. In the heat of the moment, Alec exclaimed, "Now let's really check this baby's stats." Completely forgetting that both Arthur and Brandon were still with him. However, they were so engrossed in examining the golem that they paid little attention to Alec. Berserk Axeman Golem 1620. Level 1 can be upgraded. Realm Low Tier 1. Rank Elite. Endurance 7. A rare golem crafted from pure mana, it has honed its form through constant battles, accumulating battle experience, and has turned out to be a masterpiece of slaughter. When enraged, all its stats would increase by +5. However, after the burst of strength, it would be incapable of joining any fight for the next 5 hours. It is a golem with the potential to evolve. Gladiator Helmet. Level 6. Plus Power 12 plus Agility 6. Durability 30-30. Gladiator Armors. Level 6. Plus Endurance 10 plus Agility 8. Part of a set. When the complete set is worn, another bonus stat is given. Plus Power 5, plus Agility 5, plus Endurance 5. Durability 30-30. Gladiator Boots. Level 6. Plus Agility 10 plus Power 8. Part of a set. When the complete set is worn, another bonus stat is given. Plus Power 5, plus Agility 5, plus Endurance 5. Durability 30-30. Gladiator Blood Axe. Level 6. Plus Power 12. Part of a set. When the complete set is worn, another bonus stat is given. Plus Power 5, plus Agility 5, plus Endurance 5. Durability 30-30. Gladiator Dual Short Axe. Level 6. Plus Power 5 plus Agility 7 plus Endurance 6. Part of a set. When the complete set is worn, another bonus stat is given. Plus Power 5 plus Agility 5 plus Endurance 5. Durability 30-30. Full Gladiator Punisher, set worn plus Power 5 plus Agility 5 plus Endurance 5. Alec could finally see the resemblance between Legion and the new Tier 1 Golem, except for the long two-handed blood axe and the dual short axes wielded by the new Golem. The rest of their equipment was the same. What the heck is going on? Alec questioned the system inside his mind. Simply put, they both chose the same path, the path of Gladiator. Let me explain something that you, the system, don't have the power to pick a path for the Golem. All I do is show them different paths their class can work with. After all, they gain the ability to think since the day you created them. From that moment onwards, it's left for them to choose what they want to become. Though I think Legion also influenced the new Golem to pick the Gladiator's path. You are getting me confused. Be more specific, would you? Alec asked again. I believed your Golem picked the Gladiator path since it wanted to imitate its senior. Don't worry, there are other paths apart from the Gladiators, so you don't have to worry about all your Golems being Gladiator Golems. I know how much you crave for each of your Golems to be unique. Is it quite obvious? Alec asked. Oh yes, it is. The fact that you made each of them change weapons from spears to other weapons after Legion became a Tier 1 spearman shows just how much you wanted them to be unique. Well, you can't blame me. After reading just the first volume of the book my grandfather gave me, I would be a fool to just create Golems full of spearman Golems. My dream is much bigger than that, Alec said back to the system. That's 120 mana for the answers, the system said, laughing evilly, making it hard to still distinguish if it was a male or female system. You deceiver, you answered one question in 3 different places, Alec accused. I just made sure you were curious enough to keep on asking for more questions. The system explained its little scheme, making Alec grit his teeth in anger, as no matter how cautious he acted, he had always been outsmarted by the system. The new Golem quickly went down on one knee, the same way Legion had done when it got promoted, so Alec was able to guess what it wanted before it even spoke. Me, Moss, Tur, it said. Oh. Boss, let me name this one. Arthur quickly jumped in when he heard the golem requesting a name. He was not ready to see his brother name another golem with his bad naming sense. Over to you, Alec replied, not even ready to make a move, as naming was not his strong suit. We shall name you the Axe Demon, Arthur said, but the golem still kept waiting while still on its knees. Alec was surprised and turned back. You shall be named Axe Demon, Alec said, copying Arthur. Berserk Axeman Golem. Name Axe Demon. Level 1 can be upgraded. Realm Low Tier 1. Rank Elite. Strength 20. Agility 15. Endurance 7. The name got updated immediately after Alec declared the name too. That's unfair, Arthur started ranting to the golem, but it just ignored him as it walked over to Legion and stretched out an arm. Brother, Axe Demon said, while Legion shook its arms, saying brother too to the Axe Demon. Alec watched all this happen before moving to the next golem, the golem with a great sword. It's time we have our own swordsman, Alec said as he opened the golem's options of evolution. One of your golems has reached maximum value and can evolve into a Tier 1 golem. Choose its path. Ordinary Tier 1 golem cost 25 mana. Swordsman Golem Tier 1 golem cost 50 mana. Destruction Great Swordsman Golem Tier 1 golem cost 100 mana. Choosing the Destruction Great Swordsman Golem. You better not be picking the Gladiator's path, or I might just faint, Alec said as he finally clicked on the third option. 30 Evolution continues. Wait, quick question, can I upgrade more than one golem at a time? Alec asked the system. Of course, you just have to be ready for the huge loss of mana. I hope you remember what happened the first time you evolved a golem. Oh, I completely forgot about that, Alec replied to the system in his mind, remembering the serious headache he had when he used 100 mana to evolve Legion back when he was still a low Tier 1 mage. Well, those are the types of things you should not forget about, since I am taking about 40 mana again for helping you answer another question. Well, you do a good job reminding me about that, Alec said, while opening his status tab to check how much mana he had left. Status tab. Name Alec Gordons. Race Human. Level 6. Tier 1 Mid-Tier. Exp till next level, 325 1000. Attributes. Strength 14+. Agility 16+. Endurance 13+. Mana 259 500. Affinity Earth High Plus, Fire High Plus. Available points 12. System points 689. Opening his status tab made Alec realize that he had left his attribute points untouched for a long time. I should definitely get one of my basic stats to 20. Maybe there would be a new improvement, Alec thought to himself as he held his chin. He quickly opened the options of another golem since he wanted to try advancing 2 golems at once. Who do you think I should evolve next? Alec asked, turning to Arthur since he has always been able to give him good advice. Definitely, I think the multiple hands golem would be a good choice. I really want to see how it would turn out after it evolves into a Tier 1 golem, Arthur said. So Alec quickly opened the tabs of the 6 arms golem as well. One of your golems has reached maximum value and can evolve into a Tier 1 golem. Choose its path. 6 arms golem Tier 1 golem cost 50 mana. Asura Jegenes golem Tier 1 golem cost 100 mana. The 6-arm golem, surprisingly, had only 2 options, one less than the other golems. Alec, therefore, chose the one that appeared to be more advanced. What is an Asura Jegenes? Alec asked. I would love to really scam another 40 mana from you, but I think you should try using your Inspect skill on that option. Alec quickly used his Inspect skill on the evolution path. The only reason he was this concerned was because the golem only had 2 different paths, and Alec didn't want it to lose any of its uniqueness. He wanted the golem to retain its 6 arms, which is why he wanted to understand the second option before choosing it, as he believed that the last options are always the best out of everything the system has to offer. Inspect. The Asura Jegenes golem. This is a golem, which had a remarkable fusion of ancient Greek mythology and dark sword demon lore. Jegenes is a legendary creature with 6 powerful arms and the strength to match that of a giant, and it has served as the inspiration to create this extraordinary golem. The golem's body structure mirrors that of the ancient Jegenes, combining its robustness with the cruel nature befitting a sword demon. Seeing this assured Alec that his golem was not going to lose its 6 arms, making him choose the option. Start the evolution of both the sword-wielding golem and the 6-armed golem now, Alec said as he braced himself for the potential headache. However, the moment the mana left his body, it did not hurt as it had the first time. X, of course it won't hurt you, dummy. With a mana pool as big as 500 mana points, do you think 200 mana would give you a headache? Definitely not. You should have realized this by now. Not only has your strength and body improved, but even your mental powers have also improved, making you deal with situations like this more easily. All right, if you say so, Alex said as another transformation began. What type of sorcery is this? Brandon asked. I just can't wait to see what walks out of that tornado of mana, Arthur said as he kept on staring at the two golems that had clearly been levitated into the air, unable to see the type of transformation they were going through due to the surrounding mana. All he knew was that every time Alec manipulated his mana like that, the golem seemed to upgrade in realm. It took about a minute before the process finished. The first golem to catch Alec's eyes was the sword-wielding golem, which looked more humanoid than all his previous golems. It had a normal human height, and Alec looked at its face, shocked at the appearance. If not for the fact that it had no nose and for its red eyes, Alec might have doubted if this golem was a humanoid creature. It had abs, muscles, and its original trademark of a man carved onto its golem body with magic. Its large greatsword was fully inserted into its scabbard at its back, and it wore two black gauntlets that wrapped around its arms with a little claw at the fingertips. It was no longer as short as Brandon, so clearly no one would mistake the two, except for their choice of weapon. Alec quickly opened the status tab of the golem to see what had changed. Destruction Great Swordman Golem. Level 1 can be upgraded. Realm Low Tier 1. Rank Elite. Strength 14. Agility 14. Endurance 14. A rare golem crafted from pure mana and pure earth elements, it has shed its form through constant fights, accumulating battle experience, and has turned out to be a masterpiece of destruction sword style when wielding a great sword. Basic Martial Gauntlet. Level 6. Plus Power 12 plus Agility 6. Part of a set when the complete set is worn, another bonus stat is given, plus Power 5 plus Agility 5 plus Endurance 5. Durability 30-30. Basic Martial Boots. Level 6. Plus Agility 13 plus Endurance 5. Part of a set when the complete set is worn, another bonus stat is given, plus Power 5 plus Agility 5 plus Endurance 5. Durability 30-30. Destruction Great Sword. Level 6. Plus Power 18. Part of a set when the complete set is worn, another bonus stat is given, plus Power 5 plus Agility 5 plus Endurance 5. Durability 30-30. Full Martial Destroyer, set worn plus Power 5. Alec was sure that thing looked exactly like the Oni Japanese mask he had searched online in his old life. 1436. And the domineering aura the golem emitted didn't make things easier for anybody watching it. Plus Agility 5 plus Endurance 5. Even though the new golem's equipment was quite lacking in contrast to the others, the fact that its power was still top-notch was no doubt, as it could make up for its shortcomings with its newly upgraded superior sword skills. After he finished checking out the first golem, he moved his gaze to the other golem, only to be shocked. From the expressions on the faces of his two siblings, he could tell that they had been in a daze while staring at the new golem, which seems to portray wickedness and coolness in one word. Alec took his time to look at the golem whose weapons had been carefully changed, as each hand held a different type of blade. One looked curved, one looked wide, but each of the 6 blades had nothing in common except their black hilt. Alec was sure of one thing, and that was that those weapons were for slaughtering. When does a golem need to wear a mask? Arthur asked, surprised that this new golem had a mask on its face, and its whole body was black, like it was made from some type of black stone material. No matter how Alec looked at this golem, he was sure it had taken on the appearance of the Japanese samurai. Only that this particular samurai had 6 hands attached to its side, the 2 hands at the back were now by the sides, and was a golem who kept on looking like something an Oni means demon in Japan has possessed. Alec thought he was possessed by an Oni because of the mask. Alec was sure that thing looked exactly like the Oni Japanese mask he had searched online in his old life, and the domineering aura the golem emitted didn't make things easier for anybody watching it. Even though Alec could not see its true expression because of the mask, he felt like this thing was smiling at him. I am definitely naming you Oni, Alec said without asking for Arthur's help in naming the golem. He just knew at the moment that no name would fit the golem more. 31. The Banquet. What, how come you don't ask me before you name it? Arthur complained. Nothing you say can change this. I am naming it Oni, and that's all you need to know, Alec replied in a nonchalant way, making Arthur fume with anger since he definitely didn't understand what the word Oni means. and Alec was too tired to even bother explaining its name to Arthur. "Thank S, Master," the six-arm Usura golem said as it only bowed its head. "Thank God I didn't get any gladiator path golem again," Alec thought to himself, since even if he crafted them, it seems he could not really alter their paths or it might affect the golem's potential. "At least I get to choose how they look at the beginning and which weapon they wield. That's more than enough for me," Alec said to console himself. "What am I going to name you now?" Alec whispered, but it was loud enough for the mage next to him to pick his words. "Sword Saint," Arthur yelled out fast before Alec named the golem with another name he was not familiar with. That kinda sounds cool. I would go with it." "You shall be called Sword Saint," Alec said while pointing at the golem he first checked out. "I want to go meditate more. I don't have enough mana to go through with the last golem," Alec said. "Okay," both Arthur and Brandon replied almost at the same time. Just as peace was about to return to the courtyard, the front door was barged open as an old man walked in. "Who is that shameless person who can't even bother to knock before inviting himself in?" Arthur said without turning back. He was still depressed now that he realized his little advantage against Alec's golems was gone the moment Alec evolved them. Even though he knew the training just went back to square one with him getting beat up again, he really loved the fact that Alec now had 5 Tier 1 golems. He was already having fantasies about how he and his boss Alec would be going out for a walk. As they strolled around the Estonia city, with the Tier 1 golems protecting them from both left and right, showcasing the true power and prestige they wielded. However, his daydream was abruptly interrupted when an uninvited person barged in, prompting him to restrain his pent-up emotions. SHHH, shut up, Arthur," Brandon cautioned him, placing his hands on Arthur's shoulders. But Arthur had already let slip a torrent of words and turned majestically, hoping to capture the surprise on the uninvited guest's face. The moment he locked eyes with the smirking face staring back at him, he knew things had taken a turn for the worse. Pa, Patriarch, welcome," Arthur stammered as he bowed his head, and even Brandon joined him in bowing down to the Patriarch. "Oh, my big mouth. Here I go again, landing myself in another heap of trouble. Why did I have to show off? Oh Lord, if you let me off the hook this time without punishment, I promise to turn over a new leaf. I can't even handle my small boss, and here I am offending the bigger boss of the whole clan." Alec muttered a silent prayer in his mind. "Hey, I didn't quite catch what you said just now. Would you mind repeating it?" the Patriarch asked Arthur while maintaining his smile. When Arthur raised his head slightly, he noticed the striking resemblance between Alec and this man. "It's nothing important, really," Arthur quickly replied, not eager to stir up more trouble. "All right, I'll let it go for now," the Patriarch replied, turning to look at Alec, only to notice a set of Tier 1 golems he had never seen before. "Wow, this is amazing. I can't believe our family has produced a golem crafting geniuses," the Patriarch marveled. "Oh no, I think you've misunderstood, sir. Those are all Alec's golems. None of us follow the golem path," Arthur confessed. "What, are you lying to me?" the Patriarch exclaimed. "I have no reason to lie about something this serious," Arthur assured the Patriarch as he was trying his best to kiss ass to throw off his bad strike with the Patriarch. Alec's grandfather began counting the Tier 1 golems, marveling at their number. "I can't believe it. This boy is just a Tier 1 mage, but he already has 5 Tier 1 golems. Will anyone ever be able to match him or curb his arrogance?" the Patriarch exclaimed, appearing visibly distressed. Observing this, Arthur decided not to divulge the fact that Alec was planning to promote another golem, not wanting to break the old man's spirit. "I can't understand how he is able to have 4 elite golems while I have only 3, and those are my lifetime work and pride." The Patriarch finally voiced his inner turmoil. Arthur finally realized what kind of prodigy Alec was, understanding that the Patriarch's comparison of Alec's golems to the quality of the Gordon's family's big 3 meant Alec was destined for greatness in the future. "Thank goodness I quickly grabbed onto the coattails of the big boss before he became a big shot." Arthur silently thanked his stars for aligning him with someone as remarkable as Alec. Unable to contain himself any longer, the Patriarch walked up to Alec and feigned a cough to get his grandson's attention, as Alec was meditating by the lake with his back turned. But Alec pretended not to hear him. "If you don't turn and greet me properly, I promise to knock my greetings gene into that damn arrogant skull of yours," the Patriarch threatened. "Why can't you let me meditate in peace, old man?" Alec responded as he finally turned to face his grandfather. The Patriarch's eyes almost bulged out as he pointed a finger at Alec. You, little scoundrel. You promised to let me know when you broke through next time. Where is your dignity as a man?" He questioned fiercely, his long beard flying around with his rage, sensing that Alec's aura had improved again. "Oh, old man, I just broke through and haven't told anyone," Alec reassured him. The Patriarch then shifted his gaze to Brandon and Arthur. "Oh, that couldn't be helped. They have practically been living with me," Alec explained, realizing what the Patriarch was trying to point out. "Well, that's not the reason why I'm here. The city's coming-of-age banquet is approaching again, and I want you to fully embrace your role as the leader of the Gordon family's younger generation," the patriarch explained. Both Arthur and Brandon gasped upon hearing about the banquet. What is this banquet in the first place, and what benefit do I have in attending and still being the leader anyways? I think I might just stay here and experiment more on the new golem I have been trying to craft, Alec explained, only to receive a sharp knock on his head. What did you do that for? Alec shouted. To knock some sense into your head, you scoundrel. I already gave you rare materials. You think that was for free, the patriarch retorted as he bickered with his grandson. Arthur really enjoyed watching the exchange the moment he saw Alec getting knocked on his head. An excessive joy bubbled up inside him, now believing that karma exists. You are my grandson, for God's sake. How dare you disregard your duties as the leader of this family's younger generation for personal benefits, the patriarch scolded. Because I am your grandson, old man, Alec retorted. What do you mean by that? Are you saying I am a selfish person, like you? Isn't it obvious? Alec replied. 1437. Arthur and Brandon couldn't believe their ears as their image of the perfect patriarch was being shattered by Alec without remorse. Can't you see where Alec got all his weird behavior from? I'm sure the patriarch is his mentor and role model, Arthur commented to Brandon. There is completely no doubts about that. Brandon could not help but agree with him on this. Meanwhile, in another family training ground, someone had just broken through to the mid-tier 1 mage realm. Hahaha, yes. Finally, I have advanced once more. I want to see the look on the faces of those Gordon bastards when we all meet at the banquet, the person said. Congratulations on your breakthrough, Brian, Sheila said. Just as she finished her speech, both she and Brian felt the wind around them change, and the lanced patriarch was by their side the moment it was over. Well done, my boy. I see you even beat the Gordon family leader to enter the mid-tier realm, the lanced patriarch said. Are you sure he has not advanced at all? Sheila asked, shivering a little as she remembered the face of the person she had been trying to forget. Even Brian, who was standing beside her, anxiously awaited the patriarch's answer. After all, even he still had some anxieties about Alec. Well, actually, all the spies I have placed around their house kept on saying that he is still in seclusion since that battle and has not made any moves. This means he has not advanced to the next level yet, otherwise he would have come out from his seclusion, the lanced patriarch said to reassure his grandchildren. And the moment they heard this, a smile blossomed on their faces. Even Brian raised his fist in the air, a sign of victory. Although he knew he could never go toe-to-toe against the golem who had killed a peak tier 1 zombie, he still took this as a personal triumph. If only he knew how wrong they were. Alec was already a mid-tier 1 mage and was only in seclusion because he was searching for the perfect idea to craft his next golem. If Brian ever found out the main reason Alec refused to come out, he might just cry due to his inferiority to Alec. Despite considering Alec a rival, Alec didn't even remember him. 32 Gordon's family, Lava King in other parts of the city, families that had always kept a low profile, were finally emerging to showcase their hidden and mysterious powers. All the clans in the city had opened their doors, leaving many people speculating about their reasons for finally revealing themselves, after going into closed-door seclusion before. The revelation came when they realized that the banquet for the younger generation was about to commence. This prompted all the hidden forces within the Estonia city to reveal their true strength, but the main reason for these once secretive families stepping into the spotlight remained a mystery. The Gordon family had just concluded their family meeting to decide who would attend the banquet, and it came as no surprise that Alec was chosen. Even though they didn't know his actual strength since he had not come out from his house for days, they were confident that with Alec present, the Gordon family would be unstoppable. After all, Alec possessed an elite golem capable of slaying a peak tier 1 zombie. The young masters from other families wouldn't stand a chance against his golem. Many people believed that Alec's claim of killing the peak tier 1 zombie was a bluff to boost his reputation. This belief led to numerous challenge requests being sent his way, and the fact that the Gordon family kept declining these challenges only further fueled the speculation that Alec's claim was indeed a bluff. Now that we have finished this meeting, let's reconvene in 5 days to wish our young cubs victory and honor on their journey to the banquet. We want them to win us more prestige and recognition, George, the patriarch of the Gordon family, said as he waved to the elders, signaling their departure. That little twerp didn't show up again today, the Grand Elder remarked with disappointment. Why are you so hard on him? Cut him some slack, the Gordon patriarch replied with a smile. How can I cut him some slack? You spoiled him too much. I clearly told you to leave him as an enforcer of the clan, but you decided to make him the family's 7th elder, granting him freedom and showering him with cultivation treasures. He's too young for all of that, the Grand Elder protested angrily. Men, I don't understand how you can be so strict with your own son, the patriarch said to his brother. The same way you're trying to discipline your grandson, the Grand Elder replied, causing George's expression to change as he recalled how his mischievous grandson had recently blackmailed him recently. Those are two different things, brother. Your son is a role model for the younger generation to follow as he was the flag bearer of the previous generation, but my grandson brings me concerns. I fear he might corrupt this generation mages after he becomes their leader, George complained. He's not that bad. You were worse when you were his age, the grand elder remarked, embarrassing his brother. I think I know what to do, the patriarch said. And what's that? Why not have your son lead them to the banquet, the patriarch said, a mischievous smile forming on his face, reminiscent of Alec's own mischievousness. Why do I feel like you're up to something? The grand elder asked suspiciously. Because I am. That little brat doesn't have a match among the younger generation, with his golems by his side. The only person who could handle him is Draco. As a matter of fact, Alec is still trying to craft a golem with both fire and earth elements, the patriarch explained, still smiling. So you're sending Draco, the Lava King, to break his confidence? The Grand Elder asked, surprised that George could be this cruel to his own grandson. HMMP, it's his fault for negotiating and scamming me with the family treasures, the patriarch grumbled. The Grand Elder could only shake his head, realizing he couldn't argue any further with his senior brother. I wish you good luck, the Grand Elder said as he started walking away. 5 days later, Arthur and Brandon were chatting after finishing their sparring session. They sought advice from each other on how to overcome their weak spots. Alec had told them to spar with each other to get a sense of how other fighters would attack and to work on improving their weaknesses during the process, as they were not only going to be fighting zombies their whole lives. Just as they began to lose themselves in laughter and their conversation, a small shadow crept up behind them. Suddenly, the shadow materialized into a figure rising up, but before he could say or do anything, a shiver ran down his spine. Quickly swallowing his saliva, Knight spoke up, hoping that his voice would trigger their memory and prevent them from pushing the blades any closer into his neck. Hey now, there's no need to be so serious. You've spoiled my surprise, Knight said in a rush. Arthur smirked with pride and retracted the metal sword he had been holding to Knight's throat, while Brandon slowly lowered his raised great sword, as if waiting for a command to smash Knight's head to pieces. Men, I was hoping to catch both of you off guard with that, but you monsters were quick to notice me. It seems I'm not as impressive as I thought, Knight sighed. Of course, there's no way I would fall for something as cheap as that, especially after being sneak attacked by Axe Demon over 500 times, Arthur said, slightly exaggerating the number of times he had been caught off guard. He disliked the fact that someone like Axe Demon excelled more at sneaking attacks, while his style should revolve more around charging forward and fighting recklessly, since he wielded an axe. That was his perception of someone who uses an axe. However, Axe Demon was a different story. The mastery skills he had acquired from the system were heavily focused on sneak attacks. These skills were specifically bestowed upon him because of his tendency to use sneak attacks on Arthur and Brandon during sparring sessions. It seemed that the system believed it was best to grant him a fighting style that aligned with his innate nature. He also believed that those who wielded an axe should be fearless, just like him and the Sword Saint, the golem who uses a great sword to fight. Knight's head was filled with question marks as he tried to decipher who this axe demon they were referring to was. He was unfamiliar with the term and couldn't understand why they were able to notice him. He remained completely clueless. The reason they were able to locate Knight was quite simple. Brandon had finally mastered using his peak affinity to some extent that he was able to create a passive skill that allowed him to sense anyone approaching through the earth. As long as the person was walking on the ground, the only way to outmaneuver this type of surveillance was to be at least one realms apart, or to use a powerful treasure to conceal one's presence when getting close to him. On the other hand, Arthur's battle awareness had sharpened from constant fighting, making him more vigilant against sneak attacks. Well, that's not why I'm here. Where is Alec? We're heading to the banquet, Knight inquired. He should be coming out soon, Brandon replied, resuming his relaxed posture as he basked in the sunlight like a cat. Suddenly, a loud boom resonated from Alec's courtyard, followed by his body being flung into the nearby lake. Laughs, you see, Brandon wasn't wrong when he said the beast would be out soon. Ha ha ha, Arthur chuckled, patting his stomach to regain control of his laughter. Knight was taken aback by Alec's appearance. He couldn't comprehend why such an explosion would occur, yet these two idiots acted as if it were a normal occurrence. Knight realized he couldn't linger with this duo any longer and swiftly approached Alec. You've been summoned to the clan gates. The commander for this event stated that you have only 20 minutes, or you'll be kicked out of the team. Oh, and that applies to you too as well. Knight pointed at Brandon and Arthur. Oh, you can count on us being there, Arthur affirmed. And for the record, Agnes may challenge you for the leadership position. She has advanced to the mid-tier 1 realm, Knight warned Alec before retreating into the shadows, vanishing without waiting for a response. Oh, is that so? It seems that staying at home made them forget who I am. I will unleash my pent-up frustration on anyone who even dreams of fighting me, Alec declared angrily, gritting his teeth. He had just lost all the ingredients he had scammed from his old man's hands. Stop thinking about her, boss. If she ever makes a move, we are more than capable of stopping her, Arthur chuckled, finally releasing the aura he had been concealing. This showcased the stability of his cultivation also at the mid-tier 1 realm, whereas Knight's cultivation seemed scattered and inconsistent. Despite his attempts to show off in front of Arthur and Brandon as a mid-tier 1 mage, they never took him seriously. Cause it was laughable, considering he had just recently made a breakthrough, while they have even consolidated their own realm. 33 7th Elder. Hey Alec, why didn't you allow any of the golems to accompany us? It would be a reminder to those people who quickly forgot about your brilliance that you're still the boss of the Gordon's clan younger generation, Arthur remarked. Shut up, Arthur. The only reason you want me to summon the golems is so you can show off with them. Why don't you just be as quiet as Brandon, who's walking on my left side? If you continue with your noisy attitude, I might just sell you off, Alec snapped in anger. He had been trying to figure out what went wrong in his golem crafting process that kept causing him to fail at the final stage. No matter how carefully he merged the elements to form a lava golem, he always ended up with failure. It was a defeat that weighed heavily on him, considering the amount of time he had invested in the experiment. Boss, I apologize for that, but I could never be like Brandon, Arthur responded, shivering at the mere thought of staying silent mostly the entire duration of the day. We're here, Brandon chimed in, breaking through the bickering that he knew if one intervened to separate them, they could go at it all day. How dare you skimpy brats keep me waiting? A loud voice suddenly echoed, reaching the ears of both Alec and Arthur. They looked up, their heads turning to identify the person scolding them, and in that instant, Alec's whole body screamed danger. We're in big trouble, Arthur whispered to him. Who the fuck is that? I feel like he can kill me on the spot. I didn't even feel this way when we fought those zombies, Alec whispered back with his mouth shut tightly. He's the 7th Elder. The moment Alec heard the word 7th Elder, he felt like his head was about to explode. There was no one in the Gordon's clan who hadn't heard of the feats attributed to the 7th Elder. He was practically a madman, defined simply as someone who graduated from one of the local Mage Academy but learned to merge his fire and earth elements, resulting in the birth of a super rare third element, the lava element. He had self-awakened a combination element. Controlling it was extremely difficult, so after his breakthrough to the Tier 5 mage realm, he recklessly murdered Tier 5 mages from all of the Gordon's clan rivals. As he challenged them to battle, they could only accept or reject in shame. It even reached a point where no clan wanted their Tier 5 mages to face him, considering him nothing but a thorn in their eyes. There was even an instance when a clan had even hired an assassin to eliminate him after a daring challenge. It was only due to the intervention of the Gordon's patriarch that he had managed to survive that encounter. Upon their patriarch's insistence, he was appointed as the 7th Elder. Afterward, he went into seclusion with cultivation resources befitting his newfound status. After several months of seclusion, he finally reached the realm of a Tier 6 mage. Entering the same realm as his own father, the Grand Elder, he took no chances and sought revenge on the assassin who had pursued him, successfully killing him in the process, and he discovered the clan behind the plot. However, before proceeding to cause more trouble for that clan, he was stopped by the Patriarch and the Grand Elder, his father. Since then, he had remained in seclusion, leaving his past enemies trembling in fear, never knowing when he would return or strike again. Join the carriage and stop daydreaming, Draco interrupted, bringing Alec back from his little trip down memory lane. Alec looked at Draco, the one who had been granted the title of the Lava King after stepping into the realm of a Tier 6 mage, as he made an effort to engrave Draco's image in his mind. Draco had long brown hair, and he adorned himself in black clothes, giving him a princely appearance with his long cloak. The way little girls gazed at him with adoring eyes, as if he were a superhero, only added to his charm. He was the epitome of what Alec would call a prince, charming, incredibly handsome, with a slightly pale face that resembled that of a vampire. Despite that, his sharp nose and visible muscles, which no amount of clothing could conceal, only intensified the infatuation girls had for him. Brandon quickly pulled both Alec and Arthur, who were still daydreaming with him, as he chose one of the empty carriages. It came as no surprise when Agnes and Knight joined the same carriage as soon as they saw them climbing aboard. What do you think you're doing? Aren't there other carriages you could enter instead of the one we chose? Arthur questioned, snapping out of his daydream after seeing his idol. I just wanted to be with people I feel are close to me in strength. There's no way I would sit with those who can't hold a candle to me, Agnes replied with a snort. Pretentious bitch. Just admit that you missed the big boss, Arthur retorted, nonchalantly picking his nose. Alec facepalmed when he heard Arthur's comment. What did you say? Agnes screamed, her cheeks turning red with anger. Just as she was about to throw a punch, Draco's voice stopped her in her tracks. Gritting her teeth, she said, just you wait. After we're back, I'll settle the score with you. HMPH, who's scared of a little mid-tier 1 mage. Bring it on, Arthur retorted. Alec knocked him on the head, reminding him to keep a low profile. We're supposed to be low-key. Don't bring any unnecessary attention to me, or else I'll let Legion train with you when we're back from this banquet thing, Alec warned in a hushed tone. The words were still enough for both Knight and Agnes to hear. Knight's body trembled as he recalled the golem that resembled a fearless monster with its spear and shield. Agnes, on the other hand, had a determined gaze, longing for a chance to challenge Alec's top golem. Ever since she was promoted to the mid-tier 1 realm, she had always felt stronger than the average mid-tier 1 mage and wanted to face someone above her. Alec's golem just seemed to be the answer to her problem. Arthur shook his head at Agnes as he observed her expression. Don't even entertain the idea of fighting Legion. He's a complete monster from the before. Heck, even the new monsters would wipe the floor with you, Arthur remarked, causing Brandon to burst into laughter. However, both Agnes and Knight couldn't comprehend what he was talking about. Listen up, you brats. I don't give a damn about who you are or who your parents are. The only thing I care about is your strength. As the leader of this expedition, my only goal for you all is to utterly defeat the other clan's geniuses, Draco bellowed as a fiery spark of flame light in his hands, reflecting his passion. I don't care how you do it, the more chaos you cause, the better. And if any damn elder tries to make a move on you, rest assured you'll be safe. Even I have come here to cause trouble. Is that understood? Draco's voice thundered across the crowd. Yes, SIR, the entire crowd shouted in unison, their morale soaring. Despite Draco's unconventional speech filled with rubbish, they couldn't deny the fact that it motivated them. As the kids waved their hands from inside the carriage to those bidding them a safe journey, Alec caught a glimpse of his old man smiling, unable to hide his gloating face. Why do I feel like I've been set up? Alec smiled back at his grandfather as his thoughts wandering in his mind. The Gordon clan finally arrived at the banquet location, which was held at the city lord's house. And Draco wasted no time and immediately descended from the carriage, not bothering to give any speeches to the kids as he deemed it unnecessary. Let's go in. Agnes took the lead and moved to the front, positioning herself as the leader, since Draco seems unconcerned with them. This angered Arthur, as he was certain she was only doing it to prove she was better than Alec as always. And now that she had finally broken through to the mid-tier 1 realm, she saw herself as superior, especially since Alec promised not to use his golems here in the pretense of fighting fair. Before Arthur could confront her, Alec tugged on his hand and shook his head, signaling that it wasn't worth it. It ain't worth it, Alec silently whispered as they followed behind the younger generation of the Gordon clan as they made their way towards the banquet meeting. A middle-aged man led the Gordon clan to the backyard of the mansion, where a stage had already been set up. It stood firmly as if nothing could move it. This is the spot for the Gordon clan, the man said, pointing to an area with many chairs, enough to accommodate all the younger Gordon members. Just as before, without hesitation, Agnes went straight to sit in the middle seat at the front. She turned back and looked at Alec, waiting for him to say something or become angry. Alec simply shook his head and smiled sadly, surprised by her childish mentality, even though she was older. Let's go, Alec said, unwilling to give her the reaction she desired. Agnes snorted when she saw Alec and his group moving to the back seats. Losers, Agnes sneered. It would be better if you stopped underestimating their strength, Knight said to Agnes. After all, they were able to detect his presence, indicating that they were not the weaklings she believed them to be. That was what he believed. After a few minutes, other families and clans started to arrive, passing by them. Different entrances led to prepared seats for each group. All they had to do was enter and take their seats. Once all the disciples and descendants from the city clans and families had filled their designated areas, an old man that still stood upright walked out onto the main stage, capturing the attention of all the younger generation's mages present. I want to welcome all the young heroes who have journeyed far and wide to be here. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Marcus Dragonmere, the city lord of this city, the man on the stage announced, causing gasps to escape the mouths of many attendees. Why does everyone seem so surprised? Alec asked Arthur beside him. Boss, I think you should stop secluding yourself all the time. Just wait and listen to what he has to say, Arthur replied with a sigh, and Alec decided to heed his advice. Yes, I am from the Dragonmere clan, but today we are not here to talk about me. We are here to find out who the elites among the younger generation's disciples are, so don't hesitate to challenge anyone, even if you have a grudge. The only rule is not to kill, the city lord continued. The city lord gracefully bent his legs and jumped high, gliding straight to a platform at the top of the hall. It seems that's where all the family and clan elders are seated. Watching the banquet, Arthur whispered to Alec, nudging him with his elbow. Let the banquet begin. The city lord's voice echoed from the top platform. Immediately, a young man climbed the stage and challenged a member of the Lanced family, as he himself hailed from the Heather family. Both families consisted of wind mages, making them rivals in the city, competing for supremacy as the better Wind Mage family. In the end, they had similar power levels, but the Heather family member emerged victorious, albeit with numerous injuries. Just as the victorious young man was about to leave the stage, Sheila Lance entered and challenged him to a duel, which he accepted. However, he ended up losing heavily. "Whoa, she's already a mid-tier 1 mage," one of the other clan's younger generation members exclaimed. HMPH, there's no way she could have advanced that fast without the resources from her family. Another member expressed their dissatisfaction at the sight of Sheila's rapid power increase. It was evident that she had recently advanced, considering that she had struggled to contain her energy through the fight, showing her still unstable realm. The reaction from the Lanced family members was smug, knowing their own resources likely played a role. This was all from their last gain in the Blood Moon War. "I want to challenge the Gordon clan mages," Sheila Lance declared, pointing towards where the Gordon clan members were seated. "Hahaha, that bitch finally can't hide her eagerness to challenge us after losing face at the south wall," Arthur taunted from the back, not bothered to hide his presence. This only enraged Sheila further. Arthur wasn't too concerned, though. He knew that Knight and Agnes would be quick to accept the challenge, as they were always eager for the spotlight. The rest of the Gordon's Mage younger generation also thought the same, anticipating that Knight or Agnes would step forward, since Sheila had not specified any names, and ordinary members couldn't defeat her considering her realm. "I'll take you on," Knight declared, standing up from beside Agnes and making his way to the stage. He intended to defend the honor of the Gordon clan. Not knowing if Alec and his gang had advanced to the next realm, Knight wanted to take the stage before any of them. "You're not my match," Sheila confidently claimed as Knight climbed onto the fighting platform. She released her cultivation aura to its fullest, hoping to embarrass him by sending him off the stage. "Oh, are you so sure about that?" Knight countered as he also released his aura. Even though they were just standing there, their auras alone were enough to knock back low tier 1 mages. Green and black elemental colors clashed against each other. "Oh, that guy has also advanced to the mid-tier 1 mage realm," the crowd observed. "Why does it feel like us low-tier 1 mages are trash? When did advancing to the next realm become so easy?" Others murmured in disbelief. "I know, right? Seeing 2 mid-tier 1 mages right at the beginning of the banquet is a rare sight," someone remarked, acknowledging the uncommon occurrence. The gasps continued as everyone realized that yet another mid-tier 1 mage had emerged, and at such a fast pace. It was difficult for them to grasp the fact that there were others in their generation who were progressing so rapidly. It made them feel as if all the effort they had put into cultivation all this time had been a waste. "I have been waiting for you to attack first, since you're a lady. But since you don't seem to be taking my invitation seriously, then you should not blame me when I attack first," Knight said, fetching 2 short daggers from his waist as a black aura enveloped them. "Bring it on," Sheila replied, positioning herself as the wind around her intensified. Low-tier spell Sinking Shadows. Knight cast a shadow spell, causing his entire body to sink into the ground until he completely disappeared. Waves of astonishment washed over the spectators' faces, but Sheila's, instead of being surprised, her expression turned really serious. She quickly noticed a black shadow approaching her at high speed and began channeling her mana to unleash her magic. However, before she could cast her spell, another shadow disrupted her incantation, wrapping around her legs. Low-tier spell Shadow Bindings. It was yet another shadow magic that Knight swiftly cast, showcasing his superiority over Sheila at how fast he could cast his spells. She couldn't even break free from the binds, and Knight emerged from her shadow, placing his blade at her neck. "You lose," Knight declared in a domineering tone, showcasing his cool demeanor further. "Wow, that's so cool." Knight totally dominated her. What a match. The younger generation of the Gordon clan couldn't contain their joy as they celebrated their first victory. In contrast, the atmosphere among the Lanced family members was gloomy. "It seems it's time for me to make an appearance," Brian Lanced finally said, leaping onto the stage with a skillful landing. "Brother," Sheila exclaimed, surprised to see her brother appear so quickly to join the fight. Losing to a member of the Gordon clan must have made him unable to sit idly by and wait for someone else to take down Knight. He decided to take care of this Gordon talent himself before things escalated further and more Lanced family members found themselves defeated by this formidable shadow mage. "It seems you are walking the path of an assassin mage," Brian remarked, trying to strike up a conversation with Knight. "Less talking, more fighting. Get ready, I'm about to attack," Knight replied, warning his opponent as he cast his favorite spell, low-tier spell Sinking Shadows. Brian smirked in response. "Got you. Low-tier spell Multiple Wind Blade." Brian directed the wind blades towards the moving shadow, but they had no effect. Knight couldn't be affected by magic while he was in the Sinking Shadows, and his speed remained unaffected. Low-tier spell Shadow Binds. Knight attempted to cast the same spell he had used before to restrict Brian's movements. However, Brian seemed to have been expecting it, and he easily bypassed the spell by casting another wind spell instead. Low-tier spell Wind Trails. Brian quickly dashed, deftly evading the shadowy hands that emerged from the ground, and finally emerging from the shadows. Knight faced Brian. I had a feeling you had a time limit on how long you could stay in the shadows, and it seems I was right. Now it's my turn, Brian declared, with multiple wind blades hovering around him. Brian unleashed his signature skill, as multiple wind blades hovered around him, the moment he realized the knight's skill was on cooldown. Fuck, Knight exclaimed, seeing the volley of wind blades hurtling towards him. He readied his twin daggers, prepared to face the wind blades head-on. He felt if only he could still use his sinking shadow, escaping would have been much easier. However, he had to wait a few seconds before he could use that move again. Abusing the skill before the cooldown reset could result in backlash, so he was stuck with limited use of the skill until his mana pool increased. But even without his favorite spell, that didn't make him a useless fighter. After all, he had fought zombies alongside Alec and Arthur, developing combat awareness, although not at the same level as Arthur and Brandon, who had gained it through battling over 100 times. However, Alec always stayed ahead of them, despite them awakening their combat awareness. No matter what they did, Alec received feedback from the golems and shared their skills. This meant he had the same battle experience as Arthur and Brandon, as they fought against his golems, indirectly acquiring the same experiences as them indirectly. Alec could learn any new skills his golems acquired during battle, but he needed practice to execute them as effectively as his golems. Hey, who do you think would win? Arthur asked Alec, nudging him with his elbow. Definitely the Lanced guy, Alec replied. What, don't you have faith in Knight? It's because that guy set a trap for him from the moment he stepped onto the stage. The fact that Knight didn't notice it, despite being so close, shows how much they neglected their battle training, solely focusing on increasing their cultivation. They would never acquire perception like Brandon or battle awareness like you, which makes Knight completely helpless of prey from the beginning, Alec explained with a snort. He was already bored of the banquet, but he had promised the old man that he would stay and try his best to secure a good position for the Gordon clan. After all, the Gordons' reputation as the #1 clan in the city was solely due to Draco's victory in the previous era banquet, defeating all the super geniuses from other families and clans. It was said that since Draco was young, he never shied away from a fight. Instead, he was always the first to charge into one. Please wake me up when this boring match is over, okay? Alec pleaded, placing his head on Arthur's leg and drifting off to sleep, as he was sure with what he was watching even Arthur and Brandon could take care of things. Arthur covered Alec's face with a cloth, feeling a tinge of embarrassment at their leader dozing off while a clan member was still fighting. Meanwhile, on the stage, Knight placed both hands on the floor and cast a completely different spell from the ones he had been using preciously. Low-tier spell Earth Wall. Portable wall of earth swiftly rose from the ground, providing a defensive barrier. I may not be able to use my essential shadow skills anymore, but I can still defend against attacks like this, Knight boasted when he realized that the wind was unable to break his earth wall. You will pay for your ignorance. You see, I have been setting up a spell, but because I'm not adept at casting it instantly, I had to unleash a barrage of wind blades to increase the abundance of wind elements in the air. I hope your proud earth wall can withstand this too, Brian taunted. Actually, I knew that the wind blades wouldn't defeat you. I just tend to forget that you're a Gordon clan member, and the Gordons always have earth elements, which is said to be the best defensive element, but that defense you're so proud of won't help you now, Brian explained, tightening his grip on the necklace he wore around his neck. Bring it on, Knight shouted defiantly. I had prepared this spell for your leader, but you're a reliable fighter as well, so you deserve to experience my final move, Brian declared as the wind elements in the air started swirling around him, giving Knight a foreboding feeling. Low-tier spell Earth Wall. Low-tier spell Earth Wall. Knight quickly utilized his remaining mana to create sturdy earth walls around him, providing protection from whatever attack Brian had planned. Isn't it crazy how Alec was able to see through that trap so easily, even without being on the stage? I only noticed the layout when he grabbed his necklace to control that massive wind elements near the arena, Arthur remarked to Brandon. Brandon simply nodded in response. Oh, will it kill you to say something in return, you fucking mute? Arthur cursed at him, only to receive a middle finger from Brandon. You should stop copying Alec. He'll poison your mind with all these crazy signs, Arthur warned. You know, you're free to say that to his face when he wakes up, Brandon replied. I thought you weren't interested in talking, Arthur retorted. Don't distract me. He's about to use a wide-range wind skill to get rid of our buddy there, Brandon said, shifting his attention back to the match. Low-tier spell Wind Tornado Blade Sprint. Brian finally cast the spell, unleashing a small tornado that rushed straight toward Knight. Since his mana was depleted, Brian had no control over the wild tornado, which sped toward Knight, sending wind blades flying even before reaching him. The wind blades tore through Knight's earth barrier, causing him to scream in agony as he was grazed by a wind blade. In a desperate move, he unconsciously fused his shadow powers into the stone skin spell he casted in haste, transforming himself into a black ore man. The wind blasted Knight off the stage, eventually dispersing, and Brian dropped to his knees, panting heavily as he tried to catch his breath. The winner is Lanced Brian, a voice announced from the top platform. Agnes quickly rushed to check on Knight. Rest properly because I'm getting revenge for him as soon as you're fit to fight again, Agnes declared to Brian, his eyebrow raised, as he could understand her rage. After all, he had come on stage to avenge his sister too. His confidence took a massive blow as he realized he had used his final spell without even facing Alec, the leader of the Gordon group. Now he heard he has to face Agnes too, and this was a prospect he was unwilling to accept. He remembered that there were 4 of them who fought the zombie horde alongside Alec, and were very strong. And he knew if he had to fight all of them before getting a chance to fight Alec, he might not even reach the last round. It is only Alec I want to challenge, Brian finally disclosed his intentions. Agnes's expression twisted with a mix of anger and disbelief. She felt that Brian was looking down on her, unaware that his concern was actually about clashing with the 4 warlords after witnessing Knight's strength. Meanwhile, Brandon burst into laughter, surprising everyone who knew him. You want to challenge the boss. You are not worthy at all, just because you defeated a common captain of the Gordon's family. You think you have the right to challenge the king of the Gordon younger generation. Arthur questioned, leaving everyone speechless as they realized that Alec was even sleeping during this exchange. You see, that girl can only be classified as a commander. Brandon and I are generals. If you can beat her, then you can talk to us. If not, you are just trash who doesn't know their limits. Arthur cursed at Brian, causing embarrassment to flush across Brian's face, while Agnes gritted her teeth in anger because his words implied their superiority. All the clans present turned their attention towards the Gordon's clan. This banquet was just an excuse for the older generation to make allies and have fun, but for the younger generations it was to fight, and most of them had only come because they wanted to challenge Alec and gauge his power level. With Arthur's speech, there was no longer a reason to maintain pretenses. Agnes became a target for numerous geniuses, as only after she was defeated would they make little progress. And only if they managed to defeat Arthur and Brandon would Alec have to step onto the stage. That was the true meaning behind Arthur's words. In an instant, he had transformed the genius members of the Gordon's family into public enemies. On the top platform, Draco could be seen smiling so wide that the cracks on his face almost reached his ears. That boy just ignited a fire much bigger than I expected, and I love it. We need ballsy juniors, not immature idiots who sit around practicing and meditating all day, too afraid to step onto the battlefield. Draco mumbled silently, as his smile was practically screaming maniac. Those sitting close to him quickly scooted away, uncomfortable with his intense enthusiasm. 36. Brandon's turn. I am not interested in working for someone who does not even take this banquet serious. I seriously don't understand why you guys still follow him around, and don't ever call me his commander. I don't work for Alec. Agnes said in a fit of anger as she pointed her finger at Arthur. Oh, this unworthy person have finally shown her real colors. You are nothing but a pussy. You claim you want to lead the Gordon's family, but the moment you are pushed forward you cower in fear and retaliate against us. Excuses. Pathetic, Arthur said back, not ready to be outdone by Agnes. Agnes gritted her teeth, totally clueless on how to respond to Arthur's critics without having to fight on the stage. Is that him? Someone from the Friedel family asked someone close to him as he was seating in the leader seat also. It was clear he was the Friedel family younger generation leader. Yes, Bree. That guy sleeping like there is no care in the world is the one the Blaze elder want dead. He even said if anyone is able to kill him, he would take full responsibility and make sure the person does not suffer, but heavily rewarded. Instead, the guy seating behind the Friedel young generation leader said in a whisper. As it was forbidden to kill in the banquet, but with someone from the capital wanting him dead, those rules could be changed. After all, Friedel was a vassal family and branch for the Blaze family in the capital, so when an elder gave them a mission, they were ready to carry it out with full effectiveness. I'm just worried that the patriarch is going to lose more in this. Bree Friedel said in annoyance. Well, you don't have to worry much. After all, even the patriarch have been promised benefits that might help him advance to the tier 7 mage realm if we are able to kill Alec. It all his fault for being too impressive, the guy snorts as he looked at Alec with jealousy as he slept without worries. Well, I wonder why I have not heard of this guy before, Bree asked. Well, you have always been planning on achieving the next rank to match with the other guy in the next city, making you go into seclusion. That's why you are not aware of him. After all, he just rose to fame recently in a zombie test. We never took part of. Instead, those glory would be ours for the taking. The Friedel guy explained to Bree. Remind me, why were we not involved again? Bree asked again. which made the guy next to him to blush in embarrassment while we were scared to go to that assessment. We're still in seclusion, so most of the clan's member decided not to participate, and that was how the opportunity was given to them, the guy said, while twisting his words in the end to make it seem like the Gordons stole their achievements, when it was them who was scared to even fight the zombies. Well, let's just hope this Alec guy is not a let-down Bree. I will fight. Arthur exclaimed when he noticed that it was the usually quiet Brandon who volunteered to fight. Even Agnes was surprised at his boldness. Don't even think of disgracing the Gordons' family name on the stage. Agnes snorted. You don't have any right to scold me. You scaredy cat, if there is anyone to be accused of disgracing the Gordons' name now, that would be you. For not even daring to fight still, yet you claim you want to rival Alec. Please, don't make me laugh, Brandon retaliated back, surprising Agnes, as she was not expecting that type of response from him. After all, he was the one who talked less. Arthur was pumping his fist in excitement when he heard that Brandon had decided to fight. He knew Brandon was more of a lone wolf before, but it all changed the moment he started training with Alec. Changing him that his tongue now had a sharp edge to it every time he spoke. Agnes just snorted as she walked down from the stage, not ready to cause more trouble since she was not fighting, or she might reprimand her for obstructing the banquet matches. She helped Knight down the stage and pour an healing elixir into his mouth to help accelerate his healing. Brandon got up from his chair and walked down, taking each step slowly, making those who were watching him quite anxious. He finally got on the stage and stared at everybody sitting in their chairs in their own family angles. I will take on any challenger who is interested in fighting Alec. If you can defeat me, you are allowed to fight Arthur, the second general of Alec present at the moment, Brandon said, playing along with Arthur's rubbish. After all, everything Arthur said was something Alec said in a playful manner when he got drunk from one of the wine he scammed out of the patriarch, that he considered both him and Arthur his general, while Agnes was only a commander at most, while he reserved the captain position for Knight, saying, if they got stronger, they had a high chance of getting promoted, but Arthur just brought those playing words into the banquet. And Brandon decided to play along with him. After all, he promised to follow Alec as he was the next patriarch and was incredible strong and never treated them like trash but as brothers. He had come to feel closure with the few days he stayed with Alec, making it easy for him to step up for Alec anytime. I said all those who are interested in Alec are free to come on stage, or did you all got scared? Brandon questioned with an icy tone as he dropped his big great sword on the floor, making it insert itself on the stage with a loud thud sound, shocking everyone at the weight of the sword for it to generate much noise from Brandon, just dropping it on the floor. After all, he was holding on to the sword on his back for so long. They could no bring themselves to believe that he was carrying something so heavy for so long ago. And test him out, Bree said to the guy beside him, which made the guy leap into the stage. Whoa, who is that guy? He has some sick moves, someone asked from the Lanced family area. To N1 in particular, of course he does have moves. He is part of the Friedel clan, where most of them have violent temper due to their innate element being fire. I think he is Felix the violent flame brother, another person sitting close to High said. The Friedel guy landed on the stage, making Brandon Long walked look like total rubbish with his grand entrance. He bowed his head and said, my name is Felix from the Friedel family, and I wish to challenge you. Challenge accepted. Brandon replied without any delay, but Felix kept waiting until he could not help blurting out his feelings. Are you not going to pick up your sword? Felix questioned. Oh, that I won't be needing it to deal with you, Brandon replied with a sneer. Yo. You. That's it, you are dead for underestimating a member of the Friedel family, Felix said in anger, as he could not get over the fact that someone from the Gordons family looked at him with disdain, when he was the one acting arrogant at the start. 37-2 easy for Brandon. Felix wasted no time as he sprinted towards Brandon, his opponent on the top platform. He didn't even bother with defense, fully intent on bombarding Brandon until he was able to force him off the stage. Exploiting Brandon's disdain for him was also part of his strategy. Low-tier spell fireball burst. Felix extended his hand forward, unleashing a large fireball aimed directly at Brandon, who stood unmoving in the same position. What is he doing? Move out of the way before that fireball injures you, someone exclaimed in the crowd. Is he really trying to take a fire element attack head-on? That's incredibly foolish since flame attacks have high attack power. Murmurs arose from the onlookers who couldn't resist voicing their thoughts. Only Arthur wore a slight smile, confident that the fireball would be no match for Brandon, having witnessed his power during Alec's training firsthand. Just as it seemed like the fireball was about to hit its target, Brandon's deep voice echoed through the arena. low-tier spell Earth Shield. Earth elements began rotating around Brandon's outstretched left hand, forming a condensed shield with a hint of gold at its edges. Boom! A deafening sound reverberated as the fireball collided with the Earth Shield, causing an explosion. However, Brandon remained steadfast, not moved an inch. A slight smirk crept onto his face, further irritating Felix. "That's impossible. How can you withstand my fireball burst so effortlessly?" Felix asked, visibly astonished. "Well, if you had put more commitment into your fireball, it might have had a chance to push me back, but your weak attempt only left a small scratch on my Earth Shield," Brandon taunted Felix, holding nothing back. "I suspected something was off with their reaction speed," Knight murmured, shocked by Brandon's reaction to the attack as he remembered the time. Both him and Arthur had found him out as he was coming out of the shadows. "What do you mean, Knight?" Agnes inquired, curious about his observation. "I think both Arthur and Brandon have advanced to the mid-tier 1 realm while hiding in seclusion for so long. But as for Alec, I believe he may have become a high-tier 1 mage," Knight stated, sharing his prediction with Agnes. "What? That's impossible," Agnes immediately refuted, unwilling to accept the idea that Alec had surpassed her by such a significant margin. "Well, it's just a prediction. Remember how Alec was the first among the younger generation to become a mage." Agnes clenched her teeth in frustration at the thought that Alec could be a high-tier 1 mage. She wasn't prepared to admit that the timid Alec, who had let her take the lead, would always be one step ahead of her in cultivation. "Now it's my turn," Brandon declared, finally taking the initiative to attack. Stone fists. Brandon transformed his hands into sturdy stone gloves with small spikes protruding from them. He no longer wasted words and immediately charged towards Felix. "So fast," Felix exclaimed, only able to see a blur as Brandon closed in on him. He was shocked because his powers should have been able to rival Brandon's, as they were both mid-tier 1 mages. However, he had severely underestimated his opponent. When Brandon reached Felix, the latter crossed his hands in an X shape, encasing them with small flames as a form of defense. "Pity that won't help you now," Brandon shouted as he delivered a powerful punch to Felix's gut, causing him to be launched off the stage. "Brandon wins," the voice from the top platform announced as Felix landed outside the stage. "He's so strong," someone murmured in awe. "Well, I guess he didn't become one of Alec's generals for nothing," another voice remarked. Imagine Felix, a mid-tier 1 mage, being knocked out with just one punch. If we compete against him, aren't we just offering ourselves up as sacrifices? A concerned individual pondered. The crowd resumed their murmurs, witnessing how effortlessly Brandon had knocked out one of the elites from the Friedel clan. "I challenge you." Someone shouted from within the Friedel family, their anger evident in their voice. "I accept." Brandon swiftly accepted the challenge without even bothering to turn and see who it was. "Your arrogance will be your downfall," the challenger taunted, sparks of fire bursting from their hands without even casting a spell. It was clear that their control over fire was superior to Felix's own. That's Felix's older brother, Violent Friedel, also known as Violent Flame of the Friedel clan. He's second only to Bree Friedel. I think Brandon might be in trouble now. Rather than cheering for Brandon, it was clear that Agnes didn't want him to win. If he succeeded, it would lead to discussions within the Gordon clan about how Brandon fearlessly faced challenges on behalf of the family, while Agnes herself had chosen to evade them due to her inability to accept challenges from the families who opposed Alec. "Let's watch and see. I have faith in him, though," Knight responded calmly. "Brother, watch out, he's quite strong," Felix warned his older brother, Violent. "I know. Step back, things are about to heat up around here now," Violent Flame replied, and Felix nodded before quickly stepping aside. Violent Flame charged straight at Brandon, who still had the Stone Fist spell active. Low-tier spell Fire Fist. "Take my punch and let's see whose spell is stronger," Violent Flame declared, as flames burned fiercely around his body as he launched his attack, while Brandon stood his ground, maintaining his battle stance and delivered his own punch with the Stone Fist. A small explosion resonated through the air as their fists collided, filling the area with smoke. Violent Flame could be seen being flung out of the smoke, but the action wasn't over yet. Within seconds, Brandon emerged from the smoke, chasing after Violent Flame, who was still in mid-air from the impact. 1539. The spectators were left in shock, unable to believe that Violent, who they had hyped up, had lost so easily in a display of strength, especially in the first exchange. Digging his flaming hands into the ground, Violent managed to halt his flying momentum, but his frustration was palpable. "Fuck," he cursed when he realized that Brandon had caught up to him the moment he stopped, and he didn't want to be knocked out of the stage before even facing Brandon seriously. Quicker than lightning, Violent threw another punch at Brandon, flames burning fiercely around his palm. However, Brandon swiftly grabbed his hand and twisted it, behind his back and forcing Violent Flame to his knees. Brandon then delivered a powerful knee strike to Violent's back, knocking him down to the floor. Before Violent Flame could react, multiple earth spears emerged from the ground, pointing threateningly at his neck, while Brandon pushed him forward a little further towards the earth spears. I surrender, Violent Flame stammered, fear and terror evident on his face. He couldn't fathom how Brandon had defeated him so easily and instantly. Brandon wins, echoed the voice from the top platform, and Brandon released Violent Flame. The earth spears swiftly disappeared, as if they had never been there in the first place. The audience was too shocked to comment on anything. Violent's quick defeat had taken them all by surprise. Is Violent Flame just too weak, or is Brandon simply too strong? I can't wrap my head around how easily Violent was beaten, someone in the crowd wondered aloud. Otherwise, we might not even have the courage to step onto the stage, a member of the Lanced family whispered. The rest of the family nodded, for they had witnessed Alec's formidable abilities before, and now, Brandon was giving off the same aura as Alec had during the battle at the South Wall. Can you defeat him, brother? Sheila Lanced asked Brian silently, her eyes fixed on Brandon. She had noticed how effortlessly Brandon had defeated 2 opponents, making people forget that he hadn't even drawn his sword from the ground. No, Brian replied with a sad expression, for he knew that even if he could draw out all his mana for a disaster spell to defeat Brandon, there was still Arthur standing in his way. The idea of rivaling Alec was slowly fading from his mind. How did Brandon become so powerful? Sheila gasped, taking in a deep breath, as she tried to process the strength displayed by Brandon. Who's next? Brandon demanded, his gaze sweeping over the mages of other clans. However, those who had scolded him earlier couldn't even meet his eyes anymore, hoping desperately that he would turn his attention elsewhere to spare them further embarrassment. The fierce aura emanating from Brandon was so intimidating that any thoughts of challenging him vanished from their minds. It was clear to everyone that Brandon had demonstrated a level of strength on par with the leaders of the younger generation, a fact that irked the crowd. After all, Brandon wasn't even considered the top fighter in Gordon's family. Despite the knowledge that Alec was the true leader of the younger generation, Agnes occupying the leader's seat didn't shake them in the slightest. They believed it was simply a tactic deployed by Alec to deceive his enemies into facing off against his generals, thus exposing their skills while keeping his own abilities concealed. All they knew was that he possessed a formidable golem that he promised not to use in the banquet challenges to make things fair. Most people held the mistaken belief that Alec was weaker without his golems, assuming that because most golem path mages seems to lack strong close combat skills. Only a few had heard tales of Alec's prowess with a spear, which is why they had been challenging him. They believed that if anyone could defeat him, that person would surely gain fame. So they clung to their own biased beliefs, asserting that Alec was lacking in close combat skills and had only risen to fame due to his talent in golem making. However, a select few in the Lanced family knew the truth. Alec was the undisputed powerhouse among the Gordon's younger generations. They had witnessed his fights firsthand and had tried to spread awareness of his power, but their warnings had not been taken seriously. I asked, who's next? Brandon repeated, his arms crossed as he leaned on his massive great sword, still planted firmly in the ground. The sight served as a reminder to everyone that no one had been capable of forcing him to draw his sword. Suddenly, they remembered when he had nonchalantly informed Felix that he wasn't worthy of his sword. Back then, they had dismissed it as mere bluffing, confident that he would pay the price for underestimating someone from the Friddle clan. However, Brandon had provided them with a newfound understanding of the disparity between mid-tier 1 mages. The mages from various families and clans now looked at their leaders with a newfound perspective, realizing that only a leader who had access to top-tier resources could stand a chance against Brandon. Yet despite this realization, none of the leaders were willing to be the sacrificial lamb to test Brandon's power. Their eyes shifted towards the younger generation's leader of the Friddle clan, as they were the only ones who had repeatedly suffered defeat at Brandon's hands. Well, I suppose it's my turn. There's no point in further delay, especially since members of my family have already been soundly beaten. All I can do now is try to salvage some dignity, Bree Friddle stated, rising from his seat and making his way towards the stage with deliberate slowness, adding an air of mystery to his movements. As he stepped onto the stage, Bree shed his family robe, revealing a well-toned physique underneath. Brandon couldn't help but ask, "Are you a battle path mage?" "No," Bree announced confidently. "I am not just a battle path mage, but I am also a magic path mage." "Well, that's quite impressive," Brandon responded, unfazed and showing no signs of fear. However, the expressions on the faces of many in the crowd began to change. "You don't seem surprised. Are you not afraid of my talents?" "From what I can tell, you're a pure battle mage," Bree inquired, puzzled by Brandon's calm demeanor. "Oh, you might be in for a surprise then," Brandon said, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. For the first time since fighting alongside Alec against the zombie horde, he was genuinely enjoying himself. He craved a strong opponent, and now he had one standing in front of him. "Start," the voice from the top platform commanded once more. Bree extended his hand towards his waist, summoning forth a long, weathered-looking staff from the belt he wore, which was also a space equipment. Someone from the crowd exclaimed, "A Tier 1 magic staff." Even Brandon's expression grew serious upon laying eyes on Bree's staff. It was a treasure for magic path mages, offering increased mana pool and aiding in mana recovery. Taking a closer look at Bree, Brandon noticed numerous dazzling accessories adorning him. However, he quickly realized that they were all disguised magic items, each providing a different effect, such as enhanced mana recovery, increased magic damage, or boosted mana capacity. "Well, it seems wealth runs in your veins too," Brandon remarked as he retrieved his long sword from the ground. "Enough talk. Let's get on with it," Bree declared, growing weary of the ceaseless conversation. Low-tier spell exploding fireballs. Bree forcefully slammed his staff on the floor, summoning 5 fireballs that hovered in the air around him. The flames grew larger, surpassing the small, violent ones that Felix Friedel had proudly displayed. With great speed, the fireballs flew towards Brandon. Reacting swiftly, Brandon swung his sword 5 times, unleashing waves of brownish earth slashes that collided head-on with the incoming fireballs, causing them to explode in mid-air. Whoa, that was impressive. "How did you manipulate your earth element like that?" Bree asked, curiosity shining in his eyes. Brandon remained silent, refusing to reveal any secret techniques he had developed through Alec's unconventional ideas. "I may have crossed a line there. No matter. Let's focus on the fight," Bree said, attempting to engage Brandon in conversation as sneakily casting a spell and sent another fireball flying towards Brandon. Undeterred, Brandon slashed backwards, effortlessly deflecting the sneak attack. The flames sent towards him dispersed the moment his earth-infused slash collided with them. "This is growing tiresome. Use your full strength if you want any chance of surpassing me," Brandon taunted. "If you insist," Bree responded, finally unleashing a Tier 1 spell he had been saving due to its high mana consumption. But since Brandon had made it clear that he wouldn't be easily defeated, he was left without no options but to go all out. Low-tier spell Flaming Snake. Bree cast his spell, summoning a flame snake that rose from the ground to a height equal to that of a human. With each slam of his staff, he continued to conjure flame elements in the air, solidifying and reinforcing the serpent's body. Normally, fire element didn't possess the natural ability to shape and craft objects like earth, hence Bree's meticulous manipulation. Brandon patiently waited for him to finish, not eager to end the fight prematurely. The flaming snake spell was finally complete, and it gave the impression of a live wild beast as it bared its fangs at Brandon. "Attack," Bree commanded, and the fire snake leaped and shrieked, making its way towards Brandon. "Humph, petty tricks," Brandon scoffed as he drove his shining, earth-infused sword back into the ground. Low-tier spell Earth Spear. A sharp, long spear emerged from the ground, flew into the air before striking towards the flaming snake and stopping it in its tracks. However, the snake swung its tail and slammed into the spear, shattering it instantly. "You won't get rid of my flaming snake that easily," Bree retorted. "Oh, I wasn't planning on doing that." Combination low-tier spell Legion of Earth Spears. Countless earth spears erupted from the ground, flew into the air before homing down to pierce the flaming snake from all sides, forming a deadly formation. The last spear impaled itself in the snake's head, killing it and causing the fire element stored within to explode. Both Bree and Brandon had to step back as the explosion rattled the surroundings. The look on Bree's face turned grim, realizing that he had shown too much and couldn't even begin to gauge Brandon's true strength, let alone defeat him. "Who would have thought you also follow the path of 2 mages? You truly are a wolf in sheep's clothing," Bree said, and even the audience agreed. Nobody had expected Brandon to be so dominant, as he hadn't even been among the name to watch out for on the clan's spy information. When they left their clan, they had simply seen Brandon as another follower of Alec, but now, their jaws hung open in surprise at Brandon's extraordinary performance. Bree returned his staff to his belt storage device and drew a sword and a small, round shield. "If I can't defeat you with magic, then I'll just have to beat you until you fold," Bree declared. "Oh, bring it on," Brandon's laughter echoed eerily. He had been itching for a true opponent for so long. All his practice had been done with Alec's golems and spars with Arthur, and he had never experienced the satisfaction of defeating a truly formidable opponent, as he was mostly beaten by the golems and him and Arthur mostly fight to a draw. But now he had the opportunity to unleash all his pent-up energy, and he intended to relish every moment of it as he retrieved his sword from the ground. "Show me what you've got," Brandon called out, beckoning Bree to come at him with a confident smirk on his face. His hands were open wide, ready to take on whatever challenge Bree would bring. Brandon and Bree clashed with their swords, and it was evident to everyone watching that Brandon's physical strength surpassed that of Bree as he was able to push Bree back. His superior strength allowed him to easily parry all of Bree's sword strikes with his large weapon, using both hands to wield it skillfully. In contrast, every time Brandon slashed at Bree, he had to quickly defend himself with his shield. But still yet, despite his efforts, Bree was still knocked several feet away each time Brandon attacked him. Bree couldn't understand how someone with a smaller build could possess such immense power. Is that all you've got? If it is, then you might as well give up now, Brandon taunted, with a sideways slash, finally landing a hit on Bree, sending him flying through the air before he tumbled onto the ground. Low-tier spell Fire Outbreak. Suddenly, a fire outbreak occurred around Bree's hand. Reacting swiftly, Bree punched his fist into the ground. Brandon squinted his eyes as he noticed Bree channeling a flow of fire energy into the earth as he casted a spell. Brandon's danger senses tingled. "Damn, it's coming from underneath," he exclaimed, realizing that he had underestimated his opponent. He had always assumed that no one could escape his earth detention ability unless they were at least 2 ranks higher than him. But to his surprise, Brandon found that his detection underground was not as strong as it was above ground. Thus, he discovered the attack too late, leaving him unable to dodge and forcing him to face the attack head-on. "Ah!" In response, Brandon yelled while flames engulfed him. He called upon a skill he had never used before. Low-tier skill 5-ton sword. The surrounding earth elements gathered around his raised blade, causing it to become incredibly heavy and sturdy, as if it had been inserted into a scabbard made of compressed earth. Meanwhile, a fire pillar erupted from beneath the ground, encasing Brandon as he continued to hold his sword high. "Ah, I don't think anyone could survive that. I'm sure Brandon must be covered in wounds right now," someone exclaimed. "This might keep him in bed for a week." "That fire pillar is incredibly powerful," another voice chimed in. "It feels like I'm watching a smaller-scale eruption of a volcano," someone added. The crowd murmured amongst themselves, believing that the match was already over since Brandon was engulfed in the fire spell. Bree couldn't help but smirk, thinking that he had emerged as the victor. However, their expressions turned to shock when the flames died down, revealing Brandon still standing there, looking like a battle-worn soldier. His upper body was exposed, his top burned by the flames, and his pants looked burnt too, but still intact to protect his private parts. As he stepped out of the ashes, everyone got a glimpse of his chiseled chest and impressive physique, as small cracks of earth could be seen falling from his body, as if fragments of stone were falling away. "I can't believe he was able to summon a rock armor to protect himself at that moment," Knight commented, while Agnes gasped in amazement. "What incredible reaction speed. It's as if he's been in countless battles before, accustomed to expecting such attacks. While we all assumed he was finished after that spell," Agnes explained, and Knight nodded in agreement. "I can't believe you're still standing after that. What kind of monster are you?" Bree asked, as he tried to recover his depleted mana. He could feel the strain on his body from overusing his mana, but with his accessories would be able to bring him back to peak performance. Meanwhile, Brandon didn't bother replying at all. His eyes were red, filled with anger at his own minor mistake. He had fought against Alec's golems, which had made him look down on others' battle skills, assuming they couldn't draw out a skill's true potential or they were simply lacking combat ability, relying too heavily on their spells. Now, he realized that there was someone who could push him to his limits. With that in mind, he unleashed one of his self-invented sword skills, created to match his unique fighting style. Combination low-tier skill 5-ton sword plus brutal strike. The sword, now covered in earth, swung down onto the floor, causing the entire stage to ripple and the structure to scatter as if a small earthquake was happening. Yet Brandon stood firm like an emperor, unaffected by the chaos around him. The earth around him remained undisturbed by his strike. Using both hands, Brandon inserted his sword back into the ground before performing a series of hand signs. Low-tier spell Earth Grappling Hands. As his hands locked together, large hands made of earth elements emerged near Bree, tightly gripping him with no room for resistance. Brandon's face displayed a cold expression as he spoke in a menacing voice. "Give up, or I will take pleasure in breaking every bone in your body." Bree felt a deep sense of humiliation at the thought of losing to someone who wasn't even the leader. He would have given up if his opponent were Alec, but as Brandon was only a follower, surrendering would only bring disgrace upon him and his clan. So he attempted to resist, hoping to somehow break free from the grip of the hands made of earth. However, his strength proved to be lacking, and he was unable to achieve what he desired. Trying to escape. "I suppose I'll have to teach you a lesson then," Brandon said angrily, noticing Bree's struggle. He tightened his grip, causing the hands of earth to also tighten their hold on Bree. The sound of bones breaking resonated through the air, the pops coming out clearly. "Ah, please, make it stop, I give up," Bree pleaded in fear, his body drenched in sweat. However, their death stares towards Brandon went unnoticed by him. He didn't pay them any mind, as he believed if they wanted revenge, they should come and challenge him themselves. But deep down, they knew they wouldn't dare challenge Brandon, especially since their leader had just been defeated by him as well. "Brandon wins," the voice from the top platform announced, confirming his victory. The younger generation leaders of the various clans watched, waiting for Brandon to leave the stage. They believed he would be weakened after being burnt by Bree's fire and expending a significant amount of energy. However, to their dismay, it became apparent that this formidable opponent wasn't ready to back down just yet. The thought of facing him filled them with dread, as no one wanted to be the next to go up against him. "Who's next?" Brandon's domineering voice echoed across the arena, causing the younger generation leaders of the clans to clench their fists in frustration and helplessness. They realized that they were no better than Bree, and the thought of challenging Brandon filled them with uncertainty. 40. The Darkbliss Family Acts. "I can't believe you are the guys who wanted to challenge Alec. Were you even in your right minds? You could hardly pose a challenge to me," Brandon questioned with a raised eyebrow. He was disappointed in the caliber of experts who had pointed their fingers at Alec when they had no real strength to back it up. Brandon was like a fanboy who admired Alec and didn't want anyone tarnishing his name. "I ask again, is there anyone still interested in challenging Alec?" Brandon questioned, determined to defeat them all until they were satisfied with the result of their defeat. "I will take him on." A voice suddenly spoke up, causing everyone to stretch their necks and look at the brave soul who had decided to deliver them from this series of shame. To their surprise, a girl walked out from the Darkbliss clan seating area. It shocked most of the audience, as no one was expecting the Darkbliss clan to make a move. Once a high-tier family in a Tier 2 city, they had been chased out after offending the top clan there. Although they now resided in the Tier 3 Estonia city, no one doubted their powers, even if they always acted mysteriously. Everyone knew that the Darkbliss family was proficient in the use of dark and curse magic, which made them eerily scary. The fact that the most talented of them had a double innate talent for two elements only added to their progress as mages. "My name is Clarissa Darkbliss, the leader of the young generation here today," the girl introduced herself. "Oh, I'm Brandon Gordons, the weakest general of Alec Gordons. Honored to spar with you," Brandon said in a playful manner as he tried to act along with Clarissa. It was common knowledge that the Darkbliss clan was more competitive than most families, often having multiple younger generation leaders who competed with each other until a final winner was acknowledged by the family elders. So, it was not surprising that Clarissa was trying to take advantage of Brandon's offer. Exhausted and determined to fight, Clarissa saw an opportunity for herself to defeat the drained Brandon. If she managed to defeat Brandon, it would be an accomplishment that none of her siblings had achieved. It had the potential to elevate her status within the clan. "I'm ready whenever you are," Clarissa confidently declared. "Well, I am, Auk." Brandon began to respond, but realized too late that he had been sneak attacked. Clarissa had emerged from his shadow and struck him from behind, catching him off guard. The speed at which she executed the Sinking Shadows spell was even better than Night, causing Night to blush in embarrassment. It was now clear to everyone that he was still a novice when it came to using the shadow element. Reacting swiftly, Brandon evaded Clarissa's second combo attack, his eyes squinting in concentration. His hands moved quickly, forming hand signs, low-tier spell earth grappling hands. Brandon unleashing his special skill, and large hands made of earth elements emerged from the ground, attempting to capture Clarissa. However, just as they were about to grasp her, she escaped using the shadows created by the hands. This gave Brandon a chance to retrieve his sword. As Clarissa emerged from the shadows, she sensed a looming threat and swiftly dodged, narrowly avoiding Brandon's powerful and timely sword slash. She couldn't help but wonder how he had known where she would reappear. Her thoughts were interrupted when she felt a sharp pain in her ribs as Brandon delivered a forceful kick with his legs, sending her flying. Low-tier skill 5-ton sword. Brandon activated his special skill once again, encasing his sword in earth elements like a scabbard. He effortlessly carried the weight of the massive weapon as he dashed towards Clarissa. It amazed those watching to see him handle such a heavy sword with ease, but Brandon focused solely on finishing the fight swiftly, without humiliating his opponent. He had intentionally held back on the strength of his earlier kick to avoid causing serious injury to her since she was a female. Suddenly, numerous shadow elements condensed into the shape of domineering chains, aggressively wrapping around Brandon, as if attempting to trap him. Low-tier spell Shadow Bindings. Clarissa executed her own technique, aiming to imprison Brandon in their clutches. The chains formed from shadow elements appeared more formidable than the smaller shadow binds that Knight was capable of using to restrain his adversaries. This made Knight feel even more embarrassed, as he was not even slightly inferior to Clarissa in terms of his shadow element skills. From what they had witnessed, she was a far superior shadow element user than he was. "Why are you all looking at me? Don't you know that the Gordons clan specializes in earth elements? Don't compare my shadow element with hers, it's only my secondary element," Knight complained, a hint of blush gracing his face. As Brandon shouted and struggled to break free from the tightly bound shadow chains, Clarissa warned him, "Don't even think about escaping from that." With a swift motion, Clarissa revealed the two hidden daggers she had been concealing and slashed out, sending a dark and powerful wave of corrosive shadow elements hurtling towards Brandon. Low-tier spell Dark Slash. Crack, the chains made of shadow elements shattered under the force of Brandon's strength. Once free, he wasted no time in counterattacked by sending an Earth Slash towards Clarissa's Dark Slash. Although his attack came later, it effortlessly sliced through the shadows, heading straight for Clarissa. In a quick reflex, he stretched out his hand, allowing the remnant Dark Slash to hit his palm. Surprisingly, it had no effect on his body except for a slight tremor. Brandon stood his ground, smirking confidently. "You're finished, girl," Brandon proclaimed with a smile. Clarissa positioned her 2 daggers in front of her, preparing to defend herself against the Earth Slash that was still flying towards her in fast speed. However, as the attack drew closer, she swiftly employed the sinking shadow skill she had been saving, using it to escape the incoming assault, as she felt there was no way she would come out clean after being hit by that attack. She gritted her teeth in frustration, knowing that she had wanted to use that skill to counterattack, but it had now gone into cooldown due to its usage. Emerging from the shadows once more, Clarissa felt a heightened sense of danger, stronger than before, and knew Brandon had closed down on her again. "Why does he keep finding me?" she ranted in her mind. But with no other options available, she focused on defending herself against the latest Earth Slash that Brandon sent her way, since she was all out of option, and the sinking shadows could not be used that fast. "Boom!" Brandon exclaimed triumphantly as Clarissa was sent flying off the stage by the force of his Earth Slash. It was evident that she had been unable to defend herself against his powerful attack. Despite both of them utilizing the same concept to unleash their magic, it was clear that Brandon's Earth Slash possessed a greater level of destructiveness and effectiveness. Brandon ended up fighting 2 other opponents who felt they could try their luck, but it was all the same as he won effortlessly. However, he later had to step down since there was no one confident enough to challenge him. Agnes could only grit her teeth in anger as she could not think of any reason that would make Brandon so strong in a few days after living with Alec. Surely, it had something to do with Alec, Knight said from beside her, almost certain of what she was thinking about. Agnes responded, trying to play innocent. "Oh, don't act dumb. I see the way you keep on looking at them, and I just think I should tell you. Don't you realize that even when we fought beside Alec, we seemed to be getting better? He was just good at instructing us on which spell to use." Knight explained his theory to Agnes. Still yet he seemed stronger than a normal mid-tier 1 mage. "If you ask me, he was as strong as a high-tier 1 mage, which is ridiculous." Agnes sighed in defeat. The rest of the fight that continued was boring and could not match up to the matches Brandon had. He had brought the crowd to climax satisfaction, that it now felt like watching the younger generation leaders of various families and clans showcase their skills was boring, making it quite bland compared to the explosive excitement that Brandon gave them. Everyone kept looking over at Alec, who was still sleeping, as they wondered how someone like him could be leading a monster as strong as Brandon. Some people even questioned if he had already advanced to the high-tier 1 mage realm, but quickly dismissed the idea when they remembered just how difficult it was to move to the next rank. The banquet ended with the Gordons family exhibiting their dominance, without even having to exert any force after Brandon's battle. Alec slept throughout the match, and was still sleeping, as Arthur carried him on his back towards a new carriage. Arthur was not interested in sitting with Knight and Agnes again after she denied Alec in public, feeling that she had tarnished his reputation. Alec lay fast asleep with a snort escaping his nose, becoming a comical balloon-like sound in the air. Oblivious to what had just transpired, his loud snoring only managed to annoy Agnes further, though he couldn't really blame him. After all, he had been awake for days, tirelessly attempting to create a lava golem but failing miserably, even with the guidance of the ancient patriarch's book by his side. The exhaustion finally caught up with him, causing him to collapse and surrender to a well-deserved slumber. "Ha, nice work out there. I loved it, especially your performance." A loud voice echoed through the air as Draco approached Arthur and Brandon. Alec remained sprawled on Arthur's back, while Draco pointed fervently at Brandon before finally reaching their location and placing his hands on Brandon's shoulders. It was evident that Draco admired Brandon's demeanor and the aggressive battle style he displayed on stage. It reminded Draco of his own past, when he fearlessly challenged those in the same realm as him, yet no one dared to face him. Brandon's performance had reignited that fire within Draco. "Keep it up," Draco remarked, not bothering to acknowledge anyone else's presence as if they were non-existent. "Yes, sir, I will," Brandon replied swiftly, taken aback by Draco's unexpected approach and conversation. Being approached and spoken to by Draco, the feared 7th Elder, was a rare occurrence. Did that just happen? "Brandon, you're going to become a star in the clan. Don't even think about washing those shoulders when you bathe. In fact, don't bathe above your waistline." Arthur exclaimed amidst his breathless huffs, clearly astounded by the turn of events. Whatever, Brandon muttered, too weak to engage in banter with Arthur. He knew from experience that no one ever won an argument against him, as Arthur always managed to find a comeback. Plus, Brandon never took Arthur's jokes too seriously. As Draco walked away, a smile adorning his face, his expression suddenly shifted to one of disgust as he passed by Agnes. He spat on the floor, making his discontent towards her behavior during Arthur's challenge to the other family and clan evident. However, anytime Draco thought of how Brandon had commanded the stage, his disgust was temporarily overshadowed by a flicker of admiration for the young warrior. He felt a surge of joy once again. "I can finally brag to that old man," Draco said, referring to the patriarch. If only Alec had heard this, he would surely be shocked, as he was the only one shameless enough to call his grandfather an old man. "Let's ride home," Draco declared, and they all climbed into their carriage, beginning their journey back. "Sorry for failing you," Bree apologized to the elder who had accompanied them. "No need for apologies. After witnessing that guy's power, it was clear that you had no chance against him. You couldn't even force him to use his full strength," the Friddall clan elder responded. "What?" Bree was astonished to learn that Brandon hadn't even unleashed his full power. "But don't worry, we had a plan B, and I'm confident they are executing it now," the elder assured. As the Gordon clan carriages departed from the City Lord mansion, they became aware of someone trailing them. Initially dismissing it as one of their many admirers or someone on the same path as them, they didn't bother to investigate. However, as they traveled further, it became apparent that they were about to fall into an ambush, with 3 individuals dressed in black awaiting them up ahead. "I want to see who dares to stop me," Draco declared as he emerged from the carriage, his aura powerful and causing the ground beneath him to crack. And 2 of the black-clad figures released their aura in response. "Humph, 2 tier 6 mages. If you think you can kill me with this number, think again," Draco taunted. "Who said we're interested in killing you?" "Oh no, no, no. Draco, you need to swallow your pride a bit. We're here for someone else, someone who we believe has the potential to be even more fearsome than you," one of the men in black stated. "What? Ha ha ha, I can't believe you're afraid of that little boy, Brandon. It just shows that the Gordons clan isn't far from relocating to a tier 2 city," Draco boasted, not even concerned by their claim that Brandon possessed greater potential than him. He truly hoped that the younger generations would bring forth even stronger individuals, elevating the family's strength to a whole new level in the future. "Idiot, you don't even know who we're talking about. Your proud attitude has never changed, which makes this even easier. From our information, Brandon is just his general, right?" one of the men in black taunted. "Wait, you're talking about the patriarch's grandson. Well, I guess I'll have to kill you then, because that's never happening," Draco responded, his face now filled with anger. With a swift motion, he pulled something out from his space pouch. 2 golems emerged from the pouch, resembling demons with their intimidating presence. One was taller than Draco, boasting long curved horns, while the other was tiger-shaped. Both golems had cracks of flowing lava around their bodies, connecting to crystals on their chests. "The lava golems, attack him now," the men in black commanded as they moved towards Draco. The golem with horns conjured a lava sword, roaring and releasing its powerful aura. It was a tier 5 golem. The other golem, tiger-shaped, remained unfazed, its claws igniting with the power of lava as it let out a mighty roar, sending shockwaves through the air. "I urge all disciples of the Gordons family to listen to me. We are being ambushed, and I apologize for my current inability to protect you all. I will take care of these troublesome ones," Draco called out. "Kill all our enemies," Draco commanded as he and his golems soared into the sky, with the men in black joining him. Their battle took place in the sky above, away from the younger members of the family. Draco might not have known much about Alec, but the fact that these assassins attached importance to him only gave him more reason to save the boy. There was no way he would allow the patriarch's grandson to die after he had promised to protect everyone alone. "Make sure to kill him," the men in black instructed the 3rd member of their group. "With pleasure, Elder," the person responded, as the group approaching from behind caught up and released their auras. It was like a gathering of 50 tier 1 mages, prepared to bring hell upon the younger generations of the Gordons family. "I guess it's time we wake him." "After all," he said, "to wake him when things get interesting." "I think this is more than interesting," Arthur commented. Brandon nodded in agreement as he unsheathed his sword, ready to join the battle. Brandon wasted no time jumping off the carriage, as he prepared to defend with the rest of the kids in the clan. But he knew better than anyone that when Alec wakes up then, this could be more easier if he just unleashed his golems. "Hey Alec, wake up." Arthur tapped Alec as his lazy eyes opened up slowly, and he stretched his body. "Is it my turn already?" "Oh, we are not at the banquet again, boss. Actually, we need your help to fight off this assassin sent after us," Arthur said. Alec's eyes quickly regained his energy the moment he heard assassins. "Where is the 7th elder?" Alec questioned as he was surprised at how something like this would happen under the watch of a Tier 6 mage. He is fighting against 2 Tier 6 mages, and he hopes we would be able to beat them fast. Okay then, let's show this fuckers not to mess with the Gordon's family again. Arthur, can you try at least to stop saying such vulgar words? You are the leader of the younger generation. And the face of the Gordon's family at the moment, Arthur said with a defeated expression on his face. Fuck manners. Kill this fuckers, Alex said as he released both Legion and Titan as he charged with them while conjuring an earth spear. Arthur was not too far away from him, as 10 golden blades rotated around him, setting a small formation that looked intimidating. Alec looked at the spear and felt it did not give him a lot of attributes. Since it was still a level 1 man, I should have just brought an already leveled up spear along with me, Alec complained in his mind. But he didn't stop as he ran and soon neared the last carriage where the battle was taking place. He could already see the shape of Brandon. It was so unique that he could never be mistaken for another person, as there would not be another short person who uses great sword so skillfully as he was. He could also see both Agnes and Knight, who were struggling to keep up with the numbers of attackers while assisting the rest. But he knew if this goes on, they would be defeated fast, as their stamina won't be able to keep up for such long battle. Only Arthur and Brandon would, after all. They have been fighting, eating, cultivating, and sleeping since they started living with Alec. So their stamina and endurance was on another level. They have tempered themselves over hundreds of battles in just a couple of weeks. Make way, Alec said the moment he came to the front, and those there quickly parted way as they saw who it was. Alec's spear shined a very bright light as it leveled up to LVL2, since he has been infusing his mana into the spear to make it level up. Arg screams were starting to break out as Alec and his golems joined the rank of Gordon's family. It turned from a close battle to a massacre, as none of the Black Cloth assassins could stop Alec's charge or his golem's charge, as they all went into different directions, killing with only one hit. Legion was even fighting without his shield. Every thrust, every turn, every stab claimed a life. There was no fancy moves in the attack, just basic spear skills. Meanwhile, Titan's style was still as brutal as ever, making all the assassins closer to him shiver in fear. If not for the fact that the third leader was still watching them, they might have deserted the battle and run from their lives, cause if Legion was someone who took lives with his skills in a beautiful manner. Then Titan was someone who took life on the most gruesome manner ever. His mace were like the scythe of the Death Reaper. It was soaked in blood. Every time Titan attacked with his hand, he made sure to rotate the mace, turning the spikes into some type of drill, which passed through the body of his opponents with no resistance. It was as easy as knife parting butter. Even if Legion had more attributes than him, Titan was more of a killing machine with his big shield and mace in one hand each. Clearly, the other Gordon's members started withdrawing back from the fight as they felt they might just get in the way. The only one still fighting with Alec and his golems was Brandon, Arthur, Knight, and Agnes. Alec and the 4 generals, that was what the Gordon's family was saying as they saw them fight. They have heard stories of how Alec and 4 talented junior fought in horde of zombies to save the Lanced family. But hearing and seeing is another thing. Actually, Knight and Agnes was only trying to keep up with the speed of how Arthur and Brandon hunted the assassins, but they found out their skills was just not up to par, or their battle experiences were just not on the same levels as them. Knight had to use his shadow bind to hold a lot of people, while Agnes quickly sent earth spears and stakes through their heart, killing them in the process. In the eyes of others, it seems cool, but they were doing this from behind while protected with no one to attack them when they were casting their spells. That's why when they looked at how the others fought, their blood just could not help but boil. Brandon was wielding his great sword, but was using his 5-ton sword skill, which made it heavier as a lot of earth elements amass on the sword, but he was still swinging that heavy sword easily. Each time his attack was dodged and it hit the floor, it always created a shock wave, which sent his opponents flying, breaking a few bones in the process. He was like a berserk fighter. He actually developed that style of fighting after he battled with Alec golems countless of times. Meanwhile, Arthur just had his hands in his pocket, walking the battlefield with ease, and anyone who tried to come close to him got diced by the array of metal sword. Someone did bypass one of the metal sword and tried to attack him from the space the sword which flew caused, but Arthur just used an earth wall to stop his charge before about 5 metal swords pierced his body from different angles, while still having his hands in his pocket. His switch from metal to earth elements was so fluent. Alec was the most vicious of the all, as he kept on hunting them as he drooled. What others saw as a battle, he saw as free exp for his new upgrade. After all, it's been long, he had a lot of enemies to fight, and cultivating just to get exp was super boring for him. He was even extra happy someone sent assassin towards his family. If any of the Gordon's younger generation knew what he was thinking, they might want to join in and beat him up too. His control over fire element has surpassed his earth elements even if he rarely used it, which made him wonder if his fire element was closer to peak affinity. After all, even if it says high affinity, it was clear he was more used to the fire than earth element, but that didn't make him neglect the earth elements. Alec threw his spear away when he realized he won't be able to upgrade the spear to LVL 6 in a short time, so he resorted to using his fist and his dual elements. He was practically on fire as he burned and burnt anyone coming close. The temperature around him was not just hot, but scorching hot. His use of fire elements was making everyone question if he was truly a Gordon or someone that the clan kidnapped from a fire clan. Agnes and Knight was surprised at the new improvement. They were seeing they even imagined themselves as the Black Assassins fighting against Alec or Brandon or even Arthur, until they realized they could never win. And fighting the Golems was a big no, as they were even stronger than their creator and more dangerous than last time they saw them. For the Gordons' family members, their mind was now at rest as their heroes were extremely powerful, but for the assassins, they were already cursing the one who gave them wrong information. As in their information, Alec only had one Tier 1 Golem that was extremely strong. It was said that the rest were weak, but they were 2 monster Golems here. The information also said that they only needed to worry about Brandon, as Alec was just a Golem path mage and didn't have much combat strength, but he was the one leading the charge now, like someone who has been depraved of sex, now finally seeing a naked woman. Running after them instead to fight, making them doubt where the script went wrong. They were the assassin, but they were the ones being chased around. 43 taking an hostage. Bam! Alec swiftly ducked as his danger senses tingled. He glanced at the spot he had been standing just moments ago, witnessing a fierce clash between a massive tiger demonic beast and Titan. Oh, so you managed to escape that, huh? No problem, let's see if you can dodge the next attack. The man who arrived with the 2 Tier 6 mages taunted, summoning another intimidating beast. It was a sea crab demonic beast that seems to be fast on its feet. Be careful, he's a beast tamer, Arthur warned, realizing that this was their attempt at Alec's life, by making a distraction just to allow the beast tamer take care of Alec. Don't worry, he's only a Tier 2 mage, which means he can only control 2 demonic beasts, Alec replied nonchalantly. Don't worry your head, that's a white-striped demonic tiger, a Tier 2 demonic beast. Arthur turned to face Alec, complaining at top of his voice, only to fall silent at what he saw. The sight was too brutal for him to bear, as Titan effortlessly battered the tiger without stress or a chance to counterattack. Whenever the tiger lunged, Titan would shield himself and retaliate with a swing of his mace, inflicting wounds of varying degrees on the tiger's body. It was clear that the tiger would succumb to excessive blood loss if this continued. In the meantime, Alec didn't take the crab, a Tier 1 demonic beast, seriously. Alec, you need to realize that demonic beasts possess a stronger physique than us humans. Don't let it get close to you, Arthur admonished in fury, witnessing Alec disregard all caution as he dashed toward the red demonic crab, which was about the size of an adult dog on Earth. I fucking know that. And stop acting like my old man, would you please take care of the remaining dregs of assassins, Alec snapped. As he thrust his hands forward, the surrounding fire elements converged in his palms. Clenching his fist, he unleashed his compressed power. Low-tier spell fire cannon. Alec's punch propelled the fire elements toward the crab with incredible speed, resembling a line of red lasers. Drawing knowledge from his understanding of lasers in his own world, Alec had transformed the style of his fire fist spell. The moment the laser fire reached the crab, its hard exoskeleton melted, instantly killing the beast. Fuck, the beast tamer exclaimed, clutching his chest in pain. Since the beast was connected to him, its death also affected him. Arthur's mouth remained agape as he witnessed Alec transform his fire fist into a completely new spell. You're so damn cool, boss, Arthur blurted out, forgetting all he had said before, as the beast tamer screamed again, causing their attention to shift to the other beast. And they saw Titan removing his mace from the battered skull of the white-striped demonic tiger that was now died. With both beasts now dead, it was too much for the beast tamer to take the pain. Ag, the beast tamer yelped and fainted. Hey Brandon, tie him up tightly. We're taking him for interrogation, Alec instructed with a strange expression. Yes, boss, Brandon replied promptly. Boss, you're making that weird face again in public. Alec, which face are you talking about? I look perfectly normal. Not really, boss. You're looking incredibly shrewd right now. I almost feel sorry for the guy you're about to interrogate, Arthur commented. Whatever. Alex scanned the surroundings and noticed that most of the assassins were either dead or had escaped upon realizing they couldn't win this fight. If Alec wanted, he could easily eliminate the remaining foes by summoning his golems. However, he wasn't ready to expose his powers just yet, especially since he wasn't in a life-threatening situation. He turned back and found that most of the younger generations of the Gordons were looking at him with eyes full of admiration. Oh, I'm screwed. Alec forced a smile. He noticed Agnes looking at him intently, causing him to smile back, unaware of what had transpired while he was asleep. Just as he was about to engage in banter with Arthur, the clouds above them parted and Draco descended, assessing the scene. Seeing that they had dealt with all the assassins, Draco appeared perplexed but pleased. He glanced around and noticed Brandon holding onto a tied-up individual and standing next to Alec. He assumed that Brandon had been responsible, but Alec was too tired to correct him, as Draco offered his apologies for the inconvenience and reassured them that they would continue their journey soon. As Draco turned to speak further, he noticed Alec drooling with his gaze fixed behind him. Curious, Draco followed Alec's gaze and realized that he was staring intently at his lava golem. Observing the other golems nearby, Draco had been able to conclude Alec was also a golem path mage. You should keep that away, Elder, as I don't think not everyone would be comfortable seeing something so gruesome. Arthur's voice snapped Draco out of his daze. Glancing at his hand, Draco realized he was still holding onto an arm he had ripped off during his fight with the 2 Tier 6 mages. Oh, sorry about that. I hope you don't mind, Draco asked nervously, realizing he couldn't speak to this youngster as casually as before. The trio stood out from the others, exuding an air of confidence in Draco's presence. Except for Alec, who was drooling and interrupting the moment, he was painting for them in Hia mind. Could you please stop staring at my golems like a pervert? Draco faked a cough to regain Alec's attention. Oh, sorry, 7th Elder. I'm not sure if I can be trusted to experiment on one of your lava golems. You see, I've been trying to create one myself, but I haven't had any success. I was wondering if you would allow me to borrow one of your golems. Alec quickly trailed off when he felt the intense gaze of the 7th Elder resemble that of a dangerous beast and noticed he was still holding on to the torn arm. Nervously, he gulped and stammered. Did I say something wrong, boss? I don't think I heard you correctly. Did you just ask to experiment on my golems? Do you understand the effort and resources it took to get them to this level? Draco's voice grew louder, almost screaming now. I apologize, sir. Please don't worry about it. Anyway, just remember this. I will create a lava golem that surpasses yours. You can count on that, Alex said, hoping to patch things up. When Draco heard Alec's confident remark, his anger subsided and a smile formed on his face. This level of self-assurance is exactly what the next leader should possess, he thought to himself. Then I will wait for you, Draco replied, feeling a renewed sense of anticipation. Alec took one final look at Draco's golems before walking back to his carriage, along with Arthur and Brandon, who were dragging their hostage closely behind. Although Alec wasn't able to inspect Draco's golems, he now had a clearer idea of what to do for his own golem plan. Meanwhile, Draco suddenly snapped back to reality and realized he had forgotten to ask about the reason for them taking a hostage back to the clan. It was his main objective to ask, but his intense conversation with Alec had momentarily caused him to forget. Forget it. He's the old man's grandson, after all. No need to worry, Draco mumbled to himself, brushing off the oversight. With that, the carriages resumed their journey, Draco now refocused on the task at hand. 44 Blood Moon coming. What do you mean he didn't even get to fight? Why didn't he fight? The Gordons' patriarch threw a tantrum, behaving very childishly in that moment. Old man, it wasn't my fault. It was just that the genius of the other families and clans weren't even able to force him out. All it took was Brandon to wipe the smirks off the arrogant faces of the younger generation leaders of the other families and clans, Draco said with pride as his eyes started shining with stars when he mentioned Brandon. Incompetent runts, the patriarch cursed. I would like to bring that Brandon boy under my tutelage. I'm sure he would grow to become a pillar for the clan, Draco said. Ha, you want to steal someone from Alec? Well, go ahead. But you should know he and that Arthur boy train with Alec and are always together like the 3 musketeers, so be ready to get the full package, the patriarch said. I don't really know, but I just guessed their relationship was quite close, that's all, Draco said. Well, you are hopeless. Will my wish never be answered? I sent that boy to the banquet in the hope that a very strong genius would be there to defeat him. Even if I know he is ridiculously strong, I still hoped that there would be someone there to challenge him. At least I would be okay if he lost his title of strongest king among the younger generations in the city, that they always call him. The patriarch continued with his complaints. Oh, you wanted him to lose? Draco asked, the question marks filling his mind, as he thought of who would want their grandchild to lose just because they were strong. And the fact that the man kept in touch with his grandson's nickname was sickening, even to Draco. That's because I want him to come to me for advice. He's always been acting like a lone wolf ever since he became a mage, and he grew so fast. How am I supposed to brag in the future that I taught him what he knows? He forgot about me so quickly after he awakened his magic powers. He has even forgotten about me. The patriarch complained once again. Draco finally realized what was happening here. The old man felt that his grandson's ego was too much, given his strength, and believed that if he lost once, he might come to him for advice. But since Alec has never lost to anybody, it only added to the patriarch's misery. And stubborn old man who wanted to guide his grandson but was too proud to take him in as a disciple. Instead, he preferred his grandson to come to him. Stop making so much noise like a small baby. Aren't you too old to be behaving like this? In fact, you should be celebrating the fact the clan now has a certified genius that would help us rise further, but you're just dead set on him losing. The Grand Elder scolded the patriarch, making him shut up. You can leave now, the Grand Elder said to Draco. Draco bowed before making his way out, leaving only the patriarch and the Grand Elder together. Now let's talk about serious matters, shall we? Who do you think is confident enough to try to assassinate our kids? Grand Elder questioned. Well, for starters, we know they are not from this city, but it is clear they were hired. But who would have that much hatred to eliminate some younglings? I just don't get it. I think someone got jealous of Alec. Even if he is low-key and never acted pompous, but this only fueled their will to get rid of him instead. I even have a feeling that it was done by someone from the city, trying to cut our roots by eliminating our younger generations, the Grand Elder explained. And why would anyone do that? They are just kids. I swear, all this political stuff tires me out. That's why you were made Grand Elder by Father, to help the family handle situations like this, the patriarch complained, arms wide. Well, don't you know that the abilities of the younger generation are vital for the continued prosperity of any clan? So our younger generation being so great and full of talents can only incite jealousy, the Grand Elder explained. I give up totally. The patriarch said, what a thug, you and Draco are the same. All you know how to do is fight, fight, and fight, leaving all the decision-making and schemes to me. Useless, the Grand Elder said, shaking his head. He looked at his brother, who was walking to the door, still conflicted about whether to ask him or not. But before he could say anything, the patriarch beat him to it. Old Fourth will soon be back from his mission. What do you think he will do when he finds out his only grandson, Brandon, didn't become a spear-wielding mage? The patriarch said, sighing. Who knows, but one thing is certain, he is going to love Alec. Both of them have the same attitude, and Alec is reported to have been seen using the spear few times. I just hope he comes back safely, the Grand Elder replied. You know, the blood moon is 5 days from now, and from what I heard, it's a minimum danger mid-tier horde that we are facing, which means even you can't fight in that battle. You can continue your holidays in peace, the Grand Elder said. Yes, I heard. I will send Draco to join up with the city guards so they can stall the other mid-tier life forms. This battle will mainly be between the low-tier mages 1-3 and the low-tier invaders, the patriarch said. Have you thought about sending Alec and his gang for this blood moon expedition? After all, that guy can kill a tier 2 zombie, which means he can be a vital asset in this battle, and I thought you wanted him to taste defeat. If a human genius can't defeat him, then maybe he can face it in war. But don't worry, we will make sure the top mages in tier 3 from our family keep an eye out for him. They will be his secret bodyguards, ensuring his safety, the Grand Elder suggested. Now that you mention it, I kinda like that idea. Who else is sending their younger generation to war? The patriarch asked. Well, no one except us. What do you mean, no one except us? Well, number one, it's really risky, but they won't become veteran soldiers without experiencing war. Are they planning on raising greenhorns incapable of protecting their homes? The patriarch questioned angrily. Well, not everyone can be assured that their child can survive a tier 2 life form sneak attack. You actually forget that protecting the city is the city lord's duty. We are just here to assist. And to tell you the truth, apart from us, only the Darkbliss family has accepted to protect the city walls this blood moon that is approaching, the Grand Elder explained. So few people, all they do is stay behind the safety of the walls, while others risk their lives out there. And they have the nerve to call themselves clans of a tier 3 city. What a shame, the patriarch spat, feeling disgusted at the attitude of the other clans. Actually, that is the right approach. Too much death among the warriors of a clan would do nothing but weaken them, and no one wants that. And their guardian will be Draco, who shall join up with the city lord's men to stall the advance of the Abyss Army's mid-tier warriors, but he will also be put on a special mission, the Grand Elder continued. And what is that mission? The patriarch questioned. To protect the next generation if things go bad, the Grand Elder concluded his explanation. I like your plan, we shall do it like that. Let's deliver the news to those runts so they know that they will be thrown into a mini-hell soon, the patriarch said with an eerie smile on his face as he pictured the face of his grandson the moment he tells him he will be thrown into another battlefield soon. 45 Information. "What are you doing here?" Arthur shouted the moment he saw Agnes enter Alec's backyard, where they normally practice. He was caught off guard, as he was still in the middle of spar with Brandon. As he questioned Agnes, she was left in shock as she witnessed the last blow he delivered to Brandon. Having seen Brandon fight before, she assumed he would be stronger than Arthur since only Brandon had went on stage that day. And the fact that Arthur was known for his unserious attitude helped resolve her thoughts, but now she witnessed him clash head-to-head with someone she had believed she could not defeat. This shattered her current understanding of them. She stammered, unsure of where to start after everything that had happened at the banquet. She had come to the realization that Alec was a monster, and she wanted to learn from him to become strong. "We are here to apologize and inform you of some serious news. Where is Alec?" Knight quietly emerged from the shadows, only to quickly dodge as Brandon's large sword embedded itself in the tree he had just stepped out from. "Can you please stop randomly throwing your sword at people?" Knight screamed, afraid that if he had been a little slower, the sword would have seriously injured him with just a mere touch. "And you stop entering people's houses like a ghost, or I might mistake you for an intruder. Use the door like a normal person, because I promise you I won't miss next time." Brandon's expression remained nonchalant, making it difficult for Knight to determine if he was serious or just joking around. "This fucker," Knight's brow twitched. "Where is Alec?" Agnes finally gathered the courage to ask. "Well, if you must know, that bastard has been sleeping since he came back." Arthur pointed to the roof where Agnes and Knight saw Alec sleeping. The snort coming from his nose had become a small balloon, adding to the peaceful illusion. "He snores so beautifully and peacefully that you might think he's an angel, but the moment he wakes up, the whole place becomes a landmine," Arthur complained, shaking his head. "Agnes, what's a landmine?" Agnes asked, confused. "Oh, it's a new word I learned from Alec," Arthur smirked. "Let's wake him up," Knight suggested, and Arthur trembled at the foolish suggestion. "Do you want to die? Why would you want to wake Alec up?" Arthur questioned. "Just watch how I wake him up," Knight replied as he disappeared into the shadows. "No, stop that fool." Both Arthur and Brandon jumped towards Alec's location to stop Knight, but they couldn't match the speed of shadow travel as it was like a slower version of teleportation. Agnes was surprised by Arthur and Brandon's drastic behavior. She didn't believe that Alec would harm them for disturbing his sleep, considering they had important information. But she was wrong. It wasn't Alec they were worried about, as he was not the one who would do the beating. When Knight emerged from Alec's shadows, he felt a chilling presence behind him. He turned around to see blood-red eyes inside a T-shaped helmet, and with a single swipe of Legion's spear, Knight was flung off the roof before he could even touch Alec or identify his attacker. Both Arthur and Brandon tried to turn and run, but Legion only smiled coldly as he launched two fast spear attacks. As spear-shaped chi struck them in the buttocks, sending them flying off the roof just like Knight. "You bastard, how dare you incite that fool?" Brandon yelled, still in pain from the spear's piercing strike. "Let's just thank the gods it wasn't Titan. Otherwise, we would be bleeding right now. That bastard's mace always draws blood whenever he wields it. I don't understand why a golem has better weapons than us," Arthur complained. "What just happened?" Knight asked, still shivering from the icy aura he had just felt. "Well, you just met one of Alec's bodyguards, Legion, whom you know the second one is Titan, but he seems to be guarding another location. And that's why we don't wake Alec up. Those two monsters won't forgive anyone who goes near their master. Their intelligence gives me a headache," though Arthur explained, still rubbing his sore butt. "Yawn, what's happening here? Can't a man sleep in peace?" Alec said, yawning as he woke up from his slumber. "Hey, why does Legion always behave like it doesn't recognize us and attack us whenever you're asleep?" Arthur questioned. Alec looked clueless before turning to Legion for confirmation. They were suspicious. "And I had to take care of them," Legion said, its red eyes flickering as it explained. "Well, do well to remember those two. They're family," Alec said, pointing at Arthur and Brandon before jumping down from the roof. But even Arthur and Brandon didn't believe that big liar, Legion. It was clear that he had struck them on purpose. After all, if an intruder had come, they would attack to kill. Legion was just using them for his own amusement. "What do we have here?" "Big boss Agnes came to check on me. What did I do to deserve this visit?" Alec questioned. "We came to inform you that the family has decided to send the newly awakened and some old veterans to join the city guards to defend against the upcoming blood moon," Agnes said. "What?" Arthur exclaimed in surprise, unable to believe what he was hearing. "It is said to be a mid-tier horde that will be attacking this time, with a high number of low-ranked creatures. This means it will mainly be a fight between mages from Tier 1 to Tier 3, Agnes explained. "Even the old monsters who have reached rank 7 in the mage realm won't be able to compete in this blood moon, as the blood moon restrictions surrounding the area will restrict their powers if they ever attack," Agnes clarified. "Wow, you seem to know a lot about the blood moon," Alec said, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. "Boss, you do know you don't have a beard, right? Which makes what you're doing really weird," Arthur interjected from the side. "Do you want to die?" Alec exclaimed in annoyance. As Arthur had just ruined his attempt to act cool, Legion, sensing his master's anger, aimed its spear at Arthur. "Stand down, that's not necessary," Alec commanded, and Legion reluctantly dropped its spear. "Wow, most golem masters I know communicate with their golems using their minds. You're one of the few who talks to them orally," Knight commented. "Well, my ways are unique," Alec replied smugly. 46. Bad Cook. "Enough chit-chatting, now tell me exactly what brought you to my house, because there is no way I would believe you only came here to give me that piece of information, and want nothing else in return," Alec said, his playful expression disappearing, finally showing a rare serious expression considering he was almost never serious, except when he was making a new golem. "Our elders said it would be better if we all formed teams. Now that we are about to participate in the Blood Moon, it is necessary since we need to be in sync with each other," Knight quickly explained for her before she could reply to Alec. "Oh, the first elder, right?" Alec asked. Yes, Knight nodded his head happily when he saw that Alec was following what he was talking about. "Well, you want to ride on our wings and be safe, and you dare come here and use the first elder to make me bend. What a joke. If you want to beg me to carry you along, then do it properly," Alec said as the mood in the atmosphere changed. Even Titan, whom they had never seen before, just appeared, and they were clueless about when the golem even reached there. It just crept up on everybody, and its aura around its body dyed in a blackish-red color as it looked at those who made its master angry. Sweat started dripping down from Agnes' head as she realized that Alec was actually not easy to talk to. He was quite scary when he got angry. Scenes of him fighting crossed her mind, and she realized that this guy was just a wolf who liked acting like a sheep and should not be pushed too hard or he might bite back. "I'm sorry about that. We have actually come to plead that you allow us to tag along with you and also train with you so we can get along well before the attack by the Blood Moon creatures," Agnes said to calm Alec's nerves down. "Now you're talking. What do you have to offer?" The tense atmosphere just diffused like it was never there in the first place as Alex started smiling, and the killing intent that Legion and Titan were releasing disappeared like a play. Even Titan walked away again, leaving the rest of the people confused about what it was doing, always staying out of anyone's view. "Hey, you can't really be serious, boss," Arthur said in surprise as he could feel that Alec was not against her. Now he realized he should have told Alec about how Agnes acted at the banquet. "Well, I am, and that's only if she has something good to offer," Alec said. "Well, you see, at the banquet." Arthur was about to expose Agnes before Alec raised his hand and made him stop. Agnes' body trembled as she realized that Alec was not even aware of her behavior yet. Still, she was happy he had stopped Arthur on time. If not, she would have been embarrassed if what she had done was exposed right now, when she is in an awkward position. "So, Miss Agnes, what do you have to offer me if I take you along with me and also train both you and your sidekick?" Alec said. "Alec, we are from the same clan. Why are you trying to extort us?" Knight protested. "Number one, that idiot better not get on my nerves again, or you can kiss me watching over you goodbye," Alec said, pointing at the Knight. Knight was quite surprised as he was not expecting Alec to call him an idiot. Now, on to number two. "I'm not asking you to give me money or die for me. I just need a little help, like someone who can cook for me. We are family, I won't push you hard." Alec finally revealed his intentions. "I'm just interested in testing someone else's food. After all, I was made to go to a banquet where there was no food served. They should just change the name to Martial Competition, so people should have known that no food was there in the first place. I went there with ulterior motives but ended up sleeping through the boring fights," Alec said in annoyance. Both Arthur and Brandon started drooling the moment they heard Alec's request for food. "Oh, I would try," Agnes said. "No problem. The moment we taste your food, we shall evaluate if you can join us or not," Alec said, before turning only to see both Arthur and Brandon drooling while giving him thumbs up. "What the fuck is wrong with you two foodies? The food will come soon, at least behave properly," Alec scolded. Knight laughed secretly at the three as he couldn't wait to watch a very interesting drama unfold. Agnes quickly finished cooking and brought it over for Alec and his gang to test. Arthur couldn't help himself and brought out 5 spoons he had hidden, distributing 2 for both Alec and Brandon, who collected the spoons happily with a smile on their faces. He then turned and gave Knight and Agnes 2 spoons, which Knight rejected, claiming not to be interested in tasting the food one bit. Agnes had a black look on her face as she handed over the spoon. She knew how bad her cooking was, and even Knight knew it too, which was why he was quick to reject it. But she couldn't reject it, or they might become suspicious of her, especially since she was the one who cooked the meal. Reluctantly, she accepted the spoon and joined Alec, Brandon, and Arthur in sitting around the small pot of noodles, while Knight leaned against the big tree in the courtyard, picking the perfect place to watch the upcoming spectacle. "I am so going to enjoy this," Knight said to himself. "Take more. Don't be shy, the cooking was just a fake test. You are part of the family after all. You can come train with us starting today," Alex said while patting Agnes on the back. He scooped his first spoonful and put it in his mouth. His expression changed the moment he started chewing, but he held it in, not ready to suffer alone. He waited for both Arthur and Brandon to place the spoon in their mouths, and the moment they did, their facial expressions shifted into ones of misery. Agnes was still unaware of the chaos she had caused and put a spoonful in her mouth, only to spit it out instantly into Arthur's face. Alec and Brandon quickly vomited their share of food and laughed heartily at Arthur. "What the fuck is wrong with you? Even if your cooking was bad, those were noodles. How on earth can you make bad noodles? I'm baffled," Arthur complained while still holding onto his stomach in pain. I'm sorry, but it was just that I couldn't afford to tell you that I'm not good at cooking. It was the only option you gave me if I wanted to tag along with you," Agnes apologized. Knight chuckled quietly, enjoying the situation unfolding before him. A worried expression crossed Agnes' face as she asked, "Do I still have a spot in your team?" Alec's mouth hung open, unable to refute her words. After all, he was the one who had asked her to cook in the first place. "I promise I can do other things. I have a lot of ideas about the Blood Moon creatures, and I can also help you pick up your spirit armor and weapons before the battle day," Agnes added, trying to convince Alec of her value. Truth be told, despite blaming her for his stomach ache, Alec knew they needed someone with a lot of knowledge about the Blood Moon, and there was no doubt that Agnes possessed that knowledge. "You're in," Alec said with a defeated expression before collapsing onto the floor. 47 Equipment's Gears. It was finally the day of the Blood Moon, and every family member was extremely nervous. No one was ready for it, as every Blood Moon was accompanied by lots of deaths and casualties. The mothers didn't know if their sons would come back, and the wives were unaware if their husbands could make it back from this war against the second-dimensional races. In a courtyard, 5 teenagers were preparing for battle, wearing their armor and other equipment. While Knight and Agnes seemed nervous, Alec, Arthur, and Brandon appeared unconcerned, as if they weren't about to enter a life-and-death battle in a few hours. Their nonchalant attitude only made Knight and Agnes even more nervous, doubting if they had chosen the right team. However, when they thought about the powers displayed during their training and sparring sessions in the past few days, Agnes became convinced that she made the right decision and didn't want to regret it. Caressing the new sword that Agnes helped him acquire, since they were about to enter the battlefield, the clan gave them the option to choose between a spirit weapons or spirit armor to increase their survival abilities. Brandon chose a sword because his old great sword was not a spirit weapon, but only a normal one he loved swinging around even before he became a mage. Over time, the sword had developed some cracks and wear due to his increasing powers, but he hadn't been able to change it due to the costs of getting a good sword and lack of materials to provide in creating a better version of the sword he wielded. Fortunately, the new sword arrived just in time, courtesy of Agnes, who had taken on all their small tasks, and it turned out to be a Tier 1 spirit weapon. Arthur, on the other hand, received armor that made him look like a god of war, and he couldn't wipe the smug smirk off his face. He had thanked Agnes over 100 times already, because she seemed to know what they wanted without even needing to ask. Arthur's spirit armor was forged from a power crystal acquired from a Tier 1 wild demonic beast, whose primary element was metal element. It fit him perfectly and glowed with a golden radiance, reducing the consumption of his mana whenever he casted metal element spells or used skills that was linked to metal element. The armor also had an active skill where, if he directed part of his mana to the crystal at the chest, it would release shards of metal blades, capable of performing a sneak attack that could even kill a Tier 2 mage at a lower level if he was close enough to him. After all, it was crafted from a demonic beast that had reached the peak of the Tier 1 realm and was about to evolve into a Tier 2 metal elemental demonic beast. Arthur couldn't help but show off his armor, especially since the clan had been generous enough to provide it. In these few days of training, he realized that the armor made his attacks more lethal, cloaking any weapon he used with the golden glow of the metal element and increasing their sharpness. If he used his metal element to create a sword, its damage would be doubled. "Who cares about your smelly sword? My armor is still the best," Arthur said proudly to Brandon, raising his nose in arrogance. "There's no need to feel so proud. You should all be thanking Agnes for her efforts in acquiring these," Knight interjected. "However, it is undeniable that my cloak is still the best." Initially, Knight sounded like an elder trying to control the kids, but he suddenly took a U-turn and started praising his own spirit equipment instead. "Come here, let me spank your ass, Shadow Boy," Arthur said in anger, feeling jealous of Knight's cloak, which covered him completely. With this cloak, he could easily cast his Sinking Shadows spells and has become incredibly strong. The cooldown for each of his shadow spells had been reduced, and the cloak also reduced his mana consumption. The cloak's attributes just made Arthur and Brandon more annoyed at Knight's luck. The forger who crafted his gear just happened to have a breakthrough while forging the cloak, making it a quasi-Tier 2 cloak. Its upgrades and benefits surpassed their own gear and equipment, making them want to beat him every time he showed off. They had been competing amongst themselves before the bastard decided to butt in and show off in front of them. But as much as they wanted to beat him, they were aware that unless they went all out, it was impossible to hurt him. Alec had warned them about using their full power in his courtyard, as they were becoming stronger than his courtyard could handle. He even considered throwing them out, but Arthur's shameless attitude had rubbed off on Brandon, making them both refuse. So now Alec had become the father of 2 mages that acted like homeless kids, and he also didn't allow Agnes and Knight to sleep over as he wasn't ready to acquire 2 more mages acting like homeless kids, but they still came to his courtyard every day to train. Because of Alec's training methods, Agnes and Knights have made great progress. Although they hadn't advanced to the next stage, they felt that if they were to battle their past selves, it would only take a few moves to defeat them. Their battle awareness, power, and survival abilities had all increased. They had gone through 3 days of grueling sparring sessions with Legion, who made sure to test all his sadistic new skills on all 4 of them as they attacked him together. They saw Alec as the best teacher, unaware that he was using his system to monitor their skill improvements and make them focus on the skills that were close to leveling up. Alec looked at Agnes and noticed she was holding a wand. While she had got Knight a shadow cloak to enhance his abilities, she had got Arthur armor to allow him to attack more without using extra mana for defense. As for Brandon, she had gotten him a new great sword that could handle his increasing power. However, the weirdest thing of all was that she had gotten herself a wand, but Alec was certain she wouldn't have gotten herself something worse, especially since she had gotten great equipment for all of them. Alec wasn't too concerned about what she had gotten for herself anyway. He looked at the armor she had gotten for him, which was pure black with traces of red and brown at the edges. It looked plain, and the multicolor crystal on the chest made it appear even more unimpressive to Alec. Alec placed his hand on the armor as the notification he had seen before popped up once more. This time, he was prepared to go through with it. The system has detected a Tier 2 spirit armor which still has flaws. Use 500 system points to repair the spirit armor, YN. It was in this moment that Alec realized how broke he was. All this while, he had been hoarding the system points without fully understanding their potential. He had always felt he had enough points to purchase whatever he wanted, but now he saw how naive he had been. Agnes had made sure his armor was forged by an experienced Tier 2 forger after bickering about how it belongs to the young master of the clan, but surprisingly, the system was still able to detect its flaws. Alec opened his status tab to check his system points. Status tab. Name Alec Gordons. Race human. Level 6. Tier 1 mid-tier. Exp till next level, 675 1000. Attributes. Strength 14 plus. Agility 16 plus. Endurance 13 plus. Mana 259 500. Affinity Earth High plus, Fire High plus. Available points 12. System points 689. As Alec looked at his status tab, he realized that he only had around 689 system points, which wasn't much. Even though his heart was bleeding, he still pressed yes to repair the armor. 48 Red Salamander Set. Alec was really interested in what might happen to the armor after he finished using his system point to fix its flaws. But he believed 500 system points won't be a waste on the armor considering how hard it was for him to gain them, so he felt that as long as he used the system point on the armor, he would understand more of its uses and might even be the one gaining from this exchange, so he gritted his teeth and pushed the Y button his mind has been contemplating on. Plus equipment tempering crystal LVL3. A small bright light flashed in Alec's hands, and when he looked down he noticed he was holding on to some small type of crystal, which actually looked like the beast crystal at that middle of his armor chest plate, and he unconscious moved his hands there like he knew that was what was supposed to happen. He lightly placed the tempering crystal on it, the armor's crystal, hoping it would work. But the moment his hands came closer to the armor's chest plate, the tempering crystal dissolved into a liquid state and sipped into his armor. The scene happening in front of him was at the level he could not understand. His armor kept on taking in the tempering crystal energy like it has been starving for long in the desert, and it finally got a glimpse of water in the dry, scorching sun. The moment the blinding white light went off, the armor was renewed, and Alec was forced to admit even him loved how his new armor looked this time around. The armor was no longer mostly black, as it now seemed like a tricolor armor, not like the past red and brown colors at the edge. The red color was standing out the most as it was used in the core areas of the armor. Alec was surprised to see a pair of red gauntlet that was produced after he upgraded the armor. And it seems it was a set item with the armor. Alec was shocked since he was not expecting the system to create something out of nothing. For him, but he decided to take his mind of it, as he used his inspect skill on his new armor and gauntlet. After all, he has now confirmed that the system point was a very valuable thing. Red Salamander Armored Set Tier 3 Peak. Any attack below the level of Tier 3 high can't cause damage to the wearer. Increase mana regeneration x2. Mana plus 100. Red Salamander Claws Gauntlet Set Tier 3 Peak. A 30 chance to inflict a bleeding injure on a target you clawed, making him lose his health the more prolonged the battle takes, able to let the user gain stamina by sucking bloods of others, and using it to replenish the user energy. Fire, earth, or shadow elements magic casted or used are halved. Strength plus 50. Alec smirked, seeing the goodies the system just blessed him with. At least with this spirit armor and new gauntlet, he could at least keep on fighting and not lose his stamina too fast when he was fighting many enemies. Not that he was expecting something like that to happen anytime soon, but he was cool with the extra bonus the armor has given him. It was now he felt the 500 system point was well spent, and since it was so magical, he really wanted to find out just what more it could do. But he had to hold his horses now, as his balance of system point has dropped below 200. He just pray he was not facing the zombies this time, as he was not aware if the undead blood could activate the armor's gauntlet special ability of draining blood to recover the user's stamina. While he was jubilating, he saw a new option on his system. Inject the armor and gauntlet with you mana to register as the only owner. Alec have never been so proud of the system than now. He knew that armors as special like this was rare, and some people would want. But if it was a marked spirit armor, they would have no chance than to cast their greedy eyes away. Marked spirit armor are those only one person can wear, except the owner decides to remove the mark themselves, like in a situation when his power surpassed the level of the armor, giving it up for the next generation coming after them. If the owner was killed before cleaning their mark, then everyone could forget about laying a hand on the marked armor or weapon, as it would blow up or remain useless for life, just being used as a show of an old legacy. Alec transferred his mana into the armor and the gauntlet, and it shone a bright light as if to acknowledge its acceptance of its new owner. And the armor scattered into different pieces as it equipped itself on Alec's body. Alec looked at himself while still sitting at his roof. He could swear he felt 3 times more powerful than before. The armor and gauntlet just fit perfectly, like it was made for him and him only, and that was when Alec realized he could not keep on wearing his armor all the times. He was extremely clueless on how to remove the armor. And as if it understands Alec's intentions, it sinked into his skin and disappear like it was never there, making Alec perplex. Alec, and where the fuck did that tier 3 armor set disappear to? Alec asked as he opened his clothes. He could see a full body tattoo that looked exactly like the armor he was wearing a moment ago, and it was even a colored tattoo. Anyone looking at him would be seeing a tattoo of tricolors: red, black, brown. Alec smirked as he finally noticed the gauntlet tattoo was also on his hand too, but was not too visible due to his long cloth. For once I feel like the main character, Alec said to himself as he jumped down from the roof. Hey Alec, why not wear your armor? Let's get a sneak peek. Don't tell me you are still embarrassed of the colors, Knight said. With a smug expression, you shall see my armor at the battlefield, Alec said with a smirk, as he could not wait to see the expression on their face the moment he started showing off. You have to take this seriously, Alec. The battlefield is where even the strongest could die if they are one bit careless. You as our leader should know better, Agnes said with her ever-serious expression on her face. Oh, just relax, would you? After all, it's our first time participating in a Blood Moon battle, Alex said. 49 All About Blood Moon, Part 1. More reasons why you have to be more serious about this, Agnes argued back. Like I said, you don't have to worry. Number 1, I shall be leading the vanguard of our attacks like usual, against whichever creature we have to face this time, Alex said as he began laying down his plans for the attack. Brandon will stay in the middle with Knight. Brandon's job is to kill any creature we miss or those that attack from the sides, while Knight's job will be to protect Agnes, our magician, with his shadow element, or to eliminate any threat he feels he can handle in time before they become a danger. So, Knight is our only assassin for this round, while Brandon will be our sub-attacker. Agnes and Arthur will lead the remaining Tier 1 warriors of the Gordon family behind us. Arthur, I know you're happy that you now have armor and feel that you don't have to defend with your magic like you used to, since you want to be a full attacking force. But I have a selfish request to ask again. Please help me prevent anyone from dying from our family, Alex said, looking straight into Arthur's eyes. Only the Tier 1 babies, though, Arthur replied. Of course, only the Tier 1 babies we are responsible for. If anyone else wants to die, they are free to. I'm not going to watch after some Tier 2 mage who won't even listen to my orders, so I will mobilize the ones I can, Alex said. You're talking as if you both are not a Tier 1 baby yourselves, Agnes retorted, but Arthur and Alec decided to ignore her and act as if it wasn't important. So I'm your tank, Arthur asked. You learn fast, brother. Alec exclaimed. He was happy that the ones he considered family were quickly learning from all the fantasy stories he had been telling them. Well, even if your formation sounds bland and risky, as long as Legion and Titan can hold the vanguard position with your puny spearman golems, I suppose we could survive this blood moon with fewer casualties. Agnes couldn't help but acknowledge Alec's plan. Oh, believe me when I say we won't just be defending, we will be counterattacking with all of our forces, Alec said with a smirk. Agnes and Knight were still unaware of the other evolved golems that Alec had, and he also had no interest in telling them either. It wasn't that he didn't believe them, he just wanted to keep most of his cards hidden as he was still unaware of who was trying to assassinate him. Even if his grandfather told him to forget about it, there was no way Alec would forget an attempt on his life that fast. 1207. Alec and his gang of siblings made their way to the Patriarch's mansion as they were ready to report for duty. Alec went in ahead of them and saw that many other mages from the clan were already there and waiting. The moment they entered, the eyes and attention of everybody turned towards them instantly. Since you are all here, I shall start my speech now. A deep and grave voice was heard. Alec and his gang looked ahead and saw the Grand Elder standing at the platform where the Patriarch was supposed to be, with his uniquely designed staff. He gently tapped his staff on the ground, and the whispering in the room immediately died down. I apologize for doing it like this, but I really need all of your attention, the Grand Elder said. Agnes started sweating internally. She always knew that tagging along with Alec would bring trouble, but she was not aware that she would become a potential offender in the eyes of the Grand Elder so fast like this after she chose to start accompanying Alec. She kept wondering why he always wasted time and never left on time. The Grand Elder was someone everyone tried to stay away from and not offend. He was as mysterious as ever. Not only was he the father of the 7th Elder, Draco, but he was also the second brother of the Patriarch of the Gordons family. He was the only one who could say no to the Patriarch in the whole clan, as his position was unshakable. The only thing that crossed Agnes' mind at that moment was that she had just landed herself on his bad side by being late to the meeting. She could feel the man's stare on them, making her even more nervous than she already was. You don't have to act so scared when you see me, and don't worry, I don't blame your team for being the last to reach here. After all, it's your first Blood Moon battle, so I can understand if you all are a little nervous, the Grand Elder said, as he assumed they have been nervous. This put Agnes' mind at ease as she sighed in relief. Now to the main topic. You are all here because we have chosen to send you all to participate in this Blood Moon that is about to occur in a few hours. I want you to know something. This message is for the noobs actually, but it is also of great importance to the experienced hunters, the Grand Elder continued. The Blood Moon always happens once every month, on the very last day of each month. It is the time when the creatures from the second dimension are at their strongest, and also the day when the spatial barrier blocking the gateway between our worlds becomes lax. So they always use this opportunity to open a space portal to our world and commit all sorts of unforgivable atrocities, killing, plundering, and more. But you know what? They were restricted at first because humans were weaker than them when they first invaded in an attempt to conquer our world. So 5 ancient clan monarchs from back then came together to seal a curse on both worlds under a contract to face the abyss once per month. So anytime the Blood Moon occurs, we can gauge its intensity and send warriors of the corresponding grade to fight against the creatures of darkness from the second dimension. Therefore, whenever a Blood Moon occurs, the curse comes into effect, and now the grade of this attack is a weak mid-tier horde. That means the worst we could be facing would be a tier 6 creature from the second dimension, the Grand Elder explained, causing many people to gasp at the newly revealed information. They may have had some knowledge about the Blood Moon, but nothing as informative as this. It was clear that the Grand Elder was still hiding more information, and they were not aware of why he was telling them this. But they felt that whoever the message was intended for was receiving it. Arthur and Agnes at the back both realized that this message was meant for Alec and themselves. 50 All About Blood Moon Part 2. You should all be aware that in every battle, we must strive to minimize our casualties. The more deaths from our realm, the more fuel it provides for the enemy's space gate to increase in grade, the Grand Elder explained, his tone grave. If, for example, they were able to kill 100 Tier 6 mages from our realm without suffering significant losses on their side, it would give them an opportunity to upgrade their gate to a higher tier, the Grand Elder continued. And that's precisely what everyone is trying to avoid. Our city cannot withstand an attack from a high-tier gate, as we would be completely wiped out. Some families would even consider relocating to another city if such happens. Just imagine the chaos that would happen if a few Tier 7 creatures emerged. It would be a disaster, especially since our city only has 3 publicly known Tier 7 mages, the Grand Elder added, his voice filled with concern. The curse placed upon the attack ensured that those above the certain grade of the space gate were unable to directly engage the horde. If they did manage to break the curse, their powers would be severely limited in the fight and they would still face a backlash. For instance, the patriarch of the Gordon clan, a Tier 7 mage, was considered a high-tier mage, and so for that result, he was forbidden from attacking creatures that emerged from a mid-tier space gate. If he were to defy this restriction, his powers would be reduced to that of a peak Tier 6 mage, and he would suffer a powerful backlash for going against the Blood Moon rules. However, this did not affect the Tier 7 creatures and races from the second dimension, as they can choose to attack any city once they emerged from their space gate. However, these creatures were not interested in the energy of lower or mid-tier mages. They only targeted cities with a high concentration of Tier 7 mages, and this was the primary reason why the city where the Gordon family space gate was located only had a mid-tier gate. Thus far, there had been no occurrences of Tier 7 creatures showing interest in attacking them. The grade of an attack on a city depended on the number of strong individuals present. Killing or devouring these mages had allowed the creatures from the second dimension to progress by leaps and bounds, so this had been fueling their obsession with eliminating powerful human mages to grow stronger. Strengthening their space gate is not just the only benefit they get, but if their space gate were upgraded to the perfect level of high Tier 9 horde, they could potentially choose to invade the world anytime they want. This was the dream of all the races living in the second dimension, but only a few gates have been stabilized at the peak, but they only attack during the Blood Moon for their own reasons. The cities surrounding these gates have built large defense walls to help defending against them, with the capital alone having 5 peak gates surrounding it. Alec's family had never imagined such events, as at the moment they handle one gate while supporting the city lord guards, and it was still with difficulties. I cannot explain much about the Blood Moon to you, but I want you to understand that if you ever lose that battle, the creatures will have enough mana to make their space bridge last even after the Blood Moon. Allowing the Tier 7 warriors from their realm to pass through might even be possible, than if they are willing to burn resources, the Grand Elder explained, his voice sending shivers down their spines and motivating all. And they would attack the city with their Tier 7 creatures, killing your family and enslaving your daughters for breeding. Our city does not have enough Tier 7 mages yet to repel such an attack. Now I ask you, do you want that to happen to our city? The Grand Elder questioned fiercely, with a determined expression. No, sir. Everyone responded with unwavering conviction, determined not to allow anyone inside their city. That's good to hear, but I don't think you should worry too much. The zombie race has been in charge of the space gate near our city, invading us for the past 5 blood moons, and we have defeated them several times. We have even managed to lower the gate's grade to a less dangerous mid-tier gate, ensuring they won't have enough energy to send many mid-tier creatures over. It was the last 2 battles that allowed our patriarch to break through and become a Tier 7 mage, meaning we can still defeat them as long as nothing goes wrong. Our dream is to bring the gate down to the level of a low-tier horde until we are able to break the space gate, so they won't even have the courage to show their faces here again. Do you all understand? The Grand Elder questioned, his voice filled with determination. Yes, Grand Elder. They all screamed in response, their blood pumping after that small talk. The Grand Elder looked around, pleased with their enthusiasm. Here's one more piece of information. The Lanced family heard that we are sending low-tier mages and decided to send theirs too, the Grand Elder stated. In the hope that we can work together in this war, Alec, do you accept that? The Grand Elder finally asked, staring directly into Alec's eyes, showing that his decision was needed. My workload just increased. Those loafers just couldn't resist trying to rub off our light now that they know we are also going to the Blood Moon, Arthur complained. As if Alec agreed, it meant he had to protect the Tier 1 mages of the Lanced family as well, and he despised them for their bratty attitude and their belief that they were better than everyone else. So he spoke loudly, hoping Alec would know his opinion on the matter. You don't have to interfere, you dumbhead. That question was for Alec since he is the leader of the Tier 1 mages, especially since we will listen to his opinion. So let the general decide. Agnes scolded Arthur, furious with his vulgar behavior. She whispered everything in his ear, making it clear that she was not going to let him tarnish their reputation again after they already arrived late. We are no babysitters, Arthur retorted, ready to continue arguing. But Alec placed his hand on Arthur's shoulder, silencing him. The Grand Elder noticed this small action and took in the details, realizing that Alec was the undisputed leader of their little group. I agree with their proposal, but with a little clause, we will hunt separately and only help them if they are in trouble. We don't want them mixing with us. I am building a special group, and I don't want those arrogant lands spoiling it. Alec confidently responded to the Grand Elder, his face showing no sign of fear. That ain't no problem at all. We can discuss that with their patriarch immediately, and I'm sure he would also accept it, the Grand Elder said, his tone confident. And also, old man, I want the Lansd family to compensate me and my gang every time we help them out, every time we assist them. They should give us 5 of their gains from the Blood Moon. Can that be requested for as well? Alec asked, knowing it was a difficult demand. The Grand Elder's beard twitched in annoyance as he heard Alec's words. He had a lot of grievances against his brother's grandson. First, the boy had dared to call him an old man, despite him being just 85 years old and still strong. If it weren't for maintaining public image, he would have given Alec a sound spanking with his magic staff. But what surprised him was Alec's boldness in requesting a percentage every time he helped out. The Grand Elder couldn't even summon the courage to ask the Lansd family patriarch via telepathy if he agreed. Just as he was pondering on how to handle the situation, he felt the breeze in the environment grow chaotic. In the next moment, the Lansd patriarch was already on stage with him. The Lansd patriarch's eyes were red as he looked at Alec. We accept all your requests, he announced, while Alec ignored him and kept his gaze fixed on the Grand Elder. Alec didn't care about the Lansd patriarch, as he still held a grudge from when the Lansd patriarch had tried to use his pressure on him. He had vowed to pay him back in the future if he ever became more powerful than the old man. 51. The Darkbliss families again. If he accepts, then he won't have any problems with us also. He could be rest assured that we would take very good care of his kids, as long as it's a low-tier creature, and it does not endanger my squadmate lives, Alec replied back as a wide smirk could be seen in his face. The Grand Elder's mouth twitched as he saw that he was being used as a mean of communication between both men. You don't have to worry, Mr. Gordons, because if a mid-tier creature tries to attack my family, I would take care of it for them, the Lansd patriarch said. The Grand Elder looked over at him in surprise before asking, are you also fighting in this Blood Moon? Yes, I feel as if I'm about to reach the Tier 6 Mage realm, and I know that with a little push and a little bloody battle, I would be able to reach the realm, the Lansd patriarch said smugly, as he could not even hide his smirk. Your dad would be proud to know that you are about to make that progress. The Grand Elder nodded to him. The patriarch always gave him the expression that he was dealing with a hooligan, while the Grand Elder always made he feel like he was talking to a wise sage. And that was why he decided to have this deal with the Grand Elder before seeing the patriarch, because had the same attitude as Alec. Always trying to make big gains and scamming people with every chance they got, so he had to pass through the back door, which was the Grand Elder. Alec looked unconcerned by the Lansd patriarch's statement, but he was surprised that the Lansd patriarch still had a bigger boss now. He thought about it, a family being led by a Tier 5 mage won't be able to survive in a big city like this, except it was a Tier 2 city, but Alec was not ready to ask about the Lansd family ancestor. The Grand Elder made plans on how to move and assign tier leaders. Alec was assigned the leader of the Tier 1 mages of the Gordons family, which was no surprise to any of the new generation, as they have witnessed his strength firsthand. And there was no Tier 1 mage who could claim to be as strong as Alec with his crazy golem's strength. The Gordons family members marched out of the family courtyard with the Lansd family patriarch, promising that the Lansd family shall meet up with them at the city gates. Alec was given an ordinary horse to ride and show his position as the leader. He rode with the Tier 1 mages of the family following him, including the newly awakened of the Gordons family. The old and more experienced mages kept on teasing the newly awakened mages about the battles they were about to face, but didn't dare to approach Alec's gang, who walked just behind Alec, who was on his horse. The fierce aura that radiated from the body of Brandon, Arthur, Agnes, and Knight made them feel death threats, which just showed that they could match them, who have advanced to the high Tier 1 mage realm. Which sounds weird, but since there was no peak Tier 1 mages to test their strength, they decided to avoid any infighting. Most of the peak Tier 1 mages of the Gordons family asked for leave to cultivate, as they didn't want to participate in this Blood Moon battle, as they hoped to break through to a new realm. And the patriarch never held it against them. He was never going to force the family into battle. All he did was give them a choice, and any they choose was their desire. As he always felt, only those who fought would be rewarded, and even if he always said give to the family, even him himself was someone who still dropped some resources that was not useful to him. To the family treasury, hoping it would find the right owner soon. The Gordons family was led by their seventh elder, Draco the Lava King, who was riding on a big demonic beast, which looked intimidating, followed by the Tier 3 mages of the family, who was headed by a girl called Sarah Gordon. She was said to be the big sister of Agnes Gordons, and one of the strongest Tier 3 mages around in the city. The Tier 2 mages followed behind the Tier 3 from the Gordons family, but was headed by a man Alec have never heard of before, but he was quite old, and was said to be an experienced Blood Moon soldier who had witnessed many bloodshed and was at peak Tier 2 realm. If he had great benefits in this battle, he could have the chance to become a Tier 3 mage soon and prolong his life force, and that was definitely the reason he was taking a risk, even though he was a peak Tier 2 mage, because only in the battlefield was there enormous rewards as much as the dangers. The Tier 2 was now followed by the Tier 1 mages led by Alec, followed by his 4 gang siblings, as they walked with swagger to their first Blood Moon battle, with no fear in their faces. The old and experienced fighters felt they would soon change that expression after being in the battle. Most of the old high Tier 1 mages was not okay with Alec leading, but there was nothing they could do to change the Grand Elder decision they wanted. A chance to feel the Grand Elder wrath, so they grumpily followed Alec's orders. The Gordons family got to the city gate just few hours before the Blood Moon and was allowed passage out of the city. And the Gordons family members saw the city guards already taking positions, while the Tier 4 Tier 6 mages were floating in the air. As that's where their battle would take place, so the shockwaves won't affect the warriors from both sides. Alec saw a place with a big banner, signifying that it was the assembly point of Tier 1 mages, and he quickly made his way over with over 250 mages, going with him all of them Tier 1 mages. Of different ranks, he walked over and took his position near the city guard's soldiers, who were already waiting. And like that, someone stared at him before galloping towards him on a horse. "Hi, my name is Stephen, the captain of the Tier 1 mages of the city guards. It's an honor to know someone like you would be joining against the fight against the second dimension creatures. After all, you just awoke in your element," Stephen said, as he had his hands stretched out for an handshake. "Well, I'm Alec, and I would let you know I came here to perform my duties like a respectable citizen of this respectable Tier 3 city." Alec said back as he took the handshake. After all, this guy was among those who protected them without no complaints. Alec felt great respect for the city guards. Stephen shook his hands with a wild smile on his face, looking quite proud and pleased at Alec's behavior. Just as they were exchanging greetings, 2 ladies seated on a horse rode forward towards them, and when Alec looked, he also noticed they were from the Dark Bliss family, and they led about 500 members over too. He heard from Brandon how they have a very talented fighter who was leading them in the banquet, which really caught his attention as he looked, but he saw that they had 2 ladies leading them instead, so he was not really sure who Brandon faced. Just as he was still trying to guess, he saw one of the ladies wave her hands towards Brandon with an eerily smile on her face, and Brandon nodded back to respond her greetings. It made Alec facepalm himself, thinking that Brandon would never get a girlfriend with his attitude, as it became clear to him who just faced Brandon in a fight. The 2 ladies walked up to Alec and Stephen, and the lady at the front introduced herself first. "Hi, my name is Clarissa, and by my side here is my stepsister, Maria Darkbliss." Clarissa pointed towards the other lady, who was wearing a slick cloth to cover her face. Alec looked over and noticed that no matter what happened or how he tried to look, he was not able to see past her veil. He was about to introduce himself when Clarissa stopped him. "You don't have to introduce yourself. There is no one who has not heard of you yet. King of Gordon's younger generation, the one who has his 4 generals doing all his dirty work," Clarissa said. Alec could detect the faint sarcasms in her voice, but decided to avoid it since they were about to start a battle soon. There was no way he would be quarreling with a little girl over what he was not aware of. 52. Another deal. Clarissa got angry when she saw him ignoring her, but there was nothing she could do as she knew there was no way she would be able to fight him at the moment. Clarissa was one of the few people who felt Alec was really not strong and was just riding on the tails of his strong clansmen. After all, he was the heir to the present patriarch, and many have not seen him fight before. And since the Lanced family said he was a Golem mage, they never took him seriously, as they felt he was using the likes of Brandon and Arthur to build up his prestige, if not he won't have pretended to sleep off at the banquet but showed his power in a domineering manner, just like Brandon did, but all his behaviors have left them believing that he was not even on par with what the rumors says about him. Meanwhile, Alec didn't know what she was thinking about, but he could care less about what she thought about him. Stephen was already scratching his head hard trying to figure out a way to break this tense atmosphere, but was extremely clueless after all. He only had to fight the Blood Moon creatures, protect the city internal chaos and invaders from other city, and getting cultivation resources. So he could rise in ranks while following orders from his superiors. The life of a city guard was pretty much simple with little schemes and troubles. So when he was put in between the nonchalant Alec and the sarcastic Clarissa, he just didn't know what to do to solve the problem. So he started saying a little prayer in his mind in hopes that the tense atmosphere would be broken by some mysterious power, and as if the gods heard his prayers. The Lanced family mages joined the fray, and just like the Gordons family, they sent the same amount of mages. It was like the planned everything the Tier 1 mages quickly assembly at the side of the Gordons family, while their patriarch joined the mid-tier mages in the sky. It was clear they have been briefed about the alliance between both families, and even if they always acted like snotty brats, for once there was a change in most of their expressions, as they seemed quite serious this time. And looked at the Gordons family with respect. After all, most of them have witnessed the Brandon Gordons fight at the banquet and knew how skilled of a martial mage he was. And they also heard from their Tier 1 leader Brian that he was not the strongest, which just made them more curious about a family which could raise monsters like that easily. Which also equates to their respect for the Gordons family squad, since they were only there to fight under the Gordons family, as per what their leader told them. As Clarissa and Alec both looked at the new mages joining in, Stephen was happy that something else has seemed to catch their attention, while Maria Darkbliss acted like none of the things that was happening was of her concern. Brian and Sheila Lanced rode on a horse and joined Alec, Clarissa, Maria and Stephen at the front as they greeted everybody and left Alec for last. "It is nice fighting with you again," Brian said with a slight smirk as he handcuffed his hand in the old Chinese way while performing a little bow for Alec as he showed his respect come of it. "This is an agreement between both families, so there is no reason to act like that," Alec said, acting causal the best he could. HMNP braggart. Clarissa snorted as she and her sister went back to the place. The mages of her family were standing battle ready. "What a feisty lady," Alec said back in return, clicking his tongue as he was finally relieved. "She decided to leave on her own. Then I shall take my leave now, brother. See you on the battlefield," Stephen said as even he rode back to where his city guards were standing. Alec looked at Brian and was surprised he was still standing close to him. "What do you want?" Alec asked, because from his knowledge this Brian was always a wise person, and not one who would do anything without a plan in mind. 30, Brian said. 30 what? Alec asked back with a confused expression on his face. "Forget all you agreed with the patriarch. I will personally make sure you get 30 perfect of everything we earn in this blood moon, as long as you command the Brian family as you see fit. I know you don't really like us, but I just know with your leadership we could survive this blood moon with less casualties," Brian said. "Number 1, I'm no commander," Alex said, while shaking his head. "Number 2, what assurance do I have that you clan will listen? Number 3, and why do I have to settle for 30 now, when I might be able to get that same amount or more if you guys fuck up?" Alec said. "No one, I'm sure you are a very good commander, you just haven't noticed it yet. Or do you think it is easy to split your command into different golems and have them do your biddings? Maybe 2 is good, but like 8, that's a big stress even for the big shot. I know most of them just stick to only 2 to 3 golem and make them as special as they can." Brian explained his first reason. "Number 2, the patriarch has said anyone who disobey orders would be banished from the clan. And if I say you are the new commander, they won't dare not listen to your orders, as we Lanced are too full of pride, and banishment is one of the things that we never want to experience." Now for number 3, and the final one, I can assure you that if you disagree and we find out we are still losing grounds without a strong protection, we would retreat with our patriarch taking us out of the battlefield. The wind mages are one of the weakest at the start, but we are very good at retreating when we want to. You can count on that," Brian said. "I hate having to deal with you." Alex sighed in defeat, as even if he had an agreement with the Lanced patriarch, it's clear Brian has something else in mind, and might even use the Gordons family as shield to escape, which was something Alec didn't want to see. As every time he looked at the Tier 1 mages with him, all he saw was a bunch of noobs, and until they were able to stand on their own, he was not ready to have them face that type of sneak attack from an ally. And his golems were naturally intelligent, so he had never had to use his mental energy on them all the time, as all he had to do was give them one command, and they shall execute it to the greatest of their ability. Shocking even Alec, but that was his secret, and there was no way he was letting Brian know that he would gladly take the indirect compliments. "So deal?" Brian asked with his hands stretched forward. Sheila was surprised at how the conversation turned out to be, as she was not expecting this, but she still felt Alec might just get angry and make them the vanguard because of Brian's attitude. But Brian thought otherwise. After all, he just said indirectly that they were good at retreating when things didn't go their way. And he was sure Alec was not a blind person and would try his best to utilize all he had. After all, he had done it before against the zombies at the South Gate. His commanding abilities might not have been perfect, but it was flawless and was what they needed. It was at that moment that Brian realized he wanted to be under such person. As Alec's charisma when he gave orders was on another level, but he seems not to have realized, so Brian was willing to help him realize it. "So do we have a deal?" Brian asked again to wake Alec from his dazed expression. "What can I said? It's a deal. I just pray this is the last of deal I have with you or your family, as I don't want to see you two-side snake face ever again," Alec said in anger as he could feel his stress increasing. He shook hands with Brian before making his way back to his squad. "Oh, I know we would have a lot more deals," Brian said in a whisper, but his sister heard him as they also made their way back to where the rest of the Tier 1 mages of the Lanced family was waiting. Just as he got back to his position, that's when a bright red moon rose up in the sky, and everyone felt their body became tense as they could feel the brutal and fierce aura that the moon brought along with his arrival. It came so fast, like it teleported to where the sun was before. Alec was shocked by this certain change, but he was clearly ready for whatever that was about to come. A big spatial tier was formed about a good distance away from the city gate. It was opening, slightly, almost looking like an eye of a mysterious being that was about to wake up. Everyone was already super tense, waiting for the new enemies that was about to come. "Did you hear, boss?" It was said that the reading of the gate was so high with low-tier creatures' energy that even the Tier 1 creatures may reach 10,000, and apart from the city guard who sent 5,000 soldiers in Tier 1 realm, we only sent 250 Tier 1 mages plus us, and the Lanced family 250 mages, and adding the Darkbliss 1,000 Tier 1 mages. That means we only have about 6,500 Tier 1 mages to face against the least of 10,000 second dimension creatures. Isn't that overkill? Arthur asked. Don't you just get excited by it? Alex smirked, but was not looking at Arthur, but the notification on his system screen. Blood Moon Event. 53 Commander, Blood Moon Event. The system has detected that the host is about to participate in a mid-tier Blood Moon war, and all experience gained from this Blood Moon would be doubled. A lot of unknown mission to be complete in the Blood Moon. The store shall open after your first Blood Moon battle. Unknown rewards to be given at the end of the Blood Moon. Alex's hand was trembling as it was clear to him that double experience points meant a faster level up speed, and he was not going to reject a chance to improve faster. He could hardly contain his excitement. Arthur just stared at him, perplexed. He was sure Alec was a battle maniac, but he only behaves that way when he fights against others. He rarely even shows emotions when he spars with them. But right now his aura was extremely unstable, as everyone could feel his thirst for battle. Alec. Arthur called him as he felt things were getting out of hand, and he had to make him realize that fast. Alec quickly recovered himself fast enough after he heard his name. He faked a cough and said, "I'm okay, don't worry about me, and get ready for a battle of a lifetime cause. We are about to show this second dimension creatures what is the true definition of fear," Alex said as he opened his status tab. He had been keeping his extra points for so long, but now he has changed his mind as he wanted to go all out whenever he got the chance to fight. Status tab. Attributes: Strength 14 plus, Agility 16 plus, Endurance 13 plus, Mana 500, Affinity Earth High plus, Fire High plus. Available points 12. System points 189. He looked at his status tab and tried to figure out what needed improvement right away, and he first started with his strength stats as he pushed it 20. The moment he did that, he could feel his muscle twitching inside his clothes. The sudden increase of power made him want to scream out in pains, but he only bit his lips and let out a muffled groan. Brandon and Arthur both looked at him, but they could not relate to what was happening now. Alec always acted a little weird, but his display of pain now made they confused on what was really happening to him. After a few seconds, Alec got used to the pain and beads of sweat was all over his head, as it looked like he just went through a great battle. God, I'm never increasing my strength with such a big number. Next time, Alec whispered to himself, as he exhaled in relief, promising not to make that kind of mistake ever again. He decided to use the remaining 6 available points to push his agility to 20 and his endurance to 15. And just at that moment, he had the feeling that he was much lighter, and he could last longer when fighting, which was a good news for him, but when he thought about his armor active skill, the excitement dropped another level, though he didn't regret raising his endurance up after all if he did not increase it, and he finally outgrown his armor. His endurance might fall short from his other attributes, and he did not want something like that. Happening as he wants to be an all-rounder fighter, he opened his status tab again to check his attributes after he made some improvements. Status tab. Name Alec Gordons. Race human. Level 6. Tier 1 mid-tier. Exp till next level, 335 1000. Attributes. Strength 20+. Agility +. Endurance 15+. Mana 500. Affinity Earth High+, Fire High+, available points 0. System points 189. He smirked when he saw this. After all, he was fully ready to kick the asses of the second dimension creatures. His impatience could be felt. Alec, you are acting weird again, Agnes said as she saw the eager expression on his face. Well, I am. What is delaying those bitches? I can't wait to kill all of them, Alec said. They were quite surprised at Alec's behavior. After all, what they saw as a dreaded battle, he saw as a platform to just get free exp to harvest. After all, where was he supposed to see freebies of the tier 1 realm to kill in order to advance in freely without inciting the wrath of the people? Definitely nowhere. Killing the second dimension was his only hope, and not only that, he would also become famous for his battle contribution. I never noticed you were a battle freak, Agnes said from the side. After all, she's been coming to train in Alec's house for the past few days. And she felt she understood him well. After all, he always acted carefree and never took anything serious. If she was asked to describe Alec, she would say he was a lazy cultivator who only found joy in experiment on golems that blew up. She could not understand what else he wanted, as she already saw having Legion and Titan as a big plus. As she was still in the dark about the rest of his golems, Alec just snorted at her. After all, he knew that cultivating normally would take him months to advance to the next level, and he was not prepared for that, so he chose the easy way out. Gordon's family formation. Lanced family stay behind the Gordon's family and await for orders. Alec shouted his first order. The Gordon's family were quick to adjust since he had went through the basic formations with them. But the Lanced family appeared sluggish, but they still made sure to move faster and go behind the Gordon's family tier 1 mages. Though some people like Sheila was shocked at the way the things developed, since they felt Alec would use them as vanguard to clear out a way for his family members to come clean and get an easy kill. But it seems they thought too much about a lot of things, as Alec was not even interested in that. After all, he was not ready to disrupt his formation, just because he had another 250 people under him, even though he does plan on using them. New title earn. Commander, have over 500 or more people. Listen to your orders in war grants you a temporary title of a commander. Benefits. Able to create a party with the 500 people or more under you, and get 10 of the exp they will gain after killing any creature. The double exp bonus still active. Every order you give would be executed more easily, and have Hydra effect at boosting the squad's morale. Every mage or creature under you would be bleed to improve significantly in the war as long as they keep on getting experience points. Alec's facial expression finally changed again. He could hardly control his breath, as this was just what he needed to develop a super squad of fighters for the Gordon's family. It was just a little pity that the Lanced family would be gaining from that also. 54 goblins. Alec could not wipe the smirk of his face, as he could not wait for the Blood Moon creatures to come out already. Alec, look ahead. There is finally movements at the space gate, Arthur said to Alec, as he started feeling the space gate finally opening. Finally, Alec said he was so eager for the battle to start, he quickly opened his space pouch and let out Legion, Titan, and Oni. The moment this 3 golems appeared, the air turned serious. While Legion looked gallant, Titan looked like a pure war machine. Oni's aura pales in comparison to the aura of the both of them, but the amount of evil vibes he was giving was just giving everyone creeps. It had a smiling demon mask on, Agnes' body tremble when she saw this new golem. She was sure she never saw Alec creating something like that when she was around. That meant he had created it even before they started their training together. It just made her realize that they were things about Alec. She was really unaware about Go Act, as the vanguard Alec said to his 3 golems, making them take the lead position he was supposed to take in the first place while he moved to the back. Even though he still had other golems, he was still planning to keep them now, as there was no need to show all his powers in one go like that after all. He was still hiding his real powers, and those golems could also act as reinforcement. When something goes wrong, stand by, no one moves until I give my orders. Brandon joined the golems. You would be lead a charge with them, supporting you from the sides, Alex said, making sure everyone heard him. The Gordons family was shocked at this development, as they were not expecting Alec to have up to 3 Tier 1 golems. And just like that, a hand quickly pierced through the space gate, as the creature was finally beginning to come out. Arg, a loud and unpleasant roar was heard by everyone the moment the first creature came out of the gates. The creatures had green skin and short body frames, while most of them held on a medium-sized wood that looked exactly like a baseball bat as a weapon. The moment Alex saw those creatures pouring out of the space gate, he cleaned his eyes to make sure he was really seeing properly, because he knew that creature a lot, as there is no way he would forget one of the creatures he normally killed a lot when he started playing online games. He turned to Agnes, who was the specialist between them, and asked, "Please pardon me, but if I'm not wrong, is that not a goblin?" Alec asked, and Agnes nodded her head slowly to confirm his suspicion. "Where are the undead we have been facing all these while?" "When I heard we would be facing a lot of low-tier creatures, I thought they meant slow-moving zombies. Why are they thousands of green creatures running towards us?" Question was being asked repeatedly, as they were all expecting to face the slow-moving zombies, as they would have a speed advantage at least. But now they saw they were faced against thousands of goblins instead. They started to shiver in fear, which was only making the goblins on the other side of the hill more excited. As goblins are naturally weak creatures alone, but they always attacked with companion and are super fact, cruel and cowardly. The fact that they could smell the fear of their opponents just seems to fuel their morale even more. Alec looked at most of the Gordons and Lanced family mages who were still complaining and shook his head, because he really felt embarrassed to be the one leading such a squad of pusses who were already scared even before doing battle. And when he looked over at the city guard's side, he could see their composed expression, as if they were not facing another enemy. They had no legged if they looked gallant and ready no matter who their enemies was. After all, they all pledged to protect the city with their lives, and it just seems to fuel Alec's determination to create a squad of mages just like that. And the Gordons' mages under him shook off any feelings of nervousness they might be having as they roared at Alec's words, 2110. He looked at his gang of siblings and noticed that the expression on their faces were still the same. They were the true definition of prodigy. Inasmuch as he wants to admire the city guards more, he also knew it was his job as the commander to calm his squad down. Calm down, settle down. I don't care who you all expected to fight the moment you agreed to participate in the Blood Moon, but one thing is for sure, and that the fact we are already here and dare to protect your homes. So don't let any fear you might have ruin your determination to protect the people, hoping you will win this battle for them and return back home in one piece. Think about your fathers, mothers, little brothers, little sisters, sons and daughters that are expecting you to protect the city and come back home. Do you want to disappoint them?" Alec asked. "No," the mages shouted so loud that it even reached the city guards and the Darkbliss family sides. Alec was perplexed at the way they were easily pumped up. He was even ready to say some more rubbish just to make them resolve their wills to stay in battle, but it seems they were already pumped up. And that when he realized that he might have underestimated the benefits that came with the commander title. So get ready and sharpen your blades lights, because we are about to go kill some goblins to protect our loved ones, Alec said as he finished his speech. And the Gordons' mages under him shook off any feelings of nervousness they might be having as they roared at Alec's words. "I want about 50 mages who are good in combat to join with Brandon and those 3 golems in front, as we are about to show the power of Gordon's formations," Alex said, before spouting another bullshit in the end. Quickly, the top 50 mages in combat class quickly joined Brandon and the 3 golems in front. The look on their face was full of nervousness, but they were hot-blooded. And eager to fight, the goblin kept coming out from the gates in great number. Alec could already locate about 2,000 Tier 2 goblins, and about a 100 Tier 3 goblin, leading the horde of goblins that reached up to 13,000 goblin in Tier 1, and below unclassified goblins, but they seemed to be waiting. They didn't make their move even when they had the numbers advantage. they just stayed there watching the human mages in disdain, as if they have already won. And just then a group of Tier 6 aura burst out from the gate, and about 7 Tier 6 goblins came out from the gate. The disdain on their faces was on another level. 55. The Blood Curse. It was clear that this goblin race thought highly of themselves. Even if they were one of the weakest races from the second dimension, they still felt they were above the humans, which was quite funny and laughable considering their height. Hey Agnes, tell me what you know about goblins. Alec asked Agnes as he saw the 7 Tier 6 goblins flying to the 3 Tier 6 human mages, which also includes Draco for starters. Goblin are one of the weakest race in the second dimension, and were often bullied, and they did not even have the power to be in control of a space gate in order to invade our world, so they stared working as subordinates for other races in the Blood Moon Wars, and even if they were given little from the benefits that they gained from the Blood Moon Wars, they didn't mind as they used the resource to grow, as they had high birth rate, and as those who went to fight as subordinates increased in power, and brought back more resources, which help in boosting their birth rate another level. Till they decided to trade for a low-tier gates when their number became really much, and sent all their warriors who had gone to war, and the babies too, who had passed 5 weeks. That was one frightening thing about them. They grow fast as long there was little energy. Not that their power passed the Tier 1 range, but with thousands of Tier 1 goblins new at the beck and call of the goblins who had managed to reach the Tier 3 and Tier 2 realm after multiple subordinate missions, they were able to crush multiple small cities which they attacked after trading for a low-tier space gate. They became invincible like that, with the low-tier gate bringing back more resources for their race to multiply, and before anyone knew, they have started having mid-tier goblins. That's the story of the goblins as of right now. Their strongest warrior is said to be a Tier 9 goblin king, hoping to break through the monarch realm and become an inferior of the goblin race, as only then would the other race of the second dimension recognize them as a true powerhouse. But their large number makes them one of humans' most feared enemies, as they are now in control of multiple gates, and are still able to send forces to attack different places every blood moon. This just shows how much warriors they have, Agnes explains. After Alec heard all that, he was shocked at how the goblins' race have developed so fast. It seems killing the humans was a faster way for them to advance fast, which made him feel like those creatures from the second dimension were using cheat systems, and there was no way he was going to let that happen. The Tier 6 of the goblin race had different color from the others. They were more like a dark green in color in contrast to the light green low-tier goblins. The one in the lead even had a dark blue color. Alec could feel the pressure even if he was so far away. Agnes saw him staring at the goblin. That in Hobgoblin, it's an evolved version of the goblin race. Agnes said, "Oh, no wonder he was much taller. But he still looks like a teenager, though with that small heights." Alec joked about his height. "Well, you should be careful with that, because he is definitely an old goblin, as no goblin has ever been able to evolve to become an hobgoblin so fast, without being over 100 years old or more," Agnes corrected him. "Well, that kinda creepy. A old goblin acting like a young genius," Alec replied. "What do you know? For their race, being able to evolve alone makes him one of the most special ones, which means if we should classify him, then he is among the genius of the goblin race," Agnes said as she shakes her head at this guy lack of knowledge. He was leading squads to a war, and he didn't even have basic knowledge of the races that live in the second dimension, which was quite bad. She hoped the strength he is so proud of can help him out when it really matters the most. "What do yo want?" Tier 6 mage from the city guard questioned the hobgoblin that was leading the goblins the moment he got close to them. "Oh, it's actually a very simple case. As you can see, we have more numbers than you, and if a fight is to occur, it would just serve to affect the both of us, as I am not sure I can take care of all of you without losing a mid-tier battle force, which I can't really afford. And that's why our elders came up with something that might interest you," the hobgoblin who was leading the goblins said, his language and accent seeming really off and out of place, as it was clear that he just learnt it. Which also came as a surprise to the city guard, as this just seems to show how intelligent the hobgoblin was, and if he had a chance, he would want to stay away from an enemy like this, as he prefer fighting brutes more than a genius who always uses their brains and didn't act cocky. Yea, there was no weak hobgoblins. They were called the most talented of the goblins race for a reason, so fighting against one so cunning won't really be their best option. "So what do you have in mind?" Draco asked, as he was already irritated with the hobgoblin attitude already. "Oh, patience. We would all swear a blood oath that no matter what happened, that this would only be a fight among the low tiers, Tier 1, Tier 3, as we are still in a war against the zombies race, who once had this space gate near your city." The hobgoblin finally confessed HS reason for not wanting to fight with the mid-tier goblins. After all, they were the main battle force of each race. I didn't know you guys always fought against each other, Draco said in disdain. We will not want any losses to any of our top fighters. The only reason why we are even attacking is because the young goblins have to fight in battles in order to become strong, the hobgoblin said. Wait, let me get something right. You are using our race as a wheelstone to sharpen the fangs of your race's twits. What do you take us for? Do we look like weaklings to you? Draco shouted, not holding back, almost exploding in rage. He really just wanted to walk up to him and blow his face, but whenever he remembered they were outnumbered by 2-1, he quickly reset what anger he had left as he tried to calm himself down, as even if he knew he could handle 2. The same could not be said for the rest of the Tier 6 mages present, and if they lost anyone, he would be seen as a public enemy, who was the case of many deaths. He was already giving the Gordons family a lot of pressure, and he was not ready to add this to the list of his offense. To be sincere with you, we don't really care what you think about us. The Tier 6 goblins shrugged their shoulders. Draco gritted his teeth in anger. I never knew that races in the second dimension also fought against themselves also too. Well, I guess it's our good luck that you're still tied in a war, so you could not send your full force, because from what I've heard, I always heard you guys always try to outnumber your opponents with multiple numbers, and that's what you're trying to do in the low-tier battle too. But don't worry, we accept the Tier 6 City Guard, accepted the hobgoblin offers. I can assure you that you have made the right choice, the hobgoblin laughed smugly. Why? If we take that oath, we won't be able to save our young generation. This is a battle to the death. I didn't sign up for this. The lanced patriarch started complaining the moment he heard that they were about to accept the blood swear. The moment they accept this type of swear, that means that the mid-tier mages and mid-tier goblins are not allowed to fight at all, and the result of the war would rest on the shoulders of the low-tier mages and creatures. Definitely, the goblin have a lot of confidence in able to overpower the humans with their numbers, but the lanced patriarch does not know what was making the city guardians act with so much confidence, but his family was a small one. And those he brought here was the future of his clan, and if was to lose or the prodigies of his clan died for a stupid war like this, he might really blame himself to death. After all, the only reason he allowed them come in the first place is because he wanted them to tag along the Gordons family, who he felt were much stronger, so they would be saved as long as they retreated fast when they were in danger, or stick with the Gordons family. He made sure to drill that idea into the heads of his clan. Don't worry, I know they won't be able to win. Because of the city guards has a genius in both the Tier 12 and 3 area, we might not have the advantage due to their numbers, but I can assure you that we have a chance of winning without wasting the blood of a mid-tier mage. Today, the lanced patriarch heard a voice in his head and realized that it was the city guardian that sent him a telepathy message. He finally sighed in relief. He didn't care about the other battlefield, as he was more concerned about the Tier 1 battlefield, but now he heard the city guard has expert in each battlefield made him happy. Since Alec could also be seen as a prodigy, so he felt with Alec and the guy from the military they should be able to win the Tier 1 region. He didn't care if the rest lost, as long as his family member made it out with less casualties. These were the thoughts that were on running in his head until the hobgoblin shouted for the war to begin. And his face changed when he saw the amount of goblins making their way to the Tier 1 battlefield. He could feel his scalp tingling even with the hire he had on his head. He could not stop the feelings of fear. That's practically crazy. They have about 15,000 Tier 1 and below creatures, the lanced patriarch said with his eyes bulging out in shock. But as he looked at the Tier 6 city guardian, he noticed that he was already taking the blood swear not to participate, and the feeling of cold invaded his body in full force. 56. Growing the Team Part 1-2. After they made the blood swear not to interfere in the fight, the hobgoblin finally gave the signal to attack. And the goblins just started running towards the defense line of the human mages, as they split into 3 groups, with the Tier 1 goblins being the highest number of them, all as even the unclassified LVL0 goblins followed. It was as a wave of green was moving towards them in order to crush the small armies of humans defending. But that was the last thing in their minds, as the city guards quickly let the hill they were standing on, as they rode on their horse with their spear and shield raised as they formed a formation to book the goblins midway. Even Stephen stayed at the middle of the formation, as he was already wielding a bow and giving orders. When Alex saw this, he felt it was quite funny, as he could not seem to see how he would be able to kill a lot of people with just a bow and arrow. The goblins kept on running forward as they made the city guards their primary targets. They ran forward with no intentions of stopping anytime soon. They did not even bother with formations or conserving their energy, as they were confident enough. that they would be able to break any formation with their great numbers. The city Gurads, too, didn't want to be outdone, as they accelerated more and were finally able to meet with their enemies midway. The sounds of metal clanging against each other and flesh being pierced could be heard as the city guards were finally able to stop the goblins. They faced the first wave of attacks shakingly, but was still able to hold. As they made sure to keep the goblins in bay, not allowing them to pass the line in front, as they covered themselves with their big shields and left the little gaps for their spear to leave fatal injuries for any goblin who thought they had superpowers, as they kept on thrusting their spears through the little holes on the shield. The goblins tried to break the formation, which looked like a rectangle with Stephen and some of the executive guards in the middle and those in the edge using their big shields to form a small fortress. And if one was weak, they allow the goblins come in, while another city guard quickly takes his place, and the executive in the middle makes sure any goblins who comes in are killed in the most brutal way, as they were the most strongest and elite of the Tier 1 groups among the city guards. There is nothing you would tell me that would make me believe that is an arrow, men. Alec exclaimed as he saw an arrow shot with so much power pierce the head of about 5 goblins before losing speed and falling to pierce any more enemies. Alec's jaws would have fell off if not for wanting to keep his image. Stephen made sure to take at least 3 lives every time he shot an arrow, and that meant about 15 lives gone for every 5 arrows. The least monster, Agnes, exclaimed, quite excited at the way the city guards were able to take care of the goblins easily. Alec, when do we join them? I'm already itching for a battle, and the way I'm looking at it, if we don't help soon, they might lose soon, Brandon said. Patience, brother of little conversation, for I, your great brother, is baiting the goblins into a great trap of mine, Alex said. Brandon, don't tell me the city guards are your bait this time. Brandon asked in disbelief. When did you become so smart? Brandon, Arthur, Agnes, Knight. Are you surprised? Alec asked with a nonchalant expression on his face. Isn't that so obvious already? But you did say you respect the city guards a lot, since you made it clear you look up to those who protect the people. So why in the world would you use them as bait? Brandon asked innocently. If you ask me, Alec is just being cruel again. Knight said. There's nothing you won't do to get what you want, right? Arthur asked with a smirk on his face. Well, pardon me, I'm still commander here, and I don't care what anyone says about me, but I lead this squad, which means I'm responsible for your lives too, and I would be damned to make you all die a stupid death, so just wait here for my orders, Alec said as he rests on his horse with a bored expression on his face. But Agnes could see the smirk on his face that was hidden by his bored expression, and it just showed how much happier he was than before. He could not wait for the goblins to just do what he want. So he could take advantage of the chaos to create more death. He just regrets that the city guards was not under him. If not, he would have been collecting some X points for all the kills they already had. Till now, whom coward Clarissa said as she finally couldn't bear Alec's behavior. She and her sister led the Darkbliss family as they made their way to go reinforce the city guards before they die from exhaustion. Alec pouted his mouth when he saw her acting like that again. He still didn't know what he did to make her so toxic towards him. But he just shrugged. She might make our plans a little late, so just wait a little bit, Alec said again, and even the old generation who followed could not help but think that truly he was a coward. But they did not have the courage to speak up, because he was still the young master, even if they didn't like it. The Darkbliss finally joined the fight. They mostly wielded a pair of daggers as they moved in a very unique way and attacked at the neck of every goblins they passed. Their skills was so cool as they never needed a second strike with the dagger. Their killing speed now seems to have passed the city guard, which seems to catch the eyes of the goblins as they finally were focused on the places with shadows. But they were still able to come out from the goblins' shadows, an attack which was kinda crazy, but after a few minutes they were low on mana. After all, they were just Tier 1 juniors, and like that. Most of the Tier 1 goblins split and started attacking the Darkbliss family, and they started having casualties as they didn't have strong body, but their escaping was flawless, as they made sure to always sink back into the shadow before they were caught. You just made my day. Alex smiled as he saw the Darkbliss families making some of the goblins pay attention to them, since they wanted to get rid of the Darkbliss who had that troublesome element abilities. With Clarissa dagger skills, she was still able to counterattack with all the goblins chasing them, which was up to 1,000 goblins, but she and her sister was able to hold their ground as they were running away from where the city guards were taking some of the pressure away from them. Those mages that can use the Earth Spear spell fluently come straight to the front, and I need about 70 of you, Alec ordered, and about 100 mages came to the front, and Alec just picked about 70 after using his inspect skills on them spread out now, and start conjuring a earth spear, Alec said as he sneakily checked their skill level. And he noticed most of them were just level 1, only a few level 2, and one person was able to raise their earth spear to level 3. They all formed their earth spear after 3 seconds aim at the back of those golems, running after the Dark Bliss mages. Now fire. Alec waited till the Dark Bliss was out of the range of the spell attack before he gave the command to shoot. Without hesitation, they released the earth spear at the goblins, who still raised their big black bat and axes. The goblins stopped as they felt their back felt cold. They were confused as their intuition was never wrong, and their intuition was telling them there was danger approaching. But they look around confused, not understanding why they could not place their hand on it. After all, they were just chasing some weakly mages who dared to sneak attack at their companion who was facing the city guards. It took a few seconds before they started hearing wails and sounds of piercing at the back, and the moment they looked back they noticed about 50 of their comrade dead and about 10 injured as they were pierced by earth spear. Erfk, they shriek in anger, as one of the human squad they ignored has just drawn blood on them while they were unaware. While they were feeling pain for their dead comrade, Alec was feeling like he was the main character of the world, as his system notifications never stopped, as he was filled with a lot of messages. Gain 10 exp for killing tier 1 goblin soldier, gain 10 exp for killing tier 1 goblin soldier, gain 10 exp for killing tier 1 goblin axeman, gain 0.4 exp for killing unclassified goblin, gain 10 system point, gain 10 system point, gain 2 system point. This type of notifications just kept on coming, and Alec was just smirking on top his horse as he was loving this feeling of gaining a lot without even moving. He saw that the goblins have changed direction and were not even interested in pursing the Dark Bliss family again, but has turned all their attention to the Gordon's family, who is still standing on top the hill. Whoa, this seems interesting. Now you're coming to get revenge. I can't wait for you all to come get it back in blood, Alex said, and he looked at the 70 Gordon's mages who were standing there looking shocked at their handwork. Alec was perplexed at this idiots. They only killed 50 goblins out of 1,000, and they were already feeling proud. He felt he had to snap them back in shape so they don't get cocky. Hey, what are you doing sleeping? Form your next earth spear and shoot them at those bitches coming at us. Don't tell me that you pusses are scared of their numbers. Alec shouted, his commander effect taking place instantly, even if he was spouting a lot of foul language. His half-assed speech seems to wake those 70 mages from their dazed state as they realize the flood of green monster that was still coming for them. Their body tremble as if they stay in that state just a little long, then they might end up losing their life soon, but they were still able to form the second round of the earth spear. Even if they were nervous, which just showed how much the commander title helped calm their nerves, as no one failed in forming their spell under pressure. Fire, Alec ordered the moment they were through forming the earth spear. And that was how another salvo of spear flew out in the air like arrows. The goblins felt cold as they were too many, and the spear was even targeted at the different places due to the insufficient skills of the casters, but it was clear they were going to kill or injure someone. When they came down because of the large number of goblins, and just like that, bang, 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 the heads of different goblins were pierced and killed as another about 60-something goblins were killed. Alec checked their levels again and smiled. Their use of the earth spear skill was improving, and if they killed enough they should be able to level up their skill, making it easier for them to kill more goblins for Alec, which he saw as more exp points. Gain 5 exp for killing tier 1 goblin soldier, gain 5 exp for killing tier 1 goblin axeman, gain 5 exp for killing tier 1 goblin axeman, gain 5 exp for killing tier 1 goblin soldier, gain 10 system point, gain 10 system point, gain 10 system point, gain 10 system. Alex smiled at the notification. He silented the notification first as he still had a battle to command, and now he thought about it. He didn't really hate this job. He loved it, being able to get so much exp without doing anything, and he had been the cause of over 100 deaths. Those who were not involved in the battle looked at Alec with new lights, and the Lanced felt even more respect for this man they were following, and everybody were just waiting for the order to jump in and fight. After all, they were all hot-blooded youths. Again, Alec commanded, making the goblins who had not breached the length tremble in fear as they saw the new salvo of spear that was formed. They were cursing themselves now for going against these hard bones, but the 70 mages involved in the killing didn't care as they were becoming more confident in themselves because of Alec and the commander title effects. With the increase in their confidence and skill, Alec was sure he was about to create a killing group. Fire Alec whispered with a smirk, but they all heard him. After all, they were all mages and had great hearing. Alec was actually talking to them. They wasted no time releasing their new salvo of spears, in passion, as they were wondering how many they would kill before the goblins came close. Arthur, Brandon, Knight, and Agnes felt if this continued, Alec might just break the goblins' confidence before they even reached them. 57 Genius in Tacties, Always Have a Black Heart Part 1. The earth spears flew into the pack of goblins who were still running over, taking another waves of lives. About another 60+ goblins was killed. While everybody else was rejoicing at the way it was easy to kill the goblins, Alec was frowning at the slow development. He wished they would upgrade their skills fast like his golems does. But he just realized that even if the system was assisting, he should not have that much of an on humans or try to compare them to his golems who were connected to him directly. At least they were still improving just by using the Earth Spear spell constantly. Even if they could not detect the little changes, if this goes on then, we would still be override by a huge amount of goblin foot soldiers, and I can't let that happen, Alec said to himself. He looked at the remaining 130 mages from his clans that was still remaining. He used his inspect skills to pick 20 out. I want the 20 of you to direct your mana to the ground and use your earth-shaking spell, Alec said, while pointing at the goblins coming. You don't have to do anything else. I just want you to keep on using your mana to distort the ground, making their journey much stressful and delayed by much time, Alec explained. The mages quickly got to work, while most people from the old generation that were still among the Tier 1 felt that was not necessary, as they did not believe the earth-shaking spell would be able to affect the grounds that much after all. It was nothing but an ordinary spell skill, which most of them don't even use. Only the higher tier mages are able to manipulate the flow of the skills, making their speed better when they are escaping, and that was because they had better control over their earth elements. But right here, Alec was clearly using the spell as a means of attack and delay, which they felt was futile. But what happened after left their jaws hanging, as they could not believe what their eyes was seeing in front of them at the moment. The use of the earth-shaking spell was producing more than perfect effects. The ground where the goblins were running in seems to have experienced a small earthquake, as they were not able to stand stable. There were even some unlucky unclassified goblins who missed their foot and fell. And the quaking ground crushed their skulls. The goblins were in tiptoe. They felt like they were facing one of the demon races from the second dimension, as they could not fathom how an ordinary human would come up with such cruel methods. They felt he was just a human in disguise. They really wanted to cry, but even their tears seems to have betrayed them and won't come out because of the intense fear they were experiencing at the moment. Normally, an ordinary earth-shaking spell won't have this type of effects, but with over 20 mages casting the same spell at once in the same direction, the spell of all 20 of them seems to merge together and create something much more dreadful, a mini earthquake. Even some of them regretted changing their targets. They felt should have just stick to the timid sneak attacking humans. They were pursing, at least those ones didn't have this type of evil means. But in here they all felt they could die on the next spear fall. The threat of death has made them even roar less louder, as they did not dare to anger Alec too much. Alec saw that their speed had decreased, and he nodded his head. Fire. He ordered for another firing of the spear, and the earth spears flew through the air. Before landing in the midst of the zombies who were still running forward to them, the lights in the eyes of the goblins was not as intense as at the start. Again, they were looking like they were about to collapse. But they could not retreat now, as they knew this wicked human in front of them would just take advantage of the situation more and more. After all, they already proved him already, so they decided to at least kill him with their large numbers, even if the casualties on their side was much. Go assassinate those that are fatally wounded by the earth spear. Make sure not to attack those who still have energy left in the tank. And you have only 3 secs. I don't care who you are about to kill after then. If you stay more than 3 seconds, be ready to be a target for the Earth Spear Squad 2, Alex said, while looking at Knight, who just nodded his head and disappeared as he sinked into the shadow on the floor, which quickly transported to the shadow of the goblins, who were already close. Men, that shadow element is so good. If only I had it. And with addition to my handsome face, all the girls would run after me, and I would just sink into my shadows and disappear. What a scene, Arthur said while daydreaming. Knight quickly appeared among the flocks of goblins. He quickly swiped his 2 daggers, as he made sure to slash the neck of multiple injured goblins, ending their lives in the process, before sinking back into the shadows, as there was some goblins nearby who was starting to chase him as they tried to pour out their frustration on him. but his shadow travel was faster with his cloak on, and he was able to make it back to the camp before 2 seconds, as he killed about 7 injured goblins in the process. You couldn't even reach 10 killing, even with such cool element, Arthur asked, but Knight just ignored him, as he was trying to catch his breath, as it was not easy to stay too long in the shadow travel, as it consumes stamina. And Knight has just made 2 long-distance shadow travel, and if it was not because of his cloak, he might not even be able to pull it off. Cut it out now. Hey Brandon, I need you to drop some blocks on those goblins, or anything you can do. I'm tired of this. Their speed is not slow enough for me. I feel we should let them suffer more before they get close to us like this. Alex scolded Arthur, before nodding to Brandon, and a plan of his to Brandon. Brandon nodded back to show that he understands what Alec was asking of him. Meanwhile, Arthur just still kept in looking at Alec weirdly. Hey bro, sincerely, when are you planning on wearing that armor of yours? You got to know that they are almost here already, Arthur asked. Well, we will see. As for now, I don't see anything that requires me wearing my armor, Alec said, with a bored look on his face. Brandon did some hand signs before slamming both of his hands on the ground. Earth magic stone pillars. And just like that, a big stone wall rose from the ground and blocked the goblins' drop that on them before they climb up or go around it, Alex said, and everybody who was close by felt their bodies shivered when they heard Alex's order. As they pictured being pressed into a meat paste, their fear towards Alex started increasing, as even if his face seems cool, he was so cruel and nonchalant about all the orders he was giving. Brandon nodded his head without even questioning. He dropped the earth wall, making them fall backwards and slamming most of the goblins who were about to climb the wall and those still waiting. They were slammed into a messy meat paste. The goblins stopped for a moment, as they were shocked at the way things developed, but a voice woke them up from their slumber. A voice they now fear, fire, Alec order, and the guys who already had their earth spear ready released them into the crowd, killing another wave of goblins, whom we have brought down their numbers. There are only about 500 goblins left, Agnes said. Now we are even. Hey Brandon, it's your turn to shine. Charge. Alex said to Brandon, and he charged with Titan, Legion, and Oni following behind him. As they led the charge with about 50 mages that were good in combat, they were running to meet up with the dazed goblins. The city guards looked over with smile on their faces, as after Alex started his move, he had removed some pressure of them, and they could now defend more steadily. Clarissa Darkbliss was surprised at all she was seeing. She and her family mages has only being able to slay about 50 goblins at the border of death, while assisting the city guards after several minutes of assassination, attempts at the goblins with their shadow magic. But Alec has been able to kill over 500 goblins without even moving from on top his horse or swinging any weapon. All he did was give orders, and he had massacred about 500 goblins in few minutes, without even losing any mage or stressing them. The difference between them was so clear for all to see. 58 Genius and Tacties always have a black heart. Part 2. The goblins were scared at first after all most of their teammates died so easily and mysteriously, and they had not even met with the enemy yet, and they had lost half of their numbers. It made them shiver in fear of the unknown, as they did not know who was going to die next. Their cowardly instinct were already kicking in, and they were already thinking of running away from this battlefield, as they wished to join with the others, who seems to be fighting reasonable battles. But the moment they saw the amount of mages that was running towards them, they turned furious again, and one goblin in the front said some language that Alec couldn't still understand, so he looked at Agnes. He said, "We are looking down on them." And he told his goblins brothers to attack the 50 mages coming with him and wipe out their shame before they retreat from here. Agnes said, as she could already tell what he wanted the moment he looked at her, "Is that why that idiot had to speak another language? What a pussy. I will see how he will retreat. And that's if he ever gets over Brandon, Titan, and Legion. They will tear them apart," Alex said as he smirked to himself. He knew just what he was doing, and those he sent were enough to finish of the 500 goblins on their own, if given enough time. He only sent the extra 50 mages with them to assist them in killing the goblins faster. The goblins finally found their lost courage to attack after all the humiliation they went through, so they raised their axes and black bats high as they shrieked, and ran towards the 50-plus mages coming towards them. Everyone was tense, some were even wondering what was playing out in Alec's head for him to send about 50 mages against 500 goblins, as they felt it looked like suicide. But from all what Alec did since the start of the fight, it has occurred to them that he never did nothing that won't be of benefits to him. He always made his move when he was most confident in them. The Darkbliss family's attention were on the 50 mages, as they wanted to see just what surprised Alec had waiting for them, and it came quickly, just as the goblins and the 50-plus mages were just 20 meters from each other. Brandon casted a spell. They could not hear what he was casting, but they all felt all the earth elements in the air gathering at his fist. Multi-spell ground break plus earth spears. Brandon swiped his fist that was coated with earth elements towards the goblins, and everyone's eyes almost popped out from their sockets as they saw Brandon combine two spells together. Alec knew he could do this, though it requires one to reach the mid-mage stage before they could combine spells, but Brandon was able to do it with a little training with Alec, and his peak affinity helped. While other earth shake skill disturbed small areas and was not very effective, Brandon's own was different, as it felt as if a real earthquake was about to begin, and that was not all, as earth spears started coming out from the ground and was piercing the goblins from down below. Most of them were pierced from their legs up. Some were so unfortunate that they were pierced straight at their head, as the ground was not stable. The cry of agony spread again among the three goblins, as they were now experiencing being pierced from below. After witnessing it from the sky, they felt the sky own was better. At least it felt so to most of them who saw their companion die like that. They felt it was better when the spear fell and pierced their head straight, and they died immediately with less pains. But now, even if the spear didn't take their life, it made them incapable of fighting and with loss of pains. Which was the worst thing the goblin's warrior could wish for, but they seemed to forget that they were still in the battlefield, but the likes of Titan didn't, as he crashed into the goblin line like a bulldozer. All it took was just one swing of his mace to send over 10 goblins flying. His mace was already acquiring blood again. His stone armor was filled with the blood that wasn't his, not that he has any. He still didn't stop and kept on charging Faurad, and each swing of his mace sent goblins flying away. His display of immense power led a lot of people who were watching shocked, as they were not expecting to see Alec golems looking so strong, which was quite a surprise for them. But that was not all, as the two other golems at the side were not any worse than Titan. Everyone watching it felt they were watching some type of spearman master display his skill. 1544. Legion, on the other hand, was just waltzing through the battlefield in style, as everywhere he danced past they were always goblins dying in silence. He might not have the type of war presence Titan had, but none of the goblins could force him to show his true power, as all it had to do was just flick the spear left and right. And his spearhead would just find its way into the skull of one goblin before moving to other. The way he wielded the spear was really skillful, as anyone could tell he was really a spear expert, despite being a golem. He used the spear like a flexible whip, that it made them wonder if his spear was really made out of earth element, and no one could seem to escape his reach, as all he had to do was just flick the seer to the intended direction, and it ended up killing someone. Legion was practically making bodies fall silently on the battlefield, while he was still able to keep the 3 meters of him free of goblins, as he always do, like a small domain of his. And unlike his colleague Titan part, where there was a lot of blood, his sides show a lack of blood, as not even the spearhead had blood stain on them, as he always flicked the blood away. Everyone watching it felt they were watching some type of spearman master display his skill. Meanwhile, there was another golem who was gathering a lot of attention, and that was Oni. It was his first battle, and it made sure to express itself with a bloodbath, as it has been restricting his strength because of Alec. But it didn't need to do that today, as it was a full-blown war. It showcased his talent with the blades, as his 6 hands never stopped dicing, or cutting or slashing. His blade skill was on another level. It was also one of the reason Alec allowed it out, as WTH its 6-hand it had been able to G 3 times the result of the other golems get when training their weapon skills, and it killed fasted. Its blade skill and equipment from evolution were clearly enough for it to challenge a peak T-tier 1 creature or mage. It was like a demon. Even when the goblin tried to ambush him from the back, they found themselves getting killed before they even came close, as it was as if he had eyes in the back of his head, making him free, just one pair of his many arms to counter-attack back. Clarissa could only watch the scene that was playing in front of her at the moment, as she could not even comprehend why Alec would have about 3 strong golems of this category. But even Brandon was not outdone, as he kept on using the earth spear skill and was killing a lot of people at least every second. He was able to create 5 earth spear per second and could even control it perfectly to the target he wanted. He believed that if he tried contesting with the golems in strength, then he would lost woefully. 59. Giving them creeps. He had always trained with them, so he was aware of their real powers, and contending with them in physical strength was definitely not really a wise decision. Alec did tell him to use his strongest power, and he knew what Alec wanted, as Alec said HS Earth Element was his greatest gift. telling him he was at his strongest when he was being a magician or a magic swordsman, as Alec always calls it. So he has been improving his skills based on Alec words, and that was what led to this level of battle awareness and mastery of his earth element spells. Though his peak affinity did help, with learning them faster, but there is no way Alec would be telling him that, as he still loved the look he received any time they improved due to his small words of advice. Telling Brandon he had an abnormal affinity that made his earth elements improve fast would reduce his praises, as he would think of himself as genius. Brandon was still killing about 5 goblins every 1 second as he didn't even stop as shooting his spells, and after about 10 seconds he was able to kill over 100 goblins himself, which was quite impressive, and that is when Alec remembered that Brandon was also blessed with less consumption when he casted earth element spells, and also have a higher recovery of mana than most of the mages his level due to his affinity. The goblins looked around them and noticed most of their partners were already dead, which came as a shock to them. Even the 50 mages who came along with them did not really feel they did much, as the only thing they did was just clean up after the 4 big bosses who lead the charge. It was so simple for them that they felt they were in some type of illusion. When did killing second-dimension creatures become simple, one of the soldiers asked, since when Alec took over we are really lucky he is leading this time. So JSD focus, another, replied him. The goblins who were not even up to 100 anymore finally decide to run away from the battlefield as their fear got the best of them, and they turned their backs and ran faster than they came, while screaming, "No one told us we came to face devils. I want to go home, mummy. Where is my mommy?" Different sounds like his was going round the 100 goblins, as the goblins cursed in their native language. They could not take the massacre again, and for the first time they were regretting why they did not have extra legs like some race in the second dimension, so they could run faster. While they were running back, they saw a group of mages blocking their paths in the front, and the expression on their faces changed. They did not realize, when the 150 mages came to their behind, they were too engrossed with their dreadful battle to realize. Alec setting another trap for them, like he knew they would run at the last moments of the fight. "Checkmate," Alec said as he finally played his final piece of the trap. He had prepared as 150 mages from the Lanced family casted the Wind Blade spell skill. And the air around the space started to crack, because of all Wind Blades release Alec ordered, and the Lanced family he secretly ordered to block the retreat of the goblins, finally released the Wind Blades at the goblins, who were still looking at them in fear. They couldn't fathom why they had been targeted from the start to the end, as they always felt they were just a pawn in someone's game, but now it became clear to them that, even with the 2,000 soldiers from the Goblin clan, they won't be able to beat the devil behind all of this. As he seems to have prepared for them no matter which move they made, the Wind Blade finally reached them, and they were not able to survive it as their body was separated from into different paths, as Wind Blades cut them without no resistance. If they were still at full power, they might have been able to dodge or still block it, but Alec made sure to wear them out before pulling the Lanced family card. And the bodies of goblins dropping to the ground could be heard, as Alec was able to slay 1,000 goblins without any death. It was quite a big morale to the city guards, who were still fighting with the goblins and restraining them. After seeing his handwork, Alec nodded his head in satisfaction, as he was finally pleased with the way the battle turned out. While the battle was going on at the ground level, it was being watched by the Tier 6 mages and the Tier 6 goblins in the skies. The 2 goblins behind the hobgoblin could be seen gritting their teeth in anger, as their losses in the Tier 1 battle was beyond their calculations, as they felt they should have had an advantage there. In fact, they hoped the Tier 1 battle would have been what they would have been able to win first, so they could assist the Tier 2 goblins with their high numbers and win the battle fast, but their plans were just spoiled, as the Tier 1 goblins they saw as cannon fodders to lead them into an advantage position in this war were just cleared by someone, and most of their soldiers were still being held by the city guards, meaning the battle would still go on for a prolonged time, as no one had a big advantage, and it made them mad that Alec was able to boost the morale of the humans with his little actions of swift victory. But there was nothing they could do to Alec. After all, they had a blood curse together not to interfere in this fight, as breaking that oath would make it possible for the Tier 7 mages of the city to attack them back without any backlash. The hobgoblin had a surprised look on his face as he scanned the battlefield. "I can't believe that you have a talent like that in the Tier 1 battlefield," the hobgoblin said, while looking at Draco, who was standing close to the city guardian, who was a Tier 6 mage like him also, It was easy for the goblins to see that the both of them were related after all the clothes they both wore had the same family emblem. Giving them out that they came from the same clan, Draco had a smug smile on his face as he replied back. As long as that twit is there you can forget ever winning the Tier 1 battle, as he is invincible under the Tier 1 Mage realm. Draco bragged shamelessly. Even if he didn't know Alec's real combat power, he was at least aware that his golem had once killed a peak Tier 1 zombies. That was a new he was told. Which was enough to show his power. The goblins all look at Draco in shock as they now felt the battle just got tough. And even the Tier 3 and Tier 2 battles were still in stalemate, as no winner could be picked in between them anytime soon. That boy of yours clearly had a very dark heart, the hobgoblin said. What do you mean by that? Draco asked in confusion. Simple, because those that are versed in the arts of tactics are always those that their hearts are filled with great darkness and evil. Don't tell me you don't see his expression. The hobgoblin said, and I'm still not understanding you, Draco said, and even the other Tier 6, and the city guardian could not help listening in on their conversation. He does not feel remorse at all. In fact, if you ask me, I would say he was enjoying the moment my clan's men were killed on his orders. He is some type of maniac who loves carnage. Don't get me wrong, if he was born in the second dimension, he would be worshipped as a genius, but does your human race feel comfortable keeping a slaughterer like that? I pity those who shall cross his path in the future, as he shall show no mercy. And I can tell this just looking at his expression, the hobgoblin said with a shrugged shoulders. Well, that's my clan's decision to make, and not yours, Draco answered, not even bothering to answer. He knew perfectly well even he did worst. At least, Alec directed his killing intents towards the second dimension's creatures. But him, on the other hand, went around killing or crippling the genius of the rival families that competed with the Gordon's family at his younger age. He definitely showed no mercy back then and won't turn soft now, just that watching Alec now really made him realize how he had been. While he had to do the dirty work himself back then, Alec, on the other hand, called the shots in peace, and he had those around him finish the work. The city guardian and the other Tier 6 mage, who came to assist both, looked at Alec and felt something different from what Draco was feeling. It was fear of another genius more dangerous than Draco. They didn't even compare Draco to him, because those who schemes in the dark was far dangerous, and Alec looked like the type who would not hesitate doing anything to win, and to them Draco was just a brute who fought without the consequences. But Alec was different. And they made it a must to warn their younger generation not to cross him, as they did not want the story of Draco happening again, as Alec's potential was greater than Draco, and definitely gave them the eerily vibes that made them believe he would be dangerous than even Draco. 60 Temporary Alliance. Brandon and the Golems led the 50 mages and the 150 mages of the Lanced family back to line after eliminating all the 1,000 goblins who decided to attack them. It was quite a surprise for everyone when Alec finished the fight against 1,000 goblins that fast and without losing anyone. It was what they would call a clean and swift victory. Over at the city guard's position, Stephen finally recovered from his dazed state after watching Alec just command his army to destroy another army that fast with even lesser number than his opponents. Hey, don't let the Gordons and the Lanced family take all the limelight. After all, we are the protagonist of this battle that defends the city gates, as it's our sworn duty. It's the scared duty of all the city guards. The Gordons family are here to help, as that also a side obligation of theirs, so don't ever let them win it all. Push. Stephen gave a speech which boosted the morale of army, that even the injured soldiers in the middle of the square formation got up from the middle. That was meant to help their injured and fatigued soldiers recover, and helped in pushing the goblins back as they kept on piercing with their spears. Some soldiers even started throwing the lance they were saving for the ending of the battle or emergency circumstances at the goblins. The goblins were surprised by the chaos that the city guard was causing. They were frustrated that they lost 1,000 soldiers already. They were already on their last legs by fighting 7,000 goblins warriors against the city guards, 5,000 soldiers already, and were planning to send another 1,000 to join the 7,000 goblins to put more pressure on the defend lines of the city guards. But the new drama that Alec just played for them was enough for them to halt their actions, as they acknowledged that they had other enemies that were worth keeping tabs on. They were hoping to chip the soldiers of the city guards little by little, while sending reinforcements from to fill the gaps of whatever goblins the city guards might kill. But now there was already another threat they could not leave unattended to, as their presence there alone gave them chills and the determination to exterminate them, and then a goblin who looked more bulky and muscular came out from the Tier 1 goblins' camp from the other side. It looked quite big than the rest of Tier 1 goblins there, and said some words in goblin language that Alec was not able to understand, so he turned to Agnes. He just asked about 3,000 goblins to get ready to take us down, as he considers us a treat to his plans. So any minute from now about 3,000 goblins would be coming after our next. Agnes replied, "Oh, this goblin seems to be the leader. I wonder if I kill him. It would be easier to hunt out all the remaining goblins left," Alex said, as a light glimmer flashed in his eyes. The rest of close to him shivered at his words. His thoughts were dangerous to them. The Darkbliss family returned to the hills to rest after all they have slaughtered like 500 goblins, after toiling and fighting all around the battlefield with their assassination skills. So they came back to catch their breath. Clarissa looked at Alec, who was indirectly responsible for 1,000 deaths, but he was not even panting or out of breath. But she realized that he was not even looking at her, as he looked so focused on the battlefield with his hand still supporting his jaws as he sat on his horse, while using his free hands to caress the horse. "Yo, we're great out there," Clarissa said towards Brandon. "Brandon just seems to sting more." She rode close to the Gordon's family spot. "Hey, let's cooperate and take care of all this goblins faster. With your cunning tactics and my team assassinating abilities, we would be invincible," Clarissa said. "Go team play with someone else. I got a lot on my plate right now," Alex said while flicking his hand and sending her off. It really came as a shock to Clarissa, and she thought this was just Alec trying to get revenge, but he did not even look at her once as he gave all his attention to the battlefield. "Alec incoming. It's clear those 3,000 goblins are heading for us," Arthur said. "Oh, we killed about 1,000. And the city guards killed like 800 goblins, while the Darkbliss family dealt with about 500 goblins. That makes it a total of 2,300 enemies we have killed so far, right?" Alec asked. "No one in common." "Yay, that's true. That means they still have about 11,000 warriors left. And they are using about 7,000 to hold the city guard in place and chip their strength, which leaves us with 4,000 goblins left, which is the least I can count with my eyes, and they are planning to send about 3,000 goblins towards us," Agnes was explaining before Alec cut her off. "Which leaves them with only 1,000 goblin soldiers as reinforcement," Alec said to himself in deep thought. "Cool. Hey, Darkbliss girl, I got a job for you that is better than both of us cooperating. I'm sure your family does want the battle merits, right?" Alex said. "I don't take orders from you," Clarissa said while grunting. "What is it?" Another voice sounded shocking Alec, shocking even Clarissa, as she knew clearly who that voice belongs to. It was her sister Maria, who hardly says anything anymore. She just seems to take orders from the higher up and hardly talk with any of the clansmen again, except it was necessary. Alec looked at Maria, who still had her veil covering her face. "Oh, finally someone who is interested in hearing me out. So who is the main boss here, you or her?" Alec asked Maria. "Me." Maria answered, and Clarissa gritted her teeth. "I don't believe yet," Alec said. "I'm her elder sister, so I come first, and I don't think we have much time to chit-chat here, considering those 3,000 goblins have already gathered in a formation and would be coming for you soon. Oh, they can come. In fact, I have a pleasant surprise for them. I just want you to stall the other 1,000 goblins so they don't have a chance to disrupt my plans. I know it can be kinda hard considering your numbers, but I'm not asking you to kill all of them. I just want you to stall them until I slaughter the 3,000 goblins," Alec said with a smirk. "Okay, we would do that," Maria nodded, while Clarissa gritted her teeth. "You are underestimating us too much," Clarissa said, as she rode back to the Darkbliss Mage's spot with her sister Maria. 61. Repelling the trump card. "Are you finally ready to take things seriously, Alec?" Arthur asked. "Nah, not really, but I am ready to make sure they can't even escape back," Alec replied, and Agnes looked at the both of them more confused, as she was not aware which other trump card Alec might have that would help them win. Since 3,000 goblins soldier was no small number, she can't relate to why he looked so relaxed, even though they were about to face a small legion all alone with just 500 mages. They were at a very big disadvantage, and Alec didn't seem to care, and she just wished he would disclose his plans ahead to stop the panic from spreading among the squad members. Just as she was thinking, she saw Brian walking on his horse to the front. "Hey, no offense, Alec, but what are the plans for our new attack? We definitely need to get ready for that new wave of attack that they would send towards us, and I'm sure you are already aware that they are coming hard at us," Brian Lance said. "Eyeballs to eyeballs, men. It's hard trying to believe you, but I guess this is what the alliance was supposed to mean, standing by each other even in times of difficulties," Brian said. The Lanced family were in daze at Brian's words, but they realized they prefer being in an alliance with the Gordons family than other families. After all, they knew their powers best, and they have also witnessed how they would also try their best to rescue a friend. And the fact they were not used as cannon fodders for the Gordons family just shows just how much better they were from other clans. And if their leader Brian decided the Gordons family was the best to follow, then they would follow without no questions, even if they felt they were at disadvantage with only 500 mages. Agnes was perplexed at how Alec has been able to keep the squad without a riot happening or anyone becoming scared about the fact that they are about to face about 3,000 goblin soldiers. They just seems to have a type of blind trust. She also trusted him, but she felt it was because she was aware of his powers, and she knew his golems were not really giving their all, but she could not place her hands on the trust the others were giving him. After all, they don't know him, though. If only she knew Alec had a commander title that affect a very large range of people who are under him, then she would have realized even she was under his blind trust effects, just that her main trust for him was above the basic trust his system provided, so it was not quite obvious to her. After about 30 minutes of waiting, there was finally movement among the goblins, as about 3,000 goblins started moving, even at the city guard's side, where the battle has been a stall in progress stopped fighting and watched. It was like they all agreed to a ceasefire, as they were more interested to watch what was going to happen. Hey Alec, the leader goblin seems to be among the goblins coming, Agni said, let him come. What did he expect, that we are one type of weakling he could smash with big amount of numbers? Arthur snorted. Nah, I'm only sure he came along since he's trying to get some battle merits. He must have felt killing Alec with the number of soldiers by his side would be easy, considering we just went through a very tough battle now. As you must have realized now, Alec is a target of the goblin race, and anyone who could defeat him would be immensely rewarded, and I'm sure there is no way that peak tier 1 goblin would allow that to go to the junior goblins under him, Agnes explained. Well, he can come. I seriously can't wait to see their faces when they lose woefully. Gordon's spear team, start forming your earth spear, Alec said, and the 70 mages quickly got to work and formed their earth spears. Fire, Alec ordered, and they let the earth spear fly free to the sky like they were throwing javelin. The 70 earth spear flew faster with greater speed than the previous times. It was quite surprising for the mages, because they were just realizing that their skill was increasing up shield formation. The peak tier 1 goblin who was leading said, and all the goblins raised a round shield each that they placed above their head, and when the spears landed down this time, they were able to block the strike. Some unfortunate goblins still had their shoulders and feet pierced, but they succeed in blocking the first wave of attack from the Gordons family with no deaths, which brought smiles to their faces as it was an improvement to them. March, the peak tier 1 goblin leader said as they continue their march forward towards Alec and his men who were still on the hill. The mages who shot the spear were shocked at how easily the spell they have grown to be fond and proud of was easily beaten. Meanwhile, at the Dark Bliss area, Clarissa was gloating at the new set of misfortune that has befell Alec, as she wanted him to lose woefully. Those seems to be an elite squad among the tier 1 goblins, Agnes said, after she finished observing the goblins walking towards them. This is going to be hard, Brian said, as he realized the type of goblins that came after them hard. Spare me that those bastards have the guts to show up before me acting cool when they are trying to kill me for battle merits. I will make them wish they were dead when I'm through with them, since now I'm mad, again. Alex sneered as he ordered for another set of earth spear to be made. He saw what most people didn't. While they were seeing elites, he only saw a bunch of experience points trying to play hard to get, and he was not ready to let any of them escape, while their hands were numb and shaking from stopping a spell like the earth spears. So what if one earth spear didn't do the job? He was ready to send it again, and again, till his 70 mages ran dry of mana. Everyone was looking at him perplexed, as they could not relate to why he would want to still use an attack that didn't yield any result the first time. Meanwhile, the peak tier 1 goblin leading was trying his best to increase the goblin's marching speed, as he realized that those earth spear spell is a lot harder to defend than he thought. His only hope was that the demon across would give up hope on the spear and move to something else, but he soon heard the words again, and he felt all his body go cold. Fire, Alec ordered, and the 70 mages still released their spears. Even if they didn't feel it was worth it, they still didn't dare disrespect Alec orders. Up shield formation, the leading goblin said, as all the goblins made sure to put more strength in their hands as they held on to their shield above their head, as if it was their only lifeline right now. While they shouted as they walked forward one step at a time, so as not to give up gap in the shield formation they were maintaining. But the new shield formation could not be compared to the one that they did the other time, after all their hands were already numb from receiving such heavy blow already. Now receiving it again just a few seconds after their hands just received the first shock came as a torment to them. Erg cries of agony was heard, as about 20 goblins were not able to hold on and were stuck straight to death while some were injured. Alec was surprised that the mages were able to target the first place they targeted before. After all, if they targeted another spot that have not faced the earth spear before, they would have still being able to hold on one round of the spear attacks. He looked at them and realized that the one who was level 3 before just leveled up to level 4 in his earth spear spell skill, while about 10 have promoted to level 3. Which just seems to add more firepower to their already incredible threat. Alec smiled when he saw this improvement now. He really didn't care how many the spear killed, as he wanted them to all use ETH goblins as practice targets to build all their skills to level 5. Then let them harvest the lives of goblins like knives cutting through butter when they all reach a very high level. Alec giggled evilly inside of him when he just thought of the idea. I am a genius, he thought to himself. Again, fire. Alec orders again, and he noticed the level 4 guy was able to send about 3 earth spears now, and he was happy. He did remember that Brandon was able to send about 5 when he was level 4 in the same spell. But there was no way he would compare them, as it was clear Brandon would finish 10 of them in a direct fight, and that was just his basic talent. The goblins were about 200 kilometers from them, and would be able to get close soon, but still yet about 40 goblins was killed this time, and it was clear they were used to it. Alec looked towards Brandon and asked, "Hey bro, do you think you can affect the ground with an earth shake spell that far distance? Let me try." Brandon said as he stretched his 2 hands forward and closed his eyes and tried his best to concentrate. And after about 10 seconds, result happened after the goblins breached the 150 kilometer, when they saw no more attacks were coming their way. But the moment they reached the 150 meter, they made it easier for Brandon to affect the ground. Earth shake. The ground under the goblins became unstable, as a lot of stones parted and caved, making their standing unstable. Fire, Alec said, and the 70 mages who had spears waiting released it, send them flying into the flocks of the goblins who were still unstable. More than 60 goblins died from the attack. While some were injured, it was like a repeat of what happened was about to happen again, with the Gordons family kiting the goblins from a distant sister. Do you think they can still win with the same tastic? Clarissa asked her sister. No, the goblins this time are triple the size and triple the strength, and if Alec is wise, I am sure he already another plan for them, as Onelt this kiting techniques won't help the out. Maria answer, not looking bother at all. Arrows, the leading goblins shouted the moment he saw they were not making any progress, and a few goblins at the back set arrows on their bow and shoot. Alec brows was raised up as his expression show. He was not expecting this type of sneak attack the goblins brought in, as they were trying to copy his earth spear's tactics, but they were using arrows to recreate them instead. Alec just smirked when he saw their attempts at attacking him. Hey, I'm leaving this to you, Agnes. Alec said as he knew Agnes had reached level 5 in Earth Wall, and from his experience every spell had a very great change at level 5, so he was quite confident she could protect them at least. She shook her head at Alec's nonchalant attitude and flicked her wand, and instantly, without even casting any spell or making hand signs or even saying a word, a very big block of earth rose from the ground and covered them. The arrows was only able to leave small scratch marks on the wall before falling down to the floor. Everyone were shocked at the range and power of her spell. It was clear she was a very powerful mage also, which came as a shock to all of them since Alec had not used her since, which just made them think what more was he hiding. Run there and break the walls, they are already scared of us. The leading goblin said as he was not interested in leading the charge again. The powers the Gordons family have showed had shocked him to his core, and he was not ready to die anytime soon. So he wanted to use the numbers to reduce their numbers first, as he stood behind with some few goblins, while about 2,700 goblins started running towards the earth while the Gordons family hid behind with the Lanced family. Just when he was beginning to relax, he felt something rising from the shadows of his horse. He quickly unsheathed his sword, as he had seen one of the Gordons family use the darkness to fight just like the other family, who did assassinations, but he did know the mage was no match for him, so he swung his sword straight for the shadow that was still rising. But just before the sword could cut the shadow, a big mace came out of the shadow striking back, and the moment his sword clashed with the mace, he felt a rebounding force coming into his body from the hand he was using to hold the sword. and him and his horse was pushed back as he let go of his sword, and the culprit finally revealed himself in all glory. The red eyes of Titan was shining ever so brightly with Night touching his, as he panted seriously trying to catch his breath after using the cloak's power to force a transfer teleportation with another person. The goblin finally realized who his opponent was. He was definitely not expecting to be pushed back like that, but seeing the person responsible, he mentally prepared himself to have a hard fight. "Let's not do that again," Knight said to Titan, even if he knew he was not going to get any replies back. After all, Titan does not still talk, as it was not the same rank as the other golems that came after him. The leading goblins was shocked because he realized he just lost in a contest of strength against a golem, and there was no way he would forget that golem who still had dried blood of goblins on his mace. While he was scheming to draw their stamina before swooping down for a kill, he was not expecting the other side too to mount an assassination on him. "Kill Erg," he screamed as he hit the demonic horse under him to run faster, while the goblins close to Titan also attacked him. And he just swung his mace sideways, generating a lot of wind that blew the weapons directed him away. It was like he performed a simple wind spell, making Knight open his mouth wide at what he was witnessing. "Ag," the leading goblin shouted as the other goblins was pushed back, but he finally had a chance to swing his sword again. But before his sword could reach Titan, he saw the golem raising a big shield from his back and parrying his attack, which surprised him. As that was the first time seeing the golem use the shield, so it came as a surprise, as he felt it was an all-attacking golem. After parrying the sword strike, Titan swung his spiky mace straight for the goblin's head. The goblin eyes Titan as his mouth twitched. He was still unstable, and was not able to swing his sword back to parry the attack, so he could only roll of the horse. Hoping that he would be able to buy some time before the other goblins come back, and they attacked together since this goblin was a monster, and there is no way he could fight it alone, except he had a suicide wish. And the moment he landed, he felt fresh blood spread all over his face, as he tried his best to look, as he used his free hand to clean his face, only to see the golem's mace deep inside his demonic horse mount's head. There was no way it was surviving that strike, as its brain matters was all over the place. The goblin felt his back went cold, as he realized that strike was meant for him. Titan removed his mace, and the body of the horse fell with a loud thud. Sound, Titan directed his eerily red eyes towards the goblins, and he shivered in fear for the first time, as he thought. He had really stretched his hand where he shouldn't have, as he could feel the intense killing intent that the golem was sending towards him in waves, stopping him from trying to run, as he was aware that the golem won't let him go that easily, as it was following his master wishes in full blow. The goblin leader quickly stood on his feet and dashed at his fallen sword. The moment he held onto his second sword, he finally took a stance as he pointed his two-sword toward Titan with a two-sword pose. "You crazy monster. I'm going to dice you to pieces. Brothers, let's attack together. He is just one golem. There is no way we won't be able to beat him if we gather our strengths together," the leading peak tier 1 goblin said. The rest of the goblins quickly gathered around Titan as they formed a kind of semi-circle formation against him. They were determined to destroy him. Knight was already spreading his shadow element. As he felt the moment things got out of hand, he would quickly teleport them back, as there was no way he was going to allow anything happen to Titan. After all, he is one of the few people who knew that Titan was Alec's first and most trusted golem, as he was made with the intention of being his shield. And that was why he had a big shield at his back all the time in hope to protect his master all the time. But as Alec grew stronger, his need for his trusty shield reduced, as he wanted more of a killing golem, and Titan became just that, as it has fought every battle of Alec right from the #1 battle at the city gates. Titan has always grew with the wants of Alec. It was what Knight thought to be Alec main golem. While they were defending against zombies, so Knight was actually aware of Titan's value to Alec, and there was no way that Titan could be replaced, and there was no way he would be letting him die. Alec would bring down hell on him if that ever happened, just as his shadow element was about to cover Titan. Titan turned towards him and looked towards him. Knight shivered. Even if Titan said nothing, he could totally understand what it was trying to tell him. Knight quickly removed his shadow elements from the body of Titan, and Titan diverted his gaze back to the goblins. Knight gulped, as he was not sure what would have happened if he insisted on teleporting them back with the shadow. He had seen a lot of golems in the clan. After all, a lot of them had won. Especially those who don't have much talent for cultivating always take the golem path, but he had not really seen any golem that was as intelligent and as dangerous as the set of golems that Alec had made, and now he was torn in which choice he should make. but at the moment, he was more afraid of Titan. After waiting and realizing that the goblins were not ready to make the first move, Titan decided to move against them instead, as he bolted straight for one of the goblins at the side, and like that he swung his mace at the goblins at the edge. And another goblin was about to sneak attack him from the back. The look on the goblin's face looked like that of someone who just won a jackpot. But Titan just let go of his mace as it flew straight for the goblin he was swinging for in the first place. The mace slammed straight at the goblin's ribs, and the sounds of ribs breaking could be heard. As the goblins cried out in pains, and it flew out of the little formation, and Titan quickly turned back very quickly and dashed at the goblin that was trying to sneak attack him with his two hands holding his shield at his front. The eyes of the goblin, who was still leaping in the air with a rusted dagger in his hand, changed. As he could not dodge in the air, all he could do was cross his hands in front of his chest, hoping that he would be able to reduce the pain he would receive, but that was just wishful thinking. As the moment Titan bashed him with the shield, he was knocked unconscious straight up and fell to the floor, and Titan used his shield to smash his neck instantly. Dislocating his head from his shoulders, Knight shivered again. When he saw this scene, he finally knew why Titan had that look when he wanted to take him away. After all, he never saw them as a threat. Even with that many goblins, he was able to kill 2 in an instant with no scratches. The rest goblins who were rushing over froze in their steps, as they were shocked at the brutality that the golem showed. He was more of a second-dimension creature than them. He raised his head, looking across all of them, with his eerily red eyes shining very bright. As if saying, "Who is next? Arg, let's all avenge our brother, or this monster would still kill more of our kind," the leading goblin finally said, as he rallied all the goblin as he wanted them to charge at him together, and not one by one again. The level of strength Titan has showed has scared him senseless, and there was no way he would ever try taking on Titan on his own again. And the corner of Titan's mouth raised up in a smile. Knight could swear that he saw that correctly. The golem was enjoying himself. The Darkbliss family, the city guards, the goblins watching, they were all shocked at the way things have turned out. No one expected the battle would turn out like this when the 3,000 goblins set out to eliminate the Gordon's family mages, but only one golem was giving the leading goblins kinda of a big problems. Clank, clank, clank. The 2,000-plus goblins finally reached the large stone wall that was keeping them away from the Gordons and the Lanced family mages, and started hacking at it, trying to bring it down. Why do I feel like this? Goblins are about to be wiped out more pitifully than the first set. Clarissa asked no one in particular. That's because all of Alec's moves so far seems so calculated. And he always seems to be plotting something more crazy. When we think he is out of cards, so now, I think we kinda have a blind belief that he would perform one of his crazy feats again. Maria said still, yet fighting against 2,000 troops would make him lost some mage. There is no way he would be coming out of this one without a few bruises. I think he might lose about 100 mages. What do you think, Maria? Clarissa questioned back, but Maria did not reply again, as all her attention was directed towards the earth wall. It seems this goblin's really underestimated me. Brian, can your guys deliver? Alec asked. I really think this is dangerous, as we won't be able to control the spell no more. You know, it would enter the range of a mid-tier spell. If we do what you want us to do, no matter how we try, I feel it's going to enter that range, Brian said back, who said you have to control it, or make it stop at the low mage tier. All you have to do is release it on the goblins. I'm sure there are a lot of goblins out there hacking at the earth wall. All we just need is a spell that would restrain most of them. So we can kill almost all of them in one shot, Alex said. Well, I can do that, Agnes said as she put her wand inside her cloak, and when she brought it out back, it has transformed into a long and dainty staff, looking quite ancient. 64 Wiped Out Part 2. Agnes tapped her staff on the ground, and the sturdy earth wall she has erected in the first place started crumbling and falling backward, and it kind of caught the goblins who were still hacking off guards. As the big stones fell on them, crushing those in the front to an early death, and dust filled the whole area, making it hard for anyone to see through the cloud of dust. No one knew the condition of the Gordons and Lanced family mages, yet they just knew that whatever was going to come next might be suicidal cause. There was still about 2,000 goblins waiting for the dust to clear and kill. They were hesitating on whether to rush in or just wait for the smoke to go completely, as there was no orders from their top bosses, as Titan kept them busy, as he had already killed over 20 of them now, which was quite shocking. But the fight again, 2,000 goblins, was still the main event. But it was still a mystery that Titan could hold them of. Since he was just one golem, Knight was just shocked at the extreme strength Titan was displaying at the moment, and he seems to be getting stronger with each kill he had. While the goblins were still waiting for the clouds to clear off, it kind of gave the Lansd family the chance to finish casting the spell Alec tasked them with. The air in the atmosphere started twisting and seems to all be going into one direction, and the cloud of dust parted to give way for the wind that was attracted by the extremely strong wind element's activity in that area. When everyone saw what was behind the broken earth walls, they shivered in fear as the feeling of death crept up on them, and all their danger senses were sending them warning signals. Especially the goblins who were in the front of it all. But the funny thing was it was not the bunch of mangled and scary-looked death body of the goblins that brought them this fear, but a big and long whirlwind-formed tornado that was rotating at high speed. And the 250 mages around it, as they kept on inserting every inch of their mana into the spell as it became quite strong. And it was clear to anyone with eyes that they could not control that level of spell, as it already breached the attack of a low-tier mage, and was already entering the stage power of a low tier 4 mage. The moment Stephen and Maria saw this, they quickly ordered a retreat back to the hills, as that was the only safe place to them. No one of them could block a tier 4 magic spell. Alec is crazy who would have thought of using the accumulated mana of 250 tier 1 mages to create something suicidal like this, Stephen said, as he finally caught up with the Darkbliss family, who were close to the hill before. I don't know what goes around his head, but I'm sure of one thing: he is not someone who is suicidal, Maria said, because of her observation of Alec. Now she realized why he wanted her to keep the 1,000 goblins in check, though she never did, but if that 1,000 goblins joined in, they might have been able to disrupt the casting of the spell, making it fail in progress. He was planning ahead of everything, and that was what scared her. Having an enemy like that who gave you the impression that he was always one step ahead was hard to beat, except you were able to kill him with extreme power, and she was not sure she could do that. As no one in the entire battlefield even knew his battle power, they only knew his golems were ridiculously strong. Maria frowned as she thought about the matter too much. It has been long she had to worry this much about someone. Release the wind tornado, Alec ordered as his face was grim. He was definitely not going to let the tornado blow up in his face and kill him and his guys, so he had to make sure they release it towards the goblins. While also giving Titan a signal to come back, as the mission he gave him of stalling the upper and peak tier 1 goblins was done more than great. When the Lansd family heard his command, they finally sigh in relief, as they used their last bit of mana to push the wind tornado towards the goblins. But one Lansd was still holding on to it, while roaring, and he was using his mana and willpower to control the tornado so it does not explode yet until it got to the middle of the goblins. When the goblins finally got back to their senses, as they saw the tornado coming towards them, they took to their hills and started running back. They were retreating in such a bad way that when a colleague of theirs even fell, they practically step on him, killing him in the process. Just imagine the chaos over 2,000 goblins were causing as they were running back while screaming in fear. Argay Brian roared as his family top tore, and his upper body was naked with his muscles twitching as he used his last bit of mana to push the tornado towards the goblins more faster before losing consciousness. But before he could fall down, Alec nodded towards Legion, who seems to disappear in the next second and reappear beside Brian Lansd the next moment, catching him before he could even fall. Great job, soldier, Legion said, while holding on to him. The face of the Lansd mages turned sour when they heard the golem compliment their leader as a soldier, but they all burst out laughing as they directed their attention towards the tornado. It was their greatest spell ever, and even if it was the idea of someone else that took joy watching the destruction it might cause. It blew fiercely and has almost cut up with the goblins, as different type of wind blades were being sent out of the tornado into the crowd of goblins, reaping about 5 lives in the process, and it spat at least 5 wind blade every 10 seconds. THT meant every wave of wind blade was killing at least 25 goblins at least. Goblins were dying, and they could not stop it, as the tornado was gaining in on them, as no matter how they ran, they could not really outrun the tornado. And except a tier 4 or above goblin attacked, there was no way they would be able to stop the tornado, as it had reached the mid-tier 4 power range as it kept on pulling wind elements from the atmosphere to make itself stronger and bigger. Even some of the goblins at the back could no longer resist the pull of the tornado, as they were already levitating into the tornado. Arg nuo. Save me, someone, nuo. Those were the last shouts of some unlucky goblins that was cut in the wind and flew towards the tornado as their body was brutally slashed and butchered before they even got to the middle of the tornado. The side of the tornado was stained with some speck of red as the blood mist was getting strong from the amount of goblins it has killed. Every second tens of goblins were levitating towards the tornado. 65. The end of Tier 1 battles. The leading goblin of the Tier 1 area's face was pale as he was bleeding profusely from the side of his ribs as he used his left hand to cover the wound. He was applying pressure on the wound so that he won't lose any more blood as it was. But it didn't seem to be working. His right hand, which was still holding onto one of his sword, was still shaking. He looked back and saw bodies of his fellow comrades sprawled on the floor. Only few were still uninjured, as those that were alive were seriously injured in one way or the other. He spat out blood as he looked at the culprit that was responsible for all this. The golem had made sure to put more attention on him since he was the leader. The golem still stood strong at the middle, with both his mace and shield painted with goblin's blood, making his already domineering image look more scary. He was like a god of war that just finished bathing in the blood of his enemies, and when they were feeling like the golem was about to finish them off, his eerily red eyes seems to change focus as it looked like he received a signal, and he looked ahead before turning his attention to Knight. Knight noticed that he was being looked at weirdly, and he seems confused, but when he saw Titan pointing at his shadow, he seems to realize that he was asking him to do the shadow travel now. He looked at Titan's face only for Titan to only nod his head when he saw his expression like he can read his mind, and just like Knight used his shadow to cover them, and quickly using his shadow travel spell, he was able to disappear fast before the goblins were able to notice. But the moment the goblins saw them going, they sighed in relief, as they were just holding on to a tiny hope that they might escape a disaster like Titan. But thankfully it looked as if he was needed by his master, so he left. The leading goblin decided to look at the goblins he sent over and check their results. After all, the only reason the master of the golem would call it back was only if it was in a tight spot. But the moment he climbed the hill, he regretted looking as he saw the legion of goblins he had so much faith in were being killed mercilessly, and when he saw what was responsible for their death, he knew for sure that their life was in grave danger and were no able to survive such disaster. "Run," he hollered as he started running to the Tier 2 fighting area. It was clear that tornado won't stop and would definitely reach the waiting assembly point of the Tier 1 goblins. And he didn't feel confident enough to outrank it, so he made sure to lead on the other goblins with him. After all, there was a saying that when a tiger was chasing you, you don't really need to be faster than the tiger, but faster than the person behind you, so he was only using this logic. But just as he gave this command to his remaining comrades, the tornado seems to go out of control, as it was already giving signs of exploding. "Oh fuck," the goblin leader said when he saw this new improvement. He wanted to cry out. He wished he had used his brain earlier when the golem disappeared, but now here he was running for his life with no idea if he was going to survive or not. As every time he looked back, he could see the tornado shredding people to pieces, and he could already see which type of fate that awaited him if he was to be caught up by that extremely dangerous tornado. Bang! The tornado exploded, sending out different range and sizes of wind blades out, killing all off the fleeing goblins, and even sending some far ahead to kill some of the goblins that was fleeing with the leader goblin. Luckily for the leader goblin, he was fast enough to duck when he heard the explosion sound, so the barrage attack of wind blades missed him by a bare margin. The whole human mages were surprised at the result of the attack. The Gordons and the Lanced family has constructed together. To say they were surprised was even an understatement. "We won," Stephen shouted, making all the city guards scream along with him as they celebrate their fast win. The Tier 1 battlefield was thought to be the most dangerous because of the large amount of goblin soldiers that came, but because of a certain somebody, they were able to finish their battle very quickly. Ha 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 ha, Alec laughed hysterically. Some mages were even looking at him like he was some type of demon. After all, he was just responsible for the death of thousands of goblins, including the 5,000 plus goblin soldiers that were fighting with the city guards. They were about 7,000, but the city guards were able to kill about 1,000 plus goblins with the incredible formation, only losing about 300 city guards. Were not spared when the spell exploded, but all he did was laugh at his achievement. While others were quite confused at why he was acting that way, Alec was rejoicing because of the system notification level up to LVL 7 level up to LVL 8 level up to LVL 9. Congratulations on become a high tier 1 mage. Level up to LVL 15. The killing of all the goblins had pushed his cultivation straight to the peak of the high tier 1 mage realm, even making his cultivation more stable to the extent that he was able to control his aura after he broke through. But that few seconds his aura leaked out, everyone turned towards his position, as they were shocked at his unexpected breakthrough, including the hobgoblin in the air who had a frown on his face now, as the earlier carefree expression on his face disappeared. Which kind of monster is that, being able to break through even in this type of environment he is in, like he was not in a battlefield? He is totally carefree, like nothing can send a threat toward him. HMMP the hobgoblin said, Kekek, that is the style of the Gordon's family, incredibly strong. I warned you that with him there you were not going to win, or did you forget? Draco teased the hobgoblin as he was feeling so much joy now, and Alec breakthrough just seems to be the icing on the cake for him. The remaining tier 6 mage faked a cough at his boasting HMMP. I would see how long you can stay so unconcerned, the hobgoblin said to Draco, while secretly sending a telepathy message to all the tier 3 goblins, and giving them a new mission, and that was to kill Alec, as there was no way he would allow someone as Alec, who was an evil genius in tactics, grow up to give them headache. He was determined to uproot this level of Jewies. At least it would hurt the city, and make their next invasion more easier. He felt it would be totally worth it if he was able to kill Alec. After all, only Alec worth was much in all the tier 1 mages. So since he could not attack himself, he made other do his dirty works. After Al, he believed that if he killed now, he would grow to be the cause of more goblin deaths in the future. Right now, he could only influence the tier 1 battlefield, which didn't really hurt the goblins that much since they had thousands of tier 1 goblins grunts, but losing them in 10,000 digits still would hurt anyone, so he was highly determined to have the cause of their deaths Alec killed at all course. Draco looked at the hobgoblin secretly as he saw the frown on his face disappearing slowly and started smiling, as if he was planning something sinister. 66. Shameless tyrant. Everyone stared in surprise at the middle of where the wind tornado exploded and were shocked at the damage the spell had caused. But even with the spell range, there were still some goblins that were able to survive the blast by bending down or by luck, as they hanged on to their lives with serious injuries of various degrees. Why don't you try killing the rest of the goblins that are left? Your clan has the least merits, and this type of job would actually be the easiest for your mages with their expertise in assassinating, Alex said to Maria. He was clearly pushing the job of clearing the rest of the goblins to her and her clan, and even if it seems like he was leaving the leftovers for her, it was actually great for them to share battle metites with another family. After dropping the combat powers of the goblins to that type of level, we don't take orders from you, Alec. Clarissa shouted at Alec after he finished suggesting they took care of the goblins, which made them look like they were Alec's hired thugs, but Maria thought different as her position. As the leader, she had to look at the bigger picture. And Alec leaving the goblins, he critically injured to them, just because he wanted to gain battle merits was kinda what was best for them, and she won't even have rejected it if Alec asked for her to drop some percentage of what they earned, but he looked nonchalant. So Maria diverted her haze towards her sister, making her shiver a little before shutting up, as she did not want to annoy her elder sister. Dark Domain Shadow Hunting Ground. Maria finally used a spell, and it was clearly a very flashy spells, as the shadow's element emitting from her body turned incredibly sinister. And a shadow dome covered the area the remaining goblins were in, but those that were outside were still able to see inside. Alec and the rest of the gang looked shocked at the range of the spell, but they definitely had no idea about shadow spells. So they could only look over at Knight, who nervously laughed while raising both his hands in defeat. It was clear he lacked knowledge about a lot of shadow spells. Alec, pathetic, though the Gordons family might have been able to get some shadow spells from rogue shadow mages or clans with small shadow heritages, or the Darkbliss clans which had a decent shadow heritage. But no one would really sell their core or main spell to another family. After all, it was exclusively theirs. Things like that was left to luck, so the moment they saw Knight's expression, they just gave up on him. The guy was practically useless in the shadow department due to the clan's limited shadow spells, but still yet he rarely practiced the earth element, which the family was fluent in. Which was quite an headache to the elders of the Gordons family, but still yet they tried their best to find any unique shadow spell they could get their hands on. After all, he was one of the mages of the younger generations that they felt they had to give attention to. As they felt he had the talent to become a high-tier mage in the future, Go and Maria ordered to her clan's men, and one by one the mages from the Dark Bliss family all sank into their shadows, and the next moment they reappeared inside the Shadow Dome and began to wantonly slaughter the helpless goblins easily. Everyone watching finally realized what the skill she used could do. It strengthened the use of shadow elements inside the dome and debuffs the opponents, and not only that, it also made the shadow user use the shadow sync skills and other shadow skills without cool down as long as they still had mana and were under the shadow dome. It was truly a hunting ground like its name, but only for shadow elementalist. Alec's smile wiped as he realized that he was not getting any exp from the kills of the Dark Bliss family. He was actually trying to exploit the system functions. But it seems he was beaten to it, as the system did not see him as the one who leads the Dark Bliss family, but someone who gave an advice, so even if they were doing what he suggested, they were still working for their boss Maria, and not him. Now he was really regretting letting Maria and her family have the rest of the goblins. He was actually just using them to do the final clean up the dirty work from his disaster. But the fact that he was not earning anything from it made him more cranky, until he remembered he did have a shadow element user among his squad, so he turned his gaze towards Knight. And Knight's neck cringed as he could feel he had been locked on, and when he turned his eyes and found the person staring at him intensely, he wished he had not even turned his head. "Hey you," Alec shouted, still sitting on top of his horse. "Yes, boss." Knight replied, trying out a new kissing ass technique, hoping that he would at least be saved from whatever Alec had in mind for him, until he heard his next statement. "You are a shadow mage, right? So why are you not out there like the rest slaughtering those green goats with our allies?" Alec questioned him in a righteous manner that even him almost believed his bullshit. Arthur, Agnes, Brian, even Arthur and Agnes, who were close by, could not help but look at Alec in a funny way, as he was acting extremely thick-skinned shameless at the moment. He didn't really care who was doing the killing. He just wanted to use this opportunity to earn more X point in hope that he might advance to the peak tier 1 mage realm. The thoughts of him advancing twice a day felt like ecstasy to him, if not for the fact that he could not shamelessly ask his squad to attack inside the shadow hunting ground. Since he already gave the privilege of doing the killing to the Dark Bliss clan, he decided to take a detour, and that was where Knight came in. Knight was still staring at him in confusion, as he could not relate to why Alec wanted him to still go and fight after just surviving a crisis when he teleport his golem. But he didn't dare question Alec after what had happened today, but as he saw Titan staring at him, he gulped nervously. "Are you sure I would be welcome? 'Cause you did say you were leaving it all to them," Knight asked nervously, as he didn't want to embarrass himself. "Don't worry about it, kid. Just go make some great kill. And hey, make sure you kill the goblin leader and cut his head back here. Titan tells me he won't be much of a bother, so that means you can handle him." "Now go," Alec said, as he pointed towards the Shadow Dome. Arthur, Agnes, they were shocked at Alec's choice of words, but they were clearly used to him saying rubbish all the time. But hearing him say kid just seems to be more annoying, as he was just the same age as them. But they could complain inside as the shadow around Knight's body cover him up, and he disappeared and reappeared inside the orb, as he start using his 2 sharp daggers to slice the necks of goblins in extreme fast speed. For the first time in a long time, he was feeling like himself again. 67 in evolution. After all, for a long time he had not really shined, as both Alec and his crew were always taking the lead and are always the one in the light, and he and Agnes had to settle for second best gang in the Gordons family after that ambush attack. But ever since they talked Alec into allowing them train with him, even Knight could already witness the changes in his skills, which really also made him suspect it had something to do with Alec. While he was thinking of how to thank Alec, Alec was looking at his new level benefits in his system status. Status tab. Name Alec Gordons. Race human. Level 15. Tier 1 high tier. Exp till next level 33 45 10,000. Attributes. Strength 30 plus 10. Agility 30 plus 10. Endurance 25 plus 10. Mana 1500. Affinity Earth High plus, Fire High plus. Available points 27. System points 25,678. Alec quickly noticed the difference in his stats, as all his basic stats had an addition of 10 points, and he realized that even the system was pointing it out for him. He wondered what could have made the system have new changes. But he didn't mind since he really liked the fact that the system was adapting to him. Even if the system's spirit rarely talks due to energy, he still makes efforts to help Alec out in its own little way. He clenched his fists and felt his power. The surge of energy that passed through his blood shocked him. He silently gasped in surprise. He could feel an extremely strength coursing through his body, and maybe because of him having to command, so he did not really realize that he had really become ridiculously strong. And the most funny thing was that he could not vent or test his power, as all the goblins were almost killed, and even the ones left can't really pose much of a threat to him. Looking at his abnormal stats, it finally dawned on him just how much of a monster he was. After all, he was sure with his stats, he could finally fight head-to-head with a Tier 2 mage. And if any of the Gordons family were to hear of this, they might just get a heart attack. After all, fighting ahead of the ranks above was still normal as long as it was still in the same tier. Example, a low Tier 1 mage fighting a high Tier 1 mage, but fighting an entire new realm was another thing, and that would blow the mind of all the Gordons family elders, as only a genius among Genuis could acquire that type of battle power. Thought they felt Alec's golems had a higher chance of reaching that stage, but that was his golem's battle power, and not his talent for combat. Now he already has powers to rival such monstrous genius, though the system was responsible for this. So does this make me a Genuis? Alec quietly asked himself, but he quickly stopped thinking about it when he remembered he was still a Tier 1 mage and still had a long way to go if he wanted to proclaim himself as a genius. He quickly cleared his thoughts, and he realized that the Dark Bliss family were already through with their battle and was already coming back to the hill. What do we do now? Stephen asked as he scratched his head nervously while looking at Alec. After all, they were expecting to fight a very long battle with the goblins till the whole 5 hours of the blood moon was over, but they have already finished their tier battle before the end of 2 hours, and this was the first time they had such great victory. And they even lost less mages. It was the least causality they have had in a very long time. But now they have finished the battle, and it dawned on them that they still had about 3 hours left. Let's watch the Tier 2 and Tier 3 mages battle. At least try to gain some type of inspiration from their battles. Clarissa said, "You are quite right, let's do that," Stephen said as he nodded his head, and he looked towards Alec, waiting for him to at least say something. After all, he was like the leading figure of the Tier 1 area now. "I think you all should do all you want to do. After all, you just got free 3 hours, while we still have some unfinished business to do," Alec said to them before changing his gaze towards Titan. Stephen and Maria could not really relate to anything concerning Alec. After all, his way of thinking was clearly different from theirs, and this battle just showed it. So they all led the mages under them to the edge of the battlefield, between the Tier 1 and Tier 2 battlefield. Brian walked up to Alec. "How does it feel to be in command?" "Feels good," Alec replied with a little giggle. "You seems to have taken a likeness to having others do all you dirty work more than before," Brian said, while shaking his head in a jesting manner. "What do you mean by dirty work? They didn't even qualify for me to attack. If I had made a move, I would have annihilated them a lot sooner," Alec replied. "Keep on bragging, Commander Alec. So what should we do for the main time?" "I'm quite curious to go watch the Tier 2 battle, even if we can't compete there now. Why not just go watch and accumulate experience?" Brian asked, after he told Alec he was bragging, which he actually believed. "Oh, I plan to make us accumulate more than experience," Alec replied with a twisted smile. "If you don't mind, I would like to meditate. You can tell all the mages in your family to trying meditating and recover their lost mana now," Alec said, came down his horse and made commands towards the mages of the Gordons family for them to form a very tall earth wall in a square form, as only him and Titan would be there, and he would like not to be disturbed. "One of your golems have reached the rank of a captain, and can now choose to awaken an element ability. Choose the level you want." 1601. The moment Arthur and Brandon heard this, they kinda had an idea what was about to happen, and even wish Alec would succeed, which could take their battle power to another level. The earth walls were finally completed, and it cut off Alec and the rest of the mages from them, or spying on them, except they were to fly over the tall wall and spy from above. The moment they were alone, Alec opened the system back again. "One of your golems has reached maximum value and can evolve into a Tier 1 golem. Choose its path. Armored Golem Tier 2, 250 mana. Berserk Armored Golem Tier 2, 250 mana. Blood Warrior Golem Tier 2, 500 mana. When Alec saw the already familiar options, he rubbed his hands together like a thief that just saw new goods, as he was highly happy he was going to be upgrading Titan now. After all, Titan was his first golem, and he really hoped he would be able to fix his rank rating, so at least it could stand on the same grounds as his other golems. And more importantly, Alec wanted to hear his first golem tack after all they had all talked, except for him. "Let's do this, big boy," Alec said, as he didn't need a guide to tell him that choosing the third option was his best pick, as it was the most unique of all considering the mana it needed. Alec finished touching the third option and was waiting for the evolution to start until he received another notifications. "One of your golems have reached the rank of a captain and can now choose to awaken an element ability. Choose the level you want. Basic Elements Abilities 5,000 System Points. High Elements Abilities 15,000 System Points. Hybrid Elements Abilities 50,000 System Points. Supreme Elements Abilities 150,000 System Points." Alec, 68 Ice Golem. Alec already felt like crying when he saw this. Just a few moments ago, he was happy that he had received up to about 20,000 system points, and he could do whatever he wanted with them, as there was still a lot of things he wanted to test the system points on, like helping Arthur and Brandon with their gears. But at this very moment, he really felt that he was just a poor beggar at the mercy of the system. He even wanted to curse at the system, since he felt the system was just waiting for this moment, where he earned a lot of system points, as it was looking for a way to extort his system points from him easily, and he did fall into the traps of the system. Now he thought about it more, his annoyance fade away, as he remembered the fact that the system said that his golem would reach the captain rank after the evolution, which made him quite happy, as that means Titan returns to being the front runner and his strongest golem ever, as he would become his first ever captain rank golem. He was really tempted to choose the basic option, but when he thought about all Titan has done, he threw it out of his mind and decided to choose the high option. After all, he could still afford it, and he didn't want to regret his bad decisions in the future if Titan had an inferior, whatever he was going to get, than his other golems in the future. He was not ready to make the same mistakes again, so he gritted his teeth and chose the high option. "I pray this better be good," Alec said to himself. The moment he chose the high option, a wheel of different pictures appeared in front of him, making him quite surprised, but he felt he knew what it actually meant, since there was some sort of prize at the end of each lines, so he rolled the big wheel, which started rolling as different pictures kept on flashing by, until the speed of the wheel started slowing down and it finally stopped at a picture of snow. The glacial picture with a lot of snow finally expanded and filled the screen of the wheel. "Congratulations, your golem would be able to awaken the ice element after its evolution, because you do not possess ice element affinity. The process of creating an ice crystal for your golem would require you to pay 5,000 system points. Do you agree? YNO, fuck you crazy system, you are just looking for more ways to extort things off me. At least leave a bit of system point for me," Alec started shouting, as he could no longer hold his anger in again. He was drawing what was left of the hair on his head. Just a few seconds ago, he was already feeling proud of himself for acquiring over 25,000 plus system points, just to find out that he was about to spend almost all of them just because he was evolving his golem to the next tier. Alec gritted his teeth but still decided to accept the offer and press the yes button. The moment he accepted it, he could see Titan slowly levitating as a cocoon of light was wrapped around its body. Just like other times when he evolves his golems, the same phenomenon was happening with Titan, but his evolving light was way bright and off the charts from the other golems. After about 15 minutes later, the blinding light was reducing, and that was when strands of mana started leaving Alec's body and flew straight into the body of Titan that was still in the process of evolving. At the moment, Alec knew it was almost done after the mana entered the cocoon of light, as the light started to shine more brighter before, and then a very bright flash of light went out. Bang! The sound of explosion was what Alec heard as the light went off, but Alec was quick to use his hands and cover his eyes like he was dabbing when the shockwave of the sound hit him and the light from the evolution cocoon stopped hurting his eyes. He opened his eyes, and the first thing he checked was Titan's status tabs to heck what's changed. Ice Golem. Name Titan. Level 21 can be upgraded. Realm Low Tier 2. Pass Blood Warrior. Rank Captain. Strength 50. Agility 33. Endurance 45. Mana 5,000. Ice Manipulation 10. Special Skills. Basic Mace Mastery LVL 5. Basic Shield Mastery LVL 5. Ice Manipulation LVL 1 Low-Tier Ice Golem Summons 5/5. A golem who has broken through its limits to evolve further, becoming a captain rank golem. Every captain rank golem are like limbs for a golem mage, as they could take on a small set of enemies on their own in the same realm without being defeated. They are genius among genius in the classification of Golem's Origins 1602. Alec could not keep his mouth shut as his mouth was wide open as he stared at the stats and Titan altogether, confusing him on what to give his undivided attention to. But more than that, he could no longer recognize his golem again. The former Titan had a brownish earth color, but now all he saw was a golem who was covered in ice from head to toe. The icy blue color was on another league as the air around Titan changed and the temperature dropped. Even Alec, who was not too close, cold feel the biting cold he was emitting. He has completely changed to an ice golem. He even wore ice helmet, ice armor, and it had a very large spiky ice mace by its side. This was almost making Alec emotional, but he kept himself together and checked his weapon stats. Ice Golem Armor Tier 2 Peak. Any attack below the level of Tier 2 high can't cause damage to the golem. Increase mana regeneration x 200. Endurance plus 40. Agility plus 20. Can repair armor with mana if damaged. Ice Golem Shield Tier 2 Peak. A 100 chance to cause the rebounding effect of the opponent is lower than peak Tier 2 realm, and a 20 chance when the opponent is a low Tier 3, and for every small rank after them, it's a -5 in the chances, which means the rebounding effects does not work on those Tier 4 and above realm. Ice Elements magic spells casted are reduced 20% while having the shield. Strength plus 30. Endurance plus 10. Can repair shield with mana if damaged. Ice Golem Helmet Tier 2 Peak. Endurance plus 10. Strength plus 10. Can repair helmet with mana if damaged. 69 Assassination Attempt. Ice Golem Set All Worn plus 20 Strength, plus 30 Agility, plus 10 Endurance, plus 20 Ice Manipulation. When Alex saw this, he couldn't help being jealous at his golem's equipment. They always had good gears, and if not for him having the salamander set, he might have started drawing his hair out again. He wanted to see the look on his brothers' faces when they find out that the gears and equipments they were so proud of were actually inferior to what Titan had, and he even had 3, for a fact which made him more stronger than any Tier 2 mage. Because no normal Tier 2 mage would have so much top Tier 2 gears like he did, and that was one advantage the system offered his golems, and Alec knew he spent his system points well, but anytime he realized that he spent almost all his system point to evolve Titan. He started wondering how much more he could bear when it was time for the rest of the golems to upgrade. After all, even Legion was inching closer to the Tier 2 rank already. Now he knew why people always complained that it was hard for them to promote their golems. After all, they used great, rare ingredients and unique resources, plus exotic metals or other elements materials to raise the rank of their golems. But still yet most people felt like it was hard raising a golem, since the expense was really huge. I really pity those who follow golem's path. They might probably be broke all the time since they always had to spend all they earned into the upgrade of their golems. I think I just found out why that old man is such a broke ass. Even though he's a patriarch, he never hesitate to still steal my stuff, and here I was thinking that with the system I was going to have a smooth sailing in my path to the top. But even the system didn't hesitate to rip me, though its benefits are larger than those who have studied the path of golem for years and have to evolve their golem alone, Alex said to himself as he placed one of his hand on his chin. Well, that's enough thinking. All I have to do is kill more creatures from the second dimension every blood moon to meet up. After all, I plan on becoming the strongest and making all those who doubted me ashamed, Alec said as he resolved his will with an evil smile on his face as he visualized killing the more goblins. The bright, icy blue light could be seen by the Tier 6 mages and goblins who were watching the battle above them, and like that they turned their attention back to Alec, who they felt was out of the game after he wiped out the Tier 1 goblins. What do you think you are trying to do? I remember, we all sign a blood curse not to interfere in the fights, Draco asked with a sly smile on his face. Clearly he had been watching them, since in case they made any serious moves. And clearly they didn't disappoint him, as he was able to block them. We have not breached any of the contract. We were just overseeing the battle. The goblin to the left of the hobgoblin said, well, I didn't think you need to move to the Tier 1 area to do that. After all, the main battle now is between the tier 2 and 3s of both of our race. So why do you have to see what my junior is up to? Draco said, in an intimidating manner. Which made the hobgoblin grit his teeth in anger. He hated being in suspense like this. He felt anything that Alec was up to was definitely not good, and should be stopped on time before that guy caused another mass destruction. He quickly pressed about 3 tier 3 goblins that were in the low rank to go after him and kill him. And just like that, 3 low tier 3 goblins broke out of the tier 3 battle with the help of other goblins and breached the tier 2 battlefield. The human mages who saw this were clearly surprised, but they were prepared since things like this might happen once in a while. When the invading race felt a genius tier 2 mage was threatening them, they would always try to assassinate them before they grew and enter the tier 3 mage realm. And that is why it is normally said that some genius never had the chance to grow before they were weeded out. They all took formations as they were waiting to defend against the tier 3 goblins' sneak attacks, but it seems they thought too much as the goblins ignored them. The goblin in the front just swung his sword, and a green wave flew out, smashing into the formation, pushing all of those who tried to defend away, as some of those in the front of the formation was injured. Draco, who was still in the air, finally turned, and noticed that 3 tier 3 goblins were running straight for the tier 1 area, and he knew their intentions. "The Fuke, you bastard, are playing dirty," Draco said, as he pointed his hands at the hobgoblin, as he realized that they were going for Alec. "Ki. Who cares who plays dirty? This is war, all is fair," the hobgoblin said, as he smiled eerily. "I can't wait to see your so-called genius torn to pieces," said the goblin by the left, who clearly seems to be a talkative. Draco quickly shouted for some tier 3 mages of the Gordon's family to run after them. Even if he knew they could not meet with them, he still hoped that at least Alec would be able to survive one attack. Giving the mages time to meet up and restrain the goblins from killing him, he didn't even dare believe that Alec could somehow defeat the tier 3 golems. Because he still didn't really know Alec battle power, he only knew he was peerless among tier 1 mages and could contend with some tier 2 mages, but he was not ready to test that with the blood curse he made. Which means he won't be able to save Alec, and funny enough, he already promised the patriarch that Alec would come back in one piece. Now thinking back to when he made that promise, he realized how funny he had been. If he knew something like this would happen, he would have never signed that blood curse, no matter what. In the Gordon's family courtyard, the patriarch and other elders, who were still around with some of the important decisions makers, where they're all waiting for news about the battle. A mage quickly ran into the room, making most of the elders glare at him. The moment he witnessed the stares from many strong mages, his body shivered. He quickly cupped his hands and bowed his head, sorry to have disturbed the elders, but this lowly one has a message to deliver, the mage said. "Speak," a very loud and domineering voice sounded, and when the mage peeked from the edge of his eyes, he saw that it was the man sitting on a throne which had the number 3 carved on it, while his upper body was naked and his bulging muscles were on full display. Behind him was a very tall golem that looked like it was made from gold, as the golden color around its body kept shining with glorious sheen. The black eyes of the golem passed through his body, and he felt like all his secrets have been seen through. "Don't keep us waiting, boy," another voice said, and the mage could not help taking another glance, as the curiosity was scratching at his chest seriously. After all, the people of the family rarely saw the elders, since they were always cultivating in hope to reach the next realm, or here was a blood moon that needed extra hands. The moment he looked, he saw the person speaking was seating in the 5th rank throne. Lying down on the feet of the throne was another golem in the shape of a tiger. He breathing quickly became ragged, as he knew who that was. It was one of the most unpredictable elders right from young the old eras. He was said to be someone interested in beast, so when others, Gordon's elder in their young age, were making humanoid golems, he went to the wilderness with the help of his 2 elder brothers back then, the patriarch and the grand elder, and studied the ways of demonic beast, and when he came back, he was the first Gordon to create a tier 2 golem, while still being a tier 1 mage in a very long time. They don't know La has a tier 2 goal now, Titan. It pushed his prestige to another level in the family. He was called the Beast Elder, since he mstly created golems related to demonic beast, especially those he had learned a thing or two about. He was able to bring out their feral behavior and instinct in the golems, even if they were made from materials. Apart from the patriarch, he was said to be the most talented golem mage. But that was all in the past, as he had not made any move in a long time. Many people have forgot how strong the fat elder was. The 5th elder was a fat man. The mage felt so honored being in the presence of the great elders of the Gordons family, though most people do say that the Gordons family were not strong, but deep down they really felt scared of the family. After all, they had a lot of talented individual, if not they won't have been able to become a mid-tier clan so fast. And even then they were one of the strongest mid-tier clans. If only they had a tier 9 mage, then they would able to change their rank to a higher tier clan. The tier 1 battle is over, the mage said. What so fast? Did anybody survive? The elders started asking. Well, the goblins were mainly wiped out, due to the young master commands, the mage said. What? Alec did that, hahaha. It seems that little Twit is growing up fast, but were those goblins not really strong? How could they die so fast? Like it's not being up to 3 hours, yet the fifth elder said with joy clearly visible in his eyes. He loved it when any member of the Gordons family performed well in any events. HMMP, I had no doubts that that little Twit would be exceptional. After all, one of his golem have a tier 2 battle power. He still have a long way to go if he want to be labeled a genius. I'm sure the city guards and the Darkbliss family have the lead in eliminating the goblins. After all, they had much more numbers on their side, the patriarch said while sneering. As he tried to downplay Alec achievements, but inside he was feeling quite proud that Alec was mentioned. After all, Alec was his only grandson. Well, I guess I have to correct you, patriarch, cause Alec's squad of mages was actually responsible for killing more than half of the goblins in the battlefield. The mage said, huh, you mean Alec's squad was responsible for more than half? How much? The Grand Elder asked him. It's quite much, Grand Elder, the man replied. Oh, common, just give me an estimated number, would you? The Grand Elder said back. Well, the Gordons and Lanced family teamed together and are responsible for the death of more than 8,000 goblins. The main number could not really be calculated, as they killed the goblins way too fast, the mage said. The elder took in sharp breaths as they all gasped in surprise. We have order for an array tape to be sent back to the family house on the order of Lava King Draco, as he said he wanted you all to watch Alec's performance. The mage continued as he stretched his hand out and delivered an array disc he brought with him. The Grand Elder stuck his staff on the ground, and the disc started levitating towards him, and the moment he got his hands on it, he sent wave of mana into it, making a clear image project in the middle of the room, and the elders, including the mage who brought the disc, all watched Alec battle. After about 30 minutes, they sucked in deep breaths as they were shocked at what they just witnessed. Hey brother, that grandson of yours seems to be quite good. I do have a granddaughter too, even though she is related to me. It's no big deal if she becomes Alec's future wife. What do you think? The fifth elder said. And everyone looked at him weirdly. Oh, shut up. If there is anyone who would marry him, it definitely should be Agnes. After all, she had been following him since day one, which means she found him first. The first elder said, oh, will the both of you stop? I just watched my grandson wipe out an entire legion of goblins while acting like a lazy prick. Instead of going to the front and charging like a man, he stood at the back and let his golem and colleagues do his bidding. I can't wait for him to come back. I would be taking half of his battle merits as punishment for acting cowardly, the patriarch said with a stern face, but the sly smile on his face could not be hidden. His brothers silently sneered. As they looked at him, they all knew that he was only interested in the battle merits. They were not expecting him to pass such a roundabout way to steal it. After all, Alec was his grandson, and he was actually responsible for the death of so many goblins, so there is no way his rewards won't be much. He might even amass wealth more than those tier 5 mages just from this battle, if they counted the amount of tier 1 who died because of him today properly. After all, it's not like all those tier 5 could just easily slaughter their opponents in the higher realm. The battles take much time and are more brutal, and if a goblin decide to escape, it might be hard to hold him, so they hardly have a lot of points, even if they had a higher chance of getting points. So shameless, the Grand Elder said. Who said that? The patriarch flew into rage as he felt he was insulted, but when he saw his brother's eyes, he quietly kept quiet. He was a thick-skinned old man, so he could endure some insults. There was no way he was going to fight with his brother Grand Elder. When the third, fifth, and first elders saw his defeated expression, they all laughed in their mind at his misfortune.